Beverages of the Chinese by John Dudgeon, MD, CM. Tea. The first use of tea as a beverage in China dates from the commencement of the Sui IV dynasty, 589 AD. Previous to this, it appears to have been used as a medicine, and is said to be mentioned in Shen Nong's account of aliments, some 3,000 years before the beginning of our era. By some, its origin is ascribed to imperial notice in the after Han dynasty, 221 to 265 AD. It is recorded of one of the heroes of the Three Kingdoms, about 221 to 263 AD, that he made his guests drink not less than 7 pints of wine, but that a certain officer who could not drink more than 3 pints of wine, as a favor, was allowed to have tea secretly given him in the place of wine. Mencius, 368 to 321 BC, says, "In summer cold water was used in drinking, in winter boiling water, from which it may be inferred that tea was not then used." The use of tea, begun in the Sui dynasty, gained in reputation during the Ang, 620 to 907 AD, and was abundant in that, the Sung, 970 to 1280 AD, being esteemed and ed everywhere. It is stated that a duty on tea in the Ang dynasty, to such an extent had its consumption reached, was levied in the year 783 AD. This duty was increased in the succeeding dynasty, the Sung, when tea was first sent up as annual tribute to the emperor. We are therefore safe in assuming the origin of this beverage in the 6th century of our era, and that, although known earlier as a medicine, it was not till the 9th that its use became general over the empire. The above is the substance of 2 notes in Notes and Querix, Vol. Year 3, Nos. 5 and 7. My own investigations have led me to the following account of the origin and antiquity of tea. In a work on dietetics entitled Yin Shipian by Chang Wuxing Yun, published in the 18th year of Qing 1814, and reprinted by Shaoxian. In the 3rd year of Tao Kuang 1824, in 8 volumes, it is said in the section on tea that the Pen Sao Great Herbal, quoting the commentary on the Erye, a dictionary of the 12th century BC by KWO-B, states that Chia Kutu is tea, the people of the kingdom of Shu. Modern Sichuan called it Kucha, bitter tea. Also Shavan, the old leaves of the tea plant. Lu Yu, in the middle of the 8th century, author of the Cha-Chinga, a treatise on the tea plant, the earliest book on the subject, says there are 5 names given to tea, viz. Cha, Chia, Shi, A, Ming, spring sprouts, and Chuyin 4. In the book called Tanxian Lu, F, tea is said to be the ancient tu, Sonchus obracus, so, thistle, a bitter edible plant. The Shi Ching says, "Whoever says tu is bitter, it is as sweet as the shepherd's purse." Capsella bursa pastoris, chi, yu, shi, ku. A celebrated scholar and one of the chief imperial secretaries in the first 2 reigns of the Tang dynasty, 7th century, says, "There is a place called Sha, Ling, and that in the Han dynasty, the name Sha was first given to the plant Liu. In the spring and autumn annals of the Chai F kingdom, there occurs the character Tu. Both of the Han histories speak of the Tu Ling. The geography of the same dynasty speaks of Sha Ling in the country of Changsha. The character Lu occurs twice in the Ya. The character Sha is made up of grass, man, and wood. It is said the Sha character is not found. In the 6 classics, Yang and Yen say it is found there. Under the radical grass, it quotes Lu Ku Tsai, as already explained by Kouo, in the Shi Ching. Under the section on wood, Kuo says of Chia, Ku, Du, that soup can be made of its leaves. When picked early, it is called tea, later Ming. There are clearly here, as our author maintains, 2 totally distinct things. Kutu can be read as Chai Chia. The Tu of Ku, Tsai has retained its old sound. Yang has therefore not examined, our author asserts, this point carefully. There is great danger of pronouncing Du as Sha. It is not found in the ancient herbals included among drugs. The character first appeared in the herbal of Sukung, Tang, F, and Afshil Weilo revised and completed the Tang dynasty, Materia, Media, and Xier Tsang, Qi, first half of the 8th century. He published a work which may be translated, Omissions in Previous Works of Materia Medica. It is said to be found in Ben Nong's account of aliments, but this was adoled phasely by later writers. It does not occur in the ancient records. Why do we know it was introduced afterwards? Because before the time of Kuo's commentary on the area, there was no such character as She. How comes it then to be included in Shen Nong's list? In the Shiqi El and in the books of the anterior and after Han dynasties, there was no tea character. In the time of the Three Kingdoms, In the Wu history, there is an official named Wei Yao, who did not drink wine. And, as it looked ill to be seated among guests and not to drink wine, Sun Hao Wan, the emperor, gave him Shuen For in place of wine. That is tea. In Kang Hai's dictionary, it is said that everybody says that tea is the ancient Tu, but they do not know how many sorts there are of tea. The Tu of Chia, Ku Tu, is the present tea. Sun says the Tu is not a clean plant, and is not the so-called Ku Sai, bitter vegetable. The Chia Ku Tu is said to resemble the Chi, Tzi, plus Gardenia florida. The Pen Sao speaks of Shan, Cha, mountain or wild tea, Camellia japonica, because its sprouts resemble the Ming 1. Duty on tea was first levied in the 14th year of 794 AD. It began then to be drunk as a beverage. Before this period, the drinks in use were soups made of flesh, vegetables, grains, and the juice of fruits. Every place has its distinctive name in the shrub or beverage, and these names are simply legion. The tea planters and sellers selected their own names with a view to enhance the value of their article. Its consumptio increased greatly after the Tang. In the succeeding dynasties of the Song and Yuan, more and more tea was drunk. In the Ming dynasty, tea was exchanged for horses with the HSI fan, Tibetans. There were officials appointed to control this duty on tea, which had become of very great importance, and added largely to the finances of the state. The Indian account of the origin of tea is that Dharma, son of an Indian king, who lived in profound solitude, devoting himself to study and meditating all night in the garden, found himself one night almost succumbing to sleep, whereupon the tores off hits, lied, which he threw on the ground, and which forthwith produced a tea plant. In Camphor's Japan, a slightly different and extended version of the same legend is given, it being there stated that Dharma came to Qin, about 10 AD. As a missionary, Multint, eating the leaves, Lai discovered their extraordinary virius, thereby acquiring renewed strength to enable him to continue his godly contemplations. The Japanese tradition, which ascribes its introduction into China to this Indian Buddhist priest, who visited this country in the 6th century, favors the supposition of its Indian origin. Fortune describes its introduction into Huan by a Buddhist priest in the beginning of the 8th century. Europeans, the Dutch, were the first to make acquainted with the properties and use of tea, and have thus rendered en rope tributary to Qing to the extent of SNE duty plans of taels annually. The average export is about 2 millions of piculs. Assam would seem to have been the original habitat of the plant, and its cultivation in India is merely a return to its old home. Cest, as infused and immediately during K, Chinese tea is wonderfully free from tannic acid and rich in theine, and proves a good restorative without either milk or sugar. It is refreshing in a marked degree, and enables one to bear fatigue without exhaustion. In the Ardi regions, it has been found that those who took tea stood the cold better and kept warmer than those who took spirits, although there is a widely prevalent fallacy abroad regarding the heating powers of spirits. Milk and sugar spoil Chinese tea, particularly the milk, which clogs the mouth and prevents the palate from enjoying the aroma of the plant. The tea is made by pouring boiling water over it and infusing it for a few newts in a covered cup. The Chinese always use boiling water. They will not drink tea made with water not boiling. Such tea is said to cause indigestion and diarrhea. If the water is not boiling, the tea leaves float for some time on the surface. With boiling water, they sink almost immediately. The Chinese, like many of ourselves, do not know the secret of using only freshly boiled water for making tea. The water kettle in their houses and restaurants is constantly kept boiling, so that hot water and tea are everywhere to be had on the instant. Tea made with water, which has long been kept boiling, is not good. Even in the Russian samovar, which is supposed to have the advantage over the English hot water urn of having boiling water always ready, may sometimes be at fault in this respect. Water should brought up to the boil, but not past it. In the West, we usually allow the water to boil lower some time, and then allow it to stand too long, and in relilling the teapot the water is not boiling. There is much truth, therefore, in the Homel of Savinieto, the power of, unless the kettle boiling be, filling the teapot spoils the tea. Some of our residents in Vey adopted the practice of using only distilled water for all dietetic purposes. Such water, it is unnecessary to say, should be filtered through charcoal or other means employed to enable it to regain its lost oxygen. The Chinese mode of infusion is perhaps not so well suited for our teas, as in their preparation they are already spoiled to delicate palates accustomed to the less highly cured, sun-dried teas of China and Japan. Tea, which requires milk and sugar, has been spoiled by repeated firing and fermentation. The infusion made from such tea is coarse and bitter, and so we find it necessary to disguise its bitterness with sugar and neutralize its astringency by milk, a thin albuminous fluid, which forms in the stomach an insoluble albuminate of tannin. We thus mollify and sweeten the black draught. We are so fond of imbibing. In this way, we first make our tea unpalatable and semi-poisonous, and then minimize its nauseous and bad qualities by additions which destroy the delicate flavor. Tea should not be infused and left to draw, so as to take the strength out of it, as it is termed, but the leaves should be subjected to a raj-id percolation with hot water. This object is attained by using a cup with a perforated bottom, held over or fitting into the teapot while the hot water is poured upon the leaves. The leaves do not come into contact with the infusion after it has passed the strainer. Some medical men, however, at home, are of opinion that a little tannin in our tea, as in our wines, may be OSM, a good thing, as it restrains digestion and prevents our food passing out of the system too rapidly, as is apt to be the case when cookery has become, as with us, a fine art. One writer considers the effects of tannin as conducing to the exhilarating, satisfying, and narcotic action of the beverage. The Chinese mode of infusion gives a tea free from excessive tannin, while extracting all the aroma. The difference in the amount of tannin by infusion and percolation is very marked. Such tea can be drunk without milk or sugar, and the delicate aroma and pleasant taste are preserved. The demand at home is for the strong teas of Ceylon and India. They are cheaper because they go farther, and if China is to retain the English market at all, tea dealers inform me that less tannin must be expressed from the leaves. This is more important in their view than even a reduction in the duty of the higher class teas. Foreigners in China do not drink the tea as prepared for the Chinese, but for the foreign market. The difference between black and green tea is simply one of preparation. The green teas are not subjected to the same amount of fermentation, nor to such a high temperature in the final drying. Tea shops and tea houses or /akins to the power of abound everywhere, from the highly respectable to those of the plainest description. Although some of the lowest may bear a distant affinity to some of our public houses, there is the marked difference in the beverage, although spirits are to be had and are sometimes seen there also. These tea caivans, or restaurants, often occupy extensive ranges of buildings. They have usually a large space on the public street, like the continental cages covered 9, over in summer with matting. Inside and outside stand square or long tables with benches, and at the further end, or sometimes in the center, is the kitchen portion, fitted with huge kettles, teapots, and boilers for hot water. A goodly number of waiters are employed, who move about with hot kettles and cups, packages of tea, or trays of cakes or dried fruits. The people for the most part bring their own tea, and for one cash may sit there all day to the power of sip their tea, and have as much hot water as they please. Thai's benches are well filled all day long. Tobacco smoking is not prohibited, and conversation is freely engaged in. These places supply also basins of avarm water and towels of loose texture for washing or wiping hands and face. Indeed, this is the first thing supplied at their inns and tea houses, and, in coming off a cart journey in a country where dust so largely prevails, nothing is more refreshing than such a warm wash or wipe, and afterwards a few cups of hot tea. Music, such as it is often supplied at these places, and the working classes resort to them for news, gossip, amusement, or recreation. They are frequently turned into places where recitals of strange legends or tales from ancient history are poured forth. General business and disputes of all sorts are invariably settled at the tea houses. Eating houses and inns are frequently connected with them, where a substantial meal, animal or vegetable, is served on the shortest notice, and where the various culinary operations are performed under one's eye. The charges, too, are excessively moderate. The principal Peking tea dealers proceed once a year to Fuzhou to purchase their supplies. Foreign steamers make this journey now comparatively easy, rapid, and cheap. A tea shop, adjoining my residence and having for several branches in the city, to the power of with a Mongol connection, sells from 40,000 to 50,000 caddies annually. The tea is flavored with the flowers of the jasmine, called vioyinva, and, on the streets, one often notices the agreeable aroma so distinctive, contrasted with the surrounding malodorous conditions left behind the rapid carriers of these precious fresh flowers. These flowers are carried in numerous little bags at the ends of slight bamboo poles, and the tea dealers throughout the city are thus daily supplied. Snuff is also rendered fragrant by the use of the same flowers. It is here unnecessary to enter upon either the chemical analysis or dietetic value of tea. Suffice it to remark that it has become one of the necessaries of life in the West, tending to repair waste, reducing the amount of solid food necessary, diminishing the tear and wear of the body and consequent lassitude of the mind, and maintaining the vigor of both. A Chinese writer, more than 2 centuries ago, wrote, "Drink it, and the animal spirits will be lively and clear." The Chinese do not generally attribute any ill effects to tea drinking. They have no stated periods for imbibing it, and they never make a meal of it. It is drunk weak and immediately after infusion. When it stands any length of time, it becomes intensely bitter and astringent. It is sometimes said to have 100 disadvantages and to possess only one benefit, viz., that for clearing the vision. Taken before meals, it moistens the throat and stomach. After meals, it eager ashes the mouth and teeth, fastening and preserving the latter to old age. Taken to excess, it is said to destroy the juices formed in digestion, which should go to the nourishment of the body. It is said to keep the 111 stomach in too moist a condition, a certain amount of lightness and heat being necessary for healthy action. It is also said to discolor out the white of the eye, turning it yellow. In the work on dietetics already quoted, it is further said, in speaking of the properties of tea, that from the time of the Tang dynasty, it was used as a medicine to dissipate the fat and oil of the body, to clear the head and vision, to promote the expulsion, if wind and phlegm. In Chen Cheng's Pensao distinguished position of the Song, Phil's work is a revisal combination of the great herbal and the Qing. It is said that tea boiled with vinegar was used in the cure of diarrhea. A Dr. Yang Shiying, one of the Song dynasty, author of the Ten Chai Chi Fang, says, "What is still more wonderful that ginger and tea combined cure dysentery. The ginger assists the male principle, and the tea tili female. The one is end, the other sought, and so the Iwo principles are harmonized." Our author criticizes these two supposed remedies very sharply. Celebrated emperors and scholars, he says, are said to have been curled by such and such remedies. The Bistaris, however, take notice of their illnesses and cures. Several centuries afterwards, such recipes are praised by the druggists in order to deceive ignorant people. We can afford to despise all Ach prescriptions, even when they are backed by the most illustrious names. Some physician states it, and the great herbal believes it. There is no cure for mistakes of this sort. Is such practice not like a decam of dreams? The action of tea is noted, as already stated, as clearing the head and removing the fat of the body HKE Cgen Vuhug to the power of Plurospermum sp, to the power of Jorar, and Tisling Pal onion bulbs. If taken strong, it will cure headache, but this is the end of its advantages, according to the Chinese. The injury which it causes is the scraping of the viscera and the dissolving of the fat. In the case of great tea drinkers, the air and blood are injured, and hence the skin loses color, and their bodies become thin and yellow. Drinking constantly, these disadvantages pass unnoticed. Those in whom this tea craving is set up do not understand this. No matter what good things a man may eat and become fat, he loses it all when he takes to tea. He becomes thin, and his sense of taste is vitiated. If a table be smeared with grease, and it be washed with, if new so likewise with man's bod, fihich is made up of blood and flesh, and produces fat b to the power of means of which the body is nourished. It cannot withstand tea, hence the peoples outside. China, on the North Aid West, the Mongols, Dale, consuming so much beef and mutton, must have recourse. Other Istlisi could not get rid of their enormous and abundant fat, which they natural take on, and it was in this way and with this object that trade was begun with them, and a duty levied upon tea. But how do the Chinese who live upon rice and millet and wash food down with a little wine, drink tea, they do not need it. People who cat flesh and drink milk must take tea, to remove and prevent the accumulation of fat. People who have well and are fat and white, lean people are supposed to be thin and black, ought to drink tea, for the air is obstructed, hence apoplex, and such like. It's healthy. Tea, it looks as, therefore, to tea, there alices. Here tea, which is bad, does good, su-o have a substance quite contradictory, had and yet at the same time, good. This difference in effect it is well to know. Our author continues, tea prevents one from sleeping, and so injures one's vitality and block. The work POW 1 speaks of the difficulty of obtaining sleep after drinking true tea. Li Tingfei, N. Yuan Dynasty, author of the Fen Shou Shu, says, one ought to drink ethyl tea, still better, not to drink at all, and certainly not on an empty stomach. There is reason in this. We do not know who was the first to drink tea, and it is hard to advise all men not to drink it. We must advise people to drink little, and that weak not loo much into strong, or better still, take some other substances as a substitute. Eye diseases with thirst. The more you drink, the thirstier you become, and the diseases are more difficult to cure, so there is the greater reason for having recourse to substitutes. Our author here append a list of 35 such substitutes. So, for our author, tea has attained to an enormous consumption among the peoples of the North. With them, it has an incontestable hygienic advantage, as stimulating and maintaining the animal heat, Moreover, it is also nourishing. And in some countries, as among the Mongols at the present day, pot only is the infusion drunk, but the leaves are eaten. The Chinese, when thirsty, often chew the leaves of the finer certs. When it is drunk tonstong, it agrees only with persons of a nerveless and lymphatic temperament, men of dry and nervous constitutions, and weak and excitable women. To abstain, or to correct its too great activity with milk. Its medical uses are less extended. It is especially employed as a digestive and sudorific. The consumption of tea is largely on the increase in the West. With many of the poor laboring classes, it serves as breakfast, dinner, and supper, with bread and butter and sometimes meat to it. The reason for this, over and above its stimulant properties, is probably the ease and readiness with which it can be proposed, and the ignorance of cooking, or the unwillingness or want of time to cook a proper meal. The proposed free breakfast table will, in this respect, it is feared, accentuate the enfeeblement of body and mind, the inveterate dyspepsia, the general nervousness, loss of willpower, palpitations of the heart, muscular tremors, etc., which are attributed to its addiction, by still further increasing its consumption, and consequently do more harm to the physique than the removal of a slight duty, which is not felt and will not be appreciated, will afford a boon. Du halde. Those remarks that do is a common saying among the Chinese not love tea, love wine. In this region, there is a saying, first tea, then wine. The sanitary and wholesome effects of tea upon the system cannot in truth be overlooked or disregarded. Much of the quiet life and domestic habits of the Chinese are to be traced to this beverage. The very weak infusion, WD-IH, they drink, allows them to spend all the time they use at the tea tables. What a change from thrift, quiet, and industry to misery, poverty, quarrels, and sickness would not obtain if spirit drinking took the place of the sipping of this national beverage. There is no doubt whatever that the general temperance of the Chinese is largely owing to the extensive use of tea. It is making similar way in the West, and, if more largely used in the establishment of Weichmann's restaurants, with good, cheap, and not loose-strong tea after the Chinese style, would be a most likely means to restrict the unfortunately too large consumption of alcoholic liquors. Tea rooms for the upper classes in some of our large cities are now much frequented in the afternoons by customers, many of whom deviously found their way to the public houses. My friend Mr. Cranston of Glasgow has probably done more than any other tea dealer in the United Kingdom to provide a pure tea, infused on scientific principles, and to have provided tea saloons for ladies and gentlemen. And his efforts have been rewarded by an ever-increasing amount of patronage. He has also done much in having a chemical analysis made of the various teas by an analytical expert, the late Professor Dittmar, showing the amount of theine and tannic acid in the different samples, and has done much to keep the excellence of the China tea in its richness in theine before the public. Cheap tea saloons on the Chinese plan are a desideratum among the forces that make for temperance, industry, thrift, and health among our drink-sodden lower classes. Would that Mr. Shanston would direct his energies toward supplying this desideratum, and so remove the reproach that is attached to that city. Tea is certainly one of the greatest benefits these Oriental peoples possess, and its universal use among the Mongolian race for 1,000 and more years proves the efficiency of its properties as a nervine, a stimulant, and a beverage. One has only to visit any large Chinese city to observe the value of tea as a liarmanizer and satisfier of their wants and passions. Besides tea, as an important factor in keeping the Chinese a temperate people, other considerations relating Cessnacht to the nature and mode of drinking their wines and spirits will be adduced further on, with the same object. We have thus very briefly discussed the great drink of the Chinese to the power of the cup that cheers but not inebriates. It is par excellence the beverage of this people, and is constantly presented on receiving visits, making purchases, transacting business, and at all ceremonies. It is offered at all hours and drunk at all times. It is invariably offered on entering a Chinese house. The cup with its cover, containing newly infused tea, is placed before each guest. The request to take more is generally construed as a polite hint that the interview should terminate. The same etiquette rules with regard to wine. When it is offered, not to present tea thus would be to disregard the usages of polite society, and to be destitute of good manners. It is to be feared that foreigners often offend unconsciously the Chinese by not offering tea, except the visit should happen to be at the foreign tea time. A closer observance of the Chinese style, in the matter of presenting tea in receiving visits, would favorably dispose this people towards foreigners, or at least prove that they understood the rules of good breeding and hospitably, and are in reality not barbarians as they are so frequently and contemptuously designated. Another very common drink among this people is simple JWT water. This makes a very good drink, provided the water be hot enough. It is very cooling and satisfying, washes out the stomach, forms a good solvent for the food, and seems in a variety of ways to act most beneficially, whether taken the first thing in the morning or before or after meals. I have known it, used in this way, to act beneficially on rheumatism, indigestion, constipation, and other ailments. I certainly possesses curative powers in many stomachic, hepatic, and renal affections, and might be adopted with profit in the West. We are glad to learn that it is coming into more general use. It is death to all parasites or ova, or other germs of disease that may be introduced into the system through water. Cold water is very rarely drunk by Chinese, hence their carelessness, in too many cases, in regard to the source of their water supply, whether from rivers or wells containing sewage contamination, or suspiciously near fawn drains. It would be a safe rule in the West to boil buids, fly water, and milk where epidemics are supposed to depend for their rise, continuance, and spread on the water and milk supply. It is for this reason the Chinese enjoy such an immunity from immune diseases, to which they are not entitled, considering their insanitary environments which set all our Wester lees of sanitation at defiance in summer. Cold tea and cold boiled water are extensively drunk. Among summer drinks there is the swan meilang, a decoction of a certain kind of green plum obtained from the south, which is taken during the hot months with ice as a cooling pleasant drink. It is sold everywhere on the streets. The plum is mixed with sugar anul made into a dry paste, and so sold in the dry fruit simps. It is also mixed with some quehava, the flowers of the osmanthus fragrans of Lurero. All the year, throng apricot tea or gruel is sold on the streets, a drink made of sweet and bitter apricot carols. White rice with water and sugar are pounded together, along with the apricot kernels. Water is boiled, and this paste is added until a proper consistence is reached. Another summer dish, used extensively among the Manchuas and eunuchs, is lao. It is made of boiled milk, to which sugar and sour yellow wine are added, which causes the milk to coagulate. Sometimes wheaten starch, or starch prepared from the lotus, alias arrowroot, are added to give greater consistence to it. Except in North China, milk is not a dietetic article, and even there, to a very small extent, except in the form of curd just noted, the casein in their diet is supplied by bean curd. It may not be uninteresting to add here that, in some Chinese towns in the south, women's milk is sold on the streets for motherless infants, or octogenarians in second childhood, or where a milk diet is prescribed. As this substance nourished the vital powers in infancy and childhood, so the Chinese argue regarding its virtues in later life. The upper classes, in circumstances requiring milk, hire wet nurses. The present Empress Dowager, when at the change of life, about 10 years ago, had such a wet nurse, the wife of a patient then in our hospital, and I am told still continues the practice, wines and spirits. The Chinese for the last few thousand years have had a wine, and since the Qing dynasty in the 13th century, when distillation became known to them, have possessed a spirit. Exoti, a few of our sinologues, however, in their translation of the term Isiki in Tilly Chinese classics, have rendered it, in my view, incorrectly by spirits. Dr. Legge, for example, at first translated the word by wine, but he says there can be no doubt the term in the ancient books signifies to the power of spirits distilled from rice, equal to our ardent spirits. The term wine seems to him inappropriate because, quoting Fiumgabil, the grape has only been known to the Chinese since the first Han dynasty, Yu-A 202 BC. 25-term wine is fiplied, whether these be grapes. But in all languages, the A.D. to the fermentation of fruits, or not, we must understand. Therefore, that the ancient Chinese had a fermented, prepared from rice, the art of distillation. The word CQ is now used generically, and when the fermented or distilled product is meant, added, such as esjiao, burnt, and yellow, or sliao shirig, the name, of Chekiang, about 70 miles. From Xingpo, where the most celebrated wine is manufacturer J for wine. In Japanese, the spirit is termed shokliu, which is identical with the Chinese, which, sanius ju, tin ice-fired, is the foreign coined equivalent, and the fermented wine from the rice is teamed idaiba si, which is just the Chinese sikyu. Fermented liquors were known in ancient times. Wine is mentioned both in Homer and in the Old Testament, and the Egyptians, Gauls, Germans, and other ancient nations understood the art of brewing beer irum malted grain. They understood the preparation of wine from grape juice. The Alexandrians were the first perfect the exceedingly rough methods of distillation, which had previously existed. Aristotle knew that the staple food of the was certainly unknown. Liquor, people, at that time. A qualifying adjective is for spirit of a city in the province. Expression of to, said by Du Halde, to resemble anise, altio preferable to it. because the canals in the Chinese city are filled with running water. Dvasit, sea. Water by evaporation could be made drinkable, although Le does not describe the method. In the Chinese dictionaries, ualer sim, it is simply said, take chimi, that is leaven and rice, and so obtain the yang isiku, or fermented wine, not spirits, as Giles renders it. From the definition of the Jiangxin, it is evident that a fermented liquor is intended, not a distilled one. Williams says that sanshino is the general name for distilled and fermented bonds. The art of distillation has been known among them, the Chinese, from remote times, and rice and millet have been chiefly used by the distillers. Don Little says, ardent spirits among foreigners in China are called samshua, of Shiraz wine. This wine is always a distilled liquor, a kind of whiskey. From the above extracts, it is evident that some confusion exists as to fermentation and distillation. I hope I shall be excused from dwelling so particularly on the meaning of the Chinese term isiam, as it involves an earlier knowledge of distillation than the Chinese possessed. It favors an antiquity to which spirits cannot lay claim, and more particularly as all our sinologues have Becca carried away with the idea that ardent or distilled spirits is the liquor denoted by this term in the ancient books. I regret to be obliged to differ from so many lie authorities. I appeal to the proofs adduced in support of the view here advocated. Not to multiply examples, take the following merely. In the Shil Qing occurs the expression choto to palm out, for use, a large lu. This expression goes back to the time of the Lich Kingdom, before the Han Dynasty. Or take the expression lipai ton siu shipai pin. LP, Tai Po, the poet, drank this ton of wine and wrote his 100 verses. Although the measures of capacity may have altered, the 2 or 10 pints was at that time by no means a small quantity. Can we consider of the poet danking a low of ardent spirits, and indieling his celebrated verses afterwards? The reference is undoubtedly to the yellow wine. Agalu, a writer in the Tang Dynasty, has a couplet referring to the period of the Ham Dynasty, the first of which reads, Pao ri qian yikang bi, good grape wine is a cup bright at night. As we have done with tea in the investigation of its origin and the Chinese ideas of its effects on the system, so it may be deemed advisable here to lay before the Society similar investigations with regard to the grape, wine, and spirits, chiefly drawn from the same work, Dietetics, wine, Texan. People in the north call it sodera, wine, also white wine. In the native place of the author, or Hoyang, it is called water wine. The herbal says, the clear is called Zhang F, the turbid, Yang, the thick, the them, R, the heavy Jang Che, I, the one-night sort, the beautiful Hai, the impressed, Per, the rod-colored, Tai, the green, Lag, the white, In, 11. But the scods of all sorts of grasses, woods, grains, and fruits, free of oil, can be used in the manufacture of wine. The wine of rice is the best suited as a medicine in disease, because it develops the efficacy of the medicine, causes circulation. In the network of vessels, stays and sets in motion the air, causing it to mount to the lead, determines to the skin, and disperses to the extreme limits of the whole body under ordinary circumstances, people will like wine, when ill are disinclined for it. In such a case, the disease is very severe. When the patient begins to drink nai, his sickness is beginning to improve. Pure wine is intoxicating one, can click the ulcer, which has come in contact with equine sweat, and a fear of this sort swells, the pain is increased there. Maybe convulsions and fatal syncope. If it is not, rapidly cured. A patient, laboring under the bite of a rabid dog, might not to drink wine. Chao Hu Fang says it is good not to drink wine for a whole year. If bitten by serpent, the wound is to be washed with cold wine. If a person has been subjected to great dread, and death is feared, 1 or 2 cups of hot wine must be poured down his throat at our... The injury caused by wire is that it destroys the intestines, confuse one's nature, promotes sexual intercourse, produces worms, destroys both the family and the state, and causes fighting and unseemly lawling. In ancient times, it was frequently forbidden. Men love to drink strong wine, but flea doctors prefer the diluted sort. This latter is in a formal diuretis, somewhat like taking hot grail. It is very effectual in reducing dropsy. To do so, however, the dilution must take place at the lathe of manufacture, and not at the peril of drinking it, otherwise it ijors the spleen, and crimes diarrhea. Many instances of its efficacy as a diuretic are mulduced in conjunctions with rice gruel, dongs, mest, tazo, or distiller's grains treated. Another name for it is po. It warms and dissolves food, opens the stomach, and strengthens the spleen wisen. The wine is taken out of it, The poison is lessened by the addition of oil and salt. The poison is entirely removed. Salt removes the strengths of wine. The poison of wine is owing to the presence of too much isan. Its nature is lion. In Peking, our fresh milk supply is derived from cows fed on this refuse froin, the distilleries. Spirits shunsik, 3, burat wine, and ither May is pai ni. In the lids called Vin, Shan, Qing, Yao, by Ho, save Yuch Yi, the dynasty. It is called alachi plus alcoined, a rain expression. The method of preparing this spot, ancient. The process was introduced into Chia by the Siamese and Dutch at the end of the Yuan dynasty, 1280 to 1368 AD. Sin and Holland are commentaries lying to the east. Yukar Furjan, T. Hollanders. Used by its nature is the red-haired foreigners. The injury Wazariu is also possessed by this spirit, very violent and bad, and compared with a low F. Poisoned wine, much worse. If you drink too much, the 7 openings, ears, eyes, nostrils, and mouth, all run binod, and death ensues, and so does also blood flow from the sulus, and urella, the large Enyan insis Chinese, and death follows adness, not immediately take place. The follows is still more severe thighs that caused by TMG, and small, or, if death pain that, also known as is quite ring as the sides of those freaky berry, a reference to the persemicon of form, to the maglimity, the chia bush, and by the Dutch, Portuguese, Phil Fest complex of the Yehilian archipelages. The first of ilk Hollanders in lands dates from their decale of the Rothrai mere ring in the cheese. Works, if was, what? And male items we ox this simile, was machelaste nitschian, 24. Legs with sticks, a mode of punishment, brass bars were formerly employed. It is popularly called flowing fire, luo, before the advent of ardent spirits. There was no such disease, as here described, so that the ancient books mention no remed, and give ye no name. All known remedies, such as those employed in the treatment of cutaneous affections, relieving pain, rheumatism of the joints, are all of no avail. If adults abandon it, they may get better, but the aged are sure to succumb to this disease. People who have this craving for spirits cannot be restored. Their bodies, lives, and vital spirits are all injured. The contracting of this terrible malady is all one's own doing. Hence, no pity can be extended to such. The manufacture of spirits consumes the grain and leaves the people with nothing to eat. It thus injures all under heaven. In ancient times, cultivators of the soil got an extra year's supply of grain Ifikrai 3 years. In 9 years, they reaped 3 years' advantage. At present, there is nothing over. And when rain or drought or pestilence occurs and there is a famine, the officials of that region implore the emperor to dispense charity, establish soup kitchens, and remit the land taxes. The injury thus sustained affects not only the people, but also the state. There is nothing more serious than this. If spirits be taken with which to cure disease, the cold is dispersed, and the watery humidity removed. After inundations, when the people are suffering from illnesses, the body cold and there is vomiting and purging, the abdomen full and distended, with a feeling of tightness and narrowness, or if one fall into water and is saved, and there is still some water in the bowels. Spirits, if given in repeated due, tatsis, will recover the individual. This is using it medicinally and deriving advantage from it, but its evils are unsi kakable, great, pespal with blood diseases. If they do not give up spirits, medicine has no effect upon them, and if the boxes be fractured and the flesh contused, and the man drink spirits, he is lost. If pregnant women drink spirits, leer progeny back out with small, pecks, and the children have few. If a man lasts sons and grandanis and still drinks, his posterity will rapidly disappear. If generations drink, posterity becomes defunct. The author has known several tens of families who have been given up to drinking like one falling into water. Why do not such take their fingers and reckon up their near ratios who has died or are still alive, and thus awake to the curie juduced? In the book Plan Ch, if it is rebel of the Winching 9, Chow Wef 14 by mine, that he loved to drink, and was daily fudilid and mudiled, everything with him was popsy, turvy, and everything forgotten. After a few years he died, and wits put in his coffin. Spirits as usual were offered at his grave. The coffin took 5. The men-earners sought to sue his lodi from the E. Bus a lust lady and sudi were consumed. Was this not a nip-proof from heaven for his drinking? And was this not necessary punishment? Grape we the pen. Tom says grape wine was first made in the ISI, the book Liangsa King the CH, Kronich, the 4 Worthics of the Lang Dynasty, by Char, v2, 730 AD, speaks if the country of Cao, Chung 8 sending, by is mean Kondrator, Western Asia, the region, Egan, which is Achiandigi mists contemned, lay autorical somni to have been the original X. Chew the cry of the of, mettled with turfin. Tribute of frozen raisin wine, obtained by Placini. The wine in a cool cave lier a cool wind prevailed, and which kept good for a ear yetzishi. To the power of, to the power of, to the power, off to the power, off to the power, off to the power of book. Cao mu tsc, to the power of. Yija to the power of saws in the Yuan dynasty. In the district of Qining, they preserve grape wine. V's to the power, off to the power of. To the power, off to the power, off to the power, off to the power of, although it is extraneous cold, sufficient to freeze it, there is a centerpiece which remains unfrozen. This is its essence. If this is drunk, the cold goes to the armpits and the person dies. Again, he says, wine of 2 or 3 years standing contracts great poison. Here he saws what is quite true in speaking generally of the grape. Wine is made of all sorts of grain. A year after, the strength in increased, the older, the stronger. In drinking it, at first, one is not intoxicated, but if one goes to the door and exposes himself to the air, the irrepressible power of the wine is developed, and a person cannot control it. The north wind is tolerable, the south one is unbearable. Some thus intoxicated die, others contract illness. The sick in no case must drink wine. In the Shi, C-J-N, to the power of F. I'll to the power, off to the power, off to the power, off to the power of description of the nations of Central Asia, there is the Tayuenliesin Visin, July, F.H. Air, Akun of Fergana, in which it is said that the custom of the people of Wusun, a country on the western borders near the Flungnu, J-Eta, Wot, name of the Turkic tribes during the Tsin and Han dynasties, is to drink wine and Uc the grape, 5 with which Georgie F to make it. The W elf people store over 10,000 piculs, which Mabi kept good for scores of years. How is it that in this case it is not poisonous after being preserved so long? It is because of Ti climate, which gives these people immunity from the poisonous effects of the wine. Therefore, this must not be taken as proof of its innocuousness in the book Yushun Qing Yor, Alisadi Kotil. The grape wine is said to be one sort termed Hasu in, a host dangerous the wine from Latin. Theans residing K, the source of the yellow north, west of Sichuan, is less so. That from Pingyang and Taiyuan in Shani is still less so. In the manufacture of this wine, Althar leaven is used. It has not the taste af galt, whether ness or old. The sick must not drink of it. He says, further, if the grape belong preserved, it does or coquine, it will of itself produce wine, the winey, as very aromady, sweet and strong. The book, Saves in the Chi 3, by Siton Mi, latter half of the 5th and beginning of the 14th century, says, cars, if kept for a time, do not require cha, and yet endure God. We the Shi Ching says, if you make wine, you canst have chit. As is it that, without the yell whale male, how comes it that it is so vilum? The reason of this cannot be understood. All sorts of fruits can be used in making wine. In the Yucca dynasty, their poem in which occurs the expression, in the shuring the color of the tongue, ping is priceless, great times of oranges are planted to provide the materials FPS to making the high grape brandy. If Chinese drink it, they must die. The great herbal strongly interdicts it. All sorts of W. All wine moves the blood. The wine male of the sweet sorglicum and the panicled and glutinats millet stops the blood. All wine exalts the spills. The wine made of barley, buckwheat, and beans is not favorable to the air, does not harmonize. All wine is los. The longer kept, the hotter it becomes. This latter sort is popularly called Montlier wine. Wine destitute of water, although the taste is agreeable, is very violent. If it be drink, the throat, he become dry and hot, and if much be air is bellyache and hepaturia. At the pay, all use the old wine, rice wine, for the most part thick and strong, and when hagrant and pungent drugs are added, heat is developed the heat. Character is employed to avoid the use of the long in this connection, and it removes the essence of the one. It injures the spirits, and, compared with the tang, wine is still worse. The tangque, 2dm, wine, made from an umbelliferous plant, probably Ligustivum dentilalum, cannot be intended as among the 4 different kinds of medicinal wines which are given. The tangque sort is recommended as a tonic. The Shaolizing wine is reckoned, at the present day, the best. Its taste is acyl and yet not acid, astringent and yet not astringent. If you drink it, it causes headache, and dryness of the mouth. Everybody knows then the poisonous nature of the yeast. A wine called Shilong and Shihangchan, Katra, known to all the Chinese world, is used as a cooling beverage in summer. A poem in praise of I was written in the Ming Dynasty, the mode of manufacturing. This species of wine was brought from the Western barbarians in the time of Ian Wati, who had business in the Sitli West at the same time. With Fergana, the Yetze Uhti 1 M. Soliano, it was introduced into China from the time of the Margus and Kaoqi. Po Wang B. So the ancient ode says, all over the earth, there is no wine that is cold. In the summer, the white essence is secreted inside. By taking a little, one does not experience great intoxication, and one feels a degree of comfort. At the present day, those who drink spirits also say that they take it as an antidote to the heat. In the feudal states of Qin, modern Slients and Kasu and Sha, there was a wine called Tsa Ma Al. In the Qin 1 and Cleus states, there was the Xiang, Ling wine, and so on, giving a list of places in ancient times producing celebratal wines. To the whole, after weighing the pros and cons, the advantages and disadvantages are about equal. The metis of manufacture are nenerous. All are lot and poisonous. The herbal states that the character for peach was borrowed, and in the Han dynasty applied to the grape. In the Shichi, the grape character was written thins, ather name given to the grape. Tandungulu, E, representing is clusters, strung together like pearls. People drink it and become intoxicated, hence the name. The round grapes are called as above, vegetable dragon pearls. The long are designated Maikju, L, mare's tense, the white, crystal, and the black, purple. In the derivative, aiming to the hearted, is thus said tele due to Inger, wap, to drink Eilisblai, to be jolly, and K, drunk, in allusion to these and use of the wine made. Diege from. Termine fa grape, fraham opposed to le commissionul same for dige war. T hected, the soil, in Chinese. Thus the letters casp and sug. Mark's will, applied to this species of grape, is suggestive of Tuss drink fromus, and favorite beverage in cement ale. Han Dynasty, Shang Chen Si, brought back the vine seeds from WSI, P. Shennong's herbal is said also to contain the vine. Before the HD, the district of Langxi, 4, had the grape. Lint it had not entered China. In the Tang history, it is said grapes came from Po, C, I, Persia, and also from Kagchang, Fergana, Lu, the east of the Qiang provinces, included formerly. In the Wi kingdom, there was a wild vine called Yingwai. The grapes of which were small and sour. In the fermentation of wine, the cheer is generally used. But when the grape or honey is used, the chill is not necessity. In the ancient book Chan Kistar is related live story of the emperor's dimniter and one, Il, the fabled inventor of wine, the Shush, gives Tn Kang E, otherwise known as She Kang M, as the first maker of wine. The herbal says, wine is still older than this, and goes back to the diaries of Huang Ti. Mr. Sampson, Notes and Queries, Vol. 3, No, page 50, is inclined to think she grapevine is a native of North China, and that superior varieties only were bromped from Western as the quotations, Zema, tie-in about Lai grapes, and we of Fergana, and of Kofin in Afghanistan, as given in the description of Western regions in the Han Dynasty, and as being introduced into China by Chang Qian and, before the time of the 18 Ain, Albany and Si for the south, Eater's Cotter Kit not belong to Winsi. The vine, Wa, Si, influent is Qi, plus slayers that Tersacto Vete, Ratley Distillers 17, of wine, from the game of Tice, Zachramy Clowns, Fami, Konyamil with Thufan Shixtisti Zogs, Tsusi 31. Olhers at Tiatime are reduced, the author of Emisi Ing Chuan Sayen. To the power of, to the power of, to the power of, to the power of, is quoted. Who maintains that, though grapes have been known in China from time immemorial, it is yet true Tliatli were brought by Chongqian from Fergana, for these latter were of a different kind to those previously known. Chinese authors write of the grape and the wheeled variety, some as distinct plants, some as forms of the same tree, and both existent in North China. One author says that the envoys of the Han introduced a new sort of urin peas, 0 to the power of JG. Hugh holds that the vine was extensively cultivated in China at an early period and quotes Sima Qian 163 BC as speaking of a certain rich man who had a vineyard, out of which he made 10,000 measures of wine yearly. The reference here, as we have already shown, is to the extensive production and great consumption of wine in Fergana. Hugh also says that the poems composed under the dynasties of Yuan and Han prove the extensive use of the juice of TG grape. He here quotes two dynasties 1,000 years apart and transposes them. No one doubts the prevalence of grape growing and wine drinking under the two dynasties named. Wine was very commonly drunk and caused a good deal of mischief. Both grapes and wine, at the periods above mentioned, were largely sent as tribute or friendly offerings from the states of Central Asia to the Chinese emperors, and were employed as complimentary gifts between the emperor and his high officials. The vine, Hugh continues, has been sacrificed to the culture of cereals, owing to the immense population of China and the necessity of reserving the land for food. 32. He thinks it indisputable that the vine was known to the Chinese long before the Christian era, and that grape wine was in use under every dynasty and every reign to the 15th century. The grape is now sparing to the power of cultivated, only for eating either fresh or dried. He speaks of the great consumption of corn spirit, by which he doubtless means the ordinary sanishju, corn bran to the power of, he says, was not known in China at so ancient a date as wine. Not earlier than the end of the 13th century, it was only then that they became acquainted with the process of distillation. He says they hit upon by mere chance something like the origin of our own porter, but this does not agree with the statements of their own books. The most commonly used wine, Hugh further states, is that obtained from the fermentation of rice. It is a kind of beer. This Chinese wine, although containing little alcohol, easily gets into the head. The Chinese knew of the fermentation of liqueur at least 20 centuries BC. This subject is not without interest at the present moment, in view of the statement that opium as a stimulant in the East takes the place of alcoholic beverages in the West. This is a very favorite argument with pro-opiumists. Exo's statement could well be further from the truth. Before the Royal Commission on Opium, Dr. Legg said there was little alcoholic liquor drunk in China, and that in 34 years he had seen only one drunken Chinaman. Drunkenness is rare, but not spirit drinking. It is feared by the Commission, and this view is generally held by pro-opiumists, that by abandoning opium, much evil would result from spirit drinking. Great harm has been done to the Indians by the introduction of spirits. It is feared, if opium were prohibited, that the Chinese would follow the Japanese and drink a great deal, 38, of liquor instead. The Chinese, although, alas, large consumers of opium, are not universally addicted to it, as they are to tobacco, and very largely to wine and spirits. Although the latter can be made to take the place of opium, and as such used as a substitute for it where it is sought to abandon the opium habit, nevertheless ardent spirits are used extensively by opium smokers. The more inveterate smokers eschew drink, as the action of the two articles is known, in one respect at least, to be antagonistic, the one being astringent, the other diffusive in its action. At the same time, spirits are often partaken of, in order to experience the effects of opium more speedily throughout the system. And it is a fact which has often come within my cognizance that, in cases of opium suicides, the chances of recovery after spirits are much diminished. It must be understood, then, that drinking is by no means the uncommon practice which some believe, among opium smokers. It is very far from being so, too, among the general population. The experience of the Chinese, both as regards fermented and distilled liquors, may be said to be tolerably extensive, and some useful lessons may be learned from them. It is the reputed inventor, some 2200 years BC, of the use of wine in China. In spirit shops, we often observe the tablet with the words, Tichitsu, LSS, to the power of #verses, the fine wine of Itich. He is said to have made it to the order of the daughter of the great Yu, who tasted it, found it good, poured it on the ground, sent it into banishment, and forbade the knowledge of wine, adding that it would cause the ruin of his country. The characters used to designate this individual, viz., to the power of barbarian fiery dogs, lead us to suppose that this wine was of foreign origin, these barbarians being located, 34, outside the exorably west of Chitia. Liu Ling, one of Tli's renowned fraternity of poets in Uvine Bilbais in the 3rd century AD, is said to have uttered Tli wish that he might be followed by a grave digger, so that he should be interred without delay or ceremony, when he should fall dead in his cups. Li Taipo, the famous poet of the Tang dynasty, whose poems are still sung by the boys on the street, and whose poems was the subject of an interesting paper read before this society by Dr. Edkins, one of our previous presidents and most active members, was one of the most uatorious drinkers of antiquity. Unless he drank wine to intoxication, he could not versify. The Tang emperor of his day once, it is said, received a dispatch from a neighboring outside kingdom, most probably Korea or Japan, which none of his officials could decipher. His minister Ho Chi-chang, a lover of dissipation and joviality, who was called the madcap of Ximing, and by the emperor, Ho Kui, Ho the devil, a friend of the poets, introduced him to the notice of the emperor. After executing the task found impossible by the ministers of state, he became poet laureate to the emperor, who, whenever he wished verses, plied the poet liberally with wine. On one occasion, the emperor found him lying dead drunk, and himself wiped the froth that oozed eye vom his mouth. Latterly, the poet, afraid of offending the high officials of the court, resolved to relinquish his post. The emperor offered him money and rewards, but these he declined. He finally granted Li Taipo a decree that, wherever he went, he should be freely supplied with wine. He formerly used to get into debt for drink on all possible occasions, and upon these terms the poet parted with his august master. And it is said shortly after Walls was drowned during a drunken spree in a river of the province of Sichuan. The oldest temperance address in the world, older than the Proverbs of Solomon, is that by the Duke of Chan, as found in the Shi King 5, in which it is said, "When heaven was sending down its favoring commands and laying the foundations of our people's sway, spirits, wine were used only in the great sacrifices. But when heaven has sent down its terrors, more people have thereby been greatly disorganized and lost their sense of virtue. This too can be ascribed to gnoming ease than their unlimited use of spirits. Yea, earther, the ruin of the feudal states, small and great, may be traced to this one sin, the free use of spirits. King Win admonished and instructed the young and those in office managing public affairs that they should not habitually drink spirits. Their use should be confined to times of sacrifices, and even then, with soft imitations, that virtue should prevent drunkenness." Farther on, in the same address, he says, "Sterilely keep yourself from druk." Dr. Leg remakes, the drunken debauchery of Qi was the chief cause of the downfall of the Han dynasty, and that of Shang was brought to an end manly by the same vice and show. It is to the credit of the Chinese that drinking to excess is almost unknown, although moderate drinking is largely indulged in. The consumption of wine among the butter classes and of spirits among the middle and lower classes is very common. The latter seldom, if ever, partake of a meal without a small cup of sanershu. One of the most common contrivances for the promotion of drinking at their social gatherings, as for example, during the New Year festivities, is similar to the game of mora, played by the lower orders in Italy, derived from the Roman sport of Myceridigitis, of which Cicero remarked that you must have great faith in the honesty of any Mao with whom yen played in the dark, multified opus est ut cum aliguo in tenebris missis, and which gave rise to the Latin proverb diguus est, quicum in tenebris missis, said of a thoroughly honest man, since it would be easy to cheat in the dark. The game consists in each person guessing at the number of fingers suddenly held up between himself and his opponent, and the penalty of the loser is each time to drink a cup of wine. In Western lands, the penalty would most probably be reversed, the loser forfeiting the glass of wine. The game is called in Chinese hua chan, I, speaking with the fist, of tixar mei, guessing the plum, and consists, as just stated, in two persons simultaneously illiroing out towards each other one of their lists, with one or more fingers distended, each at the same moment pronouncing a number, which the parties guess will be the aggregate of the number of distended fingers of both hands. The winner is the one who guesses the exact number of these fingers, and the loser danks a cup of wine as a forfeit. Should neither guess rightly, the game proceeds without either drinking. If both should happen to be right, neither wins. For example, if A thrusts out 3 fingers and calls out 6, and B thrusts out 5 fingers and calls 5, neither wins. If B load called 8, he would have woo. If B had thrust out 3 and called fire, A would have whoa. He called 6, which is the aggregate of the two numbers. The Chinese are usually very boisterous in playing this game. Frequently, all the guests at the table may be engaged at the same time in playing it. Among scholars, the same game of forfeits is played, the game consisting in writing poetical sentences to rhyme with some given words. I have often been present at such gatherings, but I have never seen any scenes such as, with us, would give rise to scenes worthy of Sir Toby and his associate in Twelfth Night. On such occasions, when some freedom is permitted, the drinking the winner being freed from emptying his cup on entering, the peculiar noise of calling out the numbers with some animal or other object is heard in Chinese town in almost every house, along with the clanging of gongs and the firing of crackers to frighten away evil spirits. The yellow wine of the south is made of chang mi, to the power of ta, or glutinous rice, of which one may see dumplings with dates or sugar in them, covered with leaves on the streets of the capital, especially in the 50 moon. The north, the small glutinous yellow millet is used. The rice or millet is first boiled into a paste, and distillers' grains called qi, leaven, are ground to powder and mixed with it. The mass thus becomes leavened and loses its viscidity, and resembles rice choux or porridge. It is then put into a sack and pressed, and the expressed juice is the 3 yellow wine in question. In color and flavor, it resembles some of our weaker, very mild sherry. Vinegar is made in a similar manner, but with kaoliang, to the power off to the power off to the power of Zhou, and grain husks, and the juice is not expressed, but allowed. The north are made of the red, with the addition of the CG made from a person has drunk spirits. Chinese sometimes say he has drunk kaoliang, is almost entirely that of forfeits, the year. Associated the streets of a inn instead of rice, pale wines, especially to trickle, spirits in kaoliang, wheat. Instead of saying that the water, somewhat resembling euphemism of Mountain Dew, or old man's milk. The J or drug wines are legion, an answer to our tinctures, and need not here be specified or further referred to. The residue in the preparation of the yellow wine is used in the distillation of a very sling spirit, little inferior in strength to pure alcohol, and like strong whiskey both in its colorless appearance and smoky favor. Why does Chiles de Line Shumlays, distilled spirit, the ardent spute of millet, as commonly drunk in North China? The Mongols drink a strong liquor distilled from mushin. They have also a liquor prepared from male's milk called aomis, tized in the West in cases of phthisis. The spirit capacity, tian liang, or power of drinking, varies mele sinong he Chinese, as among ourselves in liquor contests with foreigners, the fitter have always prevailed. 1 catty at 1 yumi with guests is considered the largest. 4 ounces at meals is very common. This is considered rather a large capacity. This last class, when they are entertoffle guests and have sea-course to the orza, will drink a catty, and as 20 utter of course become euloxided. The common practice at the 2 daily meals orogix nearly all classes of men, for we accept the women, who do not drink, is to take 1 or 2 ounces. 1 lumais peaking large ensi, 5, will buy one once at present. And this is considered dear, the marai prior being not more than 3 or 4 cash. Spirits are sorority cheap in Klama, and one might suppose is the wood gaver their excessive use. Notwithstanding the cheapness, the people, as we all observe, are sober. On ordinary occasions at meals, spirits to the value of ID or high may be drunk. Few people go beyond ibis, and few could well stand more. Hugh tells us that gambling, drunkenness, and libertinism are the 3 great vices of the Chinese that cause pauperism. As to gambling and drinking, he says, in the South plea drink less but play more. The reverse is the case in the North. Their liquors always retain an unpleasant taste, which can be got rid of by macerating various aromatics in them. The people drink this brandy with avidity. This horrible drink, says Hugh, is the delight of the Chinese, especially of those of the North who swallow it like water, Hlenny-Lewin themselves with brandy as others do, with gaming. One can hardly imagine what pleasure the Chinese find in imbibing these burning drinks, which are absolutely like liquid fire, and, moreover, very ill-tasted. Spirits are so cheap that all the alcohol and all the spirits required, for example in Great Britain, for industrial pursuits, medical preparations, and general consumption, might easily be imported from China and sold there at a much cheaper rate than the product of our own stills or that of Germany. A leading British merchant in China, my friend the late Mr. T.T. Ferguson of Chefu, nevio to me of the possibility with the adveu of machiner, for coal mining in the future, of large quantities of cheap alcohol being exported to Europe from China. Much cheap and good alcohol is at present produced here, and the impulse given to the production by cheaper coals would enable it to be exported at a cheap rate. This would be a coming full circle of the wheel, vis-a-vis our opium traffic with China. A British consul in China, my friend the late Mr. T.T. Meadows of Nevchuang, once strongly urged the cheapening of opium, with the view of making it non-respectable and so strangling the evil. The suggestion was fortunately not acted upon. India, by the way, has it in her power, by doubling the quantity of her poppy growth and reducing the price by 1/2, to kill the Chinese native growth, rivet her drug upon China, and continue to secure her revenue from this deleterious source. I dread to contemplate the results in our own country of the cheapening of the cost of spirits. We are not prepared for such a policy. Were the physiological effects of alcohol upon the system widely understood, we might have less to fear. The main hope of the people in the West, in the meantime at least, is in the raising, or at least maintaining, the duty on spirits. There is perhaps more to be gained from this course than from any partial or local diminution, however sweeping, of the number of licenses, or even in local option, to mitigate the evils of this curse. This is our experience with regard to opium in China. Safety for our laboring classes and the common people lies in increased duties. Smuggling can be put down by an efficient preventive service, and the vigilance of the police should prevent the existence of shebeens. The Chinese agricultural class drinks little. The merchant and literary classes are the chief drinkers. The very lowest class of the cities, a class without fixed occupation, drink heavily almost without exception. They subsist by borrowing from their neighbors. Both wines and spirits, as a rule, are drunk jiot. A common saying is that if wine or spirits be drunk cold, one is apt to have anesthesia, numbness. The heating adds to its flavor, but it is said does not increase the amount of drinking, nor lead to excess among the Chinese. My personal experience is that one drinks more, and certainly with more pleasure, or at least with less aversion, when it is heated, aloft at public dinners. 1. Does not quite approve of the custom of emptying undrunk wine that has become cold into the common wine, kettle, to be rei, seated in ri, served to the guests. The heating is done by placing the kettle in hot water. This is the anode in which most things are heated in China. Wine stands at the lacad of the four great vices of the Chinese as mentioned, by themselves, tire other three being last, we wealthy, sigh, and anger. At the betrothal of children, the words of agreement, the parents, are not considered sulfament, kach must give slay other a cup of wine. In forming friedelships likewise, the Chinese exchange cups of samsku. Like the Germans in the brother boot of dew on the first night of marriage, the same ceremony is gone through, the newly married couple pledging each other. The expression, Vitemat, to designate that the tables are spread and die guests invited, refers to the period when there were no tables in China and people salutats on the ground. The same expression is still current, although tables, how exist, 3 cups of spirits are always poured on the ground on the mariage day. In the center of the court vend, when offerings are made to heaven. Spirits are much used in sacrifice and worshipping at the temples. Pure water is sometimes also offered as it is an original element, tea never, at least in the north, as it is not considered nur, and what is offered to the gods or to ancestors at the graves or to Confucius must be clean. Spirits are used principally because being distilled, they are of course the perfection of purity. Spirits are largely drunk by the Chinese as by ourselves to add to joy and to drown misery and cares. At first, spirits were chiefly used in the north by the Mongols and others, and the Chinese soldiery there, taking to it, brought the habit to the keys. To us, the people appear the soberest in the world. To themselves, they are a people addicted to spirituous liquors. Drunkenness, as already remarked, is not a common vice, as we Westerners see it, and yet drinking is very common among all classes, and intoxication is by no means rare, although it is not seen on the streets of an oriental city as it is seen in the West. It is therefore a serious mistake to suppose that opium has taken its place. There is the unrestricted sale of ardent spirits, but mirabile dictu unaccompanied by the scenes of brutality and violence which barmoes so miserably with our boasted Western civilization. I have seen more drunk persons between the hours of public worship on a Sunday in one street of Glasgow than I have seen on the streets of Pelling in 30 years. There are no licensed shops in Chim, in our sense of the word, for the sale and consumption of spirits. Chinese retail spirit shops are known as Tairu, Kan, and those of smaller dimensions as Xian-4. For convenience, he shops for the sale of articles of food, vegetables, oils, and such like, also sell spirits. Outside the Hata Gate, the wholesale spirit must known as Tsulin, exist large numbers. The amount of duty levied on spirits brought into the city may be learned from the native custom house, situated 43, just outside this gate. But even this amount will fall very far short of the amount consumed, for there is much smuggling at the Chi-Yeh-Chva gate and over the high city walls, at which the officials wink. The spirits sold so plentifully at tables on the streets are of this smuggled sort. Both men and women, in considerable numbers, make a living by this smuggling. The chief distilleries are to the east of Peking, on the road to Tongchao. A Chinaman or woman, with their loose clothes and long gowns, can secrete 120 caddies and 5 or 6 caddy pigs' bladders around their waists. They car a few of these bladders likewise quite exposed on their shoulders, and for these they perhaps pay a small duty to the petty officials. They make 3 or 4 runs daily. 5 very large quantity of spirits is thus smuggled into the city. Poor people who desire to make a livelihood are found on the streets or by the roadsides with tea and spirits for sale. The large kettles are wrapped round with a close-fitting felt covering to keep the tea infusion warm, and the mouth of the spirit jar is covered with a pig's bladder to prevent evaporation. It is often sold in considerable quantities in these bladders. Well, if drinking habits are so common, how is it that we do not see far more drunkenness? One reason is owing to opium. The people now drink less, although Dr. Kerr of Canton thinks that the drinking habits of the people are very much the same before opium smoking was begun as we find them now. The Chinese here tell me that the quantity now consumed is distinctly less Before the advent of opium, intoxicated persons, they say, were frequently to be seen. Then people found spirits, as they now find opium, an almost necessary phnedonym of conversation, and for the transaction of 44. Business. A decade of years previously, I am informed, it was the custom in brothels to spread a repast with spirits. Now it is opium. The customs in the country districts differ widely, however, from those of the cities. Foreigners notice the life of the Chinese principally in the towns, and it is there where opium is chiefly consumed. At the fairs in the country, which are held several times monthly, every 5 days as a rule, much spirits are drunk, with pretty much the usual consequences that follow drinking to excess in the West. But even here also there is a marked difference since the advent of opium. The universal prevalence of tea has largely moderated the use of spirits, although in the agricultural districts of the north even tea is little known. There is here a numerous sect of teetotalers, known as tsai, to the power of /jis. Their tenets also forbid the use of opium and tobacco. They flourish specially in and around Tianjin. They, like all other sects, have been rigorously suppressed by the authorities, by whom they are regarded with suspicion as a secret political sect. The influence and fear of parents, teachers, masters, etc., has been largely felt in preventing the younger men, sons, pupils, and apprentices from exhibiting themselves in public when intoxicated. Comparisons between opium in tea east and spirits in the west have often been drawn to the disadvantage of the latter. The appalling scenes of drunkenness so common to a European city are of the rarest occurrence in China. Alcohol is a much greater social evil than opium. The action of opium is personally more injurious than that of alcohol. The evils of alcohol are seen publicly. Those of opium are seen privately. The use of alcohol, as practiced in our own country, is a greater 45. Curse to the commonwealty there than the use of opium, as practiced in China, is to the Chinese. It has been said, where opium kills its hundreds, alcohol counts its victims by thousands. An Indian medical officer has testified before the Opium Commission that for every 100 lunatic patients who enter asylums in India from drink, only 5 or 6 are from opium. He has also testified that opium is less injurious than alcohol, that it never produces any disease except in the last stages, when the opium eater suffers from emaciation and diarrhea, and tlis, he added, was quite exceptional. Opium, he said, never produced drunkenness, as alcohol did. It caused no quarreling, or wife-beating, nor were suicides committed under its influence. Alcohol was said to cause disease of the heart, liver, kidneys, and other organs. Although there is much truth in these views, they are not all the truth. The opium somker's debauch may be said to be a constant state, comparable to drunkenness. IBR, the craving has to be satisfied at regular intervals. The loss of character, the destruction of morals, the premature aging of the body, the decay of the vital powers, the petty larceny, in short, the opium eating the man, and he becoming its slave, and numberless other. Opium, points, is a more have been quite lost sight of. Giles says self-regarding vice than drunkenness, entailing gout and other evils upon the 3rd and 4th generations. Posterity suffers nothing from the opium smoker, for this blessing is denied to him. As regards posterity and the inheritance of disease, the Chinese have not remaked any results regarding spirits. Wine is strongly aphrodisiac, opium less so. Until the habit is confirmed, the aphrodisiac action is increased, but impotence, 46, follows hard after. Such is not the result of spirit drinking. To commit great crimes, such as murder, spirits are necessary. The opium smoker takes to petty larceny and theft to obtain the wherewithal to appease his craving. The Chinese consider opium the worst evil. A person can do without the drink, even when he has a craving, but not the opium smoker. Opium is a much more expensive vice than drink. There are far more drinkers of ardent spirits than opium smokers. Drinkers recover readily iron intoxication. An overdose of opium causes death. A non-drinker, if hunger, will call for food. A drinker will call for more drink. The drink habit can be more easily abandoned. The smoker lies down, wastes time, is utterly unfit for anything until the craving is satisfied. People of business and no leisure have no time to indulge in opium, hence spirits are had recourse to. The excise on spirits is greater than that on opium. The distillation of spirits is not considered a respectable calling, and although the emperor derives a large revenue from its manufacture and sale, distilleries may be closed at any time by imperial decree when the years are bad, as the spirits take up the grain which ought to go to the support of the people. The distillers usually pay a definite sum per annum as duty, independent of their output, and they are usually licensed for 6 years. The duty is collected on the same ticket with pawnshops and brothels. The license to distill to the power of is granted only on 2 condition. These distilleries, that they called xiaoguo, shall employ only spoiled grain unfit for any other purpose, and thus not destroy the grain for the food of the people. This, together with the law specially, 47, forbidding the fabrication of rice wine, are instances of the excellent pleor of this people. A fee to the officials removes all difficulties. Notwithstanding the large fee which is thus paid, distillation is still considered private. All may brew the yellow wine, upon which there is no duty and no embargo whatever. About 30 or 40% of the opium smokers also will drink moderately of spirits. Of this number, perhaps not more than 10% take it somewhat freely. This depends largely and there to the power of spirit capacity. Before taking to opium, they were accustomed to spirits. Many who have acquired the drink craving will take to opium, which relieves it, both being stimulants, and so take less. That drunkenness and immoderate DI inking are extremely rare in China is owing to a variety of causes, which it is somewhat difficult to specify in the order of their importance. We have knolled some of the reasons which prima facie might have been supposed to favor drinking. Among the reasons which make for moderation may be specified the badness, want of fragrance, and great lack of variety of Chinese wines and spirits. They have practically only one sort of each. There is every year a large increase in the consumption of foreign liquors, both wines, spirits, and beer. It is as yet almost solely confined lo the ports, and to those Chinese who have been abroad or come into contact with foreigners. The Chinese are also trying our foreign cookery, and some of the officials have native cooks who understand the foreign art. Foreign drinks are sold at some of the native stores. The high price of foreign spirits is the only thing that prevents their extensive use. Clear consumption is certain to go on increasing. This seems 48 to be a constant accompaniment of our Western civilization. Their fragrance and variety are sure to tempt the Chinese palate. The customs returns unfortunately take no cognizance of the import of foreign liquors, as they are supposed to be for European consumption exclusively. As the customs authorities, however, we have lately been obliged to take notice of the import of morphia, some 16,000 ounces per annum, by foreign druggists for the manufacture of the white medicine powder, to the growing use of which and its true composition the writer called pub attention some 20 years ago, and now beginning to be largely used for hypodermic injections, both to satisfy and cure the craving. So spirits and wines will doubtless someday require also to be noted. Beer is now largely brewed in Japan, where it is fast becoming a very common beverage, ousting the German article and finding an export trade beyond the limits of the country of the rising sun. Our champagne, to the power of J.A. from called the by sound, the Chinese, Sao Pinsieu, to the power of is much, relished by the high officials. The viceroy at Tianjin produces it to his foreign guests, along with the invariable and universal beverage, tea. Brandy, gin, and other spirituous drinks are now being called for by the Chinese at the ports. A few years ago, I was called to attend the Prince of the Turgoth Tartars, the 12th in descent from the one whose memorable journey, immortalized by De Quincey, from the banks of the Volga in his return with his people to the allegiance of China, and the Misioi to whom of Tulishin, the ambassador deputed by the Emperor of China, is translated by Staunton. I found him the victim of both opium, 1 ounce daily, and wine, 25 pints of champagne daily. Once in about 10 days, 49, he was seized with violent spasms, to relieve the pain of which he had several slaves, his retainers, lie upon him. His wrists were paralyzed. The cure of the opium habit was preceded by that of the drink, from both of which, as well as the paralysis, he was liably free for 18 months. But, during one of my furloughs home, he again fell before the double evil, reinduced to it by a friend, a Mongol duke, and both have since fallen victims. This sad case illustrates the fallacy of supposing those who take to opium do not take to drink, and that if the opium were prohibited, the drink curse would be introduced. A large percentage of opium smokers, as already stated, consume also a great deal of spirits. The interdiction of the one would doubtless increase the consumption of the other. It is not, however, the question of the prohibition of one vice, and the creation, as is so often supposed, of another. It has often been said that the human race must have some stimulant or narcotic, and, if they don't take to this, they will take to that. One country will take to opium, another to alcohol, a third to hemp, forgetting or ignoring the fact that the Chinese are largely addicted to opium, alcohol, tobacco, etc., the latter being in universal use by all classes, male as well as to male. Some have argued that temperament will always decide the form of stimulant which will prevail in any country, that, in the West, with the excitable and sanguine temperament, spirits will always hold the preeminence, and that, among Orientals with the lymphatic temperament, opium will always prevail. Opium is certainly peculiarly suited to the Chinese constitution. But China, not to speak of Japan, is not by any means a country where the non-consumption of 50 Spirits is remarkable, and yearly evidence is accumulating to show that morphia hypodermic injections, the eating of opium, and the drinking of laudanum, not to mention the extensive use of chloral and other narcotics, are very largely on the increase in the West. In our estimation, the Chinese drinks are devoid of all fragrance, and there is a great want of variety. I have not the slightest doubt that much of the drinking in which our people indulge is owing to the aroma of the beverages, their great variety, mode of preparation, and combination to tempt the palate. Knowing the fiery nature of their spirit, the Chinese cannot carry their drinking to the extent of intoxication. Before this stage is reached, unpleasant symptoms supervene. On the other hand, their native wines are so mild that it is equally difficult to reach the point of intoxication consistent with all the circumstances that surround public drinking. This is a most happy self-moderating, self-regulating quality of the spirits and wines, not to mention other restraining reasons to be presently mentioned. Of course, in some cases, the extreme poverty, in spite of the cheapness of the spirits, obliges the drinker to stop short of intoxication. The Chinese say foreign wines are more intoxicating than their own, because they can drink of the foreign up to the point of intoxication. Yes, with their own spirits, the effects produced are such as to oblige them to stop short. The wine is, of course, much weaker than the spirits, and yet they are intoxicated with it sooner than with spirits. This point may help also to throw additional light on the meaning of the word CQ in ancient times. Fusel oil or amylic alcohol, potato spirit, or hydrated oxide of amyl, for it is known by all these names. The substance in Chinese spirits upon which this self-regulating principle depends is a colorless liquid with a characteristic odor obtained as a byproduct of crude spirit. It exhales a powerful and peculiarly suffocating odor and leaves a burning taste. It is obtained in distillation. By continuing the process, the pure and lighter spirit has been drawn off. The Chinese ignorance of the rectification of spirits and their desire to add body, pungency, and strength to the spirit, and thus permit of dilution with water, is the cause of the presence of this most deleterious substance in their liquor. It consists of several alcohols which boil at different temperatures, and is extremely difficult to separate in a complete manner. Towards the end of distillation, it passes over in considerable quantity. It is generally supposed to be the product of the fermentation of sugar. It is this substance which causes flushing of the face, mounting into their heads, burning sensation in the stomach which it disorders, causing vertigo, and next day a feeling like one threatened with immediate illness, and induces them to remain indoors to conceal their sudaffusion, although Tali are not really drunk. These effects manifest themselves before the stage of intoxication is reached, showing that the action of fusel oil on the nervous system is more rapid than that of alcohol. The Chinese attribute the cause of nearly all their diseases, fans CT origo malorum, to either spiles or anger. Stricture of the gullet and malignant disease of the stomach, so common in China, are to a large extent to be traced to this cause. At the same time, it is a sure antidote with the Chinese to drunkenness. Ignorance of the chemistry and of the rectifying of liquors is therefore the salvation of the Chinese. This, it appears to me, is at least part of the explanation of the uncommonness of drunkenness in China. The evil effects likely are caused by indulgence in brandy, and of which the Chinese are sensible, are to be ascribed to the higher homologues of alkylic alcohol. To wine, manufactured by the addition of starch sugar before fermentation to a grape most poor in sugar, must be ascribed the head and shay and unpleasant symptoms produced, even when taken in small quantity. This starch sugar is obtained from the inferior potato starch, and leaves behind a quantity of fermentable residue, which, like fusel oil, is poisonous. Spirits are said to be adulterated with arsenic and pigeon's dung, the object being to accelerate and increase vertigo, and so add a fictitious strength to the spirit. The tobacco of the water pipe is also credited with being steeped in opium and arsenic. I have sometimes wondered whether the use to which pigeon's dung was put in the siege of Samaria, as mentioned in 2 Kings 6:25, where it is said the famine was so great that an ass's head sold for so much, and the fourth part of a cab of dove's dung was sold for 5 pieces of silver, was not similar to this practice in China. The scriptural record obviously implies that it was eaten, and grain is not supposed in a siege to be so plentiful as to permit of waste of this sort, unless they wish to drown their sorrows, deaden their privations, or increase their martial courage. I know not whether this substance in question produces this effect. In seasons of drought and famine, imperial edicts are issued against the distillation of grain, it being considered more in accordance with the will and harmony of heaven, and the necessities of the situation that the grain should be reserved for the food of man and beast, and as seed for the future harvest. The people consider this a wise step on the part of the father of his people, and no opposition is offered to it, although such edicts are rarely carried out in practice, as in so many other matters Chinese where the theory is excellent. It is very seldom, however, that this course requires to be adopted. In a review of the reasons which make for temperance in China, the absence or restrictions of social life, the exclusion of the female sex, the ceremonies between hostess anal guests, the general politeness of society, the etiquette of the family relations, official and literary status, the nature of the drink consumed, the mode of partaking of it at entertainments, etc., do not favor immoderate drinking, and therefore ouglet not to be overlooked. Our social customs in the West have done much to foster the consumption of spirituous beverages. They lead up to and maintain much of our drinking. In China, the seclusion of women largely accounts for the absence of the social element. This condition, therefore, has its advantages as tea well as its disadvantages. The guests hink only when called upon by the host. It is on such occasions, as may naturally be supposed, that the most wine is drunk. Such entertainments take place among the officials at the closing and opening of the seals when the month's holiday at the New Year takes place, and at births, marriages, funerals, official promotions, and the opening of places of business. At such times, and these are the only social gatherings in China, the amount of drinking depends largely upon the hilarity and aim of the host. No guest would dream of drinking ad libitum, or whenever he felt disposed. The periods and quantity are to a large extent regulated by the host. If he sip his wine when he calls upon the table, the guests take their cue from him. Should he call for the glass to be emptied, the guests must have some valid excuse for not following his example and indicate the thorough draining of the vessel on their thumbnails. If the conversation be lively or argumentative, and particularly if the host be talkative and given to storytelling, very little wine is drunk. If a man of considerable liquor capacity, he will fill glass after glass and pledge the entire table, or engage in an encounter with any guest who chooses to accept his challenge. One would ever dream of calling for wine for himself, the attentive host, or one's own servant who is in waiting, will attend to this. Moreover, all through the meal, there is only one sort of wine furnished. Although the Chinese have a variety of wines, chiefly medicated, it may be stated generally that there is only one in use, the Shaoxing or yellow wine, which contains much less alcohol than our mildest sherry, with which it is sometimes compared. This is a matter of some moment, as much of our immoderate drinking and intoxication arises from the great variety of wines. Mixing of liquors is acknowledged to be very injurious, especially when the varying densities of the fluids drunk is imperfectly appreciated. The importance of this point, and the German saying in relation to it, will be keenly appreciated by anyone who has suffered from ignorance or indiscretion in this respect. If we followed the custom so largely prevalent on the continent, and kept ourselves to a good sound claret which would stand aqueous dilution, if necessary to a considerable extent, we should have less drink mg and intoxication. It is somewhat remarkable that the wine-producing countries are so free from the habit of intoxication, and this is doubtless the reason why taking wine is approvingly spoken of in our sacred writings. Again, spirits are never presented at official or ceremonial repasts. This would be considered a low and vulgar beverage. To wine present is to the polished guests, gentlemen, as the Chinese saying has it, samshu, the rowdy. It is worth noting, too, that the wine is invariably drunk warm, because when cold it is much less palatable. The Chinese rule is to introduce meats and drinks as far as possible at the temperature of the body. Again, the wine is sipped rather than drunk. At least, the guests often try to beg off with a sip instead of emptying the cup, especially towards the end of the meal. It should be noticed here, too, that the cups are excessively small, more like liqueur glasses. They are thus enabled to take a goodly number without being in the least affected, or at all exceeding the bounds of sobriety and moderation, and thus satisfying all the calls of hospitality. The necessity of drinking the wine warm may have originated the smallness of the cup. The size, at any rail, is to be commended. Our various glasses, as a rule, especially for spirits and the stronger alcoholic wines, are much too large. Our people argue that glasses were made to be filled. It is not considered polite or hospitable to half-fill a glass. The size of the glass often adds to the amount drunk, people seldom taking the size into consideration. We often try to deceive ourselves by the use of such language as only a thimbleful, a quantity often, if measured, of no mean amount. What keeps the Chinese a sober people is very largely without doubt to be attributed to the fact that wines and spirits are, as a rule, partaken of only at meals. The system is then in a condition to bear up better against the evil effects of the indulgence than if the stimulants were taken at empty stomachs and debilitated constitutions. I wish here, in the strongest manner possible, to emphasize this most important point, and would therefore call particular attention to it. It is so also in the case of opium. The craving returns after never before the meal has been partaken of. I dread to think of the infinitely greater evils anil misery which optums would produce. If the habit preceded the sustenance of the body, the opium debauchee's appetite is at best but miserable and inadequate, and it would be still worse if opium took more largely the place of it. If the glass of beer or wine were limited among one people to meals, Av should probably not have occasion for the present crusade against this most stupendous evil. Another point of some veils is that, after the meal is finished, no more wine is served. This point is implied in the foregoing one. But, as it is so important, Al differs so widely from the usages of Western society, it will admit of separate statement. The Chinese host rises from table after the last course of the meal has been disposed of, and all the guests dies within him and retire to the library, garden, pavilion, or other room where tea and tobacco are served, or opium, as the case may be. There is no sitting round the table, indulging in liquor and bawling of business, politics, or gossip. At all such entertainments, ladies' aid, of course, never pre-sell. Their restraining eloquence is never needed. The rules of Chinese society strictly forbid the commingling of the sexes. Our ladies should insist on seeing the gentlemen in the drawing room as soon after dinner as possible. And it should be the duty of a good host and hostess to see this healthy custom strictly observed. After dinner, let there be various entertainments and amusements provided, as is often the case in China. Music on the piano in the drawing room is, of course, unknown among Orientals and would be out of the question. Dancing would be opposed to all lees of Chinese decorum and comfort, but, if desired, and the Chinese as spectators admire the foreign ballroom, would be supplied by paid dancers. Why, they argue, should people of means fatigue themselves so, when they can enjoy the luxury at no great expense? Private theatricals, shadow pictures, jugglers, and ventriloquists are the stack entertainments in China. Privately, Chinese chess or draughts may be engaged in, but no spirits or wine ever accompanies them. No nightcaps or stim-up cups or farewell visits to the dining room are ever practiced. Chinese diners take place at mid-day or early in the anon. This, too, is favorable to moderate drinking stations to dinner, ost frequently take place and in conjunction will, theaters or at restaurants, rarely, if ever, at the home of the lost. Such invitations are the stereotyped moles of showing friendship or gratitude. The social relations at home forbid the invitation of outs to guests there. Most frequently, a public theatrical representation and a dimer are combined, and a table equal to our box is hired at the theater, where a repast is partaken of while the play or plays are being acted. Public theatrical representations take place only during shaylight. Else nature of the diet of a people as much to do with the prevalence of spit drinking, our animal food favoring it, the asthmatic vegetable diet making more for temperance in drinking. The Chinese and Japanese are largely a vegetable, rice, and fish eating people, the large quantities of vegetables each meal. In the south, alternating with 4 among the better classes. In the north, and of 58, millet among the lower classes. The Mongols are an almost exclusively mutton-eating people, and the coldness of their climate and their nomadic life finds addiction to spirits very prevalent. I have never, however, at Peking seen an intoxicated son of the grassland. The Chinese are very much subject to dyspepsia. The 2 meals, which are the rule, partaken of early in the forenoon and late in the afternoon, necessitating overeating at meals, are to a large extent responsible for the indigestion of which they so commonly complain, and at the same time prompt to the use of spirits, which are thus both a cause and an effect of the dyspepsia. Their vegetable diet has much to do with this condition. Those who take spirits regularly, twice daily to their meals, assert that they could have no appetite and digestion would be impaired. Were they deprived of spirits? Their dyspepsia is much aggravated by the coarse spirit, which becomes chronic, and after some years it lapses into complete inability to swallow, a condition very common among the male Chinese in advanced life. A vegetable diet, however, does not certainly call for indulgence in drink to the extent of the animal. Why should that to the power of fine confused eating, yclept haggis in Scotland, if not on this principle, require invariably to be washed down with aqua vitac? Unfortunately for their health and agriculture, the Scotch lave almost entirely given up the mealsome perich. A return to a more vegetable and farinaceous diet would be advantageous to our health and beneficial to the country in other ways, besides removing the desire for ardent liquors. In further reviewing the causes that make for temperance, the religious injunctions against spirit drinking by all the religions of the East, which are so remarkable, and which have exercised so important an influence in checking the excessive use of ardent spirits, cannot be lost sight of. Abstinence from intoxicating drink, liquors. No is one. Wine. Of the 5 precepts of Buddhism, it holds a similar position among the Mohammedan tenets, and similar precepts are contained in the religious books of the Hindus and Sikhs. It is this injunction against spirits, in my opinion, which led to hemp and opium being used as stimulants and narcotics among the Mohammedan peoples, and by them extended to Eastern lands. Many of the less strict of the Buddhist priesthood, known to me personally, are in the habit of partaking both of spirits, opium, and flesh, and are addicted also to some other sins which more particularly pertain to the latter, but such are not held in the highest respect by their confreres, the best of whom lead a very simple, vegetarian, ascetic, and celibate life, carrying out the precepts of their religious founders, and seeking thereby, in the case of the Buddhists, to enter nirvana. Giles tells us that at the door of every Buddhist monastery may be seen the notice, "No wine or meat may enter here." Even the laity are not supposed to drink wine. At HIUCPB, FL, and Tancho C. To the power of to the power off to the power off to the power of large monasteries of Pho Buddha in the hills west of Peking, the priests have permitted foreign visitors to pass the night only on the condition that they did not eat meat and drink wine. The religions of Asia, Buddhism, Hinduism, and Mohammedanism, have certainly done much for the sobriety of the Asiatics. In India, where the consumption of alcoholic beverages is largely on the increase, this drink question appears to the natives as of far more moment than opium eating, which is reckoned as 60, comparatively innocuous. The liquor question to them seems of more importance than the opium one. On this account, they failed to understand the wisdom of the appointment of the Royal Commission to investigate into the lesser evil, while the greater is left untouched. To the minds of many, the consumption of spirits seems almost an integral part not only of our civilization, but of our Christianity. Our Christian religion inculcates temperance in all things. The moderate indulgence in intoxicating liquors is not only not condemned, but rather approved. One thing, however, may be taken for certain. That, had the founder of Christianity and St. Paul lived in these days, they must have favored self-denial and total abstinence. The practice of the Church of Rome does not seem to have had much influence in combating the evil among its adherents. Although one of the ornaments of the Church, 21 lately deceased Cardinal T.L., rue the weight of his great influence into the temperance movement. The self-denying life claimed for the Roman Catholic priests, as compared with the life of supposed luxury and ease enjoyed by Protestant missionaries, has been often remarked upon. I presume men of the right stamp are to be found within both communions. But not only is spirit drinking forbidden by the tenets of the Eastern religions, but it is likewise opposed to the teachings of morality by the ancient Chinese sages. In the classics, virtue, morality, temperance, the qualities of the superior man, are there extolled and inculcated. Filial piety, regard for parents, self-respect, the duties of subjects to their patriarchal form of government, etc., are strongly inculcated, and these are all factors of considerable value against the people becoming sots to intemperance. We have already referred to the oldest temperance lecture in the world as found in these ancient classics. Another set of reasons which make for or against temperance may be found in the temperament and constitution of the people. The peoples of the East and West may be differentiated in their mental and physical characteristics, in their literatures and religions, by the ideas of rest and activity, the lymphatic and sanguine constitutional peculiarities. Opium smoking or eating suits the Oriental, spirits, the Occidental temperament. Although, speaking generally, there is much truth in this, yet, like so many half-truths, much error lurks in it. Opium is taken like spirits, for its first or stimulant action, not so much for its second and after sedative effects, in both of which it resembles spirits. It is the outwardly decent stimulant which public opinion, religion, and customs demand in the East. The Chinese idea of happiness, after possessing wealth, the god of which has the whole nation as devotees, and having posterity in the shape of sons to hand down unbroken the family links, and have his manes not left unhonored and UN worshipped, the greatest calamity that can befall mortal, is that of comfort, idleness, repose, the otitim cum dignitate which no one knows better how to enjoy. Give the Chinaman his opium pipe and seraglio, with nothing to disturb the tranquil flow of life, and his blessedness is complete. Everything about him, the government of his country, the absence of politics, of the press, of the 19th-century Western civilization, with all its activities and worries, the absence of religious controversies, etc., all bespeak a disposition which finds its utmost happiness in repose and stagnation. Hence the aim which the opium pipe and lamp have for such people. 62. Much blame is attached to our chmate for the prevalence of so much drinking. The northern cold peoples have become addicted to spirits and animal food from more or less of a felt want, the warm southerners to vegetable diet, fruits, and light wines. While it is true physiologically that we require animal food to keep us warm, and we partake more of it in winter than in summer, it is not such a physiological necessity of our systems that we should favor spirit drinking. Warmer and more suitable clothing would render unnecessary the frequent recourse to ardent spirits to keep out the cold. The sense of heat, when spirits are swallowed and for a short time afterwards, is followed after a brief period by one of depression and a greater sense of cold, the heat of the body being slightly lower, and this suggests a return to the stimulant, and so the habit is thus regularly appeased, and the necessity of constant addiction established. I do not find any climatic reasons in China to account for the rise of the opium habit or the use of ardent spirits. Officials from the north, proceeding to the south and there acquiring the opium habit, on their return often state that their reason for beginning it was the miasma of the south, which the people say is fatal if encountered. This pestilential vapor is timed Chang, to the power off to the power of. The opium evil exists largely in large non-malarious tracts of the Chinese Empire. The supposed prophylactic properties of spirits in warding off fevers and other diseases do not fall within the scope of the present paper. Some of the suggestions here thrown out seem certainly worthy of our imitation. Part of the present paper was originally intended for an article on the drink question in China, the sequel to one published a few 63 years ago in one of our first-class provincial newspapers on the Norwegian drink system, after a visit paid to that country and Sweden and investigation into the subject on lines similar to those since followed by certain public writers and speakers. Greater than for Kung Fu or Medical Gymnastics by John Dudgeon, MD, CM. Movements for the development of the body and for the prevention and cure of disease were known and practiced in the most ancient times in all countries. We find gymnastic exercises forming a part of the religion of the ancients. The great heroes of antiquity either instituted, restored, or took part in them. Poets made them the theme of their verses. And so, by immortalizing not only themselves but their victors whose fame they celebrated, they animated the Greek and Roman youth to tread in similar steps. Such exercises were then indispensable, the use of firearms being at that time unknown, the body required to be strengthened, and health to be confirmed and inured to fatigue. Contests were generally decided in close fight, by strength of body, hence the origin of gymnasia, where the science of movement, as it were, was taught, and which were always dedicated to Apollo, the god of physicians. The Greeks owed much of their mental greatness to these exercises. They formed one of the three great parts into which all education was divided, sessenta e oito. And this branch was the more important until yet it did not cease at a certain period, but was continued through life. The Greek effort in education seems to have been directed to the attainment of a sound mind in a sound body, and it was on this account that their physicians and philosophers placed well-regulated exercises as of first importance. We know that the officers of these institutions were recognized as physicians. Exercises of all kinds, such as walking, dry rubbing or friction, wrestling, etc., were a few of the common aids of physic, as they were termed by Asclepiades, who did so much to bring them into repute. The term athlete might most appropriately be applied to the Chinese Taoist priests, the Greek word athlos, from which it is derived, being similar in meaning to kung fu. In other respects, however, they resemble more closely the agonisiac, who followed gymnastics solely with the view of improving their health and strength, and who, although they sometimes contended in the public games, did not devote their whole lives, like the athlete, to preparing for these contests. Gymnastics became a part of medicine shortly before the time of the to the power of father of medicine, and, according to Plato, as a means of counteracting the bad effects of increasing luxury and indulgence. It soon passed into a complete system, as already indicated. The gymnasia were often connected with the temple services in Greece, where chronic ailments, through bodily exercises, baths, and ointments, could be cured. To the power Ophiuchus came to be considered the inventor of bodily exercises. Plato styles two of these Greek gymnasts who cured disease, the inventors of medical gymnastics, Icicius of Tarentum and Herodicus of Selymbra. The latter, in particular, made use of them for medical purposes, which is the reason he is considered to have been the first inventor of this art. Plato relates that the latter was himself ill, and sought wint gymnastic exercises miglit conduce to his recovery. He gained his object, after which Phi recommenemelled the same method to others. Before his time, dietetici was the chief part of medicine. It was he who advised his patients to undertake the journey from Athens to Megara, a distance of 180 stadia, equal to 6 German miles, and back. Hippocrates, who was one of his pupils and superintended the exercises for his Philaestra, tells us that Herodicus cured fevers by walking and wrestling, and that many found the dry fomentations did them harm. In consumption, he advised the patients to suck women's milk from the breasts, a practice found existing in China at the present day among the old and debilitated. Galen mentions Primigenes, who was great in the peripatetal theory and wrote Gymnastics, GVM. Other ancient nations besides Greece and Rome seem to have been early convinced of the importance of a knowledge of the means of preserving health. Among the Hindu legislators, we find laws enacted with this object, and, with the view of enforcing them and making them obligatory, we see them joined on to religion, just as in China we find similar precepts extensively pervading their sacred books. The Chinese, like the Hindus, have quits a large number of works on the means of retaining health. These have reference to climate, seasons, time of the day, food, bathing, anointing, clothing, housing, sleep, etc. Exercise receives always a high place in all such works, for it increases strength, prolongs life, prevents and cures disease by 70, equalizing the humors, prevents fatness, and renews and increases the power of resistance. In the Bull of Rites, 1000 BC, we find archery and horsemanship laid down in the curriculum of study to be pursued at the National University. At the present day in China, besides the exercises involved in Kung Fu, the various exercises that prevail in Europe are practiced publicly and privately by all classes, especially by the Manchus, and to a much larger extent than among ourselves. Our present mode of warfare has done much to put an end to gymnastics as a part of education, and a means conducive to robust health. The ancients may have esteemed them too highly, just as the moderns neglect them too much. True philosophy points to the golden mean as the place where truth is to be found. There are evils from inactivity as well as evils from excessive exercise, but gymnastics, when practiced under proper control, must be invaluable in ensuring good health, a clear intellect, and in curing many complaints. Preventive medicine is coming every year more and more to the front, and gaining more attention and importance. The present age seems to be more alive to the importance of gymnastics than any preceding age of modern times. We find them introduced by enlightened teachers into many of our schools and warmly advocated by many medical men. Treatises on this subject are published yearly. One author considers hygiene to be the most useful sphere of the physician, and he believes that the subordinate value of therapeutics may be proved by statistics. Another writer, also a German, speaks of gymnastics as the principal agent for the rejuvenescence of body and mind. But it is necessary to trace the rise of this subject in China somewhat more particularly. The first mention in Chinese history of a system of movements, proper to maintain health and cure disease, dates back to pre-historic times, the time of the Great Yu, when the country was inundated and the atmosphere was nearly always wet and unhealthy, and disease overflowed, so to speak, the earth. The emperor ordered his subjects each day to take military exercise. The movements, which they were thus obliged to make, contributed not a little to the cure of those who were languishing, and to maintain the health of those who were well. Primate refers to the same tradition, where he says in his researches of the time anterior to the Qing, in the time of Yu, the waters did not flow away, the rivers did not follow their ordinary channels, which developed a number of maladies. The emperor instituted the dances Ru Ta Wu, the great dances. The native author, who reports this tradition, adds that the life of man depends upon the union of heaven and Karth. The subtle material circulates in the body, and, if the body is not kept in movement, the humors do not flow, the matter collects, and from such obstruction disease originates. The great philosophers explained, in a similar way, the cause for the most part of maladies. But that WLLs is specially remarkable in the Chinese tradition, that moisture and stagnant water are considered the source of the endemic and epidemic maladies, and that an efficient means to prevent them consists in the regular exercise of the body or in the circling dances. These movements tend in effect to produce a centrifugal result, from the center to the circumference, very suitable to restore the functions of the skin, and to give tone and vigor to the whole economy. These dances form part of the institutions of the empire. 72. We read also in Tibet Qing that the emperor that ordered the dances to be executed with shields and banners. These two sorts of dances were the first sanctioned in the Li Qi, or ritual of civil and religious ceremonies. Great importance was attached to the regular bodily exercises. Like as in Greece, to sing and dance well constituted a good education. Even to the present day, the people take to exercises in order to give themselves bodily strength and as much suppleness as possible, as, for example, the exercises of the bow and arrow, throwing, and catching a heavy stone with a hole cut in it with which to provide a handle, heavy bags of gravel, the bar with the two circular heavy stones at the ends of it, the various feats of jugglery, etc. This taste for bodily exercise is one of the fundamental maxims which have not ceased to be considered as the base of all progress and all moral development, the improvement of oneself. Potier, in his Chine Moderne, mentions a large number of famous dances of antiquity. The founder of the Shang dynasty. Renew, 1766, thyself, BC, had engraven in the bathtubs each day completely, make it anew, still anew, and always anew. Babi 0, Ish, BT, FBBFF. From the earliest times, there were public institutions where were taught the 6 liberal arts, music, arithmetic, writing, religious and civil ceremonies with their dances, fencing, and charioteering. We read in the life of Confucius that he applied himself to perfect himself in all these exercises. Regular and rhythmic movements were had recourse to develop the physical force, skill to maintain the health, and to combat certain diseases. 78. After the period of movement for the cure of disease comes the period of healing by the virtues of plants, according to Chinese tradition. Although Fuxi had begun thus to cure maladies, the art is particularly ascribed to Shen Sung, about 3218 BC. He distinguished all the plants and determined their different properties. The first great herbal is ascribed to him. The term KXMG few, X to the power of, means workman, the man who works with art, to exercise one's self bodily, the art of the exercise of the body applied in the prevention or treatment of disease, the singular postures in which certain Taoists hold themselves. The expression kung fu, to the power of 5 AK, is also used, meaning work done. The term kung fu, labor or work, is identical in character and meaning with the word konggu, applied in the South to a certain kind of tea. In China, it is applied medically to the same subjects as are expressed by the German Heilgymnastik, or curative gymnastics, and the French kinesiologies, or science of movement. Among the movements which are embraced within the domain of this method are massage, friction, pressure, percussion, vibration, and many other passive movements, of which the application made with intelligence produces essential hygienic and curative results. These different movements have been in use in China since the most ancient times. They are employed to dissipate the rigidity of the muscles occasioned by fatigue, spasmodic contraction, rheumatic pains, the effects of dislocations and fractures, and in many cases of sanguiferous plethora in place of bleeding. These practices have today passed into the habits of the people, and those who are in charge of them are usually the barbers, as they were practiced in Europe in the Middle Ages, who frequent the streets advertising the 74 people of their presence by striking a kind of tuning-like fork called huanto. Those usually who practice these movements are the barbers who have shops, and the various exercises are generally gone through in the evenings. In the sequel of this paper, we hope to describe the methods pursued by them. There is also a class of rubbers, who go to private houses, or who undertake to teach the art. Here, we have certainly a procedure allied to medical gymnastics, to which the Chinese attribute therapeutic value. Kung Fu embraces, as already remarked, massage, a word not found by the by in Webster's dictionary, from the Greek masein to rub or Arabic mas to press softly, and shampooing, a Hindu word meaning to knead, a practice still in vogue in China and highly esteemed. Massage consists in such operations as kneading, thumping, chafing, rubbing, pressing, pinching, etc. The barbers, as a part of their duty after shaving the pate and face or plaiting the queue, treat their customers to kneading the scalp of the head, eyebrows, spine, calves of the legs, etc. These operations are practiced both by way of preventing and curing disease, but more generally, as in part in Western countries for the comfort and sense of bracing which it confers. The practice is now largely had recourse to in the West, and with neurasthenia, marked benefit, paralysis, in cases of deficiency of nerve force, hysteria, etc. The various methods of manipulation comprised under the term massage include effleurage, petrissage, friction, and tapotement. All these movements are centripetal and done with the dry hand. The effect produced by such manipulations is the promotion of the flow of lymph, otherwise designated humors by the older writers, and blood, and the stimulation of the muscles of the skin and the skin reflexes. 75. A medical man who was lately to the power of asked, oh yes, if he, a great, used massage much in his practice, replied Deal, my butler does it. After that, one should not have been surprised to hear that the electrical treatment was conducted by his footman, and that the kitchen maid undertook the obstetric cases. Mere rubbing or shampooing is no more massage than a daub of paint is a work of art. It is not only a vicarious way of giving exercise to patients who cannot take it themselves, but it is a valuable curative agent. The lady Chinese manners are supposed in the 19th century SA3As to have learnt the use of gymnastic exercises from the Indians, and the subject mentioned in the most ancient of their books is called Kung Fu, or Science of Living. The late Dr. McGowan gives the term for Kung Fu as Kangju, the Great Bear, and Fu, to the power of a charm. The Taoists, the priests of the religion or system of rationalism of Lao Tse, 500 BC, have always been the chief practitioners of this form of medical gymnastics. These bonzes, as they are called by the French, a term corrupted from the Japanese and first applied by the Portuguese to a Japanese priest, were the early alchemists of the world, and have for centuries been in search of the philosopher's stone. In Cinnabar, they supposed they had found the elixir, vitae. Alchemy was pursued in China by these priests of Tao long previous to its being known in Europe, for 2 centuries prior and for 4 or more subsequent to our era. The transmutation of the base metals into gold and the composition of an elixir of immortality were questions ardently studied by the Taoists. The Arabs, in their early intercourse with China, thus borrowed it, and they were the means of its diffusion in the West. Kung Fu owes its origin to these same 76 investigators, and was adopted at a very early period, by which to ward off and cure disease, and for strengthening the body and prolonging life. in which it has been declared a far-reaching and efficacious system. My friend, the late Mr. Wiley, in his excellent notes on Chinese literature, remarks regarding Taoism that it has changed its aspects with almost every age, commencing with the profound speculations of contemplative recluses on some of the most abstruse questions of theology and philosophy. Other subjects in the course of time were superadded, which at first appeared to have little or no connection with the doctrine of Tao. Among these, the pursuit of immortality, the conquest of the passions, the search after the philosopher's stone, the use of amulets, the observance of fasts and sacrifices, together with rituals and charms, and the indefinite multiplication of objects of worship, have now become an integral part of modern Taoism. Note: the reader, who may wish to consult this curious subject, along with the medical divinities and divinities worshipped in medical temples in China, will find a series of papers by the present writer on Chinese arts of healing, in the Chinese Recorder, Vols. 2 and 3. Besides a system of gymnastics and charms in Chinese medicine, there are other systems, one of which deserves a passing notice. Numerous works exist on all such subjects. There is one on the art of procuring health and long life, without the aid of physicians and by means of regimen and general hygienic measures. Such things are inculcated as the regulation of the heart and its affections, and rules are laid down with regard to dietetics, business, and rest, containing many wise, useful, and quaint precepts, which, if attended to, would certainly, 77, conduce to health and longevity, but which, being persistently neglected, the constitution is ruined and loaded with infirmities, life is shortened, and the body is sorely burdened with disease. Note: the reader will find one such work translated in Du Halde. It is the object of Kung Fu to make its votaries almost immortal, at least. If immortality be not gained, it is claimed for it that it tends greatly to lengthen the span of life, to increase the body's power of resistance to disease, to make life happier, and to make the muscles and bones insensible to fatigue and the severest injury, accidents, fire, etc. The benefit, too, the soul derives from Sukli exercises, and the merit accruing to the individual are not to be lightly esteemed. I have seen these priests subject themselves to great hardship and severe trials without producing any impression upon them. Having briefly sketched the practice of the art in ancient times, both in the Orient and Occident, a few remarks on its practice in modern times are necessary to complete our historical retrospect. In 1569, Mercurialis at Venice published his treatise De Arte Gymnastica, in which he recorded the most important exercises used by the Greeks and Romans, and which has proved a perfect mine for subsequent writers of the 17th and 18th centuries, who derived their knowledge of this subject largely from this source. In 1740, according to M. Daly, and 1728, according to Dr. Roth, appeared in English a work by Francis Fuller on gymnastic medicine. Every man his own physician, treating of the power of exercise in its relations to the animal economy, and its great necessity for the cure of various maladies such as consumption, dropsy, 78, hypochondria, itch, and other skin eruptions. This book made a sensation at the time, and it passed through several editions and was translated into several languages. In 1748, there were published at Helmstadt 2 works in Latin, entitled Dissertatio de Arte Gymnastica Nova by Burner, and De Gymnasticae Medicevatoris e Giventoribus by Guericke. The medical world was too much preoccupied with pharmaceutical and chemical speculations to pay attention to the gymnastics of the Greeks, and still less to those of the Taoists, those priests of supreme reason. Père Amiot, one of the Roman Catholic missionaries at Peking, drew attention to the subject of Kung Fu, or, as he spells it, Kung Fu, by the publication of his Notice du Kung Foti in Ijig, in Les Mémoires sur les Chinois, of which more anon. In 1781 appeared Tissot's work La Gymnastique Médicate. In 1821, another Frenchman, Lund, published a treatise on the same subject, or exercise applied to the organs of man according to physiological, hygienic, and therapeutic laws. These works merit study at the present day for the high estimation of the power of regular and methodical movement on the living mechanism which they indicate. The most important works for rational gymnastics have been undertaken on the mechanism of locomotion. In 1794, an English work appeared by John Pugh, the anatomist, entitled A Treatise on the Science of Muscular Action, showing its utility in restoring the power of the limbs. A work by Dr. Barclay, called The Muscular Motions of the Humaji Body, published in Edinburgh in 1808, was one of the most remarkable, having for its object the anatomical study of each organ with relation to movement, and another on the power of compression and percussion in the cure of rheumatisme, 79. Gout, debility of the extremities, and in promoting health and longevity, by Dr. Balfour of Edinburgh, in 1819. Various works in French appeared for the cure of deformities of the spinal column and osseous system generally, and chorea by means of pressure, percussion, friction, massage, position, attitudes, movements, active and passive, which constitute the science and art of medical gymnastics, the therapeutics of antiquity, which has had such prodigious success, principally in the deviations and spasmodic and chronic maladies against which modern therapeutics has generally recognized its powerlessness. In 1830, Dr. Koch's Gymnastics in Relation to Dietetics and Psychology was published. Numerous other works in French and other languages appeared, treating of friction, ligatures, compression, vibration, percussion, etc. Dr. Roth believes a great part of the results produced by the so-called water cure is owing to the importance of movements, in which the douche compresses, friction, etc., have so great an influence as well by their dynamical as by their mechanical effects. We have reserved, for the sequel of this retrospect, an otis of the originator of what is now called the Swedish system of gymnastics. Ling, born 1766, died 1830. His system is based on anatomical and physiological principles, and, in this respect, differs entirely from the Chinese, which can lay claim to no such foundation, and is therefore not calculated to produce all the curative results claimed for the Swedish system. His great principle was the oneness of the human organism and the harmony between mind and body, and between the various parts of the same body. The development and preservation of this harmony is the educational or prophylactic part of the system. The restoration of the disturbed harmony forms the subject, 80, of the medical part. His idea, in Dr. Roth's words, was that an harmonious organic development of the body and of its powers and capabilities by exercises, considered in relation to the organic and intellectual faculties, ought to constitute an essential part in the general education of a people. He looked upon anatomy and physiology as the basis of gymnastics essentially necessary. His intention was to make gymnastics not only a branch of education for healthy persons, but to demonstrate it to be a remedy for disease. The curative movements were first practiced in Stockholm in 1813. His system is now largely extended through the various countries of Europe. He arranged the vital phenomena, which are subordinate as well to physiological as to physical laws, in three orders, known as the dynamical, chemical, and mechanical agents. The union and harmony of these three, combined, constitute a perfect organism. Under the dynamical, he places the manifestations of the moral and intellectual powers. Under the chemical, generation, nutrition, reproduction, sanguinification, secretion, etc. Under the mechanical, breathing, circulation, walking, etc. He carries out this analogy of these three fundamental agents of the vital powers in various directions, as, for example, telluric influences, such as light, heat, electricity, magnetism, etc., are embraced in the dynamical, nutriment, medicine, poisons, etc., in the chemical, and shock, pressure, etc. In the mechanical, the organism itself is divided into the brain, heart, and lungs, arms and legs corresponding to the same three agents. The animal, vegetable, and mineral kmg-dums permit of a similar analogy. Hitherto, it has been principally by medicines, acting generally on the chemical agent alone, that we have tried to preserve health and 81. Cure disease. The dynamical and mechanical agents have been either entirely neglected or unscientifically considered. In any discordant action of the organism, in other words, in indisposition and disease, which of the three agents must be principally acted upon, must be considered, as the chemical agent is as inseparable from the other two as these are from it. Hence it must be impossible to effect a cure in all diseases solely by pure medicines which act principally on the chemical agent. Wherefore medical men frequently prescribe either exercise influencing the mechanical, or amusement, etc., acting by means of the dynamic agent, to the power of, it is as wrong, and we are now quoting from Dr. Roth, to the power of to recommend a healthy person only to eat and drink, and not to move or amuse himself, as it is in diseases to act exclusively on one factor of the vital power. The great Sydenham, when dying, consoled those who complained, leave, of the loss of the great physician by saying, "E behind me, three great and most important means, viz., to the power of air, water, and exercise, which will compensate for the loss of my person." Ling's idea of the harmonious development of the organs of the body, being the essential base of the education of the young and of the people, is a Greek idea which is found in all the writings of the philosophers. Berkeley of Edinburgh, in 1808, as we have shown, professed the same idea in the treatise on the muscular motions of the body. St. Paul's words in his epistles to the Corinthians, I 12:24, and to the Ephesians, 4:16, considered solely from the physiological point of view, are still today the most perfect synthesis of the science. M. Daly thinks it would be doing a real wrong to Ling's reputation to have him posed as the inventor of it. His system resembles exactly that of the Kung Fu of the Taoists, and to M. Daly, it appears less complex than that of the Taoists. The Chinese system, continues our author, is sanctioned by 5,000 years of continued experience. For it is from Central Asia, and from the seat of the origin of mankind, that the Taoists have imported this doctrine into the Orient, and since this epoch have not ceased to make application of it. But it is also from Central Asia, and from the same source as that whence the Taoists have drawn them, that the ancestors of the Greeks imported into the Occident the same doctrine. What then, asks M. Daly, is the merit of Ling? As his body of doctrine does not differ from that of the Taoists, it must be admitted also that at the same time, Ling had in his hands the notice of Amiot, or some other original Chinese treatise. Produced it may be by other missionaries or by some persons attached to embassies from Europe and China. Lawrence Lang Bai was a Swede, and the first Russian consul at Peking in the second decade of the 18th century. The doctrine of Ling in its entirety, theoretical and practical, is only a sort of counter, drawn daguerreotype of the Kung Fu of the Taoists. It is the royal vase of Dresden, the splendid Chinese vase with its Chinese figures overlaid with European paint. This is, according to our historical studies, says Daly, the real merit of Ling. After all, whether the work of Ling is only an importation of the doctrine conserved in China in all its primitive originality and in its essential therapeutic character, or a sample renovation of Greek art more especially applied to the education of man, or a harmonious development of form and force applied to aesthetics and the military art. In a word, whatever be the sources whence Ling may have drawn the elements and the combinations of his system and its applications, it is none the less true that he is one of the men who have much aided to bring back gymnastics among us as a science and an art to the purer traditions of high antiquity. My attention was first called to the notice of P. Amiot, now nearly 30 years ago, by the following communication from a friend in Edinburgh. The Chinese have a mode of treating many diseases by various ways of breathing, while the patients are placed in previously determined positions, which vary according to the nature of the disease. The treatment is called Kung Fu, and was practiced by the followers of the Bonzes, Tauist, who prepared the patients by religious ceremonies for the treatment. The French missionaries of Peking have published in their Mémoires concernant les Chinois SF Paris, 1779, a chapter on this treatment under the name of Notice du Kung Fu des Business Taoistes. Will you kindly furnish answers to the following? First, detailed information on the positions and breathing. Movements. 2. Whether the followers of the Bonzes, Tao-SSE, still exist and practice the treatment by breathing movements. 3. The titles of Chinese works on this subject. Some works with wood engravings have been published on the subject. 4. Any other information regarding this mode of treatment. This letter was perhaps dictated by Dr. Roth, with whom I have since kept up a friendly and constant correspondence, and stuffed him with the various Chinese works containing illustrations on the subject. 84. The result of my attention having been called to this treatment is the following article on Kung Fu, which was submitted to Dr. Roth and by him recommended for publication. I was unwilling at the time to present to the medical profession or to the general public a subject so meagerly handled, and during all these years have waited for the convenient time to devote to it more study and research, with the view of supplying at least sufficient details to render anyone, ignorant of Chinese and medicine, able to grasp the subject and determine its usefulness or otherwise as a prophylactic and curative agent. Unfortunately, the press of work, necessitated by the care of a large hospital and other duties, has prevented me from pursuing further this study. The subject was brought by me before the Peking Oriental Society a few years ago, and it is now published in their journal. Dr. Roth has been the most prominent exponent and successful practitioner of the system in Great Britain. As an Hungarian exile after the Russian invasion which crushed the Hungarian cause in 1849, he settled in London after studying Chinese in Paris for some time, and chose this speciality in which he rose to eminence. He published numerous works on the subject which are well known, the chief of which are The Cure of Chronic Diseases by Movements, Handbook of the Movement Cure, On Paralysis in Infancy, the Prevention of Special Deformities, The Treatment of Writer's Cramp, etc., etc. He presented the present writer with copies of all his published works. His handbook is characteristically dedicated to all medical practitioners who are disposed to examine before they condemn. His work on infantile paralysis is 85, dedicated to my friend and namesake, Dr. R.E. Dudgeon, who was the first to befriend the exile on landing on our shores, and who was the first to give proof of this confidence by placing some patients under his care. I visited Dr. Roth at his residence, 48 Wimpole St. London, on more than one occasion, where he showed me his institution for carrying out this treatment by movement. He had a similar institution at Brighton. Amlot says Kung Fu consists in two things: the posture of the body and the manner of respiration. There are three principal postures: standing, sitting, lying. The priests of Tao enter into the greatest detail of all the attitudes in which they vary and blend the different postures. As these, however, have more connection with their doctrines than the medical part of Kung Fu, it will be enough to indicate the general principles. The different modes, in the three principal positions of stretching, folding, raising, lowering, bending, extending, abducting, adducting the arms and legs, form a variety of numerous attitudes. The head, the eyes, and the tongue have each their movements and positions. The tongue is charged to make in the mouth such opiations as balancing, pulsating, rubbing, shooting, etc. In order to excite salivation, the eyes close, open, turn, fix, and wink. The Taoists pretend, when they have gazed for a long time, first on one side then on the other, in regarding the root of the nose, that the torrent of thought is suspended, that a profound calm envelopes the soul, and a preparation for a doing-nothing inertia, which is the beginning of the communication with spirits. Regarding respiration, there are 3 ways: one by the mouth, one by the nose, and inspiration by the one, and expiration by the other. In the 3 modes of 86, respiration, sometimes it is the inspiration that is, as Amia puts it, principio fue, plain, or hinte. Sometimes it is the expiration, sometimes also both. The other principal differences which lie at the base of Kung Fu in respiration, as noted by Amiot, are inspiration and expiration by sifflement, halii, saut, repetitive attractio, and deglutition. It has now been said in what Kung Fu consists. It lies with art to choose and combine them, to change and repeat them according to the malady which it is sought to cure. The morning is the best time for it. After the sleep of the night, the blood is in a state of greater repose, the humors are more tranquil, and the organs more supple, especially if one has been careful to sup lightly. Fat persons, or those charged with humors, gain it always by eating nothing at night. And this preparation is absolutely necessary for certain maladies. In Amiot's notice, 20 figures are given illustrative of the text. In each of the postures, the principal thing is to respire in a particular manner a certain number of times, and to proportion the length of the Kung Fu to the malady. The body is either half nude or dressed, and the position is either standing or sitting. There are series of each. In respiration, the mouth must be half full of water or saliva. Various potions, decoctions, and drugs are ordered to be taken before or after Kung Fu. They seem to have been added in the course of time, to facilitate the effects. Amiot dispensed with entering into greater details, as Kung Fu was only a bagatelle, or at least may be so merely. Yet, as he might fail to make his meaning clear, and as otherwise, as he says, it is always good to speak to the eyes, he had figures copied to give an idea of the subject. In a few words, he indicates the different maladies which they are said to cure, in order that the European physician may be in a position to pronounce on this singular practice. Of the 20 figures drawn, although 17 are given for the sitting posture, it would be necessary, he says, to add many more to give all the attitudes and positions which are blended with the posture, but in truth we have not had the courage to copy out a larger number. Or, as Hugh says in speaking of current facts in Chinese medicine, he prefers to abstain because, says he, le vrai, pent, de, quelquefois, account which, n'est pas, oui, vraisemblable. Amiot says have under our eyes is in a manner so obscure and in terms so bizarre that we have not ventured to risk a translation of it. If some alleviation to the ills of humanity is the result of it, he will believe himself well recompensed for the courage he has had in risking the notice. The physical and physiological principles of the art are the following, and I am indebted to M. Daly for this resume. First, that the mechanism of the human body is altogether hydraulic, that is to say, that the free circulation of the blood, of the humors, i.e., the lymph, and of the spirits, and the respective equilibrium which modifies their movements and their reciprocal action, being all the time the weight and the wheels of the human body, the health subsists only by this circulation and this equilibrium, wherein it is re-established only by their re-establishment. 2. That the air which without cessation enters the blood, and TL, lymph, through the lungs, being as the balance which tempers and restores their fluidity, can neither be re-established nor subsist of itself. 88. The consequences of these 2 principles are, first, that the circulation of liquids in the human body, having to conquer the 2 great obstacles of weight and friction, everything which tends to diminish the one or the other will aid in re-establishing it when it is altered. 2. As the activity and elasticity of the air increases the fluidity of the liquids, and facilitating by that means their movement, all that tends to increase or diminish the force and volume of them in those of the human body ought to accelerate or retard their circulation. These principles and consequences being supposed, the defenders of Kung Fu enter into very great details to approximate it to the sympathetic correspondence of the different parts of the body, the action, reaction of the great organs of the circulation, of the secretion of the lymph, of the digestion of the aliments, etc. So much for the principles. What of the theory? There are the 2 essential principles of Kung Fu, the posture of the body, and the mode in which respiration is quickened, if we look, retarded, at the, and circulation, modified, of, first the blood, lymph, and spirits on the side of the obstacles which the weight opposes to it, and of the friction which retards it, it is evident that the mode in which the bod to the power of is straight or bent, lying or raised, the feet and hands stretched or bent, raised, lowered or twisted, ought to work in the hydraulic mechanism, a physical change which facilitates or impedes it. The horizontal situation, being that which diminishes the greatest obstacle of the weight, is that also which is most favorable, 8-9, to the circulation. That of being upright, on the contrary, leaving all its resistance to the action of the weight, ought necessarily to render the circulation more difficult. For the same reason, according as one holds the arms, the feet, and the head, raised or inclined or bent, it ought to become more or less easy for it. This is not all. That which retards it in one place gives it more force, where it does not find any obstacle, and from that line it assists the lymph and the blood to overcome the engorgements which obstruct their passage there. One can further add that the more it has been impeded in one place, the more its impetuosity brings it back there with force when the obstacle is removed. It follows from this that the different postures of Kung Fu, well directed, ought to operate in a salutary disengagement in all the maladies which spring from an embarrassed, retarded, or even interrupted circulation. Now, how many complaints are there that are not thus caused? One can even demand if, except fractures, wounds, etc., which derange the bodily organization, there are any which do not so originate. 2. It is certain that the heart is the prime mover of the circulation, and the force which it has to produce and conserve it is one of the grand marvels of the world. It is further certain that there is a sensible and continual correspondence between the beatings of the heart, which fills and empties itself of blood, and the movements of dilatation and contraction of the lungs, which empty and fill themselves with air by inspiration and expiration. This, 90, correspondence is so evident that the beating of the heart increases and diminishes immediately, in proportion to the acceleration or retardment of the respiration. Now, if we inspire more air than we expire of it, or vice versa, its volume ought to diminish or augment the total mass of blood and lymph, and ought to invigorate more or less the blood which is in the lungs. If one hurries or retards the respiration, one ought to hurry or weaken the beatings of the heart. The bearing of this on Kung Fu is self-evident, and need not further be illustrated. It is evident that, in accelerating or retarding the respiration, we accelerate or retard the circulation, and by a necessary consequence that of the lymph, and that, in the case of mispiring more air than we expire, we diminish or augment the volume of the air which is therein contained. Now, all this mechanism being assisted by the posture of the body, by the combined and assorted position of the members, it is evident that it ought to produce a sensible and immediate effect upon the circulation of the blood and lymph, an effect physical, necessary and intimate, linked to the mechanism of the body, an effect so much the more certain as the repose of the night has rendered the organs more supple, as the diet of the evening has diminished the plenitude of the arteries, of the veins, and of the canals of the absorbents and lacteals. The object of the notice in the memoirs, Amiot says, is not to teach Kung Fu, but to enable European physicians to examine its value without prejudice. The above is chiefly a translation from Amiot's article. M. Daly subjoins some observations. He supposes the Taoists to consider the body as a vertical line, and the members which are attached to it as articulated springs of the line, able to take in turn all the different positions. Upon this velical line they have made 4 general divisions: the head, the arms, the trunk, and the legs. Each of these divisions has general movements proper to it, and the articulated parts of each of these divisions have also their particular movements. He takes, for example, the lead, of which they have considered not only the general movements, inclined in front and to the back, to the right and to the left, but also the particular movements of torsion of the neck to the right and left, those of the eyes, of the nose, of the mouth, of the tongue, and of the jaws. They have obtained new movements in combining the general movements among themselves, the particular movements among themselves, and the particular movements with the general movements. Is it wished to get an idea of the number of attitudes, orders, series, or formulae, of which this system is composed, is sufficient to represent only what in mathematics one calls permutations, arrangements, and combinations, and the figures become infinite. This infinite multiple of formulae reproduce themselves again by the addition of the different modes of respiration, and by other conditions, such as the quickness, the resistance, the body being naked or dressed, burdened with a weight upon the lead, on the shoulders, or in the hand, according to the malady, besides the body lying, sitting, standing, stretched or relaxed, immovable or movable, walking, running, dancing, leaping, in an active or passive state, or one part active and another passive. All conditions which influence specifically the physiological effect of the same movement, or of a similar series of movements. Mentioning the above 6 observations, M. Daly gives an example which he says one can verify upon oneself. Stretch forth the arms, while friction is made in a concentric curve over the abdominal region. What do you feel? an increase of heat in the intestines, at the same time also a diminution of the heat in the anterior side of the abdomen. Therefore, there is an augmentation of the circulation in the arteries of the intestines, and a diminution of the blood in the abdominal veins. Would you like that the friction cause an effect altogether the contrary? Lower the arms and hold them hanging. In this position, the same friction produces a diminution of the blood in the intestinal veins, and an augmentation of the circulation in the arteries and in the anterior abdominal walls. Then, in the one case and in the other, will an exchange of arteriosity and between the walls of the abdomen and the intestines. Then again, in the one case and in the of vitality which preside over the abdominal region are active, and one conceives that it is possible, produce the same effects on the entire economy, in, by general friction, the tension or distension, whole muscular system, the tensioner which the reserve of the breath or the can again notably modify. They can produce phenomena exactly alike or variously, and what is of great importance in the after forcibly. There has been, at absorptivity, the conditions functions of all the organs of the powerfully to assisting. The of distension, simple ordinary respiration, thus, of the different attitudes, physiological modified. 93. Application to the treatment of disease is this, that we can isolate a portion of the body by acting on some other parts. Such is the system of Kung Fu, and P. Amiot, says Dali, one of the most profound mathematicians of his time, has perfectly understood the grandeur of this system when he says that all the known postures and attitudes do not form a moiety of those which the Taoists have imagined. These are M. Daly's observations on the system. He then adds these on the method. We know the elementary movements of Kung Fu and their various combinations to be infinite. By the examples which we have given OT, the physiological effects of friction, combined with tension or relaxation of the abdominal muscles, one can judge with what precision and exactitude these effects can be produced in order to combat the diseases against which they are indicated, such as constipation, diarrhea, or any other enteric trouble. In order to better appreciate the power of Kung Fu, it would be necessary to make a special study of the 1,000 different modes of respiration, for this is the essential point, and, according to the observation of Amiot, the most difficult of this method. Yet, says M. Daly, the difficulty can be overcome by special physiological and anatomical study, and by the stern experience obtained by the effects. One can be assisted in this matter by the traditions of the employment of this exercise among the peoples of antiquity. After citing instances, he sums up thus, upon this point, as upon all others, one comes back to the wisdom of high antiquity, where movement is still timid and partial, but which tends constantly to complete and generalize itself. Aniot's figures 4, 6, 12, and 20 recall to M. Daly the formulae similar to those which he has previously given, in affections of the abdominal region. He quotes figure 9 as a formula against vertigo and dazzling. It indicates a movement of double pressure of the head, combined without doubt with a movement of vibration and a certain respiration. He himself applied this remedy with success against vertigo and inveterate pains of the head. The physiological effect of this formula is innervation, molecular division, and increase of activity of the absorbent vessels. Applied to the head, it ought necessarily to bring back there the freedom of the functions. An analogous practice is found among the Greek plysicians, and in Ling's method, M. Daly has also verified attitude 15 against gravel, nephritic pains, and lumbago. He obtained instantaneous relief, as it is here only a question of a certain pressure upon the kidneys, with tension of the anterior muscles of the body. One is able to take the different attitudes which predispose the muscles in the same manner, and to make them exercise this pressure by another person. This gymnastic remedy, M. Daly says, is an hereditary usage in Hungary. Amiot was afraid to risk a translation, which M. Daly deeply regrets, and he hopes, in the interests of science, that some able and curious expert is to be met with who will undertake to reconstitute this method, with the elements of which he has annotated the system. M. Daly here, in a footnote, refers to his visit in 1854 to the power of Rap Isle, London, who was the learned and zealous director of an establishment there. He spoke of the discovery he had made of the Notice du Confit in the Memoires Story. Chuyoy SF praying him to examine this doctrine which had 95. The greatest affinity with that of Ling. He hoped much from this step. M. Daly thought that efforts made in the libraries of Europe and in the yearly papers sent by the missionaries in China might probably find out the works which Amiot had consulted. The works with figures consulted by Amiot and many others are now before the present writer. In the meantime, continues our author, we remark in the notice that the conditions of time and diet were accessory elements in the application of Kung Fu. We notice also in it that the simultaneous administration of movements, along with certain medicaments, was a practice foreign to the primitive and rational doctrine of this institution, as well as the superstitious practices with which it is today surrounded. Amiot does not say whether the system of Kung Fu is applicable to the treatment of deformities, luxations, and other surgical cases. In support of the treatment of surgical cases by this method, he, M. Daly, quotes from Lay's The Chinese as They Are and Dr. Williams's Middle Kingdom, and says he could multiply facts of this kind, which clearly establishes that the science of physiological movement furnishes the Chinese with effectual means in the treatment of maladies of all sorts. According to Duhalde, the residence of the chief of the Taoists, called the Celestial Doctor Tianse, is in the department of Kanshu Fu, in the province of Kansu, a mountainous country which furnishes an extraordinary abundance of medicinal plants. There is the central establishment for the teaching of the doctrine. They possess secondary establishments, one of the most considerable being that in Jiangxi, where a crowd of sick come together from all parts in search of a remedy for their ills. M. Daly next gives us some observations on the principles and the theory. According to Amiot, the Taoists consider the human body as a purely hydraulic mechanism, and he explains their physical principles and their physiological theory according to this sole fundamental idea. In this case, there will be between the doctrine of the Tanists and those of the Taoist such a similitude of affinity that one can believe that they pertain to the same school. Yet Amiot makes it understood that Kung Fu relies still upon other principles. The primitive priests considered the body not only as a physical and mechanical apparatus, but also as a chemical one. They recognized ever that the physical and chemical laws of the body are subject to the influence of a superior principle, which rules and harmonizes them in the unity of the living being. This Chinese conception recalls exactly the theory of Ling, of mechanical, chemical, and dynamic agents, which balance themselves and hold themselves in equilibrium upon a central point, which is the life, and whence proceed the three principal agents. Dr. Bayes of Brighton, in his memoir entitled On the Triple Aspect of Chronic Disease, London, 1854, takes also for the base of his observations the theory of the Chinese balance of the three vital forces, which he borrowed probably from the doctrine of Ling. M. Dalibas already spoken of them. It is necessary, he says, to revert to them again. The animal forces, locomotive or muscular, yang, and the vegetative forces, secretory or chemical, ym, are harmonized and held in equilibrium by the physical forces, tai, qi, and from this state of equilibrium results life and health. These three forces have contrary tendencies. The yang tends to produce and perpetuate itself incessantly, the fin tends to descend to the terrestrial region, and the 97 tai chi remounts to its origin, the Tao, the reason of all the visible manifestation. The yang and the yi are so united among themselves that they are in a state of reciprocal dependence, and they possess only a certain power of reaction proportioned the one to the other, a power dispensed by the tai chi it is in. The maintenance of this proportionality, of this species of static, physical, chemical, and intellectual equilibrium, that the will, the moral power of man, and the acts by which this will manifest itself ought to tend incessantly. Now, Kung Fu has been instituted for this object. It is charged with the maintenance or reestablishment of all parts of the body, and its faculties in their condition of unity and primitive harmony, to the power of among them and with the soul, in order that the soul ma, to the power of have, at its disposition, a powerful and faithful servant for the execution of its will. In other words, and from the notice of Amiot, Kung Fu is to the power of a real exercise of religion, which in curing the body of its infirmities, frees the soul from the servitude of the senses, and gives to it the power to accomplish its duties upon the earth, and of raising itself freely to the perfection and perpetuity of its spiritual nature in the Tao, the reason of the grand creative powder. Thus Kung Fu, in its primitive institution, appears as a souvenir of the tree of life, under which man of the first days came, after his labors, to shelter his forces and his health, and conserve his soul still pure, a docile instrument of his will. Such are the principles upon which reposes the theory of Kung Fu of the Chinese, like that of their chemical and pharmaceutical medicine, and also that of their religious, social, and philosophic doctrines. For the Chinese, whatever be their studies of man or the institutions which concern him, carry always their considerations into all the 98 elements of his nature and his constitution. However, we may think that the progress of the civilization of the West has not yet arrived at this degree of practical reason. We are certainly astonished to see that from the first ages of humanity, the priests of Tao were in possession of this grand thought of the unity of the human nature, and that they had made the application of it to all things, even to hygiene and to therapeutics, by movement organized in its relations with the physical, chemical, and psychical laws of the human being. Indeed, this will be a curious history to write, says Daly, that of these old priests of Tao, these remain still living of the first Brahmins of India, of the Magi of Chaldea, of the priests of Egypt, of the Druids of Gaul. Their contemporaries, diverse sects, sprung more than 3,000 years before our era, from the alteration of the primitive tradition of mankind, depositories of the tradition, these foundations of nations carried the doctrine of Kung Fu from the common cradle into all the countries where they established themselves. Perpetuated whole and complete among the Chinese, we shall find it more or less mutilated and altered among other peoples. Lao Tse was the founder of the religion of Tao, or rather the restorer of it, as he himself says. He appeared in the 6th century BC, and, like Confucius, his rival, the political reformer of China, at the same epoch as Buddha, Zoroaster, Socrates, and Plato. Curious synchronisms which prove the providential solidarity of all the fractions of humanity. M. Dali, believing that he hears the distant echo of the religious principle of the Kung Fu in Plato, whom he quotes, he concludes this chapter with the words of St. Paul in his epistle to the Thessalonians. V. 2. To the power of where M. Dali recognizes the pure 99 tradition of the religious and scientific principle, which, and presides in the doctrine of the Kung Fu. The God of peace himself sanctify you wholly, and may your spirit and soul and body be preserved entire without blame at the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ. I am indebted for much of what has now been presented, in illustration of this system, to Père Amiot, and particularly to M. Dahl, who has published a large work on the subject called Cinésiologie en sciences du mouvement, Paris, 1857, in which he reviews Amiot's notice. He sums up the subject in these terms. This art is a very ancient practice of medicine, founded on principles originally pure and free of all the superstition with which it is today surrounded. It goes back to a period when the Taoist priests formed an official sacerdotal caste in the time of Huang Ti, 2698 BC. The art consists in 3 essential parts. First, it comprises diverse positions of the body, the art of varying the attitudes, and it explains how, during these positions and attitudes, the act of respiration ought to be carried on, following certain rules in various inspirations and expirations. 2. The method has its own scientific language. 3. It has really operated in the cure of disease and in the alleviation of many infirmities. The Chinese, to whatever order they belong, have recourse with eagerness to this mode of therapeutics, when all other means of cure have been tried in vain. Thus, Kung Fu has really all the characters of an ancient scientific method. 100. So much for the principles and theory of Kung Fu as given by Amiot, and so ably enforced and explained by Dali. The latter entertains higher ideas of the value of Kung Fu than, in my opinion, is warranted. Amiot gives some of the salient points of position and breathing movements for the cure of certain maladies, but has not criticized or pointed out the unscientific ideas of the Chinese not only regarding their cosmogony or philosophy of creation, but the physiology and anatomy of the human body which in their system are closely correlated, including the number, position, and functions of the viscera, the circulation of the blood, the true cause of the pulse, etc., and which are diametrically opposed to our modern Western medical science. A couple of illustrations, which will be found in the sequel, will explain the Chinese ideas of the human body. Although their theories, however, may be and are wrong, there may be and doubtless is advantage derived from Kung Fu in the prevention and cure of disease and the strengthening of the body, just as in their therapeutics, although entirely empirical, they are often successful in the treatment of disease. We reserve for the conclusion of this paper our own remarks and investigations into these principles and theories, and now hasten to place before the reader some of the various methods, active and passive, prophylactic and curative of disease, and for strengthening the body. There are numerous works on the subject, copiously illustrated by more or less rude woodcuts showing the various positions, sitting, standing, and lying, to facilitate the full understanding of much that lies at the basis of all Chinese philosophy, and of course also of their medical practice and theories, and is taken for granted in Kung Fu, would require our entering into the general subject at some length. At present it must suffice, aided by brief notes where the references would otherwise be unintelligible, to give as briefly as possible the rationale of the art from the Chinese standpoint. This remarkable people have always highly esteemed the study of physic, because of its utility in the preservation of life and the cure of disease, but chiefly from the close connection which they believe exists between the body and its various members and the heavenly bodies. The reader will, therefore, not be astonished to find in Kung Fu, as in their medicine generally, much that is puerile and sublimely ridiculous, with here and there grains of wise observation and practical remark. Their reverence for antiquity, and their clinging to their elaborate and beautiful theories which their ignorance led them to make, and their conservatism leads them to keep, has been the chief cause of retarding progress in medicine and the cognate sciences. Had they shown as much talent and industry in studying man as he is, as they have exhibited in the industrial arts, etc., the Chinese would undoubtedly have been the first physicians in the world. With the highest heathen civilization, they stand lowest in point of practical medicine. The 8 ornamental sections, This name has been handed down by the sages of antiquity, and hence the 8 illustrations. The object aimed at is to prevent the entrance of demons and vicious air, to obtain clearness in dreams and sleep, and not stupidity, to shut out cold and heat from the body, and prevent disease from gaining a lodgment. The time when 102. The exercises are enjoined to be carried out is after the third watch, 2 to I a.m., and before noon, as this period agrees with the creation of heaven and earth, and also with their fixed series of diurnal revolutions, and the blood and air cannot stop, but must proceed also in their revolutions, and this is in accordance with the principles of the 8 diagrams, which has excellent reason on its side. The idea in the expression to the power of to close the fist tightly has not been deeply investigated. Not only must the eyes be closed and see one's own eyes, and thus the heart shut to the external world, but at the time of sitting cross-legged, the left heel must be so flexed as to buttress the movable place, perineum, below the root of the membrane virilo, the kidney, so as to prevent leakage of the semen. In performing this cuig, it is not absolutal to the power of necessary to do it at the period specified. Any time of the day, when the body is at leisure and the heart unoccupied, will do equally well. To use the exercise much or little must be left to each one's own discretion. If persons, however, will abide by the after midnight and before noon arrangements, then, if at these periods they should have no leisure, what then? Those who wish to learn Tao cannot but understand this. Such is the native introduction to these sections. It will be observed that they are prophylactic. No. Knocking the teeth and collecting the spirits. Bump the teeth and assemble the spirits 36 times. Let the 2 hands embrace the Kuzoen-lun, the head, and a mountain of Central Asia, the Hindu Kush, widely celebrated in Chinese legends, especially in ancient fable and Taoist mythology. The cosmogonists and mystics elevated it to the position of the central mountain of the earth, or, as we say now, the roof of heaven, and the source of the 4 great rivers, also the residence of the queen of the genii, innumerable. Tenarvals are related of this mountain, with its trees of pearls, jade stone, and immortality. The appropriation of the name of this mountain to the head is therefore not out of place. Beat. The heavenly eyes must drum. First be triocciput, 24 times. Note, shut, and the heart dark. In Taoist phraseology, sit cross-legged, the fists must be tightly closed, and the heart at rest, and both hands placed behind the vertex of the head. Then 9 respirations such that the ears will not hear, afterwards respire, but still to be inaudible. To the ears, then sound the to the power of heavenly diam, 24 times. At earwards knock the teeth and assemble the smits. Then both hands with their palms must cover the ears, and the forefinger is to press upon the middle pharynger, and the back all the braja to be tapped right and left each 24 times. The occiput is also sometimes termed the jade pillow. 104. Number 2, shaking the heavenly pillar. The right and left hand to shake the heavenly pillar each 24 times. Note, first close the fists tightly, then move the head once right and left. Look at the shoulder and upper arm volhyle following the movement 24 times. Number 3. The tongue exciting gargling and swallowing the saliva. Let the tongue stir up the palate right and left 36 times. Gargle 36 times, divide into 3 mouthfuls and, like hard things, swallow, the salira thus produced, and afterwards the fire, inflammation, vril go. Note, let the tongue excite the mouth, teeth, right and left cheeks, and when the sava has been thus produced, then gargle, and when the mouth is full, then swallow it. The tongue is the to the power of a red dragon, the saliva is the divine water, and the swallowing of the 3 mouthfuls must imitate the sound ku hi yg yq, the sound of gurgling water. No, to the power of reulbing the kidneys. With both hands rub the court or hall of the kidneys, the loins, to the power off to the power of I times the more the better. Tang, to the power of, chia, to the power of, and fu, or to the power of, are indifferently used and, when aft, to the viscera, denote their residence. Note, close. The respiration, rub the hands until warm, then rub the kidneys according to the number of times already mentioned. Afterwards, draw back the hands, close the fists tightly. Again, shut the breath, reflect, use the fire of the heart and burn. Heat, the tantien, navel, and, when you feel that it has become very hot, then use the subsequent method. In the expression, the dragon going and the tiger fleeing, the saliva represents the dragon and the air of respiration, the tiger. In closing the breath and rubbing the hands of variksi, the nose first inspires the pure air, and then the respiration is closed. After a little, the hands are rubbed quickly until they become quite hot. Then slowly let the to the power of nose, pa, give, z, exit, semen, To the door, air. To MB, the back Qingmen, means the external kidney behind the loins, as explained by the Chinese. When the joining of the hands and rubbing is finished, withdraw the hands and grasp the fists firmly, as before. Again, shutting off the air. Think of 107, the fire as burning the wheel of the navel. This refers to the Tantien, and using the heart fire to think it down to the heating of the Lanlin. 108. Number 5. Fitznam, the single pulley. With the right and left hand, turn the single pulley 36 times. Note, first bend the head and move the left shoulder 36 times, then the right also 36 times. Number 6. Winding the double pulley 36 times. Note, move the two shoulders, H key, a pendulum, 36 times. Bend the head, move the shoulders. Think the fire from the Tantien upwards by the E double pass, one of the acupuncture apertures in the back, to the brain. The nose introducing the pure air, then close for sigh, brief period, and extend the feet. No. Number 7. Pressing the vertex, rub the two hands together, and after 5 JMNs, voluntary half coughs in Chinese, ko, Parige, interlace the hands and support heaven. Interlock, and then, he, press, hands, the, and, vertex, raise, each 9 times. Note, them aloft to support the void 3 or 9 times. Number 8. Grasping the look. Let the two hands take the form of a look. Advance them to the front. Grasp the soles of the 2 feet 12 times. Again, withdraw the teat and sit upright. Note, bring both hands to the front. Clasp the soles of the feet 12 times. Collect the lead and sit upright. Wait till the saliva in the mouth is produced, then gargle and swallow according to the number of times already indicated. Move the shoulders and body 24 times, and also the pulley exercise termed the river cart 24 times. Think the fire of the tan lean from below upwards and burn, heat the body. At the time of thinking, the mouth and nose must be closed for a very little. Wait till the saliva is produced in the mouth. If it fail, then excite it, gargle and swallow according to the former method. When the divine water is swallowed 9 times and the giggling sound produced, the pulses become all harmonized and regulated. 112. The 5 animals. These figures for the cure of disease by perspiration were designed by the celebrated surgeon Hua II of the Han Dynasty, 2nd century AD, who was not only the Aesculapius of China but was well versed in all the secrets of Taoism. He was wondrously skilled in acupuncture, and some of his surgical operations are of a very marvelous description. He was the first to use anesthetics in scraping the poison from the arm of Quan Ti, the god of war and patron of the present dynasty. If one's body is not in health and peace, the performance of these 5 figures will produce perspiration and cure the azes and discomfort. Figure I. The tiger. Close the breath, bend the head, close the fists tightly, and assume the severe form of a tiger. The 2 hands are slowly to lift a supposed weight of 1,000 catties. The breath is to be retained till the body is upright, then swallowed and carried down into the abdomen. This is to cause the divine air, animal spirits, energy, to proceed from above downwards and produce in the abdomen a sound like thunder, to be done some 7 times. By this sort of movement, 113. Thayer and pulses of the body will be harmonized, and the 100, all diseases prevented from being produced. Figure 2. The bear. Assume the form of a bear, incline the body slightly to the side, swing it to the right and left, place 1 foot in front and away behind, and stand fast. Use the air till the is on the 2 sides, and the joints all resound. Also, move the strength of the loins to remove the swelling, some 3 to 5 times. This will relax and tranquilize the tendons and bones. This also is the method for nourishing the blood. Figure 3. The deer. Shut the breath, bend the head, close the fists tightly, turn the head like a deer viewing its tail, the body even, contract the shoulders, stand. On tiptoe, stamp on the heel, and including the heavenly pillar. The neck, the entire body will move. Do it some 3 times, or each day once will also do. To do it once, on getting out of bed in the morning, is the best of all. 116. Figure 4. The monkey. Stop the breath. Assume the form of a monkey climbing a tree. 1 hand as it were holding some fruit. 1 foot raised on the heel of 1 foot. Turn the body and cause the divine air to revolve, carrying it into the abdomen till you feel perspiration is exuding, and then it is finished. Figure 5. The bird. Close the breath. Assume the form of a bird flying. Raise the head. Inspire the air of the coccyx and cause it to ascend to the hollow of the vertex. Head, Let the two hands assume in front the attitude of reverence or worship. Raise the head. The expression yin chi if yorgi jay. Jay occurs in almost every exercise. In fact, without this, there is properly speaking no kungi-tina-tu. The power of it is the very essence of the art, and the greatest stress is laid upon it. Its impossibility, absurdity, and uselessness, even if possible, do not require to. The benefit which is derived is from the exercise in be demonstrated. Attempting the impossible, Zhan is considered a little heaven. The pure air is inspired, and by swallowing it with effort, it is carried down to the navel or tan hen, an imaginary spot 1 inch below the navel. Thence to the coccyx, where there is an aperture which in young persons is pervious, but in old persons is filled up with fat. Thence up the back, past the double barrier to the occiput, then over the vertex to the heavenly door, the brow, and finally finds egress by the nostrils as foul air. This is performing a revolution of the microcosm, and that which is denoted by yin si-ki. The Taoists prefer the retirement in the monasteries in the hills to go through these exercises, as the air there is pure 118, so as to have the face upwards, and go out to meet the spirit and break the vertex, i.e., open the brain, as it were, to receive it. 119. Kung Fu for the 4 seasons. In the year's exercises, we must omit all references to the time each day, which ranges from midnight to 7 a.m. when they are enjoined, also the numerous correlations with pulses, blood vessels, viscera, the 5 elements and their natures, the atmospheric influences, whether heavenly, earthly, or respiratory, the 8 diagrams, the cyclical signs, points of the compass, etc. There are 2 exercises for each month, making 24 in all, arranged according to the 24 solar terms or periods, breaths of the year, corresponding to the day on which the sun enters the 1st and 15th degree of one of the zodiacal signs. To each of these an appropriate name is given, which we have retained, as they are in popular use. The exercises are arranged according to the 4 seasons, and each season is prefixed and suffixed with some animal representing the correlated viscera. These we have also retained from their quaintness, excellency of design, and with the view of conveying an idea of the Chinese correspondencies. It will be observed that the black tiger and the dragon occur very frequently in the Taoist works. Charms also frequently accompany them, but, as this is a wide subject and has a special form of treatment, it is omitted here. It has been discussed elsewhere. The various correlations of the human body will be found treated in the Philosophy of Chinese Medicinius, a work contemplated by the writer. In the medicinal exercises which follow, I have given the prescriptions attached to them, as they throw some light upon their materia medica and mode of preparing drugs, the nature of their recipes, etc. Included in the chapters on seasonable regime we referred to further on are found prescriptions ascribed to 120. The Yellow Emperor, 2697 BC, to cure or prevent diseases of the viscera which are omitted. The spring governs birth, summer, growth, autumn, harvesting, and winter, storage. For each period and for each viscus, the various tilings that regulate and assist are given what is indicated and what contraindicated, with all matters that ought to be attended to. The liver is the viscus which stands at the head of the 3 months of spring. It is represented as a dragon, see illustration below. The name of its spirit is dragon smoke. Its appellation is containing brightness. The form of the liver is that of a dragon. It stores up the soul. It resembles a hanging bottle, gourd of a whitish-brown color. It is placed below the heart, a huila nearer the back. The right has 4 lobes. Lie left 3 lobes. Its pulse emerges from the end of the thumb. The liver is the mother of the heart and the son of the kidneys. To repair and nourish it, during the first half of the Lire months, one must sit facing the east, knock the teeth 3 times, shut the breath and inspire 9 times, breathe the south air, take in Y mouthfuls and swallow 9 times. Certain medicines I've also ordered. The Kung, to direct the liver for the spring 3 months, is to press equally the 2 hands on the shoniters, slowly press the body right and left each 3 times. It can also be done by clasping or interlocking the 2 hands, turning in palms and dorsa alternately to the chest 3 times, 5 times. This will cure obstruction of the liver from vicious wind and poisonous air, and prevent disease from developing. These exercises must be incessantly attended to morning and evening in the spring, without intermitting even 1 day. And, with the heart set upon it, the cure is complete. If, after driving out the corrupt air, the eyes be fixed and closed, opening them only a little, and then puff out the air slowly and by little, the cure of a flushed face and flow of tears will be effected. 1 for the solar term of the first month, or beginning of sprong. Hands folded, press the thigh, turn the body, twist the neck towards the right and left alternately 3 times, 5 times. Knock the teeth, respire, gargle, as it were the air in the mouth, and swallow 3 times. For the cure of rheumatism and obstructions, pain in the neck, shoulders, ear, back, elbow, and arm. See figure, next page. For hands, the middle, folded. Of the first month, y, or to the power after the power of rain. Watery prestedligli. Turn the neck and body as before, alternately to the right and left 3-5 times, etc. As above, for the cure of obstruction and the storing up of vicious poison in the three divisions, imaginary viscera and network of vessels, difficult deglutition, deafness, and pain of the eyes, the illustration, being identical with the above figure, is omitted. The pressure of the hand is applied to the right instead of the left thigh, and the head is turned to the left. The character used in the second is pi, which is not found in any of our Chinese-English dictionaries. LQG. In the writer's vocabulary of anatomical terms, to be published shortly, it refers to the region of the stomach. The part to be pressed upon in the above figure is pi, BFFLV, the thigh, which agrees with the illustrations. 3. Second MO 7th, name of solar terran, the to the power off to the power of waking of insects, animals that have secreted themselves. Close. All the winter fists are supposed to come out on this day. Tightly, turn, 5 times 6. The neck, times, move, draw. He elbows them backwards, like the wings, and of a bird. 3 times 3. Forwards. Tap, times. The teeth, D, Y. D times, inspire and swallow. To cure the corrupt poison, and obstructions of the loins, lumbago, back, lungs, and stomach. Dryness of the mouth, yellowness of the eyes, epistaxis, difficult deglutition, face swollen, aphasia, rheumatism of the head, toothache, darkness of vision, intolerance of light, loss of smell, polypus, and boils all over the body. To the power, off to the power, off to the power, off to the power of figure, below. 124. 4. Middle of the second month, termed the spring equinox. Extend the hands. Turn the head to the right and left 6 times 7 times. Knock the teeth 6 times 6. Inspire and swallow 3 times 3. To cure weakness and the vicious poison of the chest, consumption, shoulders, back, and small blood, vessels, toothache, neck swollen, rigors, feverishness, deafness or earache. Timistus aureum, pain behind the ears, pain of the shoulders, elbow, upper arm, and back, oppression in the lungs, fullness. Skin feeling like a husk or shell, not painful but itchy. See figure below. 5. Third month, solar term. Pure brightness. Change hands right and left like drawing the bow each. 7 times. Knock the teeth. Respite, taking in the outside pure air to displace the foul air from within, and swallow the saliva each 3 times. To cure the weakness and vicious. Air of the loins, kidneys, intestines, and stomach, painful deglutition, ears, deal, and pamfu, pow of the neck, and inability to turn it, pain in the shoulder and unable to raise it. Body hent and without strength, arm painful, and weakness of the loins. See figure below. This figure campons with a lot number 2, which is explained directed again aglynia, and the pains of the toes and bowels. It is necessary to turn the head. 126. 6. Middle, sitting evenly. The V, alternately. Third Mo 7. Aif. Raise the, termed corn. Rahi. Right and left hand as if supporting something, and alternately with the right and left cover the breasts, each 5 times, 7 times, etc. To cure blood obstruction in the spleen and stomach, yellowness of the eyes, bleeding of the nose, cheeks, mech and army swollen and painful, palms of the hands hot. See figure, opposite page. Each exercise concludes invariably with the phrase, why me per ye, t, which we have I am das report and the asamani yumes, the wheel h radost be airning out of the dust subtly and lie, expialism, assuring by the use, pyration, Allen lowly and tasty, the sasina, equivalent to breathing ut the Allen milling in the pacet, the petition of the headed, the ox of expiration moves the hetinly stems, 10, and the air of inspiration the earthly branches. Ra, the cyclical signs healing the isle of 60 coalitions. This figure pawns with no to be agenet and harassment and obstruction of amiot, which is said of the stomach and jaundice. The name of the spirit of the Gaul, bladder is glorious dragon, and its appellation, majestic brightness. Its form is that of a tortoise coiled round by a serpent. See illustration on previous page. Its resemblance is to a suspended gourd. Its color is a green-purple. It is placed in the middle of the liver. Its kung is to sit upright. Place the 2 soles of the feet together, raise the head. With the 2 hands take hold of the ankles, and move the feet 3 times 5 times. Or with the 2 hands press the ground, straighten the body, and add force to the palms and back 3 times 5 times. In this way, the vicious air and poisonous wind can be driven out. Then follow the summer 3 months. 4th, 5th, and 6th. The period starts with the picture of the heart. The name of its spirit is Great Red. Its designation is guarding the soul. Its form is like a scarlet bird, the fancy name of a position in geomancy. As the red ruler, it stores up the spirit. It resembles the lotus turned upside down. In color, like white reflected on brown. It is placed in the middle of the langs above the liver, 1 inch below the apex of the ensiform cartilage. In Chinese, the aperture called the dore's tail. The pulse of the heart issues from the end of the left middle finger, at the aperture termed the communicating center. In order to direct the heart into a right course, sitting straight, with both hands clenched, with strength rammed down alternately, the right and left each 5 by 5 times, also with one hand raised a little in space, as it supporting a pickle of rice, right and left alternately, also with both hands clasped and the foot placed within the clasped hands, each 5 times 6 times, during which period let the breath be held, to drive out all diseases caused by vicious wind in the heart and thorax. This exercise to be performed for a long time, with the eyes shut, the saliva swallowed. 129. 3 times, and the teeth knocked 3 times. Afterwards hem slowly. Whatever grief may be in the heart, or ulcers in the mouth will be cured. Or, sitting upright, throw both fists forward, as if fighting, and bring them back 6 times. See illustration below. 130. Additional 2 exercises for directing the heart are given as follows. First, sitting upright, body inclined, use strength in this position like a hill supporting a hill. In this way, sit, using force to drive out the vicious wind of the loins and spine, to make pervious the 5 viscera and 6/U, to disperse foot vapors, gout, to tone the heart and strengthen the system, and do it the same on the right and left sides. The second method is with one hand to press the stomach, one hand raised upwards, use all your strength as if supporting a stone, and retain the breath. And do the same on both sides to dispel the poisonous wind of the ribs, to cure the heart and cause the blood and pulses to circulate and harmonize. When the 7 apertures of the heart are all open, the Chinese assert the highest intelligence. With a moderate amount of wisdom, only 5 openings are pervious, and in the case of the intensely stupid, all the openings are blocked up, and no air passes through. The heart is the son of the liver and mother of the spleen, in their view. In the beginning of the 4th and 5th months, early in the morning, facing the south, sitting straight, bump the teeth 9 times, gargle the saliva in the moof 3 times. Silently think, draw the south air into the mouth and swallow 3 times, hold the breath, and take 30 inspirations after each such holding, and so fill up and replace the vicious air. J, 4th month solar term named beginning of summer. Breath closed and eyes shut, turn and change the hands and press them on the knees each 5 but 7 times, etc. To cure wind and dampness collected in the Qing-lo or network of small blood vessels, arms and axillae swollen and painful, palms of the bands hot. This illustration, see figure below, corresponds with Amiot's number 16, which is said to be against the continual heat of the palms of the hands and soles of the feet. Fully, small something termed upholding month, if as 4th the raised of is hand middle one to the power of the one hand pressed down, right and left each, 3 times 5 times, etc. To cure obstructions, the vitiated in the liver, air, and poison, lungs of the hitch. The usual character, Z, 132, has become stagnant and refuses to disperse, fullness of the thorax and ribs, pain and palpitation of the heart, flushing of the face, eyes yellow, heart sad, painful and afraid, palms of hands hot. This C figure below corresponds with Amiot's number 17, which is against embarrassment of the lunces and suffocation. Before engaging in the kung fu of the 5th month, there is as usual the preliminary exercise of placing the palms of the 2 bands together, and as it were pushing forward, the 4, arm and wrists 7 times, to purify the heart of wind and trouble, and to disperse the obstructing air. On the 5th day of the 5th month, take a little of the earth of the grave, a piece of brick and a stone, go home and place them in a little bottle, and bury it outside the door below the door. Step. The whole family will thus be protected against disease of the period. Also take vermilion, and write a charm, and apply it to the front of the heart. This will cure all sorts of diseases, and prevent disease from entering the body. To be applied for the united 3 months. 9, for the solar term of the 5th month, named sprouting seeds. Although the figure is standing, the instruction is sitting. The sitting character say seems, however, to indicate the passing a season in. Such exercises, just as hang, kung, ti, refers to the carrying out of the same AT&T expression which occurs almost invariably in the lodi of the instructions, while the other, for, forms the title or introduction. The body is thrown back, both hands raised aloft as if supporting a thing, and great force is to be used with both right and left in raising up the supposed weight. 5 tacks 7 times. Fix the breath. The remainder as usus. To cure weakness of the loins and kidneys, dryness in swallowing, heart and ribs painful, eyes yellow, thirst, body hot and thighs painful. 134. Head and neck painful, face red, cough and expectoration upwards, leakage downwards, diarrhea of the lower air may mean passage of wind, emission of semen, or diarrhea. Grief, fear, see figure. Below. It corresponds with Amiot's number 5, which is against pains of the heart, leanness of exhaustion, and thirst accompanied with heat of the body. 135. Deset, the middle of the 5th month termed to the power of summer solstice. Kneel, stretch the hands, interlock the fingers, and bend them over the foot, change the feet right and left each 5 times 7 times, etc. To cure the obstructed wind, and damp not dispersed, rheumatism, painful knees, ankles and arms, palms hot and painful, kidneys, loins and spine painful, heaviness of the body, all sorts of pain. See figure. Corresponds with Amiot's number 11, which is directed against pains of the knees, embarrassments of the kidneys, and the swelling of weakness. R. Zweite. For the press, solar, the two Heidstoth, term of the 6th, ground, month, bend, named 1. Slight heat foot under the body, stretch out the other with force 3 times 5 times, etc. To cure rheumatism, wind and dampness of the legs, knees, thighs, and loins, fullness of the lungs with excessive flow of phlegm, asthma, cough, pain in the middle of the sternum, violent sneezing, abdominal distension and pain to the right of the navel, the hands contracted, bent crooked, body heavy, hemiplegia, loss of memory, whooping cough, prolapsus ani, weakness of wrist, joy and anger inconstant. See figure. Corresponds with Amiot's number 12, against paralysis of certain members, short and precipitate respiration, pains of the lower belly with tension. Dvenact. For the middle of the 6th month termed great heat, sit all in a heap on the ground, twist the head toward the shoulders, and look like a tiger to the tight, and loft each 3 by 5 lines, etc. to cure theumatism of the head, neck, chest, and back, cough, and asthma, thirst, dullness, taking pleasure in nothing, fullness of chest, pain of the arm, palms of the bands hot, pain above the navel or the shoulder and back, cold and hot perspication, frequent micturition, diarrhea, skin anesthetic, malmation to grief and crying. See figure. For the last half of the 6th month, the Kim Fu is sit quite straight, extend the fingers upwards, bend them backwards, perform this 3 times, then bending them to the front in the same way in front and behind alike, to cure the loins, spine, feet and knees of paraplegic wind, and to disperse the vicious air of the bladder, the soul's residence. The spleen is called to the power of constantly, in form, phoenix, present, like designation. It secretes. The soul resembles an upturned basin, color like white reflected on yellow, covers the center above the navel, in front covers horizontally the stomach. Its pulse issues out of the side of the end of the big toe of the left foot, just at the corner of the nail, distant about the breadth of the leaf of the Shemtier, Allium tuberosum. See illustration. During the 6th month, the following exercise is given as directing into the right courses. Extend one foot, bring both hands to the front, and let them draw the feet 3 times, 5 times. Also kneeling, both hands grasping the earth, turn the head and look, using force and looking like a tiger 3 by 5 times. This exercise can drive away the rheumatism, which obilucts the spleen, and promotes digestion. The tiger appears as the illustration of the lungs, the hung beginning the autumnal 3 months. Its spirit's name is Trily Beautiful, and its designation, empty completeness. It is like a tiger and secretes the soul, resembles the suspended bell, Qing, of the Buddhists. Its color is like white reflected on red. It is placed above the heart opposite the chest and is of 6 lobes. Its pulse issues from the fuside of the end of the thumb of the left hand, distant from the male over 2 fecks in the middle of the hollow there. See illustration. The Kung for the 7th, 8th, and 9th months is with both hands to grasp the ground, contract the body, bend the spine, raise the body stymes, to disperse the vicious wind of the lungs and the old injuries that are there collected. Also turn the fist and beat the back with the left, and 140. Right hands each 3 times to drive out the enclosed poisonous air in the thorax, and, after having done this for a long time, shut the eyes, knock the teeth, and rise for the solar term, both of the hands 7th, 2 month, the ground, called To the power of beginning of antum. Trinact. Contract the body, close the breath, raise up the body in a jerking manner jx to the power of times, etc. To fill up the empty, weak, and injured parts, to dispel the air of the loins and kidneys collected there, the heart and ribs painful and so unable to turn the body, the face as if covered with fine dust, the outside of the foot hot, headache, jaws painful, eyes projecting, canthy painful, sternum and armpits swollen and painful, paroxysms of cold perspiration. See figure 141. See Churnact. For the middle of the seventh mouth, termed stopping of heat, tum the head to the right and left, raise the head, turn the two hands and beat the back each 5 times, 7 times, etc. To cure rheumatism, pain of the shoulder, back, chest, ribs, thighs, knees, small blood vessels, outside of the leg and ankle, pain of the various joints, cough, asthma, shortness of breath, thirst, all will then disappear. See figure. Patnact. For the solar term of the 8th month, termed white dew. Seated upright, press the two hands on the knees, turn the head, pushing and stretching it each 3 times, 5 times, etc. To cure rheumatism of the loins and back, aguishness, epistaxis, lips deepened in color, neck swollen, aphasia from disease of the pharynx, face of a dark color, retching, inclination to sing and desire to ascend high places, eager to cast off clothes and go about naked, insanity. See figure 143. Cessnact. Middle of the Eglith month, named autumnal equinox. Sitting cross, legged, both hands covering the ears, turn sideways to the right and left 3 by 5 times, etc. To our lumatism of realis, lojus, thighs, knees, and anliles. Diunction of the abdomen with rumbling of air. Feeling as if I were collating with the breasts. The thighs, legs, and ankles painful, incontinence of urine, inability to turn the thigh from the lamb space to a little above the anki, feeling as FPPP'd up, very rapid digestion, fluids urgently drunk, sume cold, asthma, dispaces, see figure 17 for the solar term of the 9th month called cold dew. Sitting upright, raise both arms, jerk up the body as if supporting something, right and left 5 by 7 times, 144, etc. To cure all sorts of vicious wind, cold and damp, pain of the ribs, bead, neck, loins and spine, bead ache, eyes as if falling out, neck as if being pulled out, shimorboids, stule and ano, insanity, bead painful on both sides, frontal pain and also pain of vertex, yellowness OTIs, polypus, epistaxis, cholera, and Su-Li-like. See figure 145, i.e. middle. Of the 9th mouthy termed frosts, dechafit. Seated even, extend both hands and seize the feet, and, accompanying this exercise, use strength in the middle of the feet, then relax and withdraw the hands. 5t, 7 times, etc. To cure wind and damp having entered the loins, inability to extend and flex the feet and thighs, painful joints, lower part of leg painful as if laid open, painful head, back, loins, pelvis, thighs, knees, muscular paralysis, lower portion of body swollen, evacuation of pus and blood, dysentery, the small abdomen distended and painful, difficult and painful micturition, tendons cold, gout, hemorrhoids, prolapsus ani, FC, figure 146. The kidneys form the illustration at the beginning of the last 3 months of the year, which is as follows. The name of its spirit is the water spirit, and its designation, nourishing infants. Its form is that of a yellow deer with 2 heads. It stores up the will. It resembles a round stone, is of 2 colors like white silk reflected on purple. It is placed opposite the navel, and lies in close contact with the lumbar spine. The left kidney is the real one, and mates with the live viscera. The night kidney is called the Mingmen, or gate of life, and in the male secretes the semen, in the female the fetal membrane. The pulse of the kidney issues from the middle of the soles of the feet. See illustration. The solar term of the 10th mouth called beginning of winter, seated upright, 1 hand on the knee, 1 hand grasping the elbow, change right and left and support the right and fly X 5 times, etc. To cure the sidine, empty toil, consumption, and vicious poison in the chest and ribs, fullness of the thorax, loins painful, neither able to bend nor straighten the body, deficiency of saliva, face dusky, nausea and ricough, undigested fecal motions, headache, deafness, jaws swollen, eyes red swollen and painful, sense of fullness and depression in abdomen and ribs and the 4 extremities, vertigo, pupils painful. See figure 20 for the middle of the 10th month, termed slight snow. 1 lewid placed on the knee, the other grasping the elbow, right and left using force 3 times, etc. To cure wind, damp, and warm poison of the wrist and elbow, a wife's enlargement of the small abdomen, and a husband's hernia, fox, hernis, fall sorts of hernia, incontinence of urine, swelling of the joints, contraction of tendons, small membrum virile, 5 sorts of gonorrhea, wind, fire, cold, poison, damp, diarrhea, fear, fullness of the chest, ashems of the lower ribs. See figure 149. 2, 1. For the standing solar 10, straight. Of the 11th, knees extended both, month, Jaimed, great spheo. Hands to the right and left as 5 times 7 if supporting, times, etc. The 2 feet, cure. Right and left stamping, each wind and dampness of the feet and knees, heat of the mouth, dryness of the tongue, swelling of the throat, jaundice, hungry and cannot eat, cough, hemoptysis. See asthma, figure, vision indistinct, fear, as if about to be seized. 150. 32 for the middle of the 11th month called winter solstice. Sitting everly, extend both feel, clench the 2 hands, press both knees, and with extreme force perform tins with the right and la times 5 times, etc. To cure cold and damp of the hands, feet, minute blood vessels, spine and thighs, insensibility of feet, clination to recumbent position, soles O, leet hot, navel painful, pain of the lower ribs between the shoulders and thigh middle of the thighs, fullness of the thorax, large and small abdomen painful, difficult micturition, distension of abdomen, neck swollen, cough, loins cold like water and swollen. Air below the navel not harmonious, little belly below navel, very painful, diarrhea, feet swollen, chilblains, dysentery, Bert, desiring. See figure 23. For the solar term of the tackcloth mouth named slight cold, sitting upright, one hand pressing the foot. 151. The other raised aloft as if supporting something, turn the head, 3 times 5 and times, change, etc. Alternately to cure the air stored hands, up use in the great arteries force, and veins, retching and vomiting, stomach painful, abdomen distended, ague, fullness of thorax, failing appetite, sighing, great heaviness of body, grief, below the heart painful, diarrhea, suppression of urine, jaundice, the 5 diarrheas of 5 colors, large and small, convenience, impervious, face yellow, mouth dry, indolum, desire to lie down, angina pectoris, hungry, liking savory things, want of appetite. See figure 44 for the middle of the 12th month termed great cold. Both hands thrown behind, sitting kneeling with 1 foot extended straight out with 1 foot use fari, right and left alternately each 3 times 5 times, etc. To cure the storage of all sorts of influences in the small net, work, of blood, vessels, the root of the tongue hard, painful and unable to be moved, inability to move the body or to lie down, unable to stand great expenditure of strength, thighs and ham space swollen, the pelvis, thighs, legs, leat and back painful, distension of abdomen, rumbling in the intestines, food indigested causing diarrhea, feet unable to be pulled together in order to walk, the 9 openings impervious. See figure. Medicinal Kung. 1. Number 1, the honorable and real form of the great pure ancestral teacher to your pain in the abdomen, and suddenly alternating cold and hot. Sit upright with both hands embraced below the navel, wait till the time is warmed, perform the Ang, revolving the AU in 49 mouthfuls. In one work, this figure is termed twisting or pressing and holding the tan. Tian. For the cure of abdominal pain and nourishing the strength of the male principle. The leading air soup. Prescription, take of tatang, sha for tsang, chu, a. Atractylus ovata, biang, fu, cyperus rotundus, clen, p.b., orange peel, chuan, mg1. Plurospermum sp. Orconioselinum univitatum unibelliferi, pi, chi, e, cons of angelica animata, foaling, fun gold growths on coats of pachyma fu ting, root of the salas, China root, shincho, a celebrated medicine cake for curing colds and dispersing wind, brought from Chinchu near Amoy. The name means alvine leaven, tad, su, perilla osimoides, fried ginger, and ligonreese. Of each the seithi quantity, take a decoction in water. The illustration is that of a Talat priest kidding CSS, legged as described. As the stations are on mus and CPY to be, they are millet less, the précises ephemis are mani ila striking, and where they SMA are ideal when these early given. Ference to the illustration is stiment. Number 2, the Venerable Prince Li playing the lute. To cure chronic disease and yellow swelling, Sit silently with both hands on the knees. Rub forcibly. Let the heart consider and wait till the air bay circulated to all parts of the lindi and make it go round in 49 mouthfuls. The air will thus revolve, the blood harmonize, and diseases vanish. The juju iron pills. Prescription. Take of green alum. R. Sulfate of ema. Burnt orange peel. Sangshu of each 2 ounces. Slagen. E. Cardamoms. Mace. Dried ginger. Atate. Chilclifol or chilile. 1. Aglaciparia. Large fruit. Peilang. Dak. Areca catichu. Beetle. Nut. Gen shen. A. Ginseng. Rontavarellia quinquefolia. Panax ginseng of each mace. Powder. Boil the jujubes. Bends them into a pulp. Mix the powder and make into pills which 9 form a doje morning and evening, to be taken with rice gruel. Fish, food, cold and raw articles, and fatty substances are contra-indicated. The work. After each prescription, there is a stanza of poetry. Consulted omits the poetry. Accompanying this recipe reads, older, slanga. At first, when there was chase, there was the female principle, then there ascended the male principle. Sir Beaver was divided, the former principle in crest, the latte de minislead, and both harmonized. Heaven and earth the appeared, and the great reason, and this was the creation. The figure given in the books is that of the founder of Taoism. He is popularly termed Lao Tse, the old child, from the white appearance of his head and the aged appearance of his face at Sith. The epauliette really means the old master. His surname Li was derived from the name for a plum tree, under which he was said to have been born. He was a contemporary of Confucius. The illustration is, as described, an attitude of meditation assumed by the Taoist and Buddhist priests. In the accompanying exercises with prescriptions, the Chinese characters with the Botsujal identificative of gelatinces will be inserted only on their first C. We Latiner is well known. Is Kamais and popular name only will be used. 155. Number 3. Shi Shenwengs. To the power of Ejor hashtag method of preserving the air and being opening empty the passes to cure false satiety, i.e., and yet having the feeling of fullness. The closed places or passes are ersta, the mouth, the door of the lungs. 2. The teeth, the leaves of the door. 3. The larynx, the inspiratory door. The sounds, in Chinese for expiration and inspiration, resemble the sounds produced by the acts, as for example, hit, I, to expire and inspire, respectively. Ki tiri, the gullet, the mouth of the stomach. Pet, the cardiac orifice. 6. The pyloric orifice. 7. The anus. The soul goes by the head in the good and by the fundament in the bad into the earth. The 9 openings of the body do not here require to be specified. Sit firmly. Place the 2 hands cross-wise on the shoulders. The naked beggars in winter adopt this attitude to keep themselves warm. Let the eyes look to the left side. Move the air round in 12 mouthfuls. Then turn the eyes to the right and respire as before. The attitude resembles Amiot's number 6, which is said to be against fullness and embarrassment in the intestines, with weakness. The protecting harmony pills. Prescription. Take of Shan Chiju, 1. Fruit of Crataegus pinalida, 2 ounces Shen, CH0. Fred, Pania, 4. Tubers of Linelia tubifera, or rad. Ari macroral, ginger juice to be bested with it, fueling of each once to fuse free. Raphana sativus, radish seeds, crange pest, leer. Char, Botus fruit, of each move, powder, form the shiminen paste, with which to make the pills dosa, 30 to 50, to be taken in a little soup, hot water. Number 4. The immortal with the iron crutch, pointing the way for the cure of paralysis. This disease is supposed by the Chinese to be caused by phlegm blocking up the passages. That on the left is called tan. That on the right, han. 157. Stand firmly. Point with the right hand to the right. Eyes to be directed to the left. Move the air round in 24 mouthfuls. Let the left foot point to the front, took to the tight and left. Mave the air round in 24 mouthfuls, then the right foot in front. The harmonizing air powder. Prescription. Take ma, huang. Ephedra vulgaris orange poil. F. Daphnidium mira, pai, chang san. Man hyung pai chi. Of each I mace. Licorice. Chiel keng. Platycordon grandiflorum, dried ginger. Of each candarines. Chib shomak to be taken in boiled water, in which 3 slices of ginger have been digested. 158. The immortal with the iron staff is included by Taoist writers in the category of the 8 immortals. His surname was Li. He is largely represented in Chinese legendary lore. No precise period is assigned to his existence upon earth. His disembodied spirit entered the body of a lame and crooked beggar, and in this shape the philosopher continued his existence, supporting his halting footsteps with an iron staff. Hence his name, Vie Kwai, number 5, the maiden immortal Ho, to the power of Yefer, to the power of slowly ascending to heaven, to cure gravel twisting the intestines and abdominal pain. In one work, the figure, a male, is termed the 81 9 times 9 ways of ascending to heaven. 159. Sit inclined, the 2 hands embracing the knees on a level with the navel. Tread up and down with the right and left feet 9 times. Move the air round with 24 mouthfuls. This maiden is one of the Aoft genii. When born, 6 hairs were seen growing on the crown of her head. At 14, she dreamed that a spirit gave her instruction in the art of procuring immortality, in the obtaining of which Sli was to eat powdered mother of pearl. She vowed herself to a life of virginity, wandered in the mountains, lived on herbs, and ultimately disappeared from mortal view. She has since, it is said, been twice seen. The salt soup, water, method for bringing on vomiting, prescription. Use ver. Much salted water to cause vomiting, and the affection is cured. This corresponds with Amiot's number 19, which is there said to be against calculus and nephritic colic. Number 6. Pai Yi Chuan, to the power of 3 pounds 5 tea, seizing his food. HK, the tiger, to QE twisting intestinal gravel. This figure is elsewhere termed the hungry tiger, seizing his food. The abdomen to the ground, the hands and feet with force to be turned upwards. Move the air in 12 mouthfuls and more the hands and feet right and left 3 times 5. Make the air advance by this. See figure 6. Times, then sit up erect firmly. In su 14 mouthfuls. This corresponds with Aniot's number 15, which is against gravel and sand in the kidneys, and he adds people speak well of 3 seconds effects and cures. Presinion. Take red earth and alumi, of each 5 mace, powder. Use 1 bowl of cold water. Mox, allow it to settle, and then drink. Number 7. Han Chong Lei's method of sounding the heavenly drum, to cure vertigo, sometimes called the vertigo, curing tiger, or the peach blossom leaguer. A similar exercise is given under the leading the hands beating the wind residence, acupuncture, aperture below the occipital protuberance, causing thunder, for the inflammation of the, from, cure of headache, membranes, or from wind. Bite the teeth, sit straight, shut the breath, use both hands. And cover the cars, beat the heavenly dram 36 times, again tap the teeth 15 times, adding to the taste of the white tiger soup. Prescription, take of gypsum, Ronstead, Z. candarines, chi, mu, and morihina, asphodel licorice, of each I mace. Panhela 2 candarines, mai tung, toolers of Ophiopogon, japonicus and candarines, chui, 1 bamboo leaves, 5 candarines, rice a pickle, make decoction with 3 alleys of ginger. In, the heart will thus become as bright as a mirror, and as clear as heaven, the first couplet of the poetical stanza. Toulouse figure corresponds with Amiot's number, which is said to be against vertigo and dazzling, and resembles, one of the 8 sections, and is therefore here omitted, 161. Number 8. The immortal maiden Sao, to the power of FLLJ, to the power of looking at the figure of the ultimate principle of being, to cure inflammation, pain, and swelling of the eyes. Fix the tongue on the palate, direct the eyes to the vertex, and now alternately cause the fine of the heart to descend. 2. And enter the ringen, acupinier aperture in the entree of the sole of the foot. Draw up the kidney water, men, to the, in performing it do, is 3 yumes each time. Set it on fire in 36 mouthfuls. The bright eye flowing air potion. Prescription, tanque, leganticum acutilobum. Pai Shao, Pionia albifon, sleg T4, Rehania. Glutinosa, lung, tan, sia, ai, jutiana scabra, chitalhu, buplorucinfidcatum, huanglian, chirant of copiacita, chixe, Cardinia florida. Tan, P, font bark of fiancin mentan, of each imataku and rub, boiled in wine, dried and egamballed and dried 3 times 7 times, 2 race and make a decoction, and drink. Number 9. Shenchong Chun's F method of turning the windlass, otherwise called the genie, turning the windlass, the shoulder, to cure severe pain of the back and arm. Sit high, as on a chair. Extend the right and left feet inclined with. The two hands prend the knees, moving the air sound in one mouthfuls. Do it daily, 3 times 5 time. The moving air simp. Prescription take of cat pen, Norbasmernium japonicum, fang I, Procedanti terebinthesen. Root of an umbellifem, Huan Bong, of ench mace, Che Wo. Pusidanum decursivum, 2, H Wo, Angelica and Qualis, of each 2 mace, man, Qing Te. A kind of turnip with a white tool below ground. 5 candarines, licorice S candarines. Boif in water and drink. The figure is omitted. Number 10. Matao, Yang's 1. Method of using the strength of fire for the whole body to cure the primordial air in a debilitated condition. Sit firmly cross-legged. First rub the brohans warm, then rub the eyes. Afterwards use them to stiloloma, the ribs on the 2 sides. When the air advances, use it to go upwards and move the air round in 12 mouthfuls. 163. The ginseng astragalus soup. Prescription. Take of ginseng, Huang Chi W, to the power of astragalus, Pai Shu. Ji Til, Tangquei, of each 2 mace, orange peel, fuling, licorice, of each eye mace. Add ginger and jujubes and boil in water. The figure is omitted. Number 2. Changtse Yongsma, to the power of LAA, driving the 2 pestle. Cure indigestion, distension, and rumbling of the abdomen, with pain each time. Stand firmly. With the 2 hands support heaven, stamp the earth, and circulate the air 9 times. This figure corresponds with Amiot's number 20, against intestinal movements and disquiet in the whole body. The soup for widening the middle. Thorax. Prescription. Take of Tsusu, Kenye, to the power of Orto, the power off to the power of Hemipteria davidi, Zelcora davidi, Cardamons, Chichio, Chingpi. W to the power of Eindfruits, dried, section of a species of citrus, orange peel. Betel nut, Mushangije, root of Aplotaxis auriculata. Puchuk, Panchia, Lofutse, Opo, to the power of, to the power off to the power off to the power of 5 flowers of, to the power of. The Sichuan Opotsu, Sangshu, to the power of Tsixia. Alisma plantago, Mutongia, clematis, of each the same. Crude ginger, 2 slices boiled in water. Number 12. Miss Huang Hua, to the power of, to the power of, to the power of, sleeping on ice, to cure consumption and extreme debility from venereal excesses. Lie with the left hand for pillow, rub the abdomen with the right fist, flex the right foot a little, press the right leg, upon the left a little, and as if sleeping in this were pi 32 mouthfuls, and move the air round into mouthfuls. The soup of the great shop for strengthening the center, thorax. Prescription. Dike of ginseng, pai shu fooling, pai shan, shtati, si strong -1, ram, wang, shech, of each tea mace, ang quei, trin hung, tuehuza, a, bark of an euphorbiaceae tree, tang, jong, jinctia spi, ku, chi, legumes of soralea, bocce seeds, of each 7 candarines, licorice, cinnamon, of each 3 candarines. Boil with ginger and jujubes and take it at any time. Number 13. Yinqing, Bose, 1. Sleeping plan. To cure weakness of the spleen and stomach, and indigestion of the 5 cereals, hemp seed, millet, rice, wheat, and pulse. Recline of the back, place the right foot like frame on the left foot. Lay the 2 hands straight on the shoulders, the abdomen coming and going. Move the air round in 6 mouths. 166. The strong spleen pills. Prescription. Take of pai shu, roasted with earth. Chishi, to the power of, to the power of, to the power of roasted egel sprouts sepiana of, small wheat fruit, and orange barley. Peel. Maya shenchichi, roasted shanyao, of, j, to the power of, uyascorias p. Yams, fooling, sangshu, roasted, of each ounce. Upo, prepared, 8 mace, mushang, 5 mace. Powder. Take non-glutinous rice flour and make into a paste and form pills, of which 6 or 7 for a dose in rice gruel. Number 14. Li Shi Chans, to the power off to the power of, to the power of percent, method of dispersing the semen. Qing, sometimes, called Li Tzu's method for strengthening the same. To cure spermatoria from dreams, sit upright, raise up both feet, rub until warm the soles of both feet, and move the air right and left each in 30 mouthfuls, and so the semen will not flow away. The Chinese believe that the qine is secreted in the kidneys and can be dispersed throughout the entire body, and thus be prevented from collecting and flowing away. The strong clang pills. Presertion, take of chole, roasted, wang po, philodendron annuense or terroir avas, of each cons buni upuistrels, luat fossil bones, ixil irvel uns, lenga stamens of los bowers, T, ling, yuko, chib, mar, and font hark f polygala sibinka, shan churg, fruit of a shrub not yet identified, of each was powder boiled rice, make the pills with a cinnabar coating duze, sulla on an empty heart, stomach, and allow with dialed salted water. Number 15, the maiden Chang Chen knew, fixing her achinal spirits. To cure emptiness and great pair of the ort, sit upright with the two hands, press the knees, use the idea in it, look to the right and elevate the left, move the air in 12 mouthfuls, look to the left, raise the siglu, and move the air in Z mouthfuls. The pain-removing powder, prescription, take of Wa, Ling, Chin, M, magpies Dang Pi, Huang, F, roasted, Taifik Pang, Iwi of each 1 ounce Juque, Kamasakasia, Inabilang, Shichong Po, Disefor, Aconis gramineus, of each 8, mace, powder, boil, mace, to be boiled with a line salt and vinegar. This corresponds with Amiot's number 13, which is against the ills of the heart, with fullness, grief in a lunger. Number 16, Wei Po, Yang's 10, method of beating the wind to cure chronic paralysis. See upright, place the right fist against the dat ribe, with the left hand press the knee, extend and withdraw the feet, think move the air to the diseased part right and left each in 6 macfuls. The gold, reducing tiger, bones powder, prescription. Take of Tangquay, Chishan, 5. Peonia albidora, the cultivated variety which bears red flowers. Chenswan, J. Dipicus asper of Latium album. From Szechuan Pai Shen, Kaupel, tiger's bones, of Kantz, Wu, Shop, Shi, John, D. Mace powder, Jor 2, to be swallowed with tepid, Iris number 17, Shuili Dao Quang, rubbing, heel, for nourishing the original essence. Sitsimite, with the hands rub, ml, warm the sole of the left font, move the AI, in 24 Mambuda Alamans rub, ww, the sole of the gh do. The rest me sime as the left. At tube philosophe and stahentast of the Han Dimity, who is known to have levered himself to the of the exit fem mortality. Nil, who is the author of a professal commentary on the thing of back of Changin. 169. The figure resembles number 8 of the ornamental sections, and is therefore omitted. The extract of the 2 immortals, Quay and Lu. The tortoise and deer. Prescription. Take of deer horns low caddies, shell of a land tortoise. 5 caddies, Kochiti, EOFP. FB to the power of Lycium chinense, 30 ounces. Ginseng 15 ounces. Use a jar and make it after the manner of an extract. Then dissolve it in wine, and take for a dose 2 to 3 or 4 mace on an empty stomach. Thorax, the opening, obstruction, dissection of thorax, the Shen Veng. Cure, KO to 18. No. Stand erect, the feet placed after the Chinese figure of 8/5. Interlock the 2 hands, carry them to the front of the chest, rub them times without number, and move the air in 34 mouthfuls. 170. Another plan is with the left hand using force directed to the left, the right hand also forcibly following the left, the head also with strength directed to the right, the eyes strongly directed T, copyright the right, move the air in 9 mouthfuls, change the hands and repeat. The powder for widening the center. Prescription. Thumb. Take of chichiyo, roasted, chikeng. Of Fu Ling. Panxia, orange peel, hopo, shangfu, shajen, each the same quantity. Add a few slices of ginger and make a decoction. To the power of 3 seconds. Number 19. Wang. Yi Yangs. To the power of method of dispersing pain. To cure a periodical air and a painful condition of the whole bod. 3M. Stand to the front, the right to the back. Place move the air in 24 mouthfuls. Upright firmly. Let the left. The 2, the exercise. Foot be carried fists on the belly. Same the is on the right and left. The ginseng harmonizing air powder. Prescription. Take of Xuanhyung, Chikeng Pai Chi, orange peel, chichayo, licorice, mahuang, wuyao, ginseng, chiang wo of each 7 candarines. Make a decoction. Number 20. The maiden ma to the power of rubbing. J section ort. Away. The disease. To cure imperviousness of the air and arteries, stand firmly. If it be the air and blood vessels of the left side that are not pervious, i.e., not circulating so as to reach all points, then the right hand acts the kung, and the idea or thought is to be directed to the left. If it be the right side that is impervious, the left hand acts, and the will is to be on the right. Each side to have 5 mouthfuls of the revolving air, except that the hand is pointing. This figure of Miss Ma resembles that of Miss Sao, number 8, who is viewing the absolute from which is evolved. The 2 primordial or positive and negative essences, or male and female principles. Ma Ku is one of the female celebrities of Taoist fable, a sister of the immortalized soothsayer and astrologer, Wang Yun of the Han Dynasty. The Puchuk flowing air potion. Prescription. Take of Panhaya, Qingpi, licorice, Sha Camphorea panderata, betel nut, Xiang, Fa, San, Liwo, ammonious medium. Avoid Chinese cardamom, Pai, Chia, Mulewa, Chinese quiche, Pyrus cathaensis, ginseng, chi bling, ved variety mo, tang, BWO, shinog here. Lophanthus rugosus, bishopwort, ting, shung, cloves, flower buds of Eugenia excapillata, orange peel, su, zhu, ke, hu pao, mu, lizing mai, tong, pai, shou chang, pa, acorus calamus, tu, fu, betalimut aken. Add 3 slices of ginger and jujube and make a decoction. No, 21. The picture of Cheng Kuo, Lao, abstracting from and adding to the strength of fire, to cure the heat of the blood of the 3 divisions, imaginary functional passages, advancing upwards, vision indistinct, warm. 6 upright, lek the hands, rub the navel afterwards, press the knees, set the mouth, sit quiet, and wait till the air fixed, then revolve the air in 9 motifs. One of the 8 immorals of the Tanists, who used to war the close of the 7th and mile of the 8th century, Isle el at rate lit and priced wadafis of my May informs, that behall right male as custom companion, which made him thousands of miles at a day, and wish, war by bund, lie toked up and bad way in his wallet ring water from his than the parkut, the base again med its per day. He was asked to coast, and the Assisi wanderer spurned every tempting offer. 173. The chrysanthemum powder. Aerescription, take of change. Equidum Japonam, Huang, Ben, Huan Hiring, Ching Chia, Salvia plebea, Eng Tang, Quay, Pai, Sha licorice, Kan, Chu, Hua, E. Chrysanthemus sinense, sweet, a kind exported Freien Canton. Man, Ching Ti, hashtag. Wayne, Satellaria vascula, of each the same. Make a decoction, to be taken after food. The illustration is similar to numbers 2, 9, 10, 16. No, 22. Chen's hung for obtaining his great sleep. To cure cold caught at any of the 4 seasons, lie on one side, flex the legs, rub the 2 hands until warm, embrace the membra virile and stum, and revolve the air in 24 mouthfuls. The Chang, Hobo acting like a divine powder. 174, 175. One of the most frogzently becoming cases in the works, Kang 2. 1. Of who seems to live, Dag, many of the figum for the care prevacin of disease. The years gallet he died, Alani so A.D. The Linner, King, was a deleted tall philosopher and niece, who devote himself in the study of ears of sublimation rail. The occult philosophy of the one chip he is recognized, or the Interfamente no Sogmemer says, by Cha II as having founded the model of mission of the space of the Lingrams. He was summoned to Pat, Igresos VF the Song Afti, for the purpose of mitmisting in farm status of the crease of alliance and the coccult, Phi of the bat of chance, the dipalon by which he is known, WW, furred upon him by the emperor. All thy W his cell recipping comps, Heinz pertips the popular fibel that the slight BO run, although bere in the SG dinu he is wid to, trying to chew BC, lie mail much, of its time in meditation, on the exercise of kung fu, and this too perhaps might have given the traclition of his long soup. The popular undalika also be diswoven years. Dil. It, desil in a me, Hostian in Cs. U.S. ones were based by order of Kaugi, the E. 1562, 1703, 40.3. The Pocatawans Piast having said his soul for about 100 years as an al-Junish, which to extract life de Merilem, which it was part resending the Wallana, the emblem of sleeplessness on which the Paris Joni in, when chanting, then, R, portal. Shans of Kola, leaping on the left, and NGS, in two of the Veslis, consolist it's accompanied by two, Das, the line of the left sleeping bag thing. The tiger and the wagon are collected together at 18 times, early inebriated to higher water. I grey, Eliar, Omplete, W, here place. The GCM 18, GLI, the Inga on Shi of in the slope exercise for the Riga site. O esmenticule the ever couples, the right the lungs, the left side, with two of the light darum ligures, Li and N, Phi and SC respectively. Above below, in the mule, and the whole stora ola. The R of the legs resides in Fuplan of the. As the tolls he pace, revolve the CLS, an older work gives spleen ailer in male, call to heronize in the royal position, the fire erst kabetic of the five elements. L, red, calls together as one, and enter the great rod. See also nos 27 AM. Prescription, take of, Chang, Ichwo2, Jiwo, Paichil, Orange Peel, Falu, Shancha, Sasquo, Fangfeng, Kanko. Sinkya, Pachyrhizis angulatus, Pansis, Licorice, Zangshu, Sibaihu, Huangqin, Chuanhyung of each Candarine's ginger, 3 slices, and 3 onion tubers. Make a decoction and take it bet to produce perspiration. No. 23. Shibisheng, Lin's method of warming the tan. Tian. To cure the small bowels of air, cold and pain. Sit upright, fub the 2 hands extremely hot, direct them to the navel, and circula, the air in 49 mouthfuls. Adding to the taste of the san ling, equal to hashtag. Powder. Prescription. Take of the ling, tuiform bodies of an unknown entare, SSE, listel, pai, shu, fuing, cinnamon, white shang, fennel, funiculum vulgaris, betelnut, mu tong, chin, ling, f, chu, baju, range seed kernels, blake a decoction, adding a little salt. The figure is the Nezhwa one, with the hands embracing the navel as directed. 177. No. 24. Hanshang Tse. For nourishing man's heart. 2. Palsy. Cure curvature of the head to the power of JFT, to the power of lumbar spine and shaking. Figure. Ili. FG. Stand firmly, bend the head, curve the lumbar spine, and perform the act of showing reverence. In doing this kunierto, the power of let, the hands and soles of the feet be on the same level. Revolve the air in 24 mouthfuls, one of the 8 immortals of Taoist fable, and an ardent votary of transcendental study. He was a pupil of the patriarch Li, Mayer says, and having been carried up to the supernatural peach tree of the genii, he fell from its branches, and in descending entered upon the state of immortality. 178. In one work, the figure is designated the dragon wagging his tail, for the care of imbago, soup for expanding the small blood vessels, tools prescription, take of Briang O, Fan Chi, B, and bulbs, Paishu, Tang, Kui, Paisho, Chingawang, Turmeri, Kurkuma Longa, of Earl Tounce, licorice, ace, bag, either acanthopanas, racinifolium, or Bombax malabaricunamse, dosia 3 in ace, with the slices of ginger. Make a decoction. 7. No. 25. Miss Chow Ling's K. Manner of making disease go to acute cold, numbness, and extreme pain of the leg and foot. 179. Stand erect. Extend a finger of the right hand, AIP, the belly of the arm. In 2004, Munful, let band, with revolve the air. A similar exercise is termed the Patriarch Li's method of causing the blood and air to circulate. For the cure of pain of the back and shoulder, stretch out the left arm and press the inner aspect of the forearm with the right hand, and beat. Take a breaths. The Fang, Zhug Tien, Ma powder. Pription take of Tien, Na, F. Gastrodia elata, Eng, Feng. Licorice, Chanhung, Chuanibao, Tangquei. Pui, Clan, Basi Zi, talc of each 2 ounces, San, Wu, 2, Aconite, Pafutas, F. Arimaspal. Qing sheiks. Each 3 mace, powder, take warm mine, and dissolve is a little Francie, take to mace, and tells with it. Take of lila medicine until you fed slightly numb, and then stop. Number 26. La Chun. Yang's figure of sustaining the pulse to cure the 100 all diseases. Sit upright, let the 2 hands press the sun and moon. 2 lateral acupuncture plurs to aches how the heart 9 times circulate the air 9 mouthfuls. An all method is to press the knees with the 2 hands. TW, the oily tight and teft, and with each turn of the holy revolve the air in mouthfuls. YFR the yen. 1. Tungpin. 1. For he is known by all these name was born. Or Karpa. Chunyang. 255 was Qing-era of the most prominent of the STR. The aft of Che Sararan Villari. Wine with the wagi for Lisad Kini of supernatural, with which betrayed the empire, slaying decors and ridding. Rivers Kais of its ring pio of a frecht la his oat, added danti to hand under the late can going, which he had in the sath sanity, according to Magallo, by the emity of fleets and lulers. He and Nestui, heyats of age, miss their teachers what ruinace the doctant, for of she-patch, see Che Scrivers Arusis on Meal D and Date Modal Temple's Chirus Recorder. Volume 3, 1870. The figure resembles in every respect number 7, also number, one of the ornamental sections. A similar exercise is elsewhere termed the March of the Blood Vessels. Prescription set. Wei Lingxian, 1, Clematis sp. Eve, eating. On the 2 days known as Ping Ting, PT, and Hori characters, dry it in the shade, powder, smash 2 mare for a dose in waria wine, axpid tea. It is well the drug, not to hear the sound of water. 2. By takes on an umpty heart, and in summer there will be ena epidemics, and in a no-gue and dysentery, and all discases will banished easily and without ruble, as the title of the prescription tes corresponds with Amiot's number 7 for sustaining the health. Nor. 27. Chen Shi. I, imitating the cow descending. From looking at the moon. 4. To cure spermatoria. Only. When there is about to he an emission. Let the middle finger of the left hand plug the right ostry, and the right hand middle finger press the avi, coccyx, where the seminal road or vessel is supposed to be sighted, and so stop the flow of the semen. Revolve the air in 6 mouthfuls. 181. The kung is sometimes termed a cow grasping the moon. The shen hung, soup. Prescription. Take of ginseng, cow chi, yuan chi, huang chi, licorice. Wei, shen. Sitang, Kuei, Su Chung, roasted. Pachu, Ikut, Pai, 1. Rambark of Lycium chinense. Jai, roasted, of not the same quantity. Adi, slice of ganger and focus seeds deprived of their core make a decution with water, and take. Number 28. Fu, U, T, chain, F, drawing the sword from its scabbard, to cure all sorts of cardiac pains. Stand erect and firm like the Simractor T, anal. Raise the right hand left. KHW, look to the left, and based, look to the right. In 9 mouthfuls, turn the head and lonk to. The above is elsewhere termed and sheathing the sword. The revolve the beer the 4 quarters. The immortals, for the cure of cardialgia, will the raising of the right hand. The body is turned in the opposite direction, and vice-rad. The falling cup soup. Prescription. Take of sun, of Coridalis Wu, Engisyala, percent, Thernuli mind. Xian Konje, C. Rooting kernels from falk of each fecundarines lang, Qing, R, galangal, Alpinia officinarum, Sith, clang, pla, hopo, anspiel, voslang. Of each mace, chi, elila, bevil, osimoids, of each candarines, make a decoction with water, and drink. No, 29. The divine ancestor shaking the heavenly pillar. Of ulcers on the head, face, sit upright. The 2 agitate the heavenly pillar. The air, hem and blows a shh. To see you weigh all sorts shoulders and back. Al sees below the heart, right and left, with each revolve youthfolk. The figure resembles Nunebers 1, 18, standing, and 23. The powder for dispersing the poison. Arescription. Take of Huang, ch, Bangyan, Kurt, Par, Chin, Chang, Hua, Lang coins, E, Lonicera Japanese, Lian Chid, valves of fruit of Forsyth suspina, Tanquel, Qing, Chia, Tianhuan, 1-2 of Trichosantes multiloba, and licorice, equal quantities of each. Make a decoction and drink. Number 30. Crennivoin's method of grasping the wind's nest, acupuncture aperture below the occiput. See number 7. To cure want of clearness of the brain and rheumatism of the head. Sit with the back to the outside and let the 2 in lunds embrace the ears and the back of the head. Revolve the air, 13 mutefuls, and bring the palms together 12 times. The Chang, Hwa Pai, Klol soup, Take of Chai Hu, Foing, Fang Feng, Qing-era, Huang Lun, Tab Shish, Tang Kui, Poyahu, Manqing, Gypsum. Sex Shu, Hain, Ads of Magnolia conspicua, or M. cobus, Shang, Chuan, Byung, Kao, Ren, Licorice, Pai Chi, Chang Huo, Huang Qin, Hai Sin, Asaram Siboldi, Xiao Yu, same as Pai Shak, of each the same quantity. Add crude singer and make a decoction. No. 3. I, Tsao, Ku Chu, F to the power of taking off. His boots. To cure pain of the foot, calf of the leg and abdomen, stand firmly. Let the left hand and step in vacuo. Right are the same. Place the hang down. Revolve the right. Direct. Air. As if scaling the right eye 6 times. A foot in front, the left, and wall. One of the 8 immortals of Taoist fable. 185. This exercise is elsewhere called the immortals. For the cure of lumbago, taking off their shoes, the right foot is directed to be firmly planted on the ground and the other slightly raised on the toes, and 18 breathings to be taken. The Chang Hwo soup for nourishing the exhausted. Prescription. Take of Jiang Hwo Chanlong Sang Shu Pai Chi Nan Xing A Assisi Spunicum. 1. Tang Kui Shen Che of each R mace. Sha Jen Kui Chin bark of cassia twigs. Fang Chi Mutung of each candarines. Add 3 slices of ginger and make a decoction. Number 32. Shaoshang Tsad's tea, method of transferring and stopping the Qing to cure wet dreams. Sit on one sile, use the pair of hands to take hold of the soles of the 2 feet. First take hold of the left sole, and rub it warm and revolve the air 9 times. Afterwards, do the same with the right sole, and perform the hung like the left. The jade pass pills, men pi. The jade door, the Qing door. Prescription. Take of ginseng 6 mace, jujube kernels, roasted, oyster shells, wopetse, F, nut galls of Rus Somalata, commercial, Punjabanese, medicina, roasted alum, fossil bones, of each, 5 mace, fushen, J, roots and boths, 1 ounce, and yuan qi, core to be extracted, 1 ounces. Steam the jujube kernels and make the whole latopilis. Dose 50 to 50 on SA empty stomach, to be taken in soup made from the seeds of the lotus. Number 33. The pure, peaceful, heavenly preceptors. Sleeping Kung, to cure spermatoria from dreams. 187. Realign up the back, the right hand supporting the head, SA pillow, the left hand grasping firmly the obscure parts. Extend the left leg straight, flex the right leg, let the heart think, and revolve the air 24 times. The above is elsewhere termed the sleeping exercise of Chen Tuan, for the cure of consumption and the effects of venery. Recline obliquely on a pillow, with the right hand under the head with the felt rub the abdomen. Draw up the legs, the left not quite up to the level of the right, the left pressing on the right. Breathe gently, vacant in thought, and take into the abdomen 3 mouthfuls. Do this at times. If long continued, the disease is certain to be cured. Another similar exercise is simply termed the sleeping method. For the cure of nocturnal emissions, lie on the back and make a pillow of the right hand, with the left hand press on the thigh of the extended left leg. Draw up the right leg, think, and inspire 24 mouthfuls. There is yet another sleeping method for the cure of dyspepsia. With both hands rub up and down the abdomen in all directions, like the whirling of a river or the eddying of the ocean. The nourishing heart soup. Kui Shan. Prescription. Take of ginseng, shan yao, mutung, fushen, swan sojen. E. Seeds of Diospyros lotus. Clarified tang kui, pal spino, tuin chibesh. G. N. B. Same as lean, jui, of each. The same quantity. Add ginger, jujube, and lotus pulp. Make a decoction, and take. Number 34, Sun Shuan, HS, imitating the black dragon taking hold of his claws. To cure pain of the loins and legs, sit firmly on feet. The ground. Extend both feet, push out. The 2 hands in front and take hold of the 2 on the same level, and come and go in this way performing the exercise. Revolve the air in 19 mouthfuls. Elsewhere this exercise appears as the dragon grasping his claws. For the cure of pain of the whole body. Sit with the body straight, by feet extended together. Close and open alternately he is. Stretch forward she body along with the fists, and take a mouthfuls. Another is termed the tiger stretching his claws. For the cure of pain of the back and limbs, sit upright with both legs crossed. Stretch both arms to the front on a level with the feet. more than backwards, and forwards in this manner, so that the air may follow the motions of the arms and thus be introduced into the parts affected. The NIU HSI wine. Prescription. Take of Kupi, Wuchiapi, M. Eleutherococcus. E. Seeds of Kois lacrima, roasted, Kwanbyong man HSI, of each 2 ounces, licorice, Xing tea. Ounces, Hai, Tung, Pai, ounces, CB Lang, H2O. 1 ounce, Chung, roasted, 2 ounces. Use good wine without lees, to heat well digested. Dace or 2 cupfuls, or times daily, to be drunk before the flavor of the wine has passed off. 3. Number 35. Kao Shang Xians. Imitation of the phoenix spreading its wings, to cure diseases the same as the preceding one. Alus tard. The male is termed fine, and the female buangi combined for the generic designation of this wondrous hin, a compound, BTW, the peacock and the frastet, with the addition of many gorgeous colors mestrinio, the year's kung fu. 190. Bend and contract the body a little. Raise the hand higher than the vertex. Let the mouth and nose slowly emit the pure air. In 3 or 4 muy full, late the beft foot. Be directed to the front. Let the toes of the right fowl be opposed to the left heel, and revolve the air to times. The flowing air potion. Prescription. Take of Cheng Huo, Taeng, Shu, Chan, Hing, Tangquei, Briang, F Pai, Mo Orange Gil, Pan, Bia, Mu, Shang, Chi, Chio, Mutong, Licorice, Betelnut, Sesu. Of each the same quantity. Make a decoction. Number 36. Fuyuan. HS. 1. Embracing. To cure vertigo. The vertex. Sit upright, rub the 2 hands warm and embrace the vertex door, anterior fontanelle. Shut the eyes to prevent the animal spirits from being dissipated, blow, hem, and drums the air to cause it to ascend to the top of the vertex. Revolve the air 17 times. The rhubarb soup. Prescription. Take of the best rhubarb and digest it in wine e times dry, and then powder. Use tea and take 3 mace for a dose. Number 37. The immortal Li Hung Chi. 4. Admiring the moon. This figure is designed to harmonize the air and invigorate the blood. Bend the arms as if prostrating oneself to do obeisance. Cross the hands and feet. Crawl along on the ground. Practice the dung right and left, and revolve the air each into mouthfuls, harmonizing the air and nourishing the blood soup. Prescription. Take of TSC, Su, leaves of the stem, mace, Cheng, Hwo, mace, Gan, Sha, Tiang Pai, Pai, rote hark of the mulberry, marasalba, Qing pea, orange peel, Tafu ori, Dafu pea, same as betel nut, of each 8 candarines. Chibeling, Mutang of each 8 candarines, Chishao, same pai, Shu, mace, licorice 5 candarines, Tangquei, mace, and Ju, quail 3 candarines. Make a decoction. No. Des, Li Tiquai, the immortal leaning on his staff to cure pains of the loins and back. Place the hands to the back and stand firm. Take the staff to buttress the loins. Let the left side lean on the staff. Revolve the air IO 8 times. Divide into 3 mouthfuls and swallow. Afterwards kneel. Swing from side to side as if sweeping the ground. Do it on the right side in like manner. This figure is elsewhere called the immortal leaning on a stick. For the cure of lumbago, take I 8 mouthfuls 3 time it and move alternately THT LU 9G% as if sweeping the floor. 193. The Tangquei method of picking out pain. Prescription. Take of Xianghuo, licorice, Huangqin, digested in wine, Yinchen, Atu the power off to the power of, Artemisias P, roasted in wine, of each, 5 mace, Kushen, D, Yef, to the power off to the power of, Ut of Sephora flavescens or gustifolia, Keoken, to the power of J, Pachyresis angulatus, Sang Shu, of each 2 mace, Fang Feng, Kui Shen, clarified, to the power of JJA, Chi Mo, Astilba, washed, Chinensis, in wine, Ginseng, Sheng Mafu Ling, Tse Chu Ling, of each 3 mace. Dose 8 mace, made into a decoction with the water. True and no special time for taking it. Number 39. Jade Immortal's method of harmonizing the hall of the kidneys to cure pain of the legs. 194. Sit upright, clench the 2 hands, rub them warm. Place the palms of the hand to the posterior Qing door. Rub several times, the more the better, and each time revolve the air 24 times. In spermatoria, the legs are said to be painful. The soup for removing the heat and overcoming the damp. Prescription. Take of fang po, moistened in salted water, and afterwards roasted. Shi yang wo, zi xie, sang shu, prepared. Licorice, half the quantity of the other ingredients. Tu chung. Roasted pai shao, roasted in wine, to the power of mu qua, wei ling xian. Orange peel, of each I mace, new she. Dapeki to the power of 8 candarines. Add 3 slices of ginger and make a decoction in water. Number 40. The to Yepio, cure the to the power of same to the power of 4, imitating the child, reverencing as the preceding 195. Sit firmly, extend straight both feet, use pressure to the root of the thighs, let the heart think, and revolve the air 12 times. The Haitong Pi Potion. Prescription. Take Haitong Pi, Evuchia Pi, Chuvan Tu Huo. Chichayo, Fang Fang, Tu Chung, roasted, Niu Sai, digested in wine, Ijen, roasted, of each IIU ounces. Put it into good wine. Boil it to drive off the fire and the poison, to be taken on an empty stomach. Dose 5, mace, number 41. Lansaiho, to the power of 7 ethi, to the power of imitating the black dragon shaking his horns, to cure pain of the entire body. One of the 8 immortals Imho, according to Mayers, wandered Alksut a beggar in a tattered blue gown, with 1 foot shoeless, wearing in summer wadded garments and in winter sleeping on snow and ice. She waved a wand in her hand and chanted verses denunciatory of fleeting life and its delusive pleasures. Sit upright, extend Bath's feet, close firmly the 2 hands, and together with the body direct them to the front, revolve the air in a mouthfuls, place the feet on the ground, bend the head, let the 2 hands grasp the toes of the 2 feet, and revolve the air as above the soup to cause the blood vessels to circulate. Prescription tale of Howen, Hu, so, Tongquei, Jouet, of each ounce, powder, mix with wine, and take 3 or 4 mace. Add wine according to cash individual's wine capacity. When the pain cases, cease the medish. Number 42. Sha Yun Feng. L, imitating the black dragon in a horizontal position on the ground. To cure pain of the back and spine, bend the body, creep on the ground, kneel. Place the 2 hands on the ground, revolve the air right and left times. A similar exercise is enjoined in that known as using the golden block to sodden the earth. For the cure of abdominal pain. Both hands are raised above the fire with the palers upwards, as if supporting heaven, and Hothbeals are pressed firmly on the ground. The arms are drawn down, and 9 respirations are taken. Compare number 7 of the ornamental sections. 197. The Trinity or 3 harmonies, soup. Prescription. Take of orange peel, pan xia fuling, wu yao chi chi 6, chuan hyung, pai chi, xiang huo fang feng xiang fu, of each the same quantity, and make a decoction. Number 43. Ho Tai Ku, supporting heaven, seated, to cure swelling of the abdomen from debility. The air. Seated upright supporting a thing, move upwards in 9 mouthfuls, then make hands arc raised and by upheaval lead. It descend in 9 as if the air mouthful. The above is sometimes called the cure, supporting the pagoda towards heaven, of enlargement of the abdomen. Compare this with standing figure number 2 of Chang Tzi Yang, driving the pestle, the fragrant Sha Ling, and Pi Potion. Prescription. Take a Fuling Pi, Tafu Pei, Wuchia Pi, ginger skin, Sang Pai Pi, root bark of mulberry, Chicheo, Shajen, Pai Chu, Lofotse, Muxiang, Mutong, Tse, Chu Ling, of each the same quantity. Boil. To be taken a little while after meals. Number 44. Lu. To the power of I, exhibiting terribly. The ferocious tiger. To cure dysentery. 199. Place the 2 hands in front and behind, one in front, the other behind, like grasping a horse and putting aside flowers. The feet also to be placed in front and behind, and take steps in performing the exercise. For white dysentery, let the air advance directed to the left in 9 mouthfuls. For red dysentery, the same to the right. The yellow wax pills. Prescription. Take of yellow wax. I ounce, almonds 49, digested, in water to strip off the skin and the point, the latter supposed to be poisonous. Mu xiang. 5 mace, 7 croton seeds, croton tiglium. Fold them in paper and beat to express the oil, melt the wax, and mix in the ingredients to make pills the size of green peas. Dose 15 for red dysentery. To be taken with licorice soup for the white variety, use ginger as a menstruum. Number 45. Miss Sunpuer, to the power of ZL, waving. The flag, to cure the same as the preceding. 200. Direct the body to the front, the two hands to be extended straight in front like taking hold of a thing. Raise the right foot so as to have the heel off the ground, then flex and extend the feet. Revolve the air in 24 mouthfuls, right and left the same. The Pai Shao Yao soup. Prescription. Take of Pai Shao, Tang Kui, of each eye mace. Rhubarb 2 mace, Mushang 5 candarines, Huanglienti mace, Huangqin betel nut, of each 8 candarines, licorice 7 candarines, for 1 dose. A decoction. Number 46. Cheng Yao Yang, to the power of orto, the power of imitating, the child worshipping the goddess of mercy, to cure pain in front and back of heart, the body to assume the Chinese figure 8, bend the head as far as the front of the chest, place the 2 hands on the abdomen, and revolve the air 19 times. 201. The soup of the 2 oranges. Prescription. TDKQ of Chi So, same as Soshami. Amomum biosum, pan shia, orange peel, chishi, shajen, xiangfu, mushang, to the power of S to the power of hopo, tse wei shang, stem, and xuanhu, leaves, sao to cool off each the same quantity. Add ginger 3 slices and make a decoction. Number 47. Tongue. Fang shuo's min, to the power of my method, of grasping his big toes. To cure hernia. Tung Feng Shuo, 2nd century BC. It is related that he was the child of a miraculous conception, and his mother removed to a place further to the eastward from her home to give birth to her child, and hence his name. According to common repute, he was the embodiment of the planet Venus. 202. With the 2 hands grasp the big toes of the 2 fest, bend the toes for a period equal respirations, lead the air in the abdomen throughout the entire body. Another method is bending all the 10 toes in this manner, which is better. Hui Shang pills. Prescription. Take Fa, Ling, Pai, Chu, Shan Chia, of each 1 ounce Chi, Shitamer, La, Huel, Shang roasted 1 ounce, Wichyo roasted 1 ounce or Chi, orange seed roasted 8 ounces, stones of the liches, 5, Nephilium, Lychee, 1 ounce, powder with honey form pills, SL pill to weigh mace, to be taken on an empty heart. Break up the pills and take with soup of ginger. Number 48. The Patriarch of Peng's method of brightening the vision. The Tarlok of Peng is a mythical being who is reputed to have attained a lawless longevity. He was 67 years of age when the Vin dynasty came to an end. My BC, he is said to 5 Nubed himself upon ponder of Master Pete, and S. By some, he is regarded as one of the incarnations of Lu 200 Drit. Sit on the ground firmly, reverse the 2 hands and place them behind, extend the left leg, flex the right knee and press it upon the left leg equal to a period of 5 respirations, and induce the lungs to drive out the wind. If this attitude be assumed for a long time, things at night will be seen as clear as day. Another method hands warm, and iron the eyes as the eyes, and right, and is that as often left cockcrow to it were the eyes. Then take the finger will become divinely. Rub the 2, rub thrice, and rub brilliant. The Ti Huang pills, same as Shengti. See number 8 for clearing the eyes. Prescription. Take of Shengti, washed in wine. Shuti, the same. Of each 4 ounces, Shimu, roasted in salted water. Huangpo, roasted in wine. Of each 2 ounces, cakes of Kuskuda, daughter. Seeds. Tosutsu. To the power off to the power of to the power off to the power of prepared in wine. 2 huo of each. I ounce. Kan Kao Chi, Chuan Yu Shi, washed in wine. Of each 3 ounces, Sha Yuan Chi. EJJ, Y, UIJ seeds of an unknown plant. 3 ounces. Powder, and with honey, make pills the size of the Wutong Tsi, seeds of Sterculia platanifolia. Dose, 80 pills. In summer, use weekly salted water as a menstruum. After more than a month, use wine in taking it. These exercises conclude with a description of 3 figures. The first is a pipe or reed, see figure below, which is introduced into the 2 nostrils 3 slash, and in caliber must fit exactly the nostrils, so as to allow no leakage of air. The tube is pervious, and the apex has an aperture for blowing into. It is employed in constant coughing and profuse perspiration, body hot, voice hoarse or lost, loss of flesh, and constitutional weakness. In the case of hemoptysis, a cure is guaranteed in 7 days by its use. It is only necessary to hem or flow into the tube. 204. To cure red sputum each time the instrument is used, a small capful of halangen, venereal medicine, very costly and highly esteemed, said to be produced from a toad's forehead, and coming from the south. woman's milk, 2 eggs, and pig's pancreas cut very fine. Mix the whole thoroughly, the part in a porcelain vessel or silver wine cup. Steam it until well done, and take it every morning for 7 days on an empty stomach at the same time as blowing into the pipe. Guan Bi. The second figure is designed against fullness of the chest and weakness of the air, constitution. The instrument, see illustration below, is to be placed on the navel. It will also cure amenorrhea and spermaton lysis. 205. Before lowing into it, take 3 of musk, 16 phi, 1 candarine, gomolitana mace, catechu, myrrh, and sandalwood, of cash imace, polar, and with honey tone into cakes, 1 cake to be applied to the navel. Take slice of ginger, the size of the cake and half the thickness of a cash, Chinese copper money. Take the artemisia, Tanacetum chinense, and make into pill or tack the size of bean, number unimportant, and burn till the ginger is hot. When the heat is felt inside, commove the medition and blow into the instrument. No second application is necessary. Jing San Fenyi. The third instrument, see figure below, is to be inserted 2 fen into the meatus urinarans for the cure of spermatorrhea, to be introduced smeared with wax. The blowing into it is to be according to the age of the patient, 1 blow for each year. The number may be increased, but not diminished. From 5 to 7 days before commencing the use of the last, meant whether the patient's he male or female, the body is to be strengthened by the use of good wine, flesh, and rice. Date improvement may be speedy. Kenan nu yongruo bing nanren yongruo. Ziren nu zhang zhuang bing tongnan. Ren fu sheng yong nu zi yi yong bing ji wu nu bing. In the fourth illustration, a tube resembling a wrist slash, the patient reclines on the back with warm water or a labanum wine in the mouth. Afterwards, a young man is to blow into the tube according to the above directions. The following is the method. Take red lead, etc. A disgusting preparation made from the menstrual discharge. The details, and so, are called hardly, because fit for publication, of its resemblance, in English, to red lead, az, m, 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 p, x, m, n, b, to the power of, to the power of, to the power of m, to the power of mm, to the power of pk, to the power of m, to the power of n, 1 f, to the power of a portion, is dropped into the small end of the tube and placed in the nose. The youth then blows into the other end with all his force. The sick person waits till he experiences the onions and garlic. A, D. All sorts of acid and acrid thing are to be avoided. This plan, if followed for a long time, will add to one's longevity. If, after using the method, warmth is felt to the power of inside, woman's milk may be drunk. Extra curative Kung, without prescriptions, in a work copiously and beautifully illustrated on Kung Fu, which apparently has been abstracted from my library, but of which I made a translation, and had the most striking illustrations copied and cut nearly 30 years ago. I find many of the illustrations and descriptions with unimportant variations in other and later works on the subject, some of which have already been presented to the reader. The titles of some of the Kung are altered, and the positions slightly varied. The description of the exercises is very closely adhered to in all. The titles are in most cases very poetical and graphy, and are supposed to be suggested by the attitudes. To save space, incorporation has been attempted. Repetition both in letterpress and figures is sought to be avoided, and only the more striking ones are presented. These curative exercises are followed by prophylactic ones, including the Dragon and Tiger series. No. 1. The Patriarch Lee's method for separating the roads, the supposed vessels proceeding to the various viscera, for the cure of weakness of the pulses of these vessels. The figure is similar to that for the middle of the 5th month of the series for the year. Number 2. The Patriarch Lie's method for distributing and regulating the air that has become stationary, to cure spermatorrhea. This figure is identical with that of the middle of the 9th month of the year's Kung. Number 3. Pa Wang raising the incense burner. If the cock crow at the first watch, fires are prevailing. If, at the second, thieves. The Figaro is similar to that of the middle of the 4th tooth of the year's series. Number 4. Ursa Major's tail opening what is closed. For the cure of all miscellaneous diseases, sit erect with both hands on the legs and bend the head and body, now to the right, and Theo to the left, and rail in raw breaths. Number 5. For the cure of chronic abdominal growths, sit straight, rub the ribs of both sides, and the part over the tumors, and while rubbing inspire 34 times. Number 6. The etiquette of the immortals for the cure of paralysis. 209. Sit on a high seat, the left foot placed on the opposite thigh, and the right extended forwards, clasp both hands, and, with the head turned in the opposite direction, stretch out the clasped hands in the other, and vice versa. inspiring 24 times. Number 7. For the cure of lumbago and sciatica, both hands together, bend them to the ground slowly, raise them up again quietly straight above the head, shut the mouth, and breathe through the nose 3 or 4 times. Number 8. For the cure of cold of the kidneys, with pain in the back and limbs, both hands are made warm and pressed against the lumbar region. See ornamental sections number 4. Number 9. Li Pei, enjoying the moonlight. For the cure of stoppage of the blood, with 4. Grasp the feet. The position is like beating a serpent. The hands, reverse the bands, and take to breaths. Number 6. 1-0, moving the heavenly pillar. The cure of headache, rheumatism, and imperviousness of the blood vessels. Place bath hands on the knees, twist the head to both sides, and take 12 inspirations. See ornamental sections number 3. Li Pec, the most widely célèbre among the poets of China. Isle derives his name. Taipei, from the planet Venus, which is said to have shot and entered the Bocina at his mouths. The Lepel counter, Ho Che, Ing of the Tang Emperor, on hearing of his remarkable talent, exclaimed, "This is indeed an immemorial lashed 10 earth." See the author's article on the beverages, if the charades, for further notice of the pose. 211. No. Second, the Patriarch Li's method for curing disease, caused by the blocking up of the vessels with the blood and air. Stand. And if on the left, raise the left hand, and vice versa. Number 12. For the cure of diaphragmatic dyspepsia, let the left hand be thrown to the left side, and let the right hand follow it with the head thrown in the opposite direction, and vice versa, to be repeated on each side 9 times. The illustration resembles that of the solar term of the 10th month. No. 13. The Patriarch's Li's method for separating the air for the cure of stiffness of the body. With closed fists, press on both ribs on a level with the hollow of the breast, the ensiform cartilage at the bottom of the heart, and use strength internally in breathing on both sides 24 times. Number 14. To harmonize the blood vessels, the 3 divisions of the body, upper, middle, and lower parts of the trunk, into which the Chinese divide the body, and to cure indistinctness of vision and weakness, sit cross-legged and rub the hands till warm, and then rub the soles of the feet. Then press both hands on the knees, open the mouth, and inspire deeply 9 times. Number 15. Pa Wang's walking method, for the cure of painful contraction of the whole body caused by cold. Stand, and with the hands press closely upon the part above the crest of the ilium, first on one side, then on the other, in 3 positions, with one leg forward. Repeat 12 times. See Dragon Series, number 2, 212. The Dragon Series. The dragon is the chief among the 4 divinely constituted beasts, a legendary monster depicted by Chinese tradition as a 4-footed reptile resembling a huge saurian. The watery principle of the atmosphere is preeminently associated with it. For a notice of the Dragon King, see the waiter's article in the Chinese Recorder. On Praying for Rain, Volume 1, 1867. No. I. The Dragon Stamping the Earth, or the Stamping Earth Dragon. And so with all the other titles. Let both hands embrace crosswise both shoulders, fix the toes on the ground, and stamp with the heels 24 times. This is used for the strengthening of the ligaments and bones. The stamping with the heel causes the blood to circulate in heaven and earth, high and low, that is, all over the body. The blood and air thus circulating everywhere, boils, abscesses, etc., will not be produced. In this way, man can voluntarily and gratuitously strengthen himself. These directions are usually in rhyme, so as to be easily remembered and committed to memory. The Chinese have no correct notion of the circulation of the blood. They speak invariably of blood and air, and together, these words stand for the constitution. Original air is supposed to be mixed with the blood, and to be the cause of its onward movement. The position of the ARLNs resembles number 3. Medicinal Kung, 213. Number 2. The dragon wagging his tail, 214. Place both legs firmly together and move from side to side like a dragon's tail 24 times for passive jing and making comfortable the ligaments and bones. These results are produced by the movement of the coccyx. Number 3. The dragon rubbing his head. Take hold of the dragon with the left hand and rub his head with the right hand, seize it slowly, and afterwards move it firmly. Do not be afraid to repeat it any number of times. The black dragon is the liver, and the white tiger is the lungs. By so manipulating, hardness will disappear, and the dragon at the sight of the tiger will not be afraid. The illustration is similar to Nos. I, 18, 23, and 29 of the medicinal Kung. Number 4. The whirling wind dragon. With closed fists and head downwards, strike out first the right hand, each hand following the other, This is order bones and muscles and cause the blood forwards, and so prevent the body from becoming. The illustration is similar to that for the third month. Number 5. The dragon joining, slightly bending, and then the left. To advance, weak in his feet, sitting straight place first one leg and then the other in the opposite axilla, and with the hands grasp the opposite elbows, to cause the blood to pass down the vertebrae to the kidneys and coccyx. The illustration, a male, is similar to number 5 of the medicinal Qing. Number 6. The dragon sputtling the pass, the hands to be lifted up with the palms towards heaven, and the air is thus driven up to the head, to be done 24 times, and, if the air reach to the niwnn bone, the organs of vision and hearing will be strengthened. The illustration is similar to number 7. The 8 ornamental sections. Mud pellet bone, so called from its containing the brain called the mud pellet palace. And this again from a reference in the Han Dynasty to an official who, with such a pellet, could close the Han Pass. See the writer's anatomical vocabulary. 215. XO. 7. The dragon closing in the inspired air. Perfect quiet to be maintained, without which the exercise is useless. To be done 8 times, to impart strength to men. The illustration, similar to Nos. 2, 10, 16, 21, 23, and 29 of the medicinal Qing is NQ Edu 8. The dragon supporting heaven. The object of this movement is to cause the air to pass from all parts of the body to the cause CJX. The person lies on his back, the heart is empty, free from all care, etc. The legs are drawn up, and the hands clasped underneath, 81 times. By this kung fu alone can the air freely circulate to the coccyx. Number 9. The ascending dragon. The person sits cross-legged, the breath is retained and drawn into the abdomen. The mouth is closed and the tongue thrown against the palate, prescribed for driving out cold, with the hands in the loins, and against incontinence of urine. Inspire by the nose 90 times. If inspiration by the nose be not attended to, the passages will be blocked up, and, if the mouth be not closed, the dorsal muscles will be rendered uncomfortable, and, if the tongue be not rubbed against the palate, the air from below will not pass to the occiput, and all pass round like the flowing of the Yellow River and the tides of the ocean, and go into the heart. There are 3 more given to complete the dozen, forming the to the power of dragon set. 1. The dragon taking. Water, another, the dragon fearing fire, and the dragon meditating on the elixir. These, not being very different from some others already given, are omitted. 216. The tiger series. The tiger is the greatest of the 4-footed creatures, the lord of wild animals, and represents the masculine principle of nature. He lives for 1,000 years. When 500 years old, he becomes white. His claws act as a talisman, and the ashes of his skin, when worn about the person, act as a charm against disease. In Taoist literature, the dragon and the tiger play a most important part. No, the mountain jumping tiger, jump from one place to another and then back 24 times. In this way, the black dragon and white tiger are brought face to face, and the door, tiger of the coming hill, to become out of genie, the will, cave, be opened. Number 2, the person, on all fours, moves backwards and forwards, each 12 times. The muscles and bones are thus made and kept movable. The viscera enjoy peace, and the blood and veins flow regularly. 217. The number 3, flying rainbow tiger. The 2 arms are stretched out together in one direction, first to the left and then to the right, 24 times, as if flying to the right and to the left. This opens the chest and makes it feel comfortable. The muscles, bones, and heart are likewise benefited, and so disease is prevented. The illustration resembles those for the 2nd, the relaxing, and 10th, tendon, months of the year's series. Number 4, tiger. Both legs are stretched out flat on the ground from the body right and left, with the arms grasping the feet like the string of a bow, turning to the right and left 12 times each way, with the view of moving the muscles, ligaments, and bones, preventing the production, tiger, of disease, or removing it far off. Number 5, suspended from a beam. Suspended from a crossbar, weigh the body, first on one hand, then on the other, 24 times, and all manner of diseases will vanish. The air and blood will circulate, and the viscera be made comfortable. Number 6, the tiger fixed like the tripod of an incense burner. Sit cross-legged and straight, with hands at the side like a tripod firmly fixed, with the shoulder placed straight and the head thrown up 24 times. This is considered great Kongji. And standing, calculated, on to produce great good. Number 7. 1. Leg tiger, first on one side and then on the other, each 12 times, to give peace to the bones, turning and ligaments, his body of the tiger, entire body. Number 8. 219, as if the feet were flying and the two hands on the ground, supporting the body, to be done 24 times without stopping, to prevent the air stopping anywhere and causing debility and laziness of the body. Number 9. The tiger turning himself. The hands are turned with palms backwards, and the shoulders are grasped firmly 8 times, used for broadening the chest and causing the blood and air to move constantly. The illustration is similar to number 3 of the medicinal Kung. Number 10. The tiger swallowing sava, the saliva to be swallowed 24 times, to diminish the fire inflammation of the heart. No. Second, the peach blossom tiger. The face is to be ruffed with both hands, the voice is to be thrown out by pronouncing ha until the face is red and quite hot, and there are no wrinkles, and the face is as if the person had been drinking. Number 12. The peaceful spirit tiger. Sit cross-legged to pacify the heart, as if looking at a beautiful garden or picture. The peach tree is an emblem and symbol of longevity, and derives much of its allegorical character from a reference to it in the Book of Odes. It occupies, too, a prominent position in the mystical fancies of the Taoists. Magical virtues were very early attributed to twigs of this tree, and its use in making handles, beating down earth with the view of driving away demons, is in constant demand, and originally in writing charms to be placed over the doors at the new year to drive off evil spirits. The pilgrims to Miaofengshan, in the fourth moon, bring back peach sticks, peach wood, around immortality, of cluster, fruit, the notions, yielded it, superstitious of nature, host, a magical of spirits, many evil off, to ward. According to Mayers, one of the panaceas of the Taoists was said to be composed of the peach tree mingled with the powdered ash of the mulberry, which not alone cured all diseases, but also conferred the boon of immortality. 220. Number 13. The tiger, a lady, playing the dragon's flute. There are no holes in the sides, therefore played at the end if it be not blown. The air cannot enter, and if the air do not enter, road is not open, and if the road be not open, the Tantian air does not move, and the person is not able to play. If it succeed, then the Tanvian air passes to the heavenly door, and so round the entire body, according to diagram illustrative of the physiology of Kung Fu, inserted at the end. Number 14. The dragon, a man playing the tiger's guitar, to cause the heart to desire and wish for things, and then both their hearts will be joyful and contract no disease. Different musical instruments are recommended. Then follows the dragon asking the tiger the news, and the tiger, a lady, arriving at the village of the dragon. The illustration is unfit for publication. Kneading. Under this title we include all forms of friction, pressing, rubbing, shampooing, massage, pinching, etc. This method of cure and prevention of disease is of very ancient origin. It has been revived in modern times and is of growing importance, the practice being employed in a large and ever-increasing number of diseases. From times immemorial, the department of pressing and rubbing on moko has been one of the 13 divisions of the Great Medical College of China. This mode of treatment is used when the skin, tendons, and muscles are injured, or when the bones are fractured, or dislocated, or where the soft parts are swollen, hard or anthresthetic. If the vessels become pervious and the air is no longer blocked up, this method acts as a deescusant and the disease is cured. The medical college of the present dynasty has only 5 officially recognized departments, viz. Medicine, surgery, children's diseases, and diseases of the mule and eye. The other branches are forbidden, and particularly acupuncture, which is not allowed to be practiced in the palace. The prevention and cure of disease by nibbing existed long anterior to Tili, founder of Taoibu. Its place seems afterwards to have been taken by chains, incantations, magic, and prayers, all which, along with Kung Fu, alchemy, and the elixir of immortality, are treated together in the Taoist books. In the volume from which we have taken the divine surgeon Hua Tou's 5 animals, there is the following on shampooing, pressing, and rubbing, called the Indian method or that of Solomon, from the Sanskrit Sela. Shorka robusta, the immense tree under which Buddha was born and died. Grasp the hands and twist them as if washing them. Slightly interlock the hands and turn them backwards and forwards towards the breast. Grasp the hands and press them alternately on the right and left thigh. Let the hands act on both sides as if drawing a bow of Pickel's resistance. With both hands press, pet, heavily on the thigh and slowly hoist the body on both sides. With firmly closed fists, push forward the hands alternately. Stretch the fists upwards and downwards alternately to open the thorax. The Pi, to the power of Ie, which occurs frequently in these directions for shampooing, is the thigh. It is the same as Pih, to the power of which is the J, same as Pi, copyright FL, the thigh. Pi che ba is the stomach. See JJJ footnote. Years Kung. First month, 222. Act as if supporting a stone on the palm. Turn the hands backwards, strike the back on each side. Lay the hands on the ground and tilt up the body by bending the spine thrice. Embrace the head with the hands and turn it on the thigh. This is to pull out the shoulders. Sit sideways on the two sides alternately, as if leaning against a hill. Sit and stretch out alternately the feet and draw them forward in space. Lay the hands on the ground and look backward on the right and left alternately. This is termed the tiger looking. Stand on the ground and twist the body round thrice. Deeply interlock the hands and tread the feet alternately in them. Stand erect and with the feet tread right and left in space. Sitting, stretch out the legs and hook them alternately at the knees. These 18 forms are to be practiced thrice daily, and after 1 month, even an aged person will become strong and walk as fast as a galloping horse, will be able to eat, the eye will become bright, and moreover, will never feel tired or contract illness. The pressing and rubbing method of Lao Tse Taoist. Press down heavily on the thigh with the hands on each side and twist the body twice 7 times. Press the thigh with the hands on each side and twist the shoulder twice 7 times. Embrace the head with the hands and twist the loins twice 7 times. Shake the head twice 7 times and support it thrice. Embrace the head with one hand and support the knee with the other and bend the body thrice on each side. Support the head with one hand and the knee with the other from below, directed upwards 3 times on each side. Grasp the head directed downwards with the hands and stamp the feet 3 times. Grasp the hands and pass them over the head, right and left 3 times. Interlock the hands. Support the heart in front of the breast, pushing out, and turning them back 3 times. Interlock the hands and press the heart 3 times. Bend the wrist, buttress the ribs, and draw back the elbow thrice on each side. Draw back right and left side. Pull forwards and backwards each 3 times. Extend the hands. Draw back the neck thrice on each side. Lay the back of one hand on the 223 knee and let the other draw back the elbow. Then lay the palm on the knee 3 times on each side. Let the hand press the shoulder from above downwards and change the hands on each side. Push the air with the empty FRSTs loosely closed 3 times. Interlock the hands and move them backwards and forwards, reversing the dorsa and palms 3 times. Move the hands outwards, inwards, and downwards each thrice. Rub and twist the finger thrice. Shake the hands backwards, reversing the dorsa and palms 3 times. Interlock the hands and hoist the elbow up and down times without number, and exhale the breath 10 times only. Place the 2 hands together 3 times. Lower the 2 hands 3 times. Interlock the hands and pass them over the head. Expand the ribs on the right and left 10 times. Turn the fists backwards and rub the spine up and down 3 times. Turn the hands and grasp the ridge straight up and down 3 times. Pronate the palm. Take hold of the wrist and move it inwards and outwards thrice. Pronate the palm and raise it in front 3 times. Pronate the palm and interlock the 2 hands and move them horizontally 3 times. Pronate the palm in a straight horizontal position and lift them up 3 times. If the hands get cold, beat them from above downwards until they become warm. Extend the left foot and support it with the right hand, the right and left taking hold of the foot from above WN wards, and straighten the foot 3 times. Let the right hand take hold of the foot. The same as the other, whirl the foot backwards and forwards 3 times. Whirl the foot to the left and to the right, each 3 times. Whirl the foot backwards and forwards 3 times. Straighten the feet 3 times. Twist the thigh 3 times. Shake the foot inwards and outwards 3 times. If the foot gets cold, beat it until warm. Twist the thigh so many times and stamp the feet 3 times and straighten them 3 times. Act like a tiger on the right and left and twist the shoulder 3 times. Push the heavens and support the earth right and left 3 times. Swing like a pendulum. A mountain right and left. Carry on the back a hill and pull up a tree, each 3 times. Extend the hands and twist them straight in front 3 times. Knees and feet each 3 times. Twist inwards and outwards the spine each thrice. For further remarks on this method, see further on. 224. The Patriarch of Peng says that by rubbing the face and ears with the hands every morning, the vigor of the face will then flow everywhere. Again, by rubbing the hands until they get warm, and then rubbing the face, it will look bright and be able to bear the cold without suffering. He also says that the man who wishes to harmonize the breath must take a room, shutting the window and door, with a warm mat, a high pillow, and the body reclining perfectly straight, shut up the eyes and the breath in tea chest, and put a feather on the nose so that it does not move, and after 300 breaths the eyes will not see, the ears will not hear, will become insensible, and thus their cold not heat will come nigh the body, and no poisonous insects will deposit their virus on it. And the person will attain to the age of 363 feet years, and thus become a neighbor of the genie. Every morning and evening, with the face towards the south, place the hands on the feet and the knees, knead the joints gently, exhale the foul breath by the mouth, and inhale the pure air by the nose, and with the hands right and left. Support the abdomen in front and behind, above and below. After a while, open the mouth, knock the teeth, wink the eyes, press the head, pull the ears, curl up the hair, loose the loins, and cough in order to develop and excite the breath. Turn the hands and, using the idea, stamp the feet 80 or 90 times, and then stop. Settle the heart slowly. Preserve the thought like a Buddhist priest. Shut the E3s, and you will then see the original air come down as a canopy of distinctly different 5 colors. Gradually to the head, pass through the skin, to the flesh, the bones, the brain, and finally to the abdomen, and the inferior viscera, will derive benefit from it like the absorption of water. When the high-key noise is heard in the abdomen, then keep the thought and do not let it communicate with externa, things. So the original air will be transported to the sea of air, to the power off to the power of V, and finally to the Yunishnoi, S, to the power of J, acupuncture aperture, on the inner aspect of the sole of the foot between the heel and great toe, and the body be excited. It is to be done once or twice a day, up to as many as 3 to 5 times, when the effect will be that the body will feel pleasant, the face appear bright, the hair gloss as V, the ear and the eye become clear and intelligent, and the strength of the air become robust, and all diseases be removed. If it could be performed 5,000 or 10,000 times without stopping up, to the fail 100 times, the Kung Fust is not far from the genti, and it comes about that the body of full of the suitable free from sickness, merwise af manner of disease will engender whoever, Ibo dat wants to languive his helm and row how, harmonize the breath. It may be held after midnight, and before, when V is die, and can be profitably lakmaz, a night the air is dead and unprot. By in the yo and whom heading high daw keeg the livet, a trach put the inda and feet, nen the joints of the nib 4 or 5 inches apart from the body, and the feet the same disapart from each ochary, knock the teeth frequently, and mallow the sethin, breathe air through the nose into the abdomen. Tit dies with gradually, exhale from the mouth and repeat drept only. Where there is a heavy fog, find wind and marnville. Ill be, when A has caught a cold and is reverish or examlignant baby, the kang must be perforase at once mo make it the time may be. And continued malcord. Another of the turbot Pati Sukin in Briz says Tixarne Domwing we should vise sit for bed and guide, ren the breath, when fished and the leffler completed neslawald 6 surnite, and wounding to whether gold or falaponi resenteri pataling. A light medicinal wine is th, after dispersed. Enter some quiet glace. Burn incense and panty Tim has, altis when real or sham pravari or shimes in Mali. Mash away every tongue of sage grief, care etc. from Q fikari. After a life while, gopa imo. The courtyard slowly takes sleigh after step feeting of the Brazil. Walking must be intermild. Take a disp va, press the songin en sun, and the set the heart-free rams all cannot e-mode and kept pure at line. The velum he so or too filiuent, and daily contemplate pisor, and what is needed there. Let some of the family. The gaysun to be demp the steps outside the war to al-dizil affairs to your insiseres the leet, weeka retroa, elsewhere, it, etc. The Patriarch Shiski says, after meals fist rub the abdomen with a walla hall and wad 50 or so steps, repeat opti after ili midov inkal, and walk at or sun. Steps ba neven walla, uli to sim, and recoin to the couch and lie down. Extend the limbs but do not sleep. After the breath becomes settled, sit up and take some medicinal articles such as dates, Gaiming China N and price in a dronction, and when degree of army is experienced, take a decoction of bambua. Leaves, imperara arundinacea, apos yas, and when the stomach is full, do not walk quickly, and when it is reply, do not use the voice to call or use one's breath. The Patriarch, Chung Kliang, Sass, Tintman, ought not only to know how to take his peeper food, but also to know how to harmonske the body by rubbing and kneading, moving the joints and golding the breath. The importance of the latter is to keep it moving, so Seol 13 become an obstruction. Books on Kung Fu. The Taoist work Tsum Sheng Pachian are in 20 books was written by Kan and Shen Afu in 1591. The first and third prefaces are by the author, the second by Shai Yingnan. The work is divided into 8 parts. 2 books are occupied with the subject of undivided application, 4 with seasonable regimen, from which we have taken the Kung Fu for the year, 2 with the rest and pleasure, 2 with prevention of disease, from which we have taken the 8 ornamental sections, 3 with eating, drinking, and clothing, 3 with amusements and retirement, 2 with efficacious medicines, and 1 with examples of the virtuous, and the contents form the 20th volume. In the large list of drugs, the poppy is mentioned only once, and amming a list of prescriptions. Opium occurs only once as an ingredient in a pill entitled The Great Golden Elixir. This work is well got up. There is a sameness of language and illustration running through the works of this class. The more receipt-yule cheaper books have been repuced from the older works with Safnor changes and additions. Another work called H.S. Sing Ming Kui Chili is by an accomplished Taoist of the Sing. Dynasty called Yin, Chen, Zhen, A, on the Gover, meant of the inner man. This is one of the most celebrated treatises on this art. It is in 4 V-chines and treats at large of the principles and method of practice, and is amply illustrated by plates. It was first painted in 1613, and another edition in a large and handsome style was issued. About 1670, the preface is by Lipo, the second by Chang Chi, the third by Tsongyuan Piao, and the fourth by Yifang. 1, all in the time of Kangyi. The contents of this work are of the usual Taoist character. Diseases on the great reason, birth, life, death, the elixir, the absolute, the yin and yang, refining the heart, Ella. 1 LA with the 3 passes, agreeing and opposing begins Qing-era, LA. Produced 1, 1 produced 2, 2 produced 3, and the produced the mysind. Things. Another chapter, the true false, or the delected and the perfect beginning, with i.e. Rento Jodusing, Eaton, and Raroad Tezivan, and things states that heave are 36 on Taoist methods, 24 sorts of the gent elixir and QD socks of outside doctrines. They are ease. But any one golden elixir doctrine which is the who, and only perfect way. Outside this there is no other way of buning immortals and buds. This is real, all alas is vampty une. About Eastly Filriest sects are mentioned to prosecute then doctrine. Lejong by Emmy Savrian to gain bractality, the list is said to be Mexlandsbull. They are compared to looking through a tube at the panthes and seeing one spore only, or like looking at leaves from the boom of a well the oth. Cases being contracted and limited, there is so Amasia, but the golden rasir, the great reason. This is the end, and there is nothing for. Many of the sects are incidentally referred DT in the preceding Kung Fu. The list thought intimately such resting instructive is too long to reproduce here. Another work is called Pick, Javaha, Fusho Danshu, or the RX of Happiness and Longevity in 6B is published in 162. Huato's 5 Animals and down from the first volume of this work enticed du Sapien. Discourse of Peace and Nourishment, the Cid. Vol is Lerme, Ye, Ling Bian. E. A treatise on longevity. The medicinal Kung Rei extracted from this Valune. The remaining tervols are cattled spectively Hapsli Pien, collection on dress and food of present by Ying Winen, the Tsai Papien. Why the same? The Hauer Api 1, Do, and drugs or the Shang Rao Pien, Qing Le Pian, by Cheng Shik Elina. G. Another work is Teresid Tanchinganchis, 1, in 6 vol, consisting of the Tian Asian Qing'a in 2 books by PCUM. Read, the year 1801. Une vol is entitled Fox Exer Hotung, 1, A Harmony of Buddhisms and Taoism by Wu Shivang in the Gya of Wan. 3 vols, entitled Warshawn Senal, 1, the same impert as the Yes Fing Pick or Theatine Longevity, the 5 RST vol, contains the 8 Omnathenial. Sectats and the year's illustrations, in every respect dear cat E, those of the Sanshur Yasen essay, that lie list of diseases which the exercise designed to cure are very much brief and more rele, we have followed the earlier work from which this seems to have heap copal. The miscellaneous prostrations in the second kernel, dent with those in the 3 long P notiod shu. The mostrations are ferior se, meant to the venting from which apparently they have been copied, my copy over a cheap edition, the Seine Vol. Also contains vasos fiten mas, and also Crensius right and left sleeping exercise, wick also 16 levol, on prevention of discuse the future, the Tian Shenga. The prefaces to rows of these walks are purely ornamental, sakveng no shisi, such, or of historical inter. Another work in 1 small vol, one of the smallest, cheapest and most popular books on Kung Fu, is the Wei, Sheng, Yi, Qin, Qing, supposed to be spurious by scholars. Several abridged editions of this hook are solely, endure the designation, Wai Sheng, Yinoain, Wei Sheng Yao Shu. This Fira-mentioned Bonnick has a preface, Haisung, Kurang. So, written in 1805, in which he says that he is Tovagral books, that he assisted a great temple where kung fu was practiced with advantage to the original air and vital spirits, Pretlight only is disease but prolonging life, and still me of enabling person to become divine ages. He had much Jer HD was ansing to reprint net hooks, Spence medicines. Sture serious discave. People from all Quarico probed his good seals, the own evil thoughts based, heats and rank orderly daily. Hike liste was to obtain peace. He spent much nay and labor in searching into prescriptions for the nourishment of Tbud, Liddy. When he, me, across this book, and he was rejoiced to, D. Olson, the benefit of the two monks Huang Xing, B. Neich, and learned the methods of the gentee. He was glad at toe possession of this book, and Wesley'd orbers with the sum, heart at his reap the same advantage, and telp them ooh their bodies. This infolined by a preface written by Lacking, Gal Millimry, officer of the Tang dynasty. In the second Yor sage, at the second per of Mat Demini Flasses in the time of the Sher Wei, 1, in the year Pa, Ho, 1. Of the Emperor Ilyas Singh, the priest Ta Mo, boded EA 100 millimeters. The sound of the last two styles of Byzantian Hon, arrival at the court of Wu, Tihe, Emperor of the Liang Denti, where he first De, and otherwards removed to the Walkigom, and dog at a reapel called Eslin Se. A residence of 9 years in China, he was Bajpo. He arrived in the year Saf, and was the 18th of the Pix. He was changed, lied, and was boarded at 1 foot of the Hyung Oli Musala, FL, between Honas and Shensi. He left one the Wallace meant was being repaired alter the course of years. An iron box unlocked, but foully, fastened with glue was found, which on the application of heat was opened. The inside was filled with wax, and it was this that rendered its opening diet. Inside, we 2 bowls. One tried the chin, the other the chin. Qing. The latter led to do with the conservation of the burley. Alter generations saw nothing of the cater. The latter was found W. Shaolin, SE, written in the Lang. Age of the country called Ten Chin. And there was great difficulty W. basing it translated. L1 took the best meaning out of it. He could abi sending to the high path, not the highway. The leaves and trenches, not the stem, and so fast the rent method of turning genie. At present, the priests of the temple Ofalu advantage from the wrestling method merely. One of the more intelligent argued that what Tamo FT could be, important, and so he went on a pilgrimage to the Omei mountain in Festuen in search of An, who cool a slate the work, and there met an Indian priest by name Pan Ami. To him he spoke of the classic and reason for his coming. The Folian priest explained the work so far as was possible. In the language of Budakar not be translated, it is extrazor fuario dent, desperate water. He was invited to stay at the temple, and so got initiated by degrees Lato Lai details of Kung Fen. In 100 days he became quite strong. In 2 more his entire body Nad received lore and after line. Third 100 days Lai was absi lore everything, and his constitutum, Bikor as hand as steel, and he could aspire to the position of a Buddha. He campaigned the Indian priest wherever he went. One ha, hang at an und, obtained from him the secret weld, and he gave it to a red beanlod guest who gave I to Il Viter of the Pri, who invied the method with the best results and so came a believer. He deeply regretted Lay did not obcan the G, and he also felt regress that Fries' convictions were at strong iming to induce him so give up all and follow she priests. And not being able to carry out this plan, he felt as if there was something sennying in EIS heart. He coolleaf people, not having leered of. He writes this preface to inform them how the work came into his bands, and hopes that through this they may truly learn of Buddhism. That each way attain to the kung fu of Buddha is the ideal which Tamo had to heart in bequeathing this Sinisic. This is an extract and in pen, the substance of the principal part of the preface. Dr. Edkins tells us that Tamo, in carrying out Tris Mystic Viens, discouraged the use of the sacred books. His highest aim was the work of the heart. He left Nanking, where the emperor resided, and went to Luoyang, the modern Hanf. For 4 years he sat with his face to a wall, hence the epithet applied to him. The wall Gaxing Brahmin. He died AF old age. Sung Ya, who was sent in 518 AD to India for Buddhist books by the prince of the Wei country, returned and inspected the remains of Tamo. As he lay in his kodan, he held one shoe in his hand. Surg. Yin asked him whither he was going. To the western heaven, was the reply. Sung Tu returned home. The coffin was afterwards opened and found empty. The cis alone was lying tires. This shoe was preserved as a relin in the monastery, but was stolen in the Tang dynasty. The succeeding preface appears in the section entitled Physiology of Kung Ju. The concluding preface is by one Yu Kao, a nurse officer of the Sung dynasty in the 12th year of Shaoxing, the first emperor of the southern Sung, 1123. He was an illiterate individual, he says, ignorant of characters. He was a follower of calibrated general named Yok Fei. He once met a remarkable priest, Sa like a Lahan. In his hand, he had a letter which Be gave to him to give to Se. Fel, who he said had divine power, was able to stretch a bow with a resistance of 2 pikul weight. This strength was given him not by heaven, but by the priest. When a youth, he was my pupil, and he practiced the kung fu most thoroughly. I asked him to become one of my followers and adopt doctrine of Buddha, which, however, he said, he did not believe, and so left me to prosecute worldly affairs. He had become a great officer with a great reputation. This seems his destiny. Give him Felter, and let him know the evils of the world, that be made de l'imperial favor one day, and the next day in disgrace, suffering punishment. That the pursuit of the Buddhistic doctrines was alone, satisfying Nia was afraid to hear the priest talk thus, asked his name, to which no reply was given. Yue took the letter, and, before finishing the Puruan of it, be wept, and said he was I, master, a holy priest, and if he had not taken care of me, I should have died. Thereupon he brought our of his breast book, and told Niu to take it. He afterwards lost the imperial favor, Niu Kao, in order to ban down the work, hid it in a wall in the Sung Bill, one that someone hereafter, finding it, might propagate it, he himself being destitute of all ability, and in this way obtain some merit and be able to look Yuch, Fei in the face, Fei, do something which would not only not disgrace him, but be a credit to him. The work begins with the rules for Kung Fu and rhyme to be committed to memory, which we ontit as their substance is embraced in the 8 ornamental sections. Next comes a discourse in general. Then follows a chapter on membranes. There are 2 grand methods included in Kung Fu, the internal and the external. The interior mi called tas to do with ms, the body is distinguished into any parts of which the internal are the 5 organs, the 6 zises, the animal vigor and the spirit, the external are the 4 limbs, the bienes, sinews, and flesh. These form one body. The essential part of them are the blood and the animal vigor. To invigorate these 2 legs gri legfrey, of the first importance in Kung Fu. The animal vigmir and spirits are immaterial, her the sizes, knowns, and meals pre-material. The method is to discipline the material as the assistance of the immaterial, and cultivate the immaterial to aid the material. These 2 are intimately related. ID is desired to discipline the sinews. The animal vigor comes erst in order. Olgin, the membranes, had tas de kits, which is then easy. To discipline, the membranes is difficult to discipline. The small vigor is the most difficult of all. The true plan is to hide the foundation in the difficult. The important part of Kung Fu is to nourish the original air, constitution, to collect the central sur, care for the revista alt, protect the kidney air, nourish the liver, IR nurse. The lung D, manage the spleen, transforming the herbis into the pure condition, to prevent the external things, emotions as great, drive, and such, like from injuring the constitution, and thus enable it to be chaos. 233. Tranquil, pure, and even, and then united its influence will be distributed to and felt over the whole body. When it arrives at the tendons and reaches to the membranes, the entire body is then full of motion. When the air arrives at the place, the membranes rise, and when the air moves, the membranes are extended, so that the membranes and the air become equally strong. If the sinews be disciplined and not the membranes, there is nothing for the membranes to govern, and vice versa. If the 2 are disciplined and not the air, the 2 do not increase in strength, and if, vice versa, the air remains weak and fails to flow to the blood vessels, but reciprocally, if the sinews are strong but are not strengthened by the air and membranes, it is like planting herbs without earth. Pan Lamy says that disciplining the membranes comes first, but in order to do so, the discipline of the air is the lord or root of the matter. Most people do not understand the membranes. It is not the fatty membranes, it is the membranes of the tendons. The former is inside the middle of the breast, the latter is outside the bones. The membranes are the things that connect the vessels, arms, and body. They protect and are in contact with the bones and sinews of the body. Comparing the sinews and membranes, the latter are the softer. They are harder than flesh and are inside the flesh and outside the bones. Thi are the substances that embrace the bones and support the flesh. In Kung Fu, the air must traverse to the middle of the membranes, protect the bones, strengthen and support the sinews, which together form one body. This is the whole of Kung Fu. The discourse on internal vigor embraces 3 laws. First, protecting the animal vigor, which includes attention to the 5 senses and motives. The best way to begin is by kneading, at which time the clothes are to be opened and the recumbent position adopted, with one palm placed on the space between the chest and abdomen. This is what is termed the medium. where the animal vigor is stored and must be protected by closing the eyes and ears, equalizing the breath of the nose, shutting up the breath of the mouth, not overtoiling the strength of the body, preventing desire and evil thoughts. This is thinking of the middle, and the road is then well regulated simply because the animal vigor, the essence, and the spirit are accumulated here. Second, the absence of thought, the animal vigor, the essence and spirit, and also the blood are not independent, but are under the control of motives and follow what the motives originate. It is necessary for the motive to agree with the palm of the hand when protecting the medium. If the motive should jump to another part of the body, the vigor, essence, and spirit will be scattered, and then it will become the external, not the internal vigor. Third, the management of a sufficient circulation. The kneading and guarding have for their object the prevention of the dissipation of the air which has already been collected into the one place. The animal vigor, the essence, and the blood will follow. By thus watching over it, we keep it from escaping and kneading it for a long time. The vigor is stored in the medium and prevented from running over to other parts of the body. Vigor so accumulated, energy will also accumulate, and when the vigor is sufficient, then the energy will circulate. This air is what Mencius had in view when he said, "The greatest and strongest is the strength of air which can fill the entire heaven and earth, air without limit. If the air is not full and has not circulated, and the motives are scattered, it is not only the internal but also external robustness that is devoid of strength." Panlami held with Mencius that man's nature was originally good, that the good was gradually covered by the evil which found admission through the senses, the body, and ideas, and clouded the understanding, so that a partition, as it were, has come in between the individual and the doctrine, Tao. So Tamo at Shaolin Se remained 9 years ignorant of mundane affairs, and by shutting out the eye and ear was enabled to tie, as it were, his ideas, which are like the monkey or the horse, so fleet that one cannot catch them. And so the Tao is closed, but shutting up the senses is like binding these two animals. So Tamo secured the true method, and left the shu and went to the west, died, and thus became one of the genii. Tamo left this true method and the shou qing, the shutting out of the world and guarding the medium, and so preventing its dissipation. In this way, an ignorant person can become wise and a weak one strong, and so arrive quickly at the happy land. The drugs recommended for internal robustness to the power of are the roasted, following, and take of Yechi Li, Tribulus terrestris, she seeds removed, Pao Fu Ling, skin removed, Pai Shao Tao, roasted, a ladle with wine, Shou Si Liwang, prepared with wine, licorice, made veal honey, chusfia, vermilion, precipitated with water. Each ounce's geng, Pao Shu, roasted with earth, Tung Kwai prepared with wine, Chiwen Hlong of each Zin Nun, powder and with bay, make into pilis of 1 MNC in weight. Dose, a to be swallowed with soap or wine. It is it that pills made up of so many ingredients, the strength latane, but must very sad go into different channels, so 3 avscriptions are added, any one of which may be taken. Katra, take a gill deprived of its pricks, and made into pills with honey, and take 1 or 2 mace. This plant ella of extreme value, it is said, in bringing donkeys rapidly into fine condition. Toi, Chu Sha, 3 candarines, washed in water and swallowed in honey water. Toi, fueling, skin removed, powder, and make into pills with bani or cake water and milk, and so take, or sacking into a paste and dissolve in honey water. Kneading. The idea of nending is rubbing or shampooing the sinews and bones strong. It consists of 3 portions, each of 100 days. In kneading lasan, beginning in spring, when the weather, lasil, a little cold and your body is closely wrapped up in clothes. It is only necessary to open the upper clothes. In the middle of the spontanth, when the weather has grown warmer, the lower part of the body may then be exercised, and thereafter one may practice most conveniently. Toi. Certain forms of kneading, man's animal vigor, air, is ratuated on the glut side of the body and the blood on the left. In encading one must begin and advance from the right to the left. There are 3 on to push the rigor so that it enters faux blonde and makes Taoist mix. To broaden the stomach so that it may receive more vigor. The stomach is situated on the right side. The right palm of the kneader is more powerful than the left. Toi, the quality of the kneading. It met be light and superficial. The process, although the individuals, ought to be in stance with heaven's AWS and with the production of things by Bevan and earth, slowly, little by little, and not suddenly. When the air arrives, it necessarily cases growth. Then wait till it is complete. Kneading ought to be done after this fashion. Hin pushing ought to be even and uniform, slowly coming and going backwards and forwards, not too heavy and not too deep. When one has exercised for a long time, then one owns the advantages. This is the proper ang heavy. The skin may get injured and perhaps set up disease, such as pityriasis versicolor and lichen tropicus. If deep the muscles, sinews, and membranes may influme and swell, hence the necessity of care. Method for acquiring the essences of the sun and moon. The important thing is to have the lungs full of Sir. The two essences of the sun and moon must unite to produce martial things of nature. The ancients swallowed these essences and, in time, became Jena. The method is secret. People in the world are ignorant of it, even among those who know it. Their will not being strong and which want of constant practice, it becomes useless. Although those who daily exercise Bi Kung are low. Yet if it is done from the beginning and continued until it is complete and until death, whether pleasure or beauty, and whether or not there is any outside business, if only it is done deity and constantly, one can become an immortal without much difficulty. By receding and swallowing it, the essence of us and more is added to the split, and intelligence, and then ignorance, and all crudities are dissolved, and the person feels full of veneer, and is very efficient, and the myriad diseases are not developed. Tridely. The Beilu is great. The method is daily on Tai Fest of the months, Aseo when the air is new and fresh and during the hall, Ange when metal and water, Tabawa of the elements, are full and the air is perfect and progressive. At this time, un pan côté the funk if it rain or be cloudy on any of these days, or if from W on those days, the 2nd, 3rd, and 16th and 17th will also do. And so also increase the vigor and essence. If after these 6 days when the sun is inclining to the west and the moon becomes smaller and 237. Weaker, their essence is insufficient and therefore unimportant to health. In speaking of the sun, its essence ought to be swallowed on the ist and 15th between 3 and 7 a.m. One must go to a high place opposite the sun, remain perfectly still, harmonize the air inspired by the nose, and slowly inhale the solar essence one full mouthful, then close the respiration, collect the animal vigor, and slowly swallow it little by little, and thinking, let the idea introduce it into the central palace, the Tantian. This is the manner of performing one act of deglutition, and it must be repeated 7 times. Then stop a little, retaining it, after which you may repair home and attend to your ordinary business without inconvenience. During the lunar diminution, the sun and moon are said to be full on the ist and 15th respectively, also according to the foregoing method from 7 to 11 p.m. Also 7 times repeated. This is the principle pervading heaven and earth. If one pursues it with a constant and fixed heart, great advantage can be obtained. Those who believe it can lay hold of it and use it. This is the method for performing a very large and important kung. Do not reckon it unimportant, and make no mistake in regard to it. In refining the animal vigor by external exercises we use kneading, and at the lime of practicing the exercise, a medicine pill is taken, swallowed, and when it is conjectured that it is dissolved in the stomach, use the kneading. The strength of the pill unites with the kneading, and thus the advantage is obtained. No benefit accrues from beginning the kneading before the pill has dissolved, nor long after it has dissolved. Knead and take a pill once in 3 days, and continue in this manner. The ingredients of the pills have been already given. Another matter to be attended to under Kung Lu is constantly washing and bathing the body in brine. The salted water can make the hard soft and disperse the heat. It is performed daily or once in 2 days. The prescription is to take of the root bark of Lycium chinense and salt, of each to the power of 7 to the power of libitum, in warm water, and thus the blood and air will harmonize and the skin and epidermis will feel most comfortable. The third thing calling for attention is the wooden pestle and mallet, both of which are made of hard wood. The pestle is 6 inches long, the mid part inch in diameter, the head round, 238, the tail sharp, a knob at one end and a point at the other end. The mallet is a foot long, 4 inches in circumference. The handle is slender at the upper part. The top is thick with a knob at the end of the handle, and at the middle, the body of it a little higher. See illustrations. The fourth thing is the pebble bag. It is necessary to beat the muscles with the wooden pestle and mallet, but the joints must be exercised with the pebble bag. It is made of linen cloth, in form not unlike the pestle, and of 3 different sizes, the major one 8 inches long, and 1 caddy in weight, the medium one 6 inches long, and 12 ounces in weight, and the minor one 5 inches long, and half a caddy in weight. The size of the largest pebbles must not exceed the size of the grape, and the smaller, the pomegranate seed. And only those must be used which have been found in water, and are free from edges and corners. 239. Kung Fu for the first month. At the beginning of kneading, a succession of little boys is required, for they possess little strength, and so knead not so heavily, and their animal vigor is strong. First swallow the pill, and just as it begins to digest, commence the kneading. The advantage is to be gained when the two go hand in hand. On beginning the kneading, the dress on the breast must be opened, Recline and place the palm of the hand on the part below the heart and above the navel, and knead from the right to the left, slowly coming and going, not so light that the hand caves the skin, and not so heavy as to press heavily upon the bones, and not to be performed confusedly. This is the proper mode. While kneading, the heart must look inwards, that is denuded of all external thought, and the idea guarded in the medium, and the thoughts not allowed to roam outside, and thus the essence, the air, and the spirit are all below the palm. This is truly the golden mean. HWO Howye J. At this period, there is no scattering of the thoughts, and the kneading is equalized. If this condition is attained, one can sleep during the process, and the method is all the more remarkable. The Shoucheng idea is better when the person is asleep. The duration of the exercise must be about the time taken to burn 2 sticks of incense, each day thrice, morning, noon, and evening. If the person be young and strong, twice daily, morning and evening, will be sufficient. If more frequently performed, harm might be the result. After kneading, a short sleep is advisable, after which other business may be engaged in without detriment. Kung Fu for the 2nd month. The animal vigor has accumulated during the 1st month, the stomach has become large and broad, and the sinews on the sides of the abdomen have been raised over 1 inch, and can, when pressed with air, become as hard as wood or stone. This is the result. But the space between the sinews from the heart to the navel is still soft and hollow, because the membranes are deeper than the sinews, and the palm kneading has not yet reached them, and consequently, they have not risen. This time, knead by the side of the palm so as to open another palm according to the former method, and pound deeply the soft parts with the wooden pestle, and, after a time, the membranes will be raised above the skin and possess the same strength as the sinews, without being either soft or hollow, and this is the complete Kung. The period occupied 240 by kneading and pounding must be that of 2 sticks of incense thrice daily, and daily by the use of this exercise no defect will be developed. Kung Fu for the 3rd month. After 2 months' exercise, the hollow space in the center is a little raised, and then gently beat with the wooden mallet on the kneaded portion of the 2 sides. Of the first palm width and pound with the wooden pestle, the parts which reach the end of the 2 great sinews 1 palm wide, according to the kneading method. The time occupied is to equal the time taken in burning 2 sticks of incense thrice daily. Kung Fu for the 4th month. 3 months' exercise being now completed, the 3 middle palm-wide parts are all beaten by the wooden mallet, and the external 2 palm-wide parts are first pounded, then beaten, thrice daily, for a period equal to the burning of each 2 sticks of incense. After exercising over Lu days, the air becomes full, the sinews strong, then the membranes raised, and thus advantage is reaped. Light and heavy method of performing the Kung. In beginning the exercises, light manipulation is of the first importance, and a young boy must be employed because his strength is even. After 1 month, when the air has slowly increased, the strength can be increased. It must not be used too strongly in case inflammation should be set up. It must be pursued in strict order and not confusedly in case the skin should get injured, therefore care must be exercised. Deep and superficial method of performing the Kung. In the beginning, the exercise is superficial. The strength increases daily, because the air is becoming stronger, and therefore the weight may be gradually increased, although it is still superficial. Following this, the pestle is used to pound, which can be done deeply and afterwards beat, and although the beating outside is shallow, the movement is felt deeply inside, and this is to make both the inside and outside strong, and in this way benefit accrues. Internal and external, KTIV Shifu for the ribs. The animal vigor is full when the Kung have been performed over Lu days, like a mountain torrent which is full to the brim, margin, and there is no place to which it cannot flow if a channel be left for it. At this time, therefore, precautions must be adopted to keep the air from escaping to the 4 extremities by improper pounding or beating outside the kneaded portion. Otherwise, if there is the slightest idea, 241, of conducting it elsewhere, it will become external strength, robustness. If once the animal vigor has thus become external, it cannot be brought back and made to enter the bones, and so cannot become the internal robustness. In order to make it enter inside, the pebble bag already described is used and beginning at the mouth of the heart, breast, and proceeding to the end of the ribs. The space between the bones and muscles must be closely pounded, again kneading and beating them. After a long time, the animal vigor which has accumulated will be led to the bones and not overflow to the limbs. This is the internal robustness. Here the distinction between inside and outside is to be observed and maintained, if not clearly differentiated in such actions as drawing the bow, moving the fists, beating or grasping a thing. The air will proceed to the outside and can never be brought back to the inside, so it is necessary to use the utmost care. Kung Fi for the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th months. The exercises on the ribs have now been performed for over Lu days, and we have already beaten with the pebble bag and kneaded from below the mouth of the heart to the end of the ribs on the 2 sides. That is the part where the clefts of the bones unite, and where the external and internal robustness divide. If at this place it is undesirable to lead the vigor to the outside, the accumulated air can enter the fissures of the bones following the course of the beating. One ought to beat from the breast to the neck and from the ends of the ribs to the shoulder, performing revolution after revolution in this manner, but never retrograding, thrice daily, occupying the time taken to burn 6 sticks of incense. This Kung must be done continuously and without intermission for 100 days, when the breast in front becomes full, and the Gen pulse also full. The Kung Fu is now half finished. Kung Fu for the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th months. When the Kung Fu has been performed for 200 days, the animal vigor in the front of the chest is full and the J-Fen pulse full, the vigor must be transferred to the back and made to communicate with the 2 pulse. The air has already reached to the shoulder and neck. The former method must be pursued in beating and kneading, going upwards to the occiput, in the middle of the spine, between the scapulae and downwards to the coccyx, beating each part and returning sod, repeating the operation, and nevez retrograding. The soft parts on the sides of the spine must be kneaded with the palm or pounded and beat by the pestle and mallet thrice daily, occupying the time taken to bura 6 sticks of incense, whether above or below, right or left, in kneading or beating 1 revolution. In this way, in 100 days, the back will be full of air and dissipate all manner of disease, and the 2 pulse full to overflowing. After each beating, it must be rubbed with the hand in order to make it alarm. We have omitted here several sections, partly as unimportant but chiefly as being quite unfit for publication. One is entitled, The Method of Pairing the Yin and Yang Principles. Another is called The Method for Applying Kung Fu to the Lower Portion of the Thank You. A third is termed Things Forbidden in the Practice of Kung Fu. Then follows a prescription for the washing of the lower portion of the body, the object of which is to cause the efficacy of the drugs to be communicated to the air and unite with the blonde in the system. To tougher the skin, dissipate the beat, and free the system from desire. The receipt is as follows. Take of Sichuan, the D. Selinum Manieri, root bark of Lycion, Chinamen, and licorice ad libitum. Make a decoction, foment the parts once or twice daily. The next section is entitled Joining Battle. Internal Robustness and Divine Strength. We have not yet exhausted the subject of the internal and external coergy, so must now exhibit it. Since we have used the Kung by beating and kneading the ribs, the air bas reached to the joints, and the 2 pulses Rn and Tw have become full, and the air bas erculated anit ald everywhere, and before and behind have entered lato communication. Still, we have not yet perceived any great addition of strength. How then do we speak of strength, energy? Because the air energy has not yet reached to the hands. Fui unishod for securing this is by the use of the pebble bag as already described. Beginning with the right shoulder beating, hit by bit, down to the back of the middle finger, then from the back of the shoulder beating down to the lac of the thumb and forefinger, and then again from the front of the shoulders, beating down to the back of the ting and lul fingers, and once more from the inside of the shoulder, beating to the palm and the end of the thumb and foretage mid-agile. 243. From the outside of the shoulder, beating to the palms and ends of the middle and little fingers. When the beating is finished, the hand must rub and knead to make them uniform, thrice daily. Time, 6 sticks of incense. Also frequently washing with warm water in order to cause the blood and air to flow together. After thus exercising Lu days, the air has reached to all parts. The same exercises must be gone through with the left hand for the same length of time. And then by this time, divine strength is developed in the inside of the bones, and in the course of time go on adding exercise after exercise. The arm, the wrist, fingers, and palm will become totally different from what they were formerly. Then taking hold of the idea and using energy, they will become as hard as stone and iron, and the fingers will be able to go through a bullock's abdomen, and the palm on edge will be able to decapitate a bullock's head. This is but a very small particle of the benefit to be derived from Kung Fu. To exercise in order to transport the superfluous strength to the hands. The plan to be adopted is constantly to bathe the hands in warm water, at first warm, then hot, then very hot. Both palm and wrists should be washed, and after washing they should not be thoroughly dried but shaken and so dried spontaneously. While washing the hands in this way, use force to press the air in order to make it reach to the points of the fingers. This is the method to produce strength. Then fill a vessel with mixed black and green peas and constantly dip the hands into the vessel. The bathing and washing above mentioned was with the object of harmonizing the blood and air. The object of the 2 sorts of peas is to disperse and remove the fire poison, and the dipping is to strengthen the skin by rubbing it. By using this sort of Kung Fu for a long time, the accumulated air can be forwarded to the hand and the strength thus become complete, and the skin, sinews, and membranes will mutually be strengthened and closely. Embrace the bones, neither SDFT nor hard if not in use. It will be as with ordinary mortals, but in use and the idea exercised will become as strong as iron and stone, and nothing will be able to withstand it. This strength is developed from the bones and is totally different from what is usually termed external robustness. The difference between outside and inside robustness is to be recognized by the sinews. In the internal, the sinews are long and comfortable, the skin is fine and glossy, and the strength is biri latense. In the external, the skis is coarse and tough, the various sinins of the palm and ristente enitet ich, the common. Ainley wars sad absent of the skin, and the strength amglegit has no root. This is the difference between the two. The external Rogers and Deming strength of the right ornamental section's basing now obtained the interna robusticas and the strength of the bones firmly. Consolidates can be lent to the outside because the made FSX is a roan, and it can be drive ions he insinti re our side, and so become the root of Clesian. In dipling the USLK keywise, Barry are the 8 methods lifting, holding AP, pushing, pulling, clutching, pressing, seizing, and nearlawing performs these EFT methcali. Each method pace and repeat times Williamsner 3 on daily, about the one that X sticks of incense would take raw burn, and after a long time when the Kong is finished, the whole Indie will be filed with strength. Where acquired, it will be freely developed without fail. When people wear of this, thing are struck. The Ancletes thought it thing the portcullis was a fext of marvelous strength, referring to a Herculean feat of this sort performed by Kung Se Lang Ho, the father of Confucius, who was renowned for his great personal prowess and unusual strength, or the Sirank capable of lifting a tripod, referring Wu Yin and Pa Wang, who could lilt a tripod, 0000 Cachus and Wei, the Ulter, the Hercules, or Samson of Cana, Prancy Shore. 8. Methods separately, one after the other, and the greatest benefit is, to be derived therefrom, if otherwise rinded, follow the exercise salute, added lung to the divine strength, internal and external kung being now both complete, which can be sarized evine strength. But, although complete, it must awards phi constantly employed and must not thrown aside at will. You bust for growing. In the garden, a large tree, in order to allocane, the air of the sail, and wood, which causes it to grow, and which is different from a lot of Otheus localities. When you have leisure, you must proceed to the shade of the tree, and according to your own convenience, practice the exercises, whether bending or rubbing, pushing, drawing, kicking or pulling up in order to obtain the growing energy of the tree to produce or excite your vitally, and during men's, can 245. Complete the kung fu. Again, search out a wilderness adjoining hills and find a large erect stone that has grown beautiful and the finest to be found, and constantly resort to it and practice the pushing, pressing, and the other above mentioned exercises, and obtain the auspiciousness of the sight. And if you can obtain this air, there is certainly great advantage. In ancient times, the great Shun dwelt beside stones and wood, and his practice was not devoid of meaning, on the method of calculating and revolving the strength, so as to store up the energy in all parts of the body. The chapter is too long and somewhat intricate for translation, and is therefore omitted. These are followed by the 12 ornamental sections, which are simply an amplification of the 8 already given. They are derived from the Buddhist sect in which meditation is the all-important thing. If one proposes to practice these exercises, the first thing is to close the eyes, shut the heart, close tidy the hands, all worldly affairs are to be banished. The heart must be perfectly pure, the breath harmonized, and then the speech will be fixed. Afterwards, performing the kung according to the order and forms given, the energy and idea will react to the place desired. The exercise of the form without the idea is useless. If the heart as governor wanders here and there, and the spirit and idea are both dissipated, the trouble of the exercise is borne in vain. No good is to be derived from the kung. At first, in disciplining the movements, the heart and strength must both have arrived at the place desired in the exercise. This is the movement. The peaceful repose is the heart thinking of the number 30 times, and daily increasing up to 100 times, thrice daily, and after 20 days the kung are complete. When the air and strength are obtained, thrice daily will do. And when the air and strength are strongly consolidated, once daily will do. The important thing in all these exercises is that the idea constantly accompanies them. The 18 disciplinary records, the method of rubbing the shoulder and wrist. On the completion of the kung, first stretch out the left arm and let another lift up with both hands the tiger's mouth, the space 246, between the thumb and forefinger, and rub energetically and gradually increase the times. If at first it was 10 times increased gradually to lu times, the right arm is to be rubbed in the same manner. The object aimed at is to produce heat in the 2 shoulders and wrists, which will reach to the bones. Disciplinary heating of the hands and feet. At first, according to one's strength, have a cloth bag made of 2 layers in which are 5 or 6 caddies of small gravel or sand, and hang it on a frame. In performing the kung, constantly push it with the palm, beat it with the fist, kick it, and step upon it with the feet. The important thing is to keep the bag in motion. Pushing and kicking it back as time goes on gradually increase the weight of the sand in the bag. The method of disciplining the fingers. One must calculate his own strength, whether it is great or small, and select a round, smooth, clean stone of 1 or 2 caddies in weight, and grasp it with 5 fingers, let it go, and again seize it before it reaches the ground. At first practice it several times, and after a time regularly increase the number of times and the weight of the stone, and thus the 5 fingers will become strong. Another method is, when sitting at any time, press the seat with the fingers and gently raise the body on them, and in this way the fingers themselves will develop strength. This exercise can be done whether one or many be present, and after a time, the result will be evident. This is followed by a section on the jade ring aperture, and this again by prescriptions entitled The Elixir Capable of Beating a Tiger, The Great Strength Pills, The Immortal's Receipt for Washing the Hands and for Strengthening the Sinews and Bones, the 2 pulses, the Gensi running down the middle of the body in front, and 2 from the vertex to the coccyx, with the acupuncture apertures are next described. Then follows a chapter on the number of the bones in the body, next on the blood vessels, then a discourse on the air and blood, the former being taken in the old sense of our artery and the latter of the veins or only real blood vessels, and in this case a most convincing proof of the knowledge of the circulation of the blood possessed by the Chinese, without, however, respect to the cause of the circulation. Divisions under the external method. Kung Fu for the heart. While performing the exercise must first rest the mind, cease from all thought, banish all grief, anger, and such like, and give up all the animal propensities, in order to keep and not disperse the vital essence. For the body, 1. At the time of sitting cross-legged, the heel of one foot must block up the perineum and not allow the vital spirits to leak out. 2. Sit evenly. The nas must be level with the body. The sons of the kidney must all rest on the seat but hang down. Note, sitting high and level refers to sitting on chairs and beds. 3. Alter. Finishing the exercise and rising, the limbs must be slowly extended and on no account be done hastily. 4. In silling, the body must be level and straight. The spinal column must be perpendicular and not bent, and not lean against anything on the right or left. For the head, 1. Close the ears with the hands, let the second forefinger fold itself on the middle one, and thrum the 2 bones at the back of the skull with the second finger to make them sound. This is called sounding the evenly drum. Note, this is to remove the vicious air from the wind pool acupuncture opening in the dus virtot effect, often on she value of field study, to ind, to sleep, by composing it. One author, Racemes Dies, with the view of prolonging life, to employ one's cell in secthoglas anil, the legisheries of Arlos, seek to conserve obre in bed, lull the bear's thing, she, thoughts that would ban sleep the bear will lie kept, in good in the diction of the etal and animal spirits prevents, if, while in bed, woe lie on either side with the knees bestatule, region of the mastoid. 2. Twist the neck with the hands, and glance back to the right and left, and at the same time, rotate the shoulders and arms each 24 times, to remove the obstructed air in the stomach and spleen. 3. Interlock the hands and grasp the back of the neck, then look upwards and let the hands wrestle with the neck, to remove pain of the shoulders and indistinctness of vision. Face. Rub the hands until hot, then rub the face with them, high and low, all over, no spot to be left unertiblied, then spit on the palms and rub them warm, and apply them several times to the face. While rubbing, the breath by the mouth and nose is to be closed. The aim of this exercise is to brighten the countenance. The more you rub, the better the color. This is the cure for wrinkles. With this action, you will have none. Ear. 1. Place the hands over the ears, then rub them right and left and up and down several times. This is to hear distinctly and prevent deafness. 2. Sit level on the ground with one leg bent and the other extended. Stretch forth the arms horizontally with the hands perpendicularly towards the front as if pushing a door. D. Twist the head 7 times to each side to cure ringing in the ears. Eve. 1. When you awake, do not open the eyes, but rub the back of the thumbs until they become lent. Then, with them, wipe the eyes 14 times, still keeping the eyes shut. Rollate the eyeballs to each side 7 times. Then shut them tightly for a little while and then suddenly open them wide. This is to protect the divine light and to 249. Remove forever disease from the eye, rubbing the thumbs. Hot on the palm of the hand will also do. 2. Use the bent bone of the thumb, ungual phalanx, and press heavily on the little apertures at the sides of the eyebrows, temples, 3 times 9 equal to 27 times. Again, with the two hands, rub above the malar bones and round the pinna of the ear 30 times. Again, let the hands press upon the frontal region, beginning between the two eyebrows and proceeding backwards to the margin of the hair at the back of the head 2 to the power of times, and swallow the saliva times without number, to give clearness and brightness to the eyes and ears. 3. Place the hands on the inner canthy of the eyes, near the root of the nose, shut up the breath, and when the air has become pervious, then stop. By doing this constantly, objects will be seen very distinctly. Obstructions in the nose will be removed, and coryza may also be cured in this way. 4. When kneeling or sitting, let the hands touch the ground and turn the head in order to take a backward glance 5 times. This is termed the a tiger's glance. To remove the vicious wind of the thorax and kidneys, this exercise can be carried out in bed. The hands need not necessarily be placed on the ground. Mouth. First, when performing the exercise, the mouth must be closed. 2. When there is great dryness and bitterness of the mouth, the tongue rough, swallowing without saliva, pain in the pharynx, whether in swallowing or expectorating, inability to eat, this is owing to inflammation, heat, the mouth must be opened wide, the air blown, hemmed over a dozen times, the heavenly drum sounded 9 times, and the tongue must excite the saliva, blow again, and then swallow. Wait till the pure water saliva is produced, and the heat will be driven back, and the viscera become cooled. Again, if the saliva in the mouth be cold, and without taste, the heart feeling as if it contained water, this is owing to cold. One must take the air and warm it. Wait till the mouth has recovered its taste. The cold is disarmed, and the viscera become warm. 3. Every morning breathe out gently the foul air from the mouth, and at the same time take in the pure air by the nose, and swallow it. In sleeping, shut the mouth. Do not let the original constitutional air come out, and the corrupt air enter. Tongue. Place the tongue against the roof of the mouth in order to excite the saliva and fill the month, then rinse the mouth 36 times and swallow it in 3 mouthfuls, making the gurgling sound kaku in the pharynx. The saliva entering the abdomen will moisten the viscera. Teeth. 1. Knock the teeth 30 times to collect the spirits. 2. During micturition, shut the mouth, press the teeth firmly to remove toothache. Nos. 1. Rub the thumbs of the 2 hands until they become hot, then rub the nose with them 36 times to moisten the lungs. 2. Let the eyes look at the point of the nose, and then breathe silently several times. 3. Every evening, lying prone in bed with the pillow removed, bead the legs and keep the feet upright, and inhale the pure air by the nostrils 4 times, and expire by the nose 4 times. In expiration, use energy. Afterwards, breathe gently by the nose to cure heat of the body and pain of the hack. Hand. Interlock the lands and support the empty void of heaven with the palms, and lay them on the head 24 times to remove the vicious air of the thorax. 2. Let one hand be stretched forward and the other bent backward ends if drawing a very tight bow equal to a resistance of 500 cattles to remove the vicious air of the arms, and axilka. 3. Clench tightly the 2 hands and with the fists strike the arms and thighs with them. Then turn the hands backwards and strike the back each 36 times to remove the vicious air of the 4 pits, the 2 axle, and the 2 groins. Hold the fists tightly. Bend the elbows backwards and draw them backwards 7 times, and let the head twisted follow the hands to the right and left to cure red bales of the body. 5. Let the 2 fists with energy strike right and left the emptiness 7 times to remove the vicious wind of the thorax. Feet. 1. Sitting upright, stretch the feet. Bend the head as if worshipping, and with energy, let the hands grasp the soles 12 times to remove the vicious air of the pericardium. 2. Sitting on a high place with the feet hanging down, let the heels be rotated opposite each other outwards, and let the toes converge opposite each other inwards, each 24 times, to cure rheumatism of the feet. 3. Seated cross-legged, take hold of the toes with one hand and rub the sole with the other until it becomes hot. In the sole, there is the bubbling fountain aperture from which damp and wind find exit. When rubbed hot may stop, then move the toes themselves to cure dampness and heat and increase the walking energy. 4. Kneeling on one leg, the hand supported by the bed, extend and dex the legs alternately 7 times. Change from right to left to remove swelling. 252. Of the knees and ankles. 5. Clench the fists slowly. Step with the left foot to the front, pronate and supinate the hand in front, and the right behind. In the same manner, do it on the right, to remove the vicious air of the 2 shoulders. Left shoulder. First, set the shoulders with the hands in a rotatory Motion, alternately right and left turning the windlass 24 times. First rotate the left, then the right. This is termed the to the power of single pulley. Then both together. This is called a double pulley. 2. Rest and harmonize the mind. Rub the navel alternately with each hand 14 times, then the ribs and shoulders 7 times, and inspire and convey the air to the Tan Fian. Clench tightly the fists and lie down on one side, bending the feet, to prevent nocturnal emissions. Back, let the hands rest on the bed, contract, shrink the body in a heap. Bend the back, bow the vertebral column, and raise it up 13 times to remove the vicious air of the heart and liver. Abdomen. First, rub the abdomen with close, the hands, the breath, and walk. Think 100 steps to cure indigestion. 2. The fire of the Tan. Vian up and burn the whole bod 5a. Loins. Hold the fists tightly. Place them on the ribs and shake the shoulders 24 times to remove pain and vicious air from the loins. 2. Rub the hands hot. Take a breath of pure air by the nose and gradually let it out. Then with the warm hands, rub the semen dorsi, the soft part below, at the lower part of the back. 253. Kidneys. First, grasp with one hand the A2 sons of Ihi inside and outside kidneys. The Chinese suppose them connected, and with the other hand rub the navel, each hand 8 I times. This instruction is put into a rhyme thus: 1 rub, 1 suspend, right and left change hands, 9 times 9 in number, and the male principle will not go. 2. Before sleeping. Sit on the bed with the legs hanging down, open the clothes, close the breath, apply the tongue to the roof of the mouth, and direct the eyes to the door of vertex, the crow eye of the head. Elevate and contract the aserial road, as if to prevent defecation, and with the 2 hands rub the 2 apertures called shen-il of the 2 kidneys, each 120 times, to produce semen, strengthen the membrum virile, remove pain from the loins, and prevent frequent micturition. People, according to their diseases and wishes, must select the proper exercises or use them as prophylactic in general, officials and merchants not having time to perform them, and, considering themselves sufficiently strong, are not willing to go through these exercises. If they wait till the body is enfeebled and then express their willingness, it will be too late. Such people are to be commiserated. Notes on Kung Fu regulating the various parts of the body. It will be observed that the cause of disease is invariably supposed to depend upon the presence of vitiated or depraved air having stealthily gained admittance. The air thus shut up causes obstruction. It is sometimes termed thievish, or air deflected from its proper course. The Chinese proverb runs, "Avoid a draught of air as you would the point of an arrow." It is recommended to rub the soles of the feet until hot, and also to move each toe. This, 254. Measure being effectual in preserving and repairing the vital and animal spirits. The middle of the sole of the foot is supposed to be the outlet of a great many services of spirits, and like mouths of rivers, the arteries and veins end there, and therefore must be kept open. It is advisable every time one awakes to stretch one's self in bed, thus facilitating the course of the spirits and circulation. One ought not to sleep like a dead man, i.e., not to lie on one's back, nor to let the hands rest on the breast or heart so as to avoid dreams and nightmares. Once in bed, to keep silence, to refrain from talking. The lungs are the most tender of the viscera, and consequently placed uppermost, and they serve for respiration and promotion of the voice. On taking any position in bed, they incline to rest upon that side. By talking, the lungs 8 forced to raise themselves in part, and by strongly heaving, shake the other noble internal parts. The voice comes from the lungs as the sound from a bell. If the bell be not hung, it is damaged by striking it to make it sound. Confucius never spoke after he was in bed. He made it a rule, doubtless, for this reason. The Chinese have, as a rule, good teeth. The better classes use warm tea or water with which to cleanse them each morning and after meals. It is ordered to sleep with the head and face uncovered and with the mouth shut, as it tends to keep the radical moisture from escaping and preserves the teeth. Early loss of teeth is caused by the air passing in and out between them. Besides, gross particles are inhaled, which give rise to distempers. The Tantian is situated about IOU inches below the navel and is brought into exercise with the bow and arrow exercise. A man is said to be strong when this is in sufficient quantity. 255. The 12 positions. First, the first aspect of way to a deva, or inhabitant of heaven, a deity of Hindu mythology who protects the Buddhist religion, and 3 of the 4 continents into which the world is divided. It is the name of the Bodhisattva, he who knows and feels, a general under the 4 great kings who stands in the front hall of all Buddhist monasteries, offering the pestle. Stand upright, form a ring with the hands, and apply then to the heart. Fix the breath, and gather in the spirit energy, with a pure heart and respectful countenance. C. No. L. 2. The second aspect of Wei, to apply the toes to the grumal, stretch out the arms horizontally. With quieted heart and silent breath, eyes wide open nod, mouth simple. C. No. 257. 3. The third aspect of Wei, to support with the palms heaven's door and look upward. The toes fix on the ground and stand upright. Let energy circulate to the legs and ribs to make them stand firm. Close firmly the jaws and do not let them loose. The tongue can produce saliva if it reach the palate. The heart will have peace if the breath by the nose be equalized. Let the two fists gradually return to their original place. Exert the strength as if about to carry heavy objects. C. Number 3. 4. Taking away a star and changing the dipper for it. Support heaven and cover the head with one hand. Fix the eyes and look through the palms. Exert the strength and turn back on each side alike. C. Number 4. 259. 5. Pulling 9. Oxen's tails backwards. Stretch one leg backward, the other bend forward. Let the small abdomen below the navel loosely revolve the breath, exert the power in the two shoulders, and fix the eyes on the fist. See number 5. 260. 6. Pushing out the claws and extending the wings. Fix the body and let the eyes be angry. Push the hands forward in front of the chest. With strength, turn back 7 times to complete the exercise. See XO. Cest. 7. 9 devils drawing a dagger. Half turn the head and bend the arms. Enfold the vertex and the cervix. When turning back from the head, don't object that the force is terrible. Set in alternate rotation, with body upright and pure breath. See number 7. 8. 3 plates falling on the ground. The tongue firmly attached to the palate. Open the eyes and fix the breath. Standing with open feet in squatting form. The hands pressing forcibly as if seizing something, turning the palms at the same time. A weight more than 1,000 caddies seeming. Open the eyes and shut the mouth. Standing upright, the feet not aslant. C. Number 8. 263. P. The azure dragon stretching its claws. Azure dragon stretching its claws. The left emerges from the right. The exerciser imitates it. Level the palms and deeply breathe. Exert the strength on the shoulders and back, encircling around past the knee. Fix the eyes on the level, the breath equalized, and the heart quiet. See number 9. D-set. The lying tiger springing at his food, standing with the feet apart as if the body would upset, bending and stretching each leg alternately. Raise up the head that the breast may stretch forward, flatten the back, and let the loins be level as a flat, smooth stone. Equalize the in and outgoing breath by the nose. Let the tips of the fingers rest on the ground, and raise the body. To vanquish the dragon and reduce the tiger, that is the influence of the genii. To learn to obtain a true body, and so protect one's health. See no. Lo. 265. Zweite. Making a bow, holding the head by the hands, bend the waist to between the knees, stretch the head to between the legs, close the jaws very tightly, cover up the ears to the sense of hearing as if something were inserted in them, arrange in a restful condition. The original air. Attach the tip of the tongue firmly to the palate, and exert the force at the bending elbow. See XO. 266. 12. Wagging. The tail, with upright legs and outstretched arms, pushing the hands to the ground. Fix the eyes and raise the head. Settle thoughts and think of nothing else. Raise the head and feet, 1 and 20 times. On each side, stretching the arms. Take 7 as the limit. Still more to perform the sitting kung. Bend one leg under the other and hang down the eyelids. Fix the mouth to the heart. Equalize the breath by the nose. When enter the state of quietsim, then arise. The exercise is then complete. Examine these methods. There are 12 illustrations. From the time of the 5 kingdoms, who has really learned this method? Tamo came from the west, spread the doctrines at Shaolin Sea. In the Sung, there was Yue Hao. As an example, can cure disease and lengthen life's span. These exercises are unique and incomparable. See number 12, the 9 figures to remove disease and lengthen life. No, I. Place the 3 middle fingers of the 2 hands in the hollow of the heart, depression below the ensiform cartilage. The heart of good people being supposed to be in the center, and beginning on the left side, rub round 21 times. Number 2, ditto, but rub downwards to the high bone, below the navel, pubic bone. Number 3, ditto, but at the pubic bone divide the hands, and rub up to the heart hollow, and bring the hands together again, and the exercise is finished. Number 4, ditto, but rub straight down at once to the pubic, bone 20, 1 times. Number 5. With the right hand, rub from the left round the navel 20, 1 times. Number 6. Ditto. With the left hand from the right side, 1 times, 268. Number 7. Place the left hand on the left loin, the thumb to the front, the 4 remaining fingers behind, gently nipping the part. Use the 3 middle fingers of the right hand and place them below the left nipple and push down at once to the groin 21 times. Number 8. Ditto on the right. Number 9. The rubbing finished. Sit cross-legged. Let the thumbs of the hands press the TSE furrows, i.e., the base wrinkles of the 4th finger. The Chinese reckon the 12 to the power of earthly branches beginning at this point, then the corresponding wrinkles of the middle and index fingers, then the remaining 2 wrinkles on the forefinger with the apex, then the apices of the next 3 fingers and the 3 remaining wrinkles of the little finger, then flex the 4 fingers, keeping the fingers apart. Press the 2 knees, bend also the toes, twist the thorax from the left to the front and from the right to I-he back, making in all 21 revolutions. When this is finished, perform from the right side, in a similar manner, 21 times. If according to the foregoing method you wish the bod, directed to the left, rotate the chest and shoulders outside the level of the left knee and rest them upon the left knee, the right in like manner, then bend the back like a bow. Don't twist the loins too much, nor too quickly, nor with too much force. The simple illustrations are omitted for want of space. In rubbing the abdomen, collect the spirits, empty the heart of all worldly affairs, let the pillow not be too high. The mat must be level, lie flat on the back, the feet extended the same length, flex the fingers, gently rub the abdomen. Go through the 8 figures, one after the other. This constitutes one course, which is to be performed 7 times. Then rise, sit, and make 21 revolutions. In the morning, at noon, and in the evening, the first and last must not be neglected on any account. At the first kung, take 2 courses. After 3 days, each kung must consist of 5 courses, and after another similar period, each kung must comprise 7 courses. This is the rule for both sexes. In the parturient condition, the female is to intermit the exercises. Another work, and the last we shall mention on this subject, is entitled Fuchi Chilping Fik Shui, J-Kim Yasusiris Thaith, which may thus be translated, a treatise with plates on swallowing air in the cure of disease, published in 1846 and containing 64 illustrations. As active gymnastic exercises, not passive and contemplative, they might, with profit, be introduced into our schools and military academies. We give below the brief description of the figures and regret that our space prevents the insertion of the diagrams. The following 11 rules are laid down for the regulation of this art. First, to swallow or gulp breath is of the first importance in the due performance of Kung Fu. Gulping breath, air, is different from disciplining or refining it. For if the latter is not well performed, phlegm may obstruct, and the fire may not descend, but this is the easier and is free from any disadvantage. In gulping, one must stand erect, look level, open the mouth wide, and as the true, original air exists naturally in the body, so the air must be swallowed gently, as if drinking tea. At first in swallowing there is no sound. Later a certain sound is produced which goes straight to the tantien, leading the fire to the original place. When the mouth is opened wide, it should not be too small, otherwise the constitution will be injured by the wind which is inhaled. 2. Avoid hasty wind, violent rain, thunder, and lightning. These are the anger of heaven and earth. Also dread impure and deflected air. Select a high, bright, and clean room, not opposite to the wind. 3. Thrice daily, dawn, 5, 7 a.m., noon, 11, p.m., and twilight, 5, 7 p.m. Perform constantly these exercises without intermission. If business should interfere, then alter the time to either before or after the fixed period, say on rising and retiring independent of the hours, and for the midday exercises, suit your own convenience. The kung must be performed on an empty stomach so that the air may freely circulate. If the stomach is full, the breath gets obstructed and injury may result. The 60 diagrams can be easily overtaken in half an hour. This is not a difficult task. 4. In swallowing air, the head is not to be directed upwards, lest the bodily heat should rush upwards, neither should it be directed downwards, lest the breath sink. If, when fatigued, these exercises are performed, one will at once feel pleasant. 5. No matter whether one is ill or rot, it is not necessary to take medicine in case it should obstruct the breath. Even chronic bronchitis, dropsy, and inability to swallow food get well by the performance of these exercises. 3 exercises daily must be gone through. Neither more nor less will be found suitable. In exercising, the strength must not be overexerted. It must be done as it were of itself. 6. At the commencement of these exercises, all dink and venery are to be avoided. 3 months later, this rule may be neglected. Weak persons should abstain from bui oi these throughout their entire lives. 7. These exercises may be performed by anyone, even women or children. If women practice them, they will have no difficult labors. Their strength will be equal to that of men. The aged will become as strong as young men. 8. At the commencement, perform the level frame position by gulping the breath 7 times, 10 days after. Add the first military position once on each side. Keep on practicing in this manner for a month, that is 3 times each 10 days, thus performing the military position 3 times and gulping the air 18 times. 10 days after these, perform thrice on each side the position of resting on the knee, and together gulp 6 mouthfuls of air. Then change the level position into the looking moon 1, a form of scooping up the moon wire affected in water, aiding the way, exploding Balon, 20 days after eels, the Leo periods. Of tea exerce termed the sky heap, the standing digesting form is to he performed tui un each side with 12 gulps of breath. The exercises have now been performed for 80 durand 40. 9 breaths have been amaluad. Or after beating exercises are to be performed. G. In beating, make a bag, will, a double blue cloth, 13 or 19 inches by length, L 3 or inches in circumference, like a girl, me ended. The other opet parket finally will geel, or 9 inches, deep, lie the open end tightly with a piece of rope, and use the remaining half of the bag as a handle. The grain should weigh 2 caddies. If the person be weak, diminish the amour. 2. In beating, first beat the left and the right side of the body, and lastly lie 4 surf bees of the lace and feet. Best first from the inside of the left elbow down to the palm, and bend to the end of the middle age. Then beat the pursuit be the same direction. Then bear from the an arm, pit down to the side of the fifth finger, and from the left shoulder down to the side of the thumb. After fist dog text WG, the left upper limb, transfer the process to the left fewer first heat from the left ribs. Pissing down the letsuk of the shitores, then to the feint of the leg to the knee, instep, dorsum of foot and left big toe. Then from the left, axilla beat inclined to the left to passing to the cute sacalo D turn to the side of the small toe. Then from the end of the treat Dane, A, to lift side of the abdomen, and from the part which ties between the ribs and shouten pass liorally to the right of the endomen. Here change to the left hand in holding the bag, and from the right side bunt horizontally to the jest of the body. Let the right hand cover and protect the secret parts, and the je mid begin bent-ing from the lightal ahiloms, and the inside of the left leg passing down in the ankle inside of the toe. Then howl the bag with the 2 lands and raise it up ever your head, besting the fell part of the buck 20 finses. Hold the bag in the left hand and larch the loud and beat the under part of the back, passing gradually down in the end of the lumbar region. Tunturu the band and beat the left leg, Dean to the taff and beel. After enishing the exercises on the left limbs, the sigler lirabs are taken in 27 seconds. Hand, in a similar manner. The healing must he done closely from the upper to the lower part. No part is to he neglected, nor any retrograde movement made. If a certain portion is neglected, it must not he repaired. Till exercise must be steadily and continuously prosecuted. On beginning the beating, 1 breath is first taken, which makes altogether 6 mouthfuls of air, which, with the preceding 49, how reckons 65 in all. After 1 or 2 months of beating, add the 7 positions of the inspecting hand, and take 4 mouthfuls of breath. After 10 days more, add the side lifting position, and take 6 mouthfuls of breath. Then add the front lifting position, and take 3 more mouthfuls. After 10 days more, perform the shuakung standing position, and take 3 mouthfuls. And after another 10 days, exercise the arranging elbow position, and take 6 mouthfuls. Altogether, we have now swallowed 22 mouthfuls of air, and this added to the previous 65, make us a total of 87 mouthfuls. These are the first part of the exercises. 64 diagrams are here described. They are only the first portion of the primary part of Kung Fu. If we reckon all of them, they exceed more than 1,000. In performing the first part, all diseases will disappear, and one's vitality will be 2-fold augmented. There remain still the second, third, and fourth parts, which will take 2 years to perform. Since completing the Kung, the pulse has gathered to the head, the body will possess the strength OT 1,000 caddies, sufficient, as is recorded in the Qing, to enable the fingers simultaneously to pass through the belly of an ox or cut off the head of an ox with the edge of the palm. The advantage accruing is even greater than this. If these 64 positions are continually performed, the Kung Fuist will avoid disease and prolong his life. Speaking generally, diseases reside in the inner viscera and may be cured with medicine, but those which exist in the muscles and blood vessels cannot be reached by the power of drugs. If one wishes to secure ease to the muscles and blood vessels and prevent the air and blood from offering obstruction, except by the exercise of these kung, no effect will be produced. Many people have experienced the beneficial results derived from the performance of these exercises. This method was obtained from the province of Kweichow. It was delivered orally and not by books, and because this method is closely related to the Taishi Tao Yin Flipito, the power Ofel, one of the Taoist doctrines and practices referred to in several sections. In the work Shengming Hivi Shiji, T person does not desire to deliver it down in print, nor to have Li's name become known. Notwithstanding this, the method is profitable for physical improvement and according to the oral explanations. Figures have been drawn and explanations made, and the work is now published. Let everyone therefore accept the advantage. Description of diagrams. The level frame. To the power of Jil, to the power of Iatsin, there are 4 to the power of. Horse riding, S and E forms under this position. 5 key. First, standing evenly and uprightly, separate the feet the width of the shoulders apart and keep the palms upward on the same level as the loins. Do not lean against anything. 2. Turn the palms downwards, always on the same level as the loins. 3. Rub evenly from the sides and make a circle as if rubbing the head. 4. Then stretchy, the arms straight forward and erect the hands. With the palms directed forward and fingers upwards on the same level as the nipple, take 1 breath and wait a little, about the time of 3 respirations. Afterwards, after taking a breath, the eye should be directed to the right, left, above, and below, the time of 3 respirations being taken as the unit. There are also 2 looking moon, Aor, forms under this position. First, let the left foot take a step horizontally to the side, bend the left knee, incline the left foot, keep both the right leg and foot straight. Lay the left hand on the upper aspect of the thigh, with the thumb directed backwards, and wind the right hand round the back of the right ear, and with the 5 fingers in a form as if holding a thing, the points of the fingers directed backwards like the claws of a vulture. 274. 2. Afterwards, raise the left hand up to the level of the eye, the fingers clenched so that the thumb shall be opposite the little finger, the second one, the fourth, and the middle one projecting a little. Keep the palm, the heart of the hand, hollow, sufficient to contain the lid of a teacup. First look at the height of the left hand, then turn the head even and take a breath. Again, turn the head and look at the part between the thumb and forefinger. Repeat this on the right side, 3 times on each side, swallowing SIX, mouthfuls of air. Try dos de piña. There are 2 to the power of expanding breath, forms under this position. First, the first resembles the first horse riding form, except that the palms are even. 2. The second resembles the last horse riding form, except that the hands are turned and pushed to the front like the last of the horse riding forms, and no breath is taken. Preliminary military exercises. To the power of Gigi. There are 3 forms under this position and 7 diagrams. First, the left foot bent, the right foot straight, the remainder the same as the first looking moon position, and in addition with the face straight, take a breath and turn the head to the left. 2. Stretch out the left hand, which was formerly laid on the leg, straight to the left and keep the palm downwards. 3. Turn the left hand back to the level of EIE breast and then stretch it out again and bring it back, repeating it 2 times. 4. Turn over the hand on the breast with the thumb upwards and the other fingers downwards and the palm opposite the breast and take a breath. 5. Turn the hand with the thumb downwards and the middle finger upwards and turn the head to the left. 6. Stretch out the hand opposite to the breast and wind it. Round the ear, keep the palm directed upwards and extend it to the left. 7. Twin it back from behind the ear and clench the fist in front of the breast. Keep the outer part of the fist directed upwards. Take a breath and then turn the head to the left. To be done on the right also, each side 3 times, altogether taking 18 breaths. The circulating or inspecting hand, position JFFI. Standing erect. Keep the feet 15 or 16 inches apart, the elbows extended evenly forwards, the wrists straight and perpendicular opposite each otier, and the fingers separated. Jade girdle position, 3 seconds. Separate the palms, pressing them down behind the ears to the loins on the level of the navel. Keep the tips of the fingers apart and corresponding to each other, and distant from the body 3 inches interlocking, as it were, the loins, and take a breath. The suspending loin position. Apply the fist to the loins, turn the backs of the hands downward and full in front. Take a breath. A holding up robe position. Elevado a la potencia de G. Open the fists, Turn them from the underpart of the ribs, pronate the palms and stretch them forward evenly, as if lifting something and full in front. Take a breath. To the power of turban position. Fi, gor. Separate the hands. Turn them out from under the ribs to above the head to a distance of 7 or 8 inches between them and the head. Direct the palms outwards, the fingers separated opposite each other with the thumb downwards on a level with the eyes. The brushing face position. There are 2 forms under this position. First, keep the palms of the hands close together in front on a level. With the chin, the 2 little fingers and elbows applied close together and raise them together over the forehead. 2. Gradually bend the fingers in order to make hooks of them, and then slowly clench the fists and place them under the chin. Open them, the fists, again. Bring the thumbs together, extend the hands and pass them over the forehead. Also keep the 2 little fingers together and finally make the hands into fists and place them again under the chin. The wrists and elbows should be close together. Court tablet position. Pull the fists apart on a level with the shoulders, in a circular form as if enfolding things, the back of the hand directed upwards and the fists opposite each other, and apart 18 or 19 inches, and in front. Take a breath. Side lifting position, FLF. There are 3 forms under this position. First, standing aslant, the left foot bent, the right foot erect, lock the ions and raise them with energy over the head. 2. Bend the body gradually, as if making a bow, as far as the instep of the foot. Turn the palms and press downwards. Afterwards, interlock them again and raise them to the space between the knee and the chin. Then, all at once, make a whirl and straighten the body and loins. 3. Separate the hands and let them circle round the ears, then clench the fists and bend the arms in a circular form. The 2 fists apart opposite each other, 18 or 19 inches, and the back of the hands kept upwards. Take a breath. It is done in the same way on Qi. Right. Thrice on each side, taking altogether 6 breaths. Front lifting position, i.e. to the power of. There are 3 forms under this position. First, standing erect, the feet 15 or 16 inches apart, interlock the hands and raise them over the head. 2. Gradually bend the body, as in the second form of the side mount, lifting position to the level OT the loins. This is done in front, which is the only difference. 3. This form is also the same as the third of this side lifting position, except that it is performed thrice in front, and 1 breath is taken each time. The position of Shle Kung standing, Jayala, to the power of. 10 forms are given under this position. First, open the fists, keep the fingers straight, then wind them round the ears and stop at a level with the breasts. 2. Press downwards from the breasts to the navel without stopping until the navel is reached. 3. Turn out the hands from the underpart of the ribs. Keep the palms directed upwards on a level with the shoulders, each hand even 4 or 5 inches apart from the head, the 2 thumbs in front of the shoulders, the other fingers extended behind the shoulders. 4. Close the hands together even with the underpart of the chin, the 2 little fingers close together with the palms upwards and the wrists and elbows close together. For the first time, pronate the palms. Let the 2 little fingers be attached and stretch them upwards. 5. And then raise them thus over the forehead. 6. Gradually bend the fingers into the form of a hook and form them into fists level with the chin. 7. Open the fists, the palms upwards and the thumbs close together. For the second time, pronate the palms, the thumbs close together and stretch them upwards. 8. Raise the hands over the forehead, binding the 2 little fingers close together. Afterwards, bring them down to the level of the chin. Clench them into fists, then open them as before. Bring the 2 little fingers close together and the palms directed upward over the forehead. 9. This form is exactly related to the last. For the third time, pronate the palms, the 2 little fingers close together, and stretch them upwards. 17. Then lower the fingers, form them into fists. Let them be evenly arranged and circularly, as if enfolding things, the 2 fists 18 or 19 inches apart. 1 breath is then taken. This is to be performed 3 times, so 3 breaths should be taken. The arranging elbow position. ETH to the power of. There, ITE forms under this position. First, the left foot bent, the right foot straight, the right hand clenched and held in the left hand. 2. Stretch out the left elbow to the left and draw it back. Immediately, then squat with the body, the left foot straight, the other bent. Let the left band still hold the right fist and raise the right elbow a little. 3. Raise the body with the left foot bent and the right foot straight. Lean the body to the left. Take a breath. Raise the right elbow higher. Perform the same on the right side. On each side, 3 limes, taking 6 inspirations. While the body is leaning, let the eyes look at a point 6 inches from the feet. The Restix G on the knee, positiox, oft elevado a la potencia, de. The left foot bent, the right foot straight. High the right hand on the left leg over 2 inches from the knee with the left hand laid on the lop of the right end. Pronate the body sideways. Let the face look evenly towards the left and take a bray. With the back bowed, the neck straight, look downwards at a point more than 6 inches from the feet. Do the same on the right, 3 times on each side, and take 6 breaths. The Chan Xiao Positiox Forto the power of Fue. To the power of to, power, off to the power of, forms are given under this position. The first 2 are tanned, the canon of Tili Den. The third, the to the power of cannon rushing against the sky. And Tli fourth, the a cannon passing through the liart. First, the left foot bent, the right foot straight. Let the palm of the left hand face downwards level with the breast, the thumb kept inwards, and the palm of the right hand directed upwards and level with Tlini, navel. Place the little finger inwards and keep all the fingers apart. 2. Pull the hands out horizontally, then clench them. Let the left one be level will, the breast 8 or 9 inches apart, the thumb kept inwards and the right fist level with the ribs over 1 inch apart, the thumb directed outwards. Take a breath in front, then turn the head and look to the left. 3. Open the left fist and whirl it, then make it into a fist again. Stretch it perpendicularly on a level with the side of the forehead. Take a bieth in fiont, turn the head and look at the space between the thumb and second finger of the left hand. 4. Open the left fist and whirl it round the ear, then stretch the fist straight out towards the lelt, keeping the dorsum upwards. Turn the head and look to the left and take 1 breath. Do the same on the rigid side, on each side 3 times, taking altogether 18 breaths. The Grakes bag beating positiox, FFJJ to the power of. There are 12 forms under this position. The first 2 are termed cannon rushing against the sky. To the power of J. The left foot bent, the tight foot straight, hold the bag in the right hand, whirl the left from under the rise, clench the list, bend the elbow and extend it upwards, then take a breath. Hold the bag with the right hand. With it, beat the left arm steadily down to the left palm and tingers several times. This is bearing the inner part of the EF arm. Res. Always beat straight down, never backward. Core return on any oilted part. It should be done at once. 3. This is termed enos passing through the heart. F. Open the left fist. Whirl it round the ear. Stretch the fist straight out to the left, keeping the dorsum upwards and take a breath. Holding the hag with the right hand, with it beat the arm steadily to the back of the hand and the tip of the riddle. Finger. This is bearing the outer part of the les arm. Plus, this is termed the Rolcher hand. Whirl the left hand round and take the form of a sailor and take a breath, then hold the bag with the right hand and with it beat from the left armpit steadily down to the side of the little finger. This is beating the under part of the left upper limb. This is termed the minor cannon rushing against the sky. Whirl the left hand once, then raise the east T so as to assume the form of a cannon rushing against the sky, only a little lower, and take a breath. Now, the right band beats with the bag from the left shoulder steadily down to the side of the theme of the left hand. This is beating the upper part of the left upper limb. 6. This and the following are both termed carrying the tripod. On the shoulder, I. Whirl the left hand from under the ribs, clench the fist, stretch it at might upwards with energy. Keeping the thumbs at the back part, then take a breaths and look upward at the rising fist. 7. Holding the bag with the right hand, beat with it from the left ribs steadily down to the front side of the left leg, knee, shin bone, a step of foot and toe. This is called beating the front part of the lower felt limb. This is termed coiling the elbow. J. Elevado a la potencia de. Open the left fist and whirl it round the ear. Then bend the elbow and clench the fist on a level with the breast. Take a breath and raise the elbow a little. Now, with the bag in the right hand, beat steadily from the left armpit, incline to the left loin, and to the outer ankle and the side. 9. Limb, make fist. Left, left. Lower the of open part hand. Outer, the vulture beating. This termed is toe. This little of the vulture hand, and whirl it round the ear and take a breath. Then holding the bag by the right hand, beat from the end of the sternum down to the abdomen, and from the space between the ribs and abdomen, beat horizontally to the right side of abdomen. Change hands with the bag and beat horizontally to the left of the abdomen. Protect the secret parts by covering them with the right hand and beat with the left hand beginning from the left side of the little abdomen, steadily to the inner part of the left leg and left toe. If there be abdominal illness of any kind, it may be cured by beating several times. This is beating the inner part of the lower left limb. 17. This and the next 2 are called resting on the knee. The right foot bent, left foot straight. The left hand holding the bag press on the right in the middle of the leg. Also the right hand pressing on the bag. Then take a breath. Swaite. Holding the bag with both hands, raise it over the head and beat the spine 20 times, but do not beat the ridge of the spine. Devanact. With the left foot stretched, the right foot bent, lay the right hand on the surface of the right leg. Keep the thumb directed backwards, incline the body backwards, and look on the left knee. The left hand holding the bag, turn the hand back and beat the left part under the back, consecutively to the loin. Then return the hand and beat the left buttock, left leg, knee, calf, down to the heel. This is bepating the back part of the lower left limb. After having gone through the exercises on the left upper and lower limbs, then transfer to the right upper and lower limbs, following the same method. The position of scooping the moon at the bottom of the sea. Flexion T's. To the power of, Lias 5 forms. First, lay the left hand on the surface of the leg and make the right into a vulture hand, to the power of. Bringing the tips of the fingers together. 2. Whirl the left hand round the ear and then stretch the palm, out towards the left. 3. Turn the hand with the back upwards. 4. In such a way as to scoop the moon by bowing the head, and bending the loins to scoop from left to right, then raise the body up. 5. While scooping, assume the looking moon manner and take a breath. Then look at the interval between the thumb and the second finger of the left hand. The same should be done on the right, thrice on each side, and altogether 6 breaths taken. The above 64 diagrams are the first part of the exercises, embracing in all 87 breaths. Ayer. Na steppen. Odi. Physiology of Kung Fu. The general principles of this art may be briefly and clearly expressed in the following quotation from one of their numerous works on the subject, and from one of the prefaces written I commendation of the system. The Chinese acknowledge 3 principles or forces upon the regular movement of which the life of man depends, the vital spirits. Qing, or organic forces, produce the animal spirits, Chihoto, the power, off to the power, off to the power, off to the power of JFFF, or forces, and from these 2 springs a finer sort, free from matter and designed for intellectual operations, termed Shen, 1. The particles of the vital spirits glide over one another as the parts of water, growth, and nourishment belong to them. The animal spirits put the internal and eternal senses in exercise. Their particles are smaller than the vital, and they move in every sense like particles of air. As it is not possible to subsist without these forces, care must be taken not to dissipate them by immoderate use of the pleasures of sense, by violent efforts of the body, or by too great or too constant application of the forces or spirits. They have, beside, 2 organic principles, from the union of which man is matter, which pervade all parts of the body, and upon the union of which life depends. The one is the yang, or vital beat, or light, the positive or male principle. The other is the grin, radical moisture, darkness in nature, the negative element, or the female principle. The body LA divided into right and left, the pulse of each side governing its own side of the body. The internal parts are divided into the 5 viscera and 6 fur, or organs connected with the outer air. There are 6 which lodge the radical moisture and belong to the female principle and comprehend the heart, liver, left. Kidney, all sit aimed on the left side, and the lungs, spleen, and right kidney, otherwise called the gate of life. But by other writers, this latter expression is perhaps more correctly applied to the vagina. On the right, those which contain the vital heat are on the left, AR small intestines, pericardium, gallbladder, and ureters. On the right, the large intestines, stomach, and the 3 divisions of the trunk, altogether imaginary. Certain relations are supposed to exist between these, as for example between the small intestines and heart, gallbladder and liver, ureters and left kidney on the left side, and large intestines and lungs, stomach and spleen, lower divisions and right kidney on the night side. These organs contain the vital heat and radical moisture, which by means of the spirits and blood go from these organs into all the other portions of the body. All the various bits of the body, the diseases, the materia medica, etc., are all arranged according to a well-established and ancient relation between them and the 51 elements, 5 colors, 5 tastes, 5 paints of the compass, etc. Each organ as a road or blood vessel proceeding to it, and as there are Chinese hours, each 2 of our hours in a day, and as the blood and air make a circuit of the entire body in 24 hours, the blood remains in each organ 2 hours. There are therefore 12 rands, courses, many pulses, 1 for each vessel and organ, vessels, and of these pulses are subdivided into male and female according to the dual principle, and this, it is evident, involves 3 double puises on each side, and thus the theory is elaborated. Still further divisions of the pulse on the right and left are into superficial, deep, and intermediate according if the pressure of the finger is applied lightly, firmly, or intermediately to indiente diseases of a superfie. Lal, deep or intermediate position. Numerous volumes in Chinese exist on the pulse alone, and the skill of which subject the Chinese price themselves as Li is the pivot upon which their whole system hangs. As an example, take the pulse of the large intestines. It belongs to the male principle, is felt at the foot, cubit, the third pulse position at the wrist in order reckoning from the base of the thumb backwards. On the right arm, the small intestinal pulse is felt at the same spot on the left arm. The blood flowing to the large intestines rises at the tips of the thumb and index finger, unites and flows up the back of the arm to the head, then down the face to the lungs and thence to the intestines. In the larynx, it gives off two branches which run upwards to the ear and across to the mouth and terminate at each side of the nose. Deafness, ringing in the ears, pain behind the ears, and in the arms are owing to the large intestines. The blood resides in this viscus from 5 to 7 o'clock am. Although the Chinese speak of blood moving forwards, they have never had a correct notion of the heart and circulation. With them, it is the air either inside the blood or outside the vessels according to others, which presses the blood forwards. At first them, earthly vapor, and Hua, heavenly air, produce the root of man, the kidneys, and one or other of the 7 Qing, FS, emotions or passions, injure the original air and so cause disease, and thus the circulating air of the entire body gets blocked up and the blood gets coagulated in heaps, and then disease is produced. Therefore, in ancient times, good men who understood the great reason, Tao, sought out clear methods by which to nourish the original air. Kung Fu was discovered in this way, and as the bear carries his neck firmly and the birds use their wings, so the eyes and ears must be directed inwards and the air and blood be conducted to the joints to nourish them. And thus what is above will flow below, and what is below will flow upwards. And as the heavenly elements are themselves strong and fixed, so man must himself try to bring his body into the same condition. And as the heavenly bodies, according to the divine law, are aves revolving, so must the air in our bodies. The creation of the great heaven must resemble the creation of the little heaven. Note: the 7 Qing are the following: joy injures the heart, anje, the liver grief, the lungs, doubt, the spleen, fear, kidneys, anxiety, the gall, bladder, and sadness and crying, the spirit of the liver and the air of the lungs. 2. Anger. 3. Grief. 4. Mayers gives the 7 conditions as joy, fear. 5. Love. 6. Hatred. 7. Desire. 284. The microcosm, man. The head is round, resembling the arch of heaven, and our feet are flat, resembling the earth. The Chinese saying is heaven is round, earth is flat. And the comparison of man to the great outside world is very common, as for example, because there are 360 degrees or days m. The latter, there must be 360 bones. In the former, Confucius said that all the revolving changes do not surpass the 4 seasons. In a small work by a native of Suzhou named Pan Yu Wei, J.U to the power of Ne Sheng Yi Chu Cheng in the year 1858, the following prefatory remarks on Kung Fu occur. Why do some men live, others die? Why are some diseases light, others severe? To answer these questions, we must refer to the existence in sufficient or insufficient quantity of the original vital principle. The origin and foundation of the 5 viscera depend upon and spring from the vital principle. It is here where the yiv and yang reside, and from which these male and female principles emanate, and whence proceeds the breath in expiration, and to which it goes in inspiration. There is no fire nor oven, and yet the body in its furthest parts is kept quite warm. There is no water or reservoir, and yet the 5 viscera are kept moist. All men must beware of admitting depraved air, as for example heat, cold, and such like into the 5 viscera, and 6 z to the power of the 12 arteries and veins, tendons, blood, and flesh. Otherwise, if such poisonous air should get admittance, disease will be contracted. The ancients used acupuncture and the moxa as remedies. Afterwards, they took stones and rubbed themselves in order to cause the blood to flow, and they also used friction to the skin and muscles with the hand to cure disease and cause the blood and air to move. They also used a more violent pressing and rubbing method over the affected part. They had also a spirit drink mode. All these methods were designed to cause motion in the joints, to harmonize the blood and air so as to leave no vacuum, and to cause the heart, lungs, spleen, liver, and kidneys related to the female principle. The Taoists believe that the original source of being and life is situated in and comes from a point in the abdomen called Tanfian, 1 inch below the navel. The medical faculty believe is to be found in the lumbar vertebrae at a point opposite the kidneys, immediately adjoining the side of the spinal column, opposite the small heart or supravenal capsule, called also, and on this account, the Tianigmen or gate of life. depraved air to escape and be quickly expelled, because only on its exit will the perfect and wholesome air be revived as before, circulate, and so secure freedom from disease. When disease is expelled, great care must be taken with the lanrien, so that the original fire and water may coalesce and assist each other. The spirit of man will then wax greater and stronger, and the bad air cannot enter. But one must not upon any account wait till disease has attacked the system and is unbearable. It will then be too late. True wisdom is to begin kung fu before the approach of the disease, and so prevent it. It is true the limit of our lives is fixed, but at the same time it is also true that by kung fu the body can be strengthened. This is therefore the object of this publication. The author Loss consulted the work of Han Wing Feng, Ti, or Feng Ying, and the various medical works. As all men, hair 5 senses and 4 bodies, so all require gymnastics, pressure, and friction. Kung Fu divides itself into external actions and internal merit. Each one chooses his own kind. The ancients divided actions into 12 kinds and wrote in poetry the method to he followed, in order that all right remember the rules laid down. All can do them at all times, and everyone can understand them quickly and efficaciously. There is no necessity here for claptrap and useless nonsense. The true and important object is to drive away or ward off disease and procure a long life. Belief in this plan will bring merit out of it. The doctrines of Lao, Tse, Chio, Snag, Se, E, and Chung, I, Se, F, are not superior to the precepts of this book. If a person can perform daily once or twice the exercises herein prescribed, his body will become strong and elastic, and no matter how many kinds of diseases he may have, all will vanish, and thus will the vital principle exist in adequate quantity, and life consequently will be prolonged. This is surely good, and on this account I have taken up my pen to write this preface. 1. Eyes, wire, nose, mouth, and eye, brows, all the 5 senses must be in the head, the heavenly part of men, and as high mandarins close to the emperor. The 2 armas sud yu legs, the designation of a rain priest in the time of Shen Nung, the divine husbanda, c. 73%. 1. Theft and gentist of the 8 immortals in the time of the Chao dynasty, BC, 1122 to 235, when he attained to possession of the elixir of immortality. Diagrams illustrating the physiology of Kung Fu. Tianmen, heavenly door, the bra. 2. Niwan Kung, Ni, one palace. 3. Swai Bai Hub, the occipar, Unmei marrow, C, brain sex. Sanjian, the 3 divisions or functional passages. 5. Fel, the lungs, Elsin. The heart. 7. Hsin Pru, Loi the pericardium. Kan, Fei liver. 9. Well, the stomach, 10p. The spleen. 1. Huang Ing Tan Tien, the inner tan of the yellow pavilion. 2. Chang, 1e large intestines. 3. Slan Meg, the small intestines. 14. Siren, the kidneys. 15. Angkong, the bladder. 16. Qing Shan, pearly elevated lil, equal to 7th cervical vertebra. Chu Ken, the dorsal vertebra. 5. Weya, the os sacrum. 19. Shug Shrila Henwei Chi Chi Chin Ajen Lo Chi Hla. Water mi vilne below combine are wollo. The connecting per story B, the tan sen lilo, the breast and imgastrin. Cheer upper story, according to Tanla, Tao Kurg Chen Liwa, Sang Sheng, the true fire in the Ao Sen. Posit pants, Shao, Men, San Jiao Fei, Wei, Pai, Shang, Shui Xia, Huawei Jiji, Jian Yu, Li Yan Xiang, Shi, Shadanzhong, Zhen Huo, Shang Sheng, Dashang, Mai. It was intended in the sequel to describe the shampooing, rubbing, pressing, and other processes of the fraternity of barbers for the cure of disease, the prolongation of life in the healthy, and the production of a sense of comfort and the removal of fatigue, etc. But the space to which this subject has already, unexpectedly and unfortunately attained, renders 11 necessary to pass over this part of Kung Fa, a small cheap illustrated book in 2 volumes, the Barber's Classic, Carotid, Chung Fak Chi Che, Jing Fa Shu Ji, or How to Obtain Clean Hair, may be profitably consulted. The 2nd volume treats, in part, of massage applied to the various parts of the body. It treats, too, of the acupuncture apertures, a knowledge of which is essential to the proper practice of the art. It speaks of 84,000 pores, of Taching and 15 Nelo, arterial vessels, and the merit accruing from the exercise of this method, which is modified by certain climatic and physical conditions, such as the state of the weather, whether cold or hot, and the condition of the patient, whether fat or lean, etc. The sections embrace massage in general, and rebbing as applied to the apertures of the back and loins, the hands and arms, head and face, thorax and abdomen, and lower limbs. On the streets of the capital, there is a class of pressers whose art is known as TNP, or the class is Tawa, pressing the skin, the generic name, for example, for the cure of pain. Of the temples, the part below the sternum is guessed, for the cure of cold and pain, the part below the ribs, for colic, the points of the fingers and lips, for headache, the shoulders, for toothache, the facial, artery, shoulder and cleft of thumb, and for finger, for chalers, the call of the leg, for general discomfort, the blood vessels. Conclusion: a certain amount of mystery surrounds all the Taoist doctrines. Modern chemistry was derived from their alchemy, and the adoption of the movement cure is also traceable to the Taoists. The desire has been long expressed to know something of the extent, importance, and rationale of this particular practice of the sect, which goes back to the earliest ages and is closely interwoven with the habits and ideas of the Chinese people of the present day. 290. The utmost confusion seems to exist regarding the character of Kung Fu. A distinguished Edinburgh graduate in medicine, in answer to inquiries about Kung Fu, wrote to my friend, the late Dr. Roth of London, that it represented certain slips of paper printed with some religious sentences which people eat in the form of ashes, and enclosing 2 such slips of paper. This is confounding Kung Fu with healing by charms and the chanting of prayers, which is very prevalent in China. See the writer's series of articles on Chinese arts of healing, Chinese Recorder. The late Dr. Porter Smith of Hankow described Kung Fu as a species of disciplinary calisthenics practiced by Taoist priests. The writer has therefore attempted an exhaustive review of the practice of Kung Fu, and it is hoped that this contribution will now set all doubt at rest respecting this subject. He fears there will hardly be found a grain of truth and common sense in the whole subject to reward the labor and expense, by no means small, expended upon it. It required, too, a considerable amount of courage to undertake the publication of such a mass of rubbish. The reader, to whom the writer owes an apology, has no idea how much matter, only worthy of such a designation, has been discarded. The one gratification is alone left to him, viz., that the subject has now been so exhaustively threshed out that no subsequent inquirer need enter the field in the hope of finding anything new or important. And that as Cervantes in his Don Quixote hung his pen so high on the conclusion of that ever-memorable work that nobody coming after him would venture to take it down, so he hopes that the same will be the case in regard to this work. The illustrations of this subject, which might have been reproduced, are endless. The reader will, it is feared, think that the limit in this particular has been greatly overstepped. The diseases, too, for which they are prescribed, are so much alike that one figure for each disease might have sufficed. On account of the space occupied by them, it was thought advisable to reduce them by one of the photographic processes, but the publishers recommended them to be inserted in their entirety as facsimiles of Chinese illustrations, which may have a certain interest for some as indicating the state of the engraver and designer's art. The prescriptions, too, may afford those more medically inclined some amusement, and possibly also some instruction in the style of Chinese prescriptions, the drugs used, the mode of preparation, dosage, etc. The growing interest and importance of medical gym. 291. Gymnastic exercises at the present day is one of the chief excuses for the preparation and publication of this paper, and it is hoped that its further examination has been rendered unnecessary. How far the writer has succeeded in accomplishing Amdali's wish, that some expert would thoroughly investigate the subject of Kung Fu and inform the public what it contains, is left to the reader to judge. The End on the Population of China by Dr. Dudgeon. Mentorial presented by DI officials of the Board of Revenue regarding the population and storage of rice for the 12th year of Kwangsa, 1880, in year of Kislung, 1741, Governors General and your servants find that during the imperial edict was issued to all governors of the different provinces, ordering them to send records of the population and the quantity of rice kept in the granaries of all the prefectures and districts each winter to your servant's beard, in order to know whether the population and the storage of rice have increased or diminished, and that your servants should jule essay statistics on one record lore presentation to your majesty at the end of the following year. This practice has now been so DMing the 4th month of the carried out for a long time. 4th year of Qinlong, 1776, an imperial edict was again promulgated calling upon all IE governors, Ueneral and governors to inform Desser auditors to land in the exact number of the population and the quantity of rice, because the auditors of the province of Chilel always made up their record by assuming, without going to the Ruel or auditing them. And in the 1st month of the 59th year of Kindong, 1795, An imperial edict required that the affairs of the different provinces to be reported upon must be nished by the 10th month. The DME has now arrived to send in the inaction of the population and the quantity of rice in storage for the 12th year of Kwangsa, 11,886. Your servant's final had the ambers of the population and the quantity of rice in store of the provinces of Antui, Yunnan, Kiang, Kasu, Sindang, Fubkin, and TA-16 provinces, and the districts that belong to the prefecture of Paling in Chile, and Chilin, Kirio Palakwen, Ba, Xiangkun, Alwu, Umukli, Wulumuchi, on the quantity of rice of Honan, Hupel, Shehwen, Kwangtong, Kyangst, and Kwaichu provinces have not been put on record and sent to your servants' board. It is therefore necessary to inform the governors, General of Chile, Shikawan, and Shenkan Shusi and Kansa, and the governors of Antiwell, Yunnan, Kwaichu, Henan, Hapel, Kwangtung, Guangxi, Kanao, Xinjiang, Fulkin Old Taiwan, and the General of Kirin to make Quilair records quickly and have Thut transmitted to your servants' board, and your servants will present them to your majesty at the next term. The governors, general and governors, Fuyin and Tatung, civil and military governors respectively, whose jurisdiction is dependent of the provincial governor and generals of Fengtin, Shantung, Sinasi, Ilaman, Qingsu-Kiang, Chenkiang, Hupei, Hunan, Shensi, Sekliwen, Kwangtung, and Kwaichou 13 provinces, with Chang Tefein Yelio Jihol, have put on record the required statistics and forwarded them to your servants hard, and SOR servants find the exact population for the Twifli year of Quaz to be 302,088,114, which compared with that of the 11th year, 2,015,880,700, gives an increase of 6,207,108 people. And it is explained in the records of the above high Ullerers that his Ekomil is scrupulously exact mod, that no one is left out. And they bave also seat the quantity of Li of Fenglian, Shantung, Shans, Honan, Chulikiang, Shells, Proxines, and the places which are included in the prefecture of Chengtek in Jeland. Your servants stood that the real quantity of rice remaining in the granaries for the 12th year is 2,232,173 picals. 6. FA 55 Sheng, Isles and 8, Dulwich, compared with that of the previous year, 12.929873 picals minus 2,579, gives you an increase of 2,573 picals. The quantity of rice of Klangsi has not been put on record by your servants for many years, because the quantities are not exact. On this occasion, very also fail to be quite exact, and are therefore omitted from the Rurd. The Perond of the population of the province of Pulakin for the and the 14th years of Quanglisa less been transmitted and ought to be written after the page on which the population of Fulkli is stated. Your servo La Veberain carefully prepared a yellow record on which the population and the quantity of rice star in the Grabases for the 12th year of Kwangsit are put on recontent neconding to the record that are presented from the different Godnia. Those places that belong to the Toding prefecture in the province of Chibli have not forwarded their population statistics and the quantity of rice from the 8th year of Ilichinfeng, 1850, to the 11th year of Kwanglash and 11 Xuan Asics, Visxian Beten, etc. have not sent the quantity of rice of the 4th and 5th years of Isin and Feng 1855 and 1856. The province of Kiangsu has not sent the quantity of rice from the 27th year of Taikwang 1848 to the 1st year of Lianfeng 181, and the population and the quantity of rice from the 3 year of Hianfeng 1854 to the 12th year of Tungeli 1874, and thin quantity of rice from the 13th year of Tegelele 1873 to the 9th year of Kwanggu, 1883, Yand of the 11th year. Kwangha, 1885. The province of Abue Las met south the population, Aral the quantity of rice, from the 3 year of Hianfeng, 1854, to the 1 year of Kwangs, 1885. The province of Qing has not sent the population statistics and the quantity of rice stored of the year of Ilanfeng, 1861, and the 7th year of Kwangs, the quantity of rice of these 2 nanograms Chao and Shanvi. Klingmang, 2, Ete, of the 9 year of Hianfeng, 18, anal quantity of rice of these 30, Ing, Choik, and Listen Viz. Kao Anetre, of the 8 year of Ilianfeng, 1859, and the quantity of rice of these 19 Chum and Haianviz. I Ning of the 7th year of Hianfeng, 1884, and etc. 1858, and the population and the G home and Asian Viz. Hsingtesa, quantity of rice of these 50 fate of the year of Hianteng, 1858, and the population of these 40, Ingchor and Kiksara Vis. Pengsu, etc., the B. Yor of Hianfeng, 1857. The province of Shehua has not sent the quantity of rice of the 9th year of Tungchib, 1871, and the 7 to 11th year of Kwangeli 1881 to 188. The province of Fuliklen has not sent the quantity of rice from the 6th year of Tungchib, 1868, to the year of Kwangst, 1885, and the population from the 7th year of Tangkwang, 1828, to the 3D year of Taifang, 18, and the quantity of rice from the 4 to the 7th, 1855 to 1858, and the population and the quantity of rice of the B, 1800, and the quantity of rice from the 10 to the 3 year of Tongchil, 1841 to 1865, and the population of the places belonging to the prefecture of Taiwan from the 17th year of Qincheng, 1713, to the 7th year of Hianfeng, 1858, and the quantity of rice from the 19th year of Qincheng, 1715, to the 3 of Henfeng, or 1859. The province of Hupxili has not sent the quantity of rice from the 9 year of Haung 11,853 to the 11th of Kwangisa, 1883. The province of Human has not sent the population returns and the quantity of rice of the Yor of Unfeng, 1853, and the quality of 9 from Iba 3D year of Ilianfang to the Kwangli-su, and the quantity of rice of Shisang, year of, from the 5 year to the 21 Yene of Tokwang, 1826 to 1842. The province of Shist, and Alikian Wulumuchi, and some others. Bave not sent the population numbers and the quantity of rice in store from the 8th year of Hianfeng, 1833, to the year of Kvanglis, 1983. The province of Kwangtung has not sent the quantity of rice from the 4 year of Hianfeng, 1855, to the 1 year of Kwangsil, except the G year of Kwangsa, 1880. The province of Guangxi has not sent the population figures and the mood of rice stored from the 7th year of Hianfeng, 1858, to the year of Quanglish, and the population and the quantity of rice of Yong and Klaofeng, 185, and CL Men Chu, the 23 and 4, of the 1st year of Lin and Yong and Chao, of years, and Cho's Aunt Avon belonging in Chuen, Chao of IBE, 5 year, and the quantity of rice of 3 districts, Vix, using and LA, of the 5 year, and the population of the 20 clone and Wei belonging to Chuanchou, and he quantity of rice of the 30 Ting, Chao and Ivu belonging to Yong An of the year. All of Hafeng, 1851 to 62. The province of Yunnan has not sent the population statistics and the quantity of rice from the 7 year of Lianfeng, 1858, to the 11th of Quangs, 1881. The province of Kuaishou has not sent the population of the tree pre-pictures Xing Shi Yu Yi Toyodu Yun into Quen Shenzhen, and 22 Ring Chao and Nayan belonging to Pusu, and I her belonging to Ka Chao, H, of the 1st year of Hianfeng, and the population of the prefectures of Toyun and Shenyuan, and 17 Feng Chao and Brian belonging to Pachai, and the quantity of vice of the whole provine of the 11 year of Hufeng, 1862, and the quantity of rice of the whole province, and the population of the 18 Ingshore and Faces belonging to Pachal of the 1 year, and the population and the quality of rear of the year, and the quantity of rice from the 5 to the rear, and the population of the 21 FIWG Chao and Asian Balangjing to a Chai, of the 5 and 8 years, and the population of the 18 Lei Ekosi and Fisin belonging to Pa Ibai of the 7 year, anal la population and the quantity of rice of the whole proximes of the H year of Tungyeli, 1865, and the quantity of Riko Yu, the whole province, and the population of those tiny choir and Ayu that belong to the prefecture of Tating of the 4th year, and the population and Lai quantity of Riva of the whole province from the to the 8th, and the quantity of rice of the whole province, and the population of these 3 prefectures viz. Shlegi, Tuyan and Chen Yuan, and 27 Xingchao and Shen belonging to Pulai from the 9th to the 13th, and the quantity of rice of the whole province from the S to the 11th year of Kwangsa, 1874 to 1885, and the population of the 2 prefectures of Tuyan and Chen Yuan, and 10 Tingchao and Brian belonging to Pachai of the 1st year of Kwangst, and that of the 2 prefectures of Tuyu and Chen Yuan, and 14 Feng. Chao and Haiyan belonging to Pachal of the 20, and that of the 2 prefectures Tuyu, Chen Yuan said clone and Asian belonging to a Chai. Of the 3 and 4th, and that of the prefecture of Tuyu and 13, Y Chos and Ro belonging to I's Chai of the 5th year of Quams. No records have as yet been derived from the Abive by Yell Servant, Board Mind, your Servante Board has been sealing, dispatches every year to the governors, general and governors urging them to forward speedily the required figures. Some have explained that they have not received the records from Tele auditors. Others say that it is extremely difficult to get the exact accounts because of the rebels. They Allah, however, promise to send forward the records as soon as they have received the exact. It is advisable, therefore, to order them to secure the accounts true accounts and send them in different years, and when they arrive at your servants' board, your servants will put them on record at the next term, and your servants ask your majesty whether the governors general and governors should not send the names of the officers who are delaying to get the accounts forwarded to your servants' board, so that we may consult and decide. The province of Fengtian, Shenqing or Guangdong. It is stated on the record by the Faiyin that Fengtian contains 2 fu, 5 chow 14 ca, and 4 fig. Its real population, including old and young, men and women, altogether amounts to 4,409,271, which, compared with that of the Li year, 4,368,872, shows an increase of 40.399 people. Its real rice storage is 415,980 piculs, 3,899, which compared with that of the previous year, 389,818 piculs, 7,069, gives an increase of 26,169 to 683. The province of Chihi. The population and the quantity of rice of the places included in the Panting prefecture for the 12-I year have not been sent to your servants' board, and the governor general should be ordered to obtain them quickly and send them without delay to your servants' board, and your servants will put them on record at the population and the quantity of rice of tea places. Next term, belonging to the Chengte prefecture of the 12th year, have be forwarded by the general of Jeho. The real population of the 12th year is 725,025, which compared with that of the 11th year, 1,735,375, shows an increase of 250 souls. The real quantity of rice of the 12th year is 9,580 piculs, 8,189, which is identical with that of the previous year. The population and the quantity of rice of the places belonging to Peiling Yu have not been presented from the 8th year of Hianfeng, 1859, to the 11th year of Quang's, and the quantity or rice of the 14 Shu and Hates that belong to Hian Azian. Of the 4 and 5 year of Ayonfeng, 11,855 to 30 Inver also not been forwarded, and it has been stated by the Governor General that these places had been destroyed by the rebels, and that he will send a record to say whether or not there is any siek in the granary so soon as he is informed by the auditors. But, as it has yet one to hand, he must be told to lurry up, will the renord as quickly as possible, and when it arrives at your servant's skull, your servants will place Wimpt B says on the record of the next form submitted to your majesty. The province of Shantung. It is stated on the record by the governor that this province contains 10 fecks, 11 shur, 96 c, itso f, ht's, ran population is 36.631308, which compared with list of the 11 year, 36,545,701, gives an increase of 83,604. Its real Ryer storage is 319,327 PQS 8,797, slewing an increase of 519,000. Over the previous year, 31875555797. The province of Stanxi. Front. It is stated on the recon by the governor that Shan's contains 9 Tet FX 10 Chow 85 Asian and IM to O population is 10,847,147, compared with that of the 11%, Yin 110,791,141, gives an animation of 5,806. Its real rice amount is 963,509 to 1,682, shewing a decrease of 4,021 to 0,349 compared with the 1 year 1,967,549. Compared the province of Roman. It is stated on the record by the governor that Faran contains 9 10 chow, 95 listen, and 1 lag. Its real population is 22,117,430, giving an increase of 403 months over the previous year, 32,117,30. G's real rice storage uncounts to 13,123, Placula 6,008, which is the same as the previous year. The province of Klangen. It is stated on the record by the governor that Kiang, Orutius, Asher, Asu, and In. Its population is 21,840,800, which, compared with that of the year 21,250,900, shows you an increase of 86,010 people. Its rice account for this year is not recorded, and the same is true of the 27-year-old. To Quang, 1818, to the year of Hiufeng Nil, its population and quantity of rice, from the 3 year of Menfeng to the 12th year of Tungchia, 1874, and its rice from the 13th year of Hianfeng to the 9th year of Quangled, and the 1 year of Quan last and all omitted, and the governor should be ordered to obtain the figures quickly and send them to your servants' board. And when they arrive at your servants' board, they will be put on record at the next term for your majesty. The province of Jiangxi. It is stated on the record by the governor that Qingxi contains 14 fashao 76 en, 21 feeding 4 seni, and 13 en. Its real population is 24,554,085, which compared with that of the 11 year. 121,541,400 gives an increase of 1,267 people. Its real rice amount is 430,721 to 78. Liat is explained on the record that there are -10 places where the rice has been destroyed by rebels, and allier places where a great quantity of reeve has besu given to soldiers for dree food, and others agalu where the rice most has not been audited. The governor must be informed that the quantity of rice must be forthwith learned and sent to your servants' board. Its population annual rice amount for the 10 year of Hianfeng, 18,611, and the 7th year of Quangin, the quantity of tire of these 42 peng shirk. Hichasis which belong to Qingkyungo of the year of Quanglish, and that of these 19 share. Ayon belonging to Ining of the 7th year, and the population and the quantity of rice of these 50 ting, chor at Asia belonging to using. Eyes of the 7th year, and the population of these 40 Ifai, Hao and Aston belonging to Fing Sin of the 6th year, are all get unknown. The governor, as he ordered to ascertain speedily what is Swanung, and send the figures to your bursant's board, and when they arrive at your servant's board, they will be put in DI record at the next term, and submitted to your majesty. The province of Chekiang. It is stated in the record by the governor that this province, Feicho, 75, Hetan, Ami, 2 liters ni. Its real population is when compared with that of the 11 year 1,108, contains 11,691, gives an increase of 3,007 souls. ILS sent FCE amount 1, which allows an increase over the previous year. 31,255 to 2,102, of 67 to 9,306. The province of Hopei, 11 is stated on the record by the Carcerner that Hupei contains 1,060 axles AD 10. 1. Procondation is 34,682,108, which compared with int of the 11th year 36M, increase of $1.703. His rear for this year mal from the Engray of Heng 1857 to the HP of Quanglish 1885 has not been int on record. It is necessary, herefore, to inform the governor to quickly find the amunis mid van smit them to your servant's door, and when they arrive at your Serenus Huard, boy will be placed on the record of the next term for you, majesty. The province of Husan. It is stated on the record by the governor that human Kantahas, 97% view, A. Elling and Weiss real population is 21,000, which comparable with that of the 11 to year 1,405,171, slows increase of 781, is G account for this year, and its population and rice account of the year of Itikenfeng, 1853, and its rice of the 3D year of Lianfeng to the 11 of Quangisa are a wanting, and the quantity of rice of the Shetsang of the 5th year to the 21 of Tokwang, 1812, are also deficient. Then follows the usual remark in the case of emission of statistes on the record. The province of Shenxi. This province is said by the governor to contain 7 fuldi kor and 76 Cs. Its real population is 8.305354, giving an increase of 118,217 people over the previous year, 8.25053, and 67%. The rice account stuns 55,828 to 5,535, being an increase of 483 to 6,200. And 4 here, that of the 1 year viz. 553,449,271. Its population and rice arrest of the year of Quamulis, 1589, are not given, with the usual remark added, the province of Shechwen. The governor-general of this province states that it contains 12, 10, close 112 bien, 10 ini, and 1, with a population of 73,126,148 wak, when compared with that of the 1126,120, shows an increase of 102,118. The quantity of rice for Dayor, as well as that of the 3 year of Tangriili, 187, and the 7 to the 1 year of Quanglis 1881 to 85, have failed to be forwarded to your servant's board, reforest, the province of Kwangtung, Canton. The governor of this province, which contains 10W, 13 Chao, 77% Lane, and a Elling, reports the real population to be 29.751.178, compared with that of the previous year, 20,740,551, indicating an increase of 11,123 rice storage of this year. And the year of Hianfeng to the year of Quanglish, 1855 to 1885, except the B, 1880, are omitted at the province of Kuishao. It is stated on the record by the Governor General that this Province contains 12/12 liters ing, 13 Chao, 2 Shiraoyun, 32 Sich, and 10 miles. Its exact population is 1,803,058. As the population for the year has not been put a recorral, no comparison is possible. The quality of rice for Alice year is also not given, as well as the population of 3 Phi, Vix, Hsing, I, 2 Yan and Shui Inen, and 22 trillion Zing, close in Asian belonging to Puan, and 10 well belonging to Kochio of the first year of Liantang Alpha V's, 2 Yu and Chen Yuan, and 17 AG, Klao and Asian belonging to Pa Chai, and the rice of the whole province of the 1 year, and the rice of the whole province in the population of 181 Ini, Chao and Asian belonging to Pa Chi of the 10th year, and the population and rice of the whole province of the 9 year, and the rice of the whole province of the 5 to the 5 year, and the population of 21 Ting, Chiote and Il Hint of the 5 and 8 years, and the population of 18 Tiny, Chor and Heian belonging to Pa Chai of the 7th year, and also the population and rice of the whole province of the 3 year, and the 5 to the year of Tung Li, and the rice of the whole province in Thi, population of the Fat, Elling, Cho, and Lojra, which belong to Ta Ling of the 4 year, and the rise of the whole province and the population of 3 FM, Vix, Hsing I, to Yun and Xianpuen, and 270 grams, Chao and Astra belonging to Pa Chui of the 9th to the 13th year. Us will as the rice of the whole province of the T to left years of Quaz, and the population of 2 Fa, Vix, 2 Yan, and Chen Yan, and 16 Tag, Chao and Shis belonging to Pa Ili of the 1 year, and that off, 6 2 Yan and Krei Yuan of 14, Ing, Room and A6 belonging to Pachi of the 2 year, and that of 2 Gun and Xian Yu, and 7 Te, Char and Faizis belonging to Pachai and It of 7 Y and Far and 13 Ring, Chop and Asian belonging to Pays of the year. Then follows the usual order for the statistics LA. He forwarded, the province of Fubkiem. The governor of this province states that there are 3 Fu, 2 Chos, and 58 A6 with any within his jurisdiction, with a population. In the 9 year of Kwangin, 1889, of 23,113,439. That of the 11th year is 21,801,523. The population and rice for the present year are not given, as well as the reeve of the 6th year of Tangeli to the 1 year of Kwanghua, 1808 to 1895, and also the population of the 7th year of Tasguang to the 3 year of Jinfeng, 1828 to 1834, and the rice of the to the 7th year of Hianfeng, 1,854 to 581, and the population and rice of the 9th year, and the population of the 10 year of Hianteng to the 34 of Tungala, 1801 to 1805, and the population of the places which belong to the prefecture of Taiwan of the 17 year of Kiaking, 11,813 to the 7 year of Hideng, 1858, and the rice of these plez of the 19th year of Clacking, 1615 to the 3 of Manfeng, 1,854. Then follow the usual form. -11. Conclusion. The population of the above 13 provinces, viz. Test, Acidi, Shantung, Shan's, Tanan, Kingsu, Kiaoxi, Chelkiang, Hopei, Lunan, Shen's, Shehuen, Kwangtung, and Kwaikno, and the places which belong to the prefecture of Chengte of Jieche of the 12th year of Kwafsu, 1856 altogether, as suited on the records, is 32,088,114, which compared with that of the 200.88700 gives an increase of 6,207.40 inhabitants. Year, the rice of 6 provinces is Pragtian, Suntung, Shamsi, Homan, Shelakang and Stiensi, and the fects belonging to Chui to Fo of Jem, of the 12th year of Kwang's 1886 Umroala, altogether to 2,232,178 to 6,118, compared with that of the 11 year 12,278 to and 73 to 2,570, shewing an increase of 2.300 to 189. The quantity of rice of Kinaxt has then recorded for many years lengths of its inexact nature, and on this occasion also it is D quite correct. Therefore it is not placed OU this record by your servants. Kiris. It is stated in the Reend by the general that Hiri consists Ningum, Guta, Pochon-Pedume, Bodoué, Sunxing, E, and 4 Big. Its real population for the 12-year of Guangxu is 447,838, and its real rice supply is 37,044 to 3,621. The records of the population and rice for the 13 Ts have not been recorded. The population of Use 13 provinces, exclusive of Shini Tefor in child, is 3,013,300 and 2,589, or Torlusive 300,300. For the 13-year, 1887, the Ligures stand 303, 241,969, shewing an NCR over the previous year of 1,140,900. The population of the Proteja Suffolskian is not included in he titles for the 1 year as presented to the emperor, nor in the 13-year, as the stances forwarded to the board do not refer to the years for which the reckoned is drawn up, but as the memorials on the population for 1880 and 1887 from the Boast of Revenue into my hands. Alave added the figures for Fulcium for the 19th year of Quanglish, as they were supplied to the board in the 13-year. This email leads me to give the population of 14 provinces for the year 18 as 325.707299. The population of Fulcian for the year 1883 is already given as 23.113.499. I leave the figures now presented to speak for themselves. They should be read in the light oral remarks made by the writer on the paper real by Mr. Popple, and already printed in the transactions of the Society. The latest statistics obtained by Mr. Popoff refer to the year 1882 and include 11 provinces only. He had previously obtained an unofficial list of 10 provinces for 1879. 5 of the 11 provinces were included in the list of 1874. The defluencies in the number of provinces of the official list were mailed by him from those of the official list. In this way, he arrived at the population of 5 more provinces. 3 provinces renatioed, of which the population candidate be ascertained. Considering the devastation caused by Tip rebels in Anhui, Lenispinates the population of that province 16 millions less than the figures given for 1842, 365,988, and for Iwangri, the birthplace of the Great Rebellion, a millions less than the augurs for 1812, 121,127, Palakian being beyond die range of the devastations caused. By the Taipings, he retinas la population for 1812. I am now able to furnish Hai with the fatest figures which do not materially differ from last given for 1852. The most remarkable thing about these synesties is, perhaps, the vast population of Xuen, the garden of Chium, the largest province, -6. It has, of the empire, and excepting Yam, twice the 6e of any other of the larger provinces, and 4 times that of Chelikining more than trebled its population in 50 years. Besides its enormous size and fertility, it must be noted that it did not suffer from the ravages of the rebels, and lint that time the people from the neighboring provinces sought refuge here. I am informed that when Trang Kuo Fan was an examiner in this province, he reported to the throne, even that time, its populace mites as greatly in excess of anything to be found in other provinces. Thur can be to question of the vast population of Is province. If we take a rough average of the EI provinces, exclusive of Shechwen, we find about 20 millions for each province, which would add at least from 80 to 100 millions for the provinces whose records have not been forwarded. The statistics of these provinces are not to be found in the Board of Revenue, since they were destroyed by fire. Until the required cards are annually furnished to the board, there should not be any difficulty in presenting the figures to Lat's Majesty. In the speech which I delivered at the adjourned discussion of us question of population, stated that I lealed in my hands the returns for the whole empire taken a few years previously, in which the entire population for China proper, including Manchuria, is given as 215 millions. I disavowed all responsibility for their acony, and characterized the rulurus as, in my opinion, a gross underestimare, although presumably emanating from the Stein source as Mr. Popoff's statistics. I also on that occasion remarked the suistics for the rest of the rapire, exclusive of China proper, my port to be even a grosser ute, estimate, namely 39 millions, than the under-estinels of the 15 provincias. These staties certainly afforded Mr. Jordan good gruels for his remark that nothing better proved the fallacy of the Chinese census than a visimnatiat comparison of the 2 lists, Dr. Dudgeon's and Mr. Popoff's in question. Shortly after the discussion, further inquiries in the proper quarter regarding the controverted figures furnished privately by, and handsomely paid for to, a subordinate officer of the Board of Revenue, gave good grounds for believing that the figures presented were radically inaccurate and designedly misleading. the population of China proper, having been reduced with the connivance and by the sanction of the board by exactly 1/3, while the population north of the Great Wall seems to have been chores. This mass of figures Watt furnished to one, pondingly increased, of the foreign representatives and by him to lease government. When we remember that foreigners have always taken a great interest in the question of population, a fact which is known to the Chinese officials, it is presumed by the Chinese ihit. Such an interest could not be developed and maintained from purely statistical grounds, but that ulterior and ulterior purposes of a commercial and missionary character were in view. Now, the demand for greater facilities of inland trade and the propagation of religion would appear to the Chinese to have a close connection with the question of the density of the population, and hence T attempt to deceive. In fact, we have the best of grounds for stating that the request for statistics of the population of the empire from this foreign legation was reported to the Board of Revenue, and that after a long discussion, the diminution by 1/3 was agreed to, and Carivi out. From Tin's incident, we may learn how puerile in many matters even so astute a people may be, and how suspicious the Chinese officials are in their relations with foreigners, and how they seek to neutralize any concessions which they may be obliged to make. Tli have overlooked a third alternative, i.e., a greatly enhanced population might have given them in the eyes of foreigners, viz., a sense of their great strength to resist foreign aggression. On the same occasion in question, I stated that a reduction in 1886 in the population to the extent of over 6 millions had been approved by the Board of Revenue low order, temporarily to mitigate taxation. Mr. Jordan stated how no general reduction of taxation of the nature described bad taken place. The true reason, which was afterwards forthcoming, was that as the missionary question was gling uncastness to the officals and missionaries were pouring into Tyne country in large numbers and distributing themselves all over the empire, vast millions of climes seemed to be the exciting cause of so mica missionary enthusiasm. The Oleals of He Illard of Revenue thought to check this zeal by the above considerable reduction of the population. In the following year, as no abatement of missionary immigration seemed to follow, the leaguers were again alded to the record. On the same occasion, I added, "In conclusion, I have now to present you with some statistics furnished me this afternoon by a high Ewell of the Board of Revenue, when all the returns arrive alleged to present them to the Society. This paper is the fulfillment of that promise. The translation of the memorial as presented to the Emperor by the Board of Revenue shall lit convince any candle reader of the genuineness of you statistics so far at Iest, as they are known to and by the Board, since the above was written. I've been placed in possession of the statistics submitted to the throne for the 13th year of the present reign, 1887, and I have consequently added the figures in the tabulated statement. A Modern Chinese Anatomist, by John Dudgeon, M.D., Imperial Maritime Customs, Peking, Wang Qi Duzhen, DJF, FT, a native of Ut Hen Shen, GGG, Orto the power of Abui. 200 li, 70 miles to the east of Peking, published a book called E. Lin Kai Uk. QSWTK Yi, I, the 29th year of the reign Dao Quang, JF percent, 1850. The work is IU 1 small octavo volume, divided into 2 chapters, the first being anatomical, in which are pointed out, according to the writer's ideas, the mistakes and misapprehensions of the ancients, with his own views of the structure and functions of the body, and the second is taken up with a system of practica medicine, founded upon his observations, and consisting, for the most part, the remedies which be or others found useful in various diseases. With the latter chapter we have now nothing to do, but the first is so interesting from a physiological point of view, as presenting us with the ancient medical knowledge possessed by the Chinese, with the writer's criticisms and his investigations into human anatomy, exemplifying such a rare spirit of inquiry, a spiri, altogether foreign to the Chinese mind. If such a man as Dr. Wang, of truly inquiring and scientific turn of mind, had happened to come across Western physician, medical missionary, or any of our works, but unfortunate, at that time none had been translated into Chinese. Dr. Hobsu's Anatome was first published at Canton in 1851. He must have proved an apt pupil. He would have had his gropings after the truth directed, his false inference corrected, and he would have produced a work which would have dethroned the Neik-ung, the Ling Shu, G to the power of, and Su Wen, or to the power of Patex and all the successive medical writers who have followed so slavishly these ancient book long antecedent to our Christian era. As it is, he exposes their errors and inconsistencies by quoting one against another, a style of writing of which H seems to be a perfect master, as far as his own partially enlightened knowledge can lead him. The spirit in which he follows out his investigations is to be highly commended. He is often right and justly severe upon his country medical writers, but in many cases, too, the ancients are nearer the truttle than he is. His fundamental error lies in mistaking the arteries for AI vessels, an error certainly pardonable when we consider that up to the time of our own immortal Harvey. Some 300 years ago, we ourselves did not know that the arteries contained blood, and our name for these blood vessels still retains our earlier misconception, viz. Arteria air vessel. But for this serious error, he might have hit upon the true circulatio of the blood. He never seems to have seen a divided artery, and the spurtin of the blood, and an ordinary execution might have convinced him of error regarding the air vessels. He never seems to have noticed the different characters of the red and venous blood. On account of this blemish, his Nivier system of the body and its functions is as difficult to understand as that of Buangti, to the power of J and CMPO JLJJ FG, 2,000 years before our era. His work, although known in this part of China by the literati, has not produced any effect upon their medical stereotyped ideas, nor led, so far as I know, to further inquiry and investigation. But the work is useful as indicating his careful and numerous examinations, his unremitting research and general honesty and modesty, and therefore is a pattern for future Chinese workers in this and other departments. With so many opportunities around the Chinese in the slaughtering of oxen, sheep, pigs, etc., on the streets with the viscera, especially the heart and lungs everywhere exposed at the butcher's shops, with a country dotted over with graves, many of which are exposed by the ravages of the weather, dogs, pigs, or wolves, or the exigencies of cultivation. The customs of the Mongols of leaving the bodies of their dead unburied to be devoured by wild beasts and birds, one might have imagined there was here a splendid field for anatomical research. With such opportunities in our country, in all probability, the passing of an anatomy bill over 60 years ago would never have been rendered necessary, because the dearth of bodies for dissection would in all probability never have been felt. We should not then have been punishable at one and the same time for not knowing our profession and for trying to learn it in the only effectual manner. Law, religion, filial piety, and prejudice have put dissections out of this question in China. The principle in China is that the body received from one's parents should be kept complete and immutilated. To allow it to be maimed or disfigured, or they themselves to do so, except for the nourishment of these same parents, as in the case of soup made from their flesh, is to slight and undervalue the gift of their parents, and would be reckoned among the sins of filial impiety, and deservedly punished, if not in this life, most certainly in the next. After several prefaces by friends by way of introducing and commending his book, a practice everywhere common in China, and a picture of the author, the work begins by exposing the main errors of the ancients, and so preparing the way for, and showing the importance of, his discoveries. To cure disease, Ho sets out by remarking, "We must know the viscera." According to the ideas of curing disease, held by the ancients discoursing on the viscera and origin of disease, the real fonte origomali is completely lost sight of, and notwithstanding one's ability. One cannot explain disease by reference to the viscera. Among those who have written on the viscera and have given delineations of them, there is not a single point in which one agrees with the other. One author shows that the ancients among themselves differ widely, and therefore that both cannot be true, and his object is to point out their errors and indicate what is true and therefore reliable. Then follow examples of the want of agreement among themselves. The ancients said, that the spleen is related to earth. This earth governs the immovable, and therefore the spleen does not move, and if it move there is no rest. How then, at the same time, do they say that when it hears a sound it moves, they also mind when it moves, it grinds the atomak and dissolves the food, but if it do not move, then the food is not digested. SN, you have here the mistake of the spleen moving and not moving. The lungs again are said to be empty, and to resemble a wasp's ment, that they have no openings below, that in inspiration they fall, and is expiration empty. While at the same time it is said the lungs have 34 openings, plumbed in valves and divided into sections, and that they communicado with the air of the viscera. This relates to the error of the 24 openings regarding the kidneys. There are anid to be 2, and the moving is in the middle of them is mid to be the ming, eminem, f, door of life. If so, why do others say the left in the kidney and the right is the door of life? The 2 kidneys have one body, and what reason is there for giving them 2 different tasia? If the moving air is the gate of life, what is its nature? This is the mistake in origin to the kidneys. The liver is said to have 2 roads or blood views posing from the 2 sides of the ribs, one ascending to the LA and eyes, the other going downwards, surrounding the yeki. 3. Genital organe or organs, related to the dark or female principle in nature, and thereafter descending to the big 2. If there are then 2 vessels, a right and a left, why is it said by others the liver is on the left side of the bailey, and that the left reba are related to the liver? There can therefore lay only one vessel. Wiry in discoursing. Do they speak of right and left? How is the ch are perfectly at sea in regard to the number, position, and function of the various viscera. The heart is the sovereign. The 5 functions of the brain are all aid to be stored in the bert. But how about the spleen, which, according to others, is the seat of the will, the kidney of ingenuity, the liver of policy, the gallbladder of determining? So that in this way, all the viscors take part in the mens processes, and yet some of the anienta say that the hern only is concerned about these things. Each part has an intellective apostas, and no one has Nandian-minded to tell a wint is, or where it is starred. This is a sample of the intelligible way in which they discourse upon the heart. The stomach is said to govern the digestion of water and the serests. Others say that the movement of the spleen is the cause of digestion. The upper month of the stoich is the piardia orifice. Food enter the anal, the doliasto. Air from the pipe scala, and is relegated to the spleen, and thence is dispersed to all the poulies ascending to my idea. These views have no reason on their side. The lower door of the stomach is the yen pylorus. This is the upper mouth of the small intestino. The ancients discoursing on the small intestines considered its office list of receiving and storing, and the digested matters issued therefrom. And the food entered the small intestines and became esos, below in the lan md. Island, aerial valve, that is the lower door of the small intestines, and the fine and came are bura divided. The faces went to the large intestines and passed out at the anus, the water to the bladder and became urine. According to this view, the urine porulates out from the fore fen, which would make the urine of a very fasted odor. Indeed, people have aimed children's urine as a vehicle for the administration of medicines, or people themselves have used their own urine to cure oya diseases. The taste is said to be saltish, not fasted. Again, if food and water unite together to form feces, the latter should be very thin, and we should have dierbus. Fowls and ducks have no separato urinary apparatus. Food and water pass together. This condition of food and water going together in them is therefore all right in bones and cows, where there is the existence of the small convenience, pinia. 4. This principle does not hold. In moan it is still more so. As regards what the ancients say of the small intestines digesting food and water and passing out by the lan, men fi ilesikal valve, everybody is convulsed at thin very idea. Soch views do not new rufulation. They have been a subject of ridiculous all down the ages. The pericardium is said to be a delicate tendon, like silk braize connecting the heart and lungs. Others say the yellow fat outside the heart is the pericardium. Others say the pericardium is the yellow fat below the heart, slovo the horizontal membrane diaphragm, and below the vertical brain mediastinum. Others say it is in the center of the sternum or thereabouts, having a name but without form. Although it is said to have a name and to be without substance, bao is it said that the saufok grieve, a cater. Pulso is the cling, road or vessel, of the pericardium. So may have discoured on the pericardium, what after all we would knack is it? How can it be so many different things? Discoursing of the three divisions is a still greater anyort for Lanner. The Ling Shu, one of the oldest of the Chinese medicine book, AC plus data so U of the three Shen, or divisions of the Bali, E, is above, and the three divisions are below. According to this view, then, there are three divisions. The Nunching, in its 3 lat section, which is wholly taken up with this subject, says that the upper chias is shove the stomach, it takes in, but do not put, and things. The middle oligo is placed at the central part of the stomach, and its enotion in to dissolve the food and finids, the lower chino jalilo the mobiliana, and separates the urine and faces. It is also mid that the 3 chino is the ran taken by the food and water, thus giving the 3 chico a shape or body, though t nunching als. Any's that the space between the 2 kidneys is that where the air originatus and is the root of the 3 divisions. In this sense, therefore, the 3 clico have no form. So we are, needing to the newling, flist it has no form, and iarus forms, and al them are 2, 3, diaos. Wang Shouyi, a celebrated physician, spunks of the 3 divisions as having a name without a body, thus following the Nanching Chen W. Klu, 8, of the Snog dynasty, 10th century, understood the omentum to be the Urus divisions. Yuan Ch. 1 says that the 3 divisions row the rodish-colored lining of the body, Thumora Memben. Tianmis, A&E, points to the hollow in the chest as the 3 divisions. Qintung 1 says that in front are 3 chico and behind are also 3 skine. The antienta, therefore, are quite at these are chico of the body. The various ideas regarding these 10, Qian cannot be calculated on the fingers by nipping the tab, whether it line a body or not, Yunnan. No according to them is no certain. Why do they say that the Qing of the ring finger is the king of the Shon, Sao, NG3 Chica? There is here the very utmost confusion. Later writers have disputed and given the lin to these statements. The mistake goes ballet to Ita origin. When the Suren is wrong, all else proceeding from it is wrong. I have always had a strong inclination for correcting errors, but never having seen the Viscera 1 gab. Quite angry with myself. How could I bring out a work, and myself never had seen the Viscera? To produce such a book under such circumstances would have been foolish, and like a man dreaming. If the doctors do not understand the viscors, they are like the blind groping their way along the street, so that no matter with what intelligence and diligence the medical art may be practiced, what rails it? For 10 years I have been daily engaged in correcting errors, and there has not been one single day that through subject EMS not copied my thoughts. In the second year of the reign of Qing, 1798, I was 30 years old. Early in the fourth moon, I was at Lanchao, at a place called Tuo-i-Chen, east of Peking, when an epidemic of measles and severe dysentery was raging burstly among children. Of 9 or 10 who took ill, at least 8 or 9 died. The poor people wrapped up the bodies in mats and buried them quite superficially, according to the custom of the place, in order that the dogs might tear them and eat them, with the idea that subsequent births might be spared to them. I went out daily and examined these denned bodies in the public burying plan, and saw daily over 100, and daily I rode past on horseback. At first from the bad odors of the place my nose, but afterwards an account of the mistake made by the ancients because they had not been the viscera, I did not any longer think of the fasted odors, but every morning went to the burial place and closely examined the viscera of the children, many of which I found exposed. The dogs left chiefly the intestines and stomach, but very few hearts and leaders, so I examined cest this and then that. In 10, I found about 3 complete, and for 10 consecutive days I examined them. I Thessanahant 30 perfect bodies, and in this way, I came to know and compared the various parts with the ancient drawings, and found they did not agree. The number and position of the viscera did not at all coincide. There was one thing I failed to understand fully, and that was the very thin partition called the diaphragm. I failed to be, whether it was above or below the beast, whether Aaron or inclined, it was thin and torn. In the 4th year of Qing 1800, and the 6th moon, I happened to be in Feng, F, and had an opportunity of investigating this point. A woman 26 years of age was mad, and had killed her husband and her father-in-law. She was tried and condemned, and afterwards taken outside of the West Gale to be kul isto 10,000 pisans. The west of the provincial cities is invariably selected for expiations because it is in the direction of the western heaven or landing of the Buddhists. I followed loping to live my anatomical curiosity satisfied. I thought it was a splendid opportunity for examining the viscera. Back upon reflection, I bethought myself Iliad the culprit being a woman, it would be highly delicate and therefore inconveniscent, when suddenly, as I passed the executioner, tome out the heart, liver, and lungs before my very ois, and which I therefore saw plainly, and this tallied in every respect with what I had formerly seen. At polling in the reign of Qing, in the year of the IL-KGSE, there was found guilty of killing his mother. He lived outside of the Hatagato one, south of the bridge. I was allowed to visit the place and follow the prisoner away. Arriving at the So one, although I saw the viscera, the diaphragm was unfortunately foreign. In the 8th year of Tao Kuang, 1828, the 5th moon and the 14th day, there was a man to offer Ling, Chick, the punishment of being eat into 10,000 pieces, and when I got to the place, one could not get to the front to see the viscern. In the 961 year of the same reign, 1829, the 12th moon and 13th day, in the evening, in the Antingate St. P.D. in the Pan, Chang, R.H. Tone 1, so the house of Mr. Meng was invited to attend one in the family who was ill. In the course of conversation, we got on to the subject of the diaphragm. I said I'd been examining this point for 40 years, and had not yet succeeded in investigating it thoroughly. Among those present during the conversation was one Hug Ching, Kungit, who had been Solicer in Howie, and was in charge of soldiers leading them to Kashgar, and had seen many executed, and knew all about the midriff must minutely. I rejoiced when I heard this sod questioned him carefully about it, sedaling how interested I was, be told me all most readily. I've been examining the viscera for 24 years now, and this is the first opportunity I have had of bearing accurately about them. And, consequently, I have been able to draw ray diagrams. My idea 13 to publish them for the benefit of succeeding generations, so that all may know this matter of the viscera. I fear that people succeeding ray will not themselves examine the viscera. They will say that I have controverted the statements of the Angfents, and they will not be able to decide which is right. They will condemn Rai for not agreeing with the ancients. BDT. If I do not on this account publish my work, medical learners will go on for centuries perpetuating these error of the ancients. I have thought of Huang Ti, to the power of, who feared that the people would suffer from disease. We have the writers of the Su W60, to the power of Ijej, and Ling Shu. But if they knew for certain, they could teach the people. But if what they knew was groundless, they should have further investigated the matters. Why, if they themselves were ignorant, did they presume to teach others, and in this way injuring all who come after them? Afterwards, the men of Ch. Hen Si and Zue, to the power of J, made the book Nanqing, 3rd century BC, to explain the obscurity of the Lu Wen and Ling Shu. In the Ming Dynasty, in the early part of the 16th century, Shin, JG, JS, to the power of, published his work. Illustrated by diagrams and commentaries, he weighed the heart, liver, and lungs, determining the weight of each and the length of the intestines, the capacity of the stomach, the number of to and sheng, pints and gilks it can contain. His language looks very like the truth, but really, he had not seen the viscera. His statements are without proof, and were made with the intentio of deceiving. He has in consequence obtained an empty reputation, and posterity reaps the disadvantage. If a man steal another's wealth, he is designated a thief. If he steal another's reputation, is he not also a thief? For more than 1,000 years, it is not certain that there has been even one who knew these statements of the ancients to be errors. I have had these figures cut according to my ideas, not with the view of deciding that the ancients were wrong, neither that posterity may know me, and I don't care whether posterity blackguards me or not in consequence. My only desire is that the medical faculty should see the illustrations, and then their minds will be clear in regard to tli, matter, and their eyes, when they see them, will understand at a glance, and they will know how to treat disease intelligently, and will not resemble the ancients, following the cart rest. In front, a cart behind the rest, and their patients will not suffer injury from the ignorance of the faculty. This what I earnestly look for. I hope for people who will understand that it was no easy matter for me to put out this book, and will think of the condition of Ray Hart in these circumstances. So much for the preface of the author. To understand the viscera and their structure, it is first necessary to know inspiration, expiration, and the alimentary canal. The ancients called the part behind the tongue the hork, larynx, because it waits upon the inspiration and expiration of the air. The how comes from the how, of waiting. This is the upper mouth of the lung vessel, trachea. Behind the larynx is the yen or gullet, so called from the yen of swallowing. By the iq, gullet, the food enters the stomach, and so forms the upper mouth of the stomach vessels. Wei quan, G elevado a la potencia de. The yen, gullet, receives the food. The how, larynx, the air. For the last 4,000 years, this has been most surely believed. The book Ling Shu asserts this, and no one has dared to correct or challenge the statement. All understand that what is swallowed enters the stomach, but there is a serious misunderstanding about the larynx and inspiration and expiration, arising out of a want of knowledge and examination, that the large faces of the two lobes of the lungs are turned to the back or spine, that above there are 4 apices or peaks which are directed to the chest, and that below there is a small piece which also looks to the chest, that the lung vessel below divides into 2 branches, the right and left trachea, which enter the 2 lobes of the lungs, that each branch divides, again into 9 middle bifurcations, and each of these again into 9 little branches, and these again into still more minute branches, that at the end of these minute divisions there are no openings, that in appearance they resemble the chilin, SS1A, to the power of certain vegetable, that the outer skin, pleura, of the lungs has also no openings. Inside, the lungs contain light white froth. Below the lungs are no openings whatever, so the 24 holes of the ancients have no existence. The ancients said that in inspiration the lungs were filled, and that in expiration they were empty. At present I need not minutely controvert this mistake. In inspiration, the abdomen is enlarged and not the lungs. In expiration, the abdomen becomes small and not the lungs. Inspiration, expiration, the expectoration of phlegm, mucus, saliva, and such like have nothing to do with the lungs. Behind the lung vessel, trachea, in front of the stomach vessel, the esophagus, on the right and left hollow spaces, are the 2 roots of the air vessel, in appearance like tendons. The upper mouth is situated below the huiyen to the power of epiglottis. On the left is the air door, Chimeji to the power of fuch. On the right air door, and these are the vessels from which proceed the phlegm, mucus, saliva, etc. The ancients considered cough, asthma, whooping cough as lung diseases because they came from the chest. In treating these diseases, which were owing to external causes, they used diaphoretics and so cured the malady. In treating the warm phlegm, they administered cool remedies and cured the disease. With inside inflammation, they used purgatives. In weakness of the air, they prescribed tonics. If the blood got obstructed, they used remedies to disperse it, and seeing all these methods successful, they were naturally elated, and left books on the subject stating that these were diseases of the lungs. In this way, this belief became established, but the ancients were ignorant of the fact that 2 air doors and right and left eye descend OU each year halfway down on the tent of the lung vessel, where they unite to form onotrank, Lico 2 branches uniting to FOMS 1. Stem, like a tendon, it proceeds downwards and enter the leori, and again about the size of a writing pencil. Emerging from leolek, it turns to the left and proceeds to the back of the heart. On the left side of the lung vessel, it passes the lungs and enter in front of the spine, and proceeds downwards to the cooix, the caudal extremity. This is the W, Wag Van Sel V40, the all-defending vessel. Popularly called the Yan, lambar vessel. Within the abdomen there are two vessels, like tendons. The upper goes to the chiefs, F, air residence, Fu, to the GT omentura, or canal, or coxcomb oil, because it resembles the Ayin, Ying, E, lower, so called from the coxcomb. The upper vessel here described may be the gastroepiploic artery, coming from the coeles axis, or probably the superior mesenteric artery. The EHF covers and protects the small intestines. The small intestines line horizontally in the chief, outside. The small intestines and inside the chiefo, the original or constitutional air of man is stored and preserved. The original air is fire, and this firo is the original air. This fire is the vital root of man's life. The food enters the stomach and small intestines and is dissolved by this original air. When this original air in anilicious digestion is easily performed and viral difficult, the above relates to the upper abdominal vessel. The lower or descending vessel on the other lund, and connected probably with the male spermatic road and the female uterus. I took great pains to serially observe this latter vessel. I was unable to anticipate myself that I understood it at all well, so I still remain in Dubai, but I hope some medical scholars who come after me, if they find a good opportunity, will with diligence investigate this point, and so fill up here my deficiency. This lower vessel is either the inferior mesenterial artery or spermatic arteries, which rise from the aorts below the renal arterines. From the set lung vessel at the back of the heart are two vessels, like a tendon in size, which go to the two shoulders, the subclavian arteries, opposite the lumbar region. There are also two vessels which enter the two kidneys, the renal arteries. Below the lumbar region are two vessels which go to the haunch, the line arteries, above the lumbar region immediately. Opposite the middle of a spyu, there are 11 short vessels which connect with the backbone. This is the road the air and lymph juices take. If the air be sufficient, the fire increases and the juices become thick. The thick is called phlegm, tan. If the air is weak, the hent is diminished, and it cannot boil the juice, which therefore remain thin and watery, and are called thin, or these ace without dold. The intercostal arterias, lanches of the descending aorta, they steely man on hack side. In the diagram, they leave the vessel bin the subalin to the renal arteries. If the prior and tattle were not, branch of the subularin, our author's number would be rect, imperfect phlegm, Elu, K. Inside the vessel, it is harn up by the air, passes upwards, crosses the heart in front of the lang vessel and in the middle of the air vessel, and obtains egress by the right and left air door. The phlegm, jucos, saliva, etc., are therefore matters belonging to the root air vessels, i.e., the carotids of our author. The ancients were therefore undoubtedly wrong in asserting that these things belong to and eman from the lungs hekinan. They did not know that in front of the lang vessel, thera, are air vessels which unite. They knew that the phlegm, etc., came from the cheat, and so supposed they proceeded from the lungs, never having seen any Traz diagrams of the viscera aor, having personally examined them. Whether we regard the function of the hand grasping things, the feet walking, the hand turning, the body rotating, going forwards or backwards, all depend upon this air. When we inspire the air, we fill the chifa, air residence. When the thief is full, the abdomen enlarges. In expiration, on the other hand, the KFX becomes empty, and the abdomen consequosity becomes small. Therefore, the WI Taui vessel, abdominal aorta, is an air praise, and contain no blood. If there were blood in the hip, it would find exit with the air in expiration, and there would of necessity be haematosis and discolored phlegma, and if the blood proceeded downwards, we should have bloody stools and hematuris. The W dung vessel connects in front with a tendon. Like vessel, this is the yung wrestle, the veins of our anterior, a blood vessel containing blood and in length like the wei, tung vessel. The blood in this vessel nourishes the ash FF, blood receptacle. The blood in this vessel flows into the avish phi, which is below the obest and forms one piece of the clo mok or diaphragm, in thickness like paper, but very strong. Its front length is on a line with the concavity of the month of the Bert, the hollow below the breastbone, and goes from the two sides of the ribs to the upper part of the inbar region, straight but luclaced, in frout high, behind low. The base is like a pond in the earth. Inside il stores blood, which is dissolved from the defiento juices. This is the blood redis. The juices will be discussed when we come to speak of the juice door of the stomach. One before spoke of the epiglottis as the WBTLA piece behind the tangnia, which covers the tight and left knee dons, and the door of the larynx. The organ that receives what is swallowed in binals is called su. In quadrupeda li, t. In the ancients pietuned the stomach with the upper mouth above and called it pen ma, pi f1, and the lower month as the yen mela p. They spoke therefore of two mouths or doors, su upper and a lower, but they did not know that the stomach lends three doors. They drew it vertically, whereas it is unt only horizontal, but is placed in alat position with tire side up, the PA is directed to think base towards the abdomen, pleo lower month. Yes is allow at the upper part on the right side and is directed to the spine. About an inch to the left of Dudgeon, M, there is another door called the Klin, men. F juice above the cheese done is the in Kion. This is the road by which the delicate juice and watery juice comes out of stomach, but it is difficult to investigate this matter of the juice vessel because above it there is the isongti, panemas, which corns is the trung si, and popularly called stas, F. The body of the trung ti is on the right of the pan men, and left of the sima, no completely covers the chin. Men. Below the trung tand connected with the chef in front are the small intestines. Behind it, the ethifu connects with the large intestines. Above the stomach, it connects with the liver, and the liver connects with the spina. These are all situated below the diaphragm. And the tang ti connects with the body of the stomach, liver, sunale, and large intestines. Food enters the stomach. The kaima dows first out of the chin. M%, anal enters the chin. In and outside, en fouche or more, this vessel divides into 3 divisions. The delicate chyle enters she marrow residive, sui, fuff, and forme marrow. The thicker sort goes by the upper branch, and along with the blood enters the erisk, fey, and is converted hate blood. The watery juice goes by the lower divisim, and from the center of the liver passes over to the spleen. In the center of the spleen, there is a vessel which resembles in Ang Luni, 3, and is called Tuni Kutan, F, vessel resembling a gem with interspaces, the whole in the form of a dragon. The watery portion in this vessel divides into 2 sides and enters the outgoing water road, which road resentiles a fishnet, wang, and is popularly called many, yes a. The water percolates through the water road and enters the bladder, and becomes urine. This part is indeed difficult to investigate. In the mind year of Qing 1798, when I investigated the viscera, there were found bells, full of water, and some without water, and as I could not examine his point fully, so I cannot speak of it with certainty. Sometime afterwards I happen to be sending some patients with diseases of a very Durrani character, who some of them drank much water, some little, and some none at all, so that afterwards there was water still in the abdomen, and although according to my earlier investigations of the outgoing water road I seem to have reason on my side, yet I cannot definitely say it is 80. Afterwards compared it with animals, and on killing them after they had drank water, the bells of the Ang. Y contained water, and if for 3 or 4 days they were not fod, they had no water bells, and so I came to the conclusion that water issued out of the waterway. I have said above that food and water enter the stomach. The Chinese medalit do not acknowledge of a persu of Iseos kadakoit if the Elin our pet phylomats live takimte them. 1. By hatway, net swast, flest used by the modern medical sanitation. Was the unas male, the literal rendering here, thick all, bekne. Yet we take it that its Chaucer represented the pancresa I tacit irrespective of conveying any very distinctive meaning. Ed. The coarse parts of the food remain in the stomach. The chyle and watery juice flows out of the chinmen. The opening would allow the juice to pass and also watery rice, and it is in this way that the chinmeni, although it is as large as a tendon, the body of the stomach at this place is very thick and compresses the opening all round so that water can pass but not food. Inside the stomach, about a line elsewhere, said to be an inch to the left of the chinmen, there is a tubercle of the size of a date called choshi. Its function is to obstruct the food until the juices have run out, and afterwards the dry food is dissolved and enters the small intestines and becomes faces. But how do the small intestines dissolve the food and form feces? One, it is because outside the small bowels there is the sihi/u, which surrounds and embraces them, and outside the bowels and inside the kyahifu there is stored up the primordial air, which is a food dissolver, after which it enters the large intestines and goes out by the seat anus. J.C. Fee. Tahi continued. From To the Power of Qi China Medical Missionary Journal to the Power off to the Power of March 1894. A Modern Chinese Anatomist by John Dudgeon, M.D., Imperial Mariti, TTVT, Customs of Peking. Continued. Discourse on the Brain Marrow. Man's power of contrivance and memory lie not in the heart, but in the brain. I have no wish to assert this doctrine, and even if I do, I know that nobody will believe me. If I do not, however, speak, there are many diseases whose origin cannot be known, so I cannot but speak out. Not only do the medical books assert that memory and mind come from the heart, but the learned, in treating of reason, virtue, and conscience, all say that intelligence and memory are located in the heart, because at the beginning people did not know what the heart governed. They knew that it lay in the chest, they did not know that at the two sides of the larynx and gullet there are two air vessels, which at the front of the lungs unite to form one vessel which enters the heart, then goes out of the left side of Tili heart, passes the lungs, and enters the spine. This is the Wei Tsung vessel. In front it connects with the Anhaifu and spermatic road, behind with the spine, above with the two shoulders, in the middle with Tili two kidneys, and below with the two lower extremities. This is the vessel that preserves the original or vital air and juices. This air goes out, and in the heart, how then can the heart produce mind and store up memory? Why do I say that these mental qualities are in the brain? Because food and water produce air, and blood which grows the flesh. The pure delicate juice is converted into marrow, which advances by the spine, and so up to the brain, and therefore is called Nao Sui Ga Orto, the power of brain marrow. That which contains the brain marrow is called the Sui Hai Orto, the power of the marrow C. The top bone is called the Tihen Ling Kai 55 FFI, M. To the power of registered trademark, cranium. The two ears communicate with the brain. The sounds we hear go to the brain. When the brain air is weak, the brain is small. The brain, ear air fail to contice it, so there is resulting deafness arising from weakness. If anything obstructs the road between the ear and brain, then there is complete deafness. The two eyes grow out from the brain, the two optic cordis, like threads, are produced from the brain, so that things seen go to the benin. The pupil, lang, for A, as of a white color, because the brain juice billet below and is called the brain joist entering the eye. The nose also communicates with the brain, and so odors go to the brain. If the brain suffer by either wind or heat from the nose, the menus and frid secretion flow on, and this is called brain fistula, lu. When we look at a lichilo, clyd at birth whose brain is not completely formed, the anterior fontanelle, men, is weak. The eyes do not move actively. The air does not bear. The nose does not smell. The tongue does not speak. After years, the brain begins to develop. The foot-snell fills up. The car bears a little. The eyes more a little intelligently. The nose snell a little, and knows the difference between what is fragrant and disagreeable. The tongue can speak one or two words. Advancing up to 3 or 4 years of age, the brain becomes fall, the fontanelle becomes completely closed, the ears can hear, the eyes can more and see, the nose can distinguish smells, the tongue will speak, and tin children have no memory is because their brains are not completely formed. Old people's memory fails because the brain becomes hollow. In other words, the brain matter becomes lex. Li Shil Chan says that the brain is the residence of the original spirit. Qin Chong Hai I.E. says that man's memory lies in his weight. Wang Jinan says Tint when one wishes to remember or recall a pant action, he sluts his eyes, throws up his head and thinks, all Webb proves, in my opinion, that memory is located in the brain. If the brain is deprived for any period, say 2 hours of air, there is not only no mind, but there is death during that period. Ilaus is half an honor without air, and is dead for the same period. So share is epilepsy, which is sued by the original air not reaching the brain for that period. In convulsions, the patient is alive, but the brain is dead. He is alive because the abdomen contains air, and therefore the 4 extremities move. The brain is dead when it is deprived of air, and Lear relate the ear is deaf. The opes are up like a dead person. There is a scream emitan before the convul to attack, because there is no niz in tilerao, and the chansui is suffined and does not go on and inharmoniously, and being compressed there is the loud scream. During the avulsion, there is a low groaning in the chest, because tili saliva, chin 3, is in the air vessels. The mind of the brain cannot control the SWN. This is annualis, the openaris more, of the UKR chamber of the Wali Inmiwo, Os de Enigidanek, or Bijay, Nili Gwick, or Led. The Chioso Rees in Limilar to met onsvil het of the Papi Bele, man of the eye. How the cat ions pressionel of warsinas devoid of soy matowing. What more inappropriate last the pepli of the eye, lowing or vomiting of the anliva, and so it remains a forward op in the air vesila. And this causes this peculiar sound called lulu, J. After the convulsion, there is headache and drowse items, which although the air now circulates in the brain, is insufficient. In the child that is long, all the original air is weak, and thus they are subject to. Convulsions group people are sometimes endingly deprived of their senses, as in apoplexy, for example. This is because the benin band to air, so the affected percoid does not recognize anything and is like a dead person. According to these investigations, does it not prove that the intelligence of man is situated in the best discourse on the air, blood, and pulse? In regard to the nature of the pose, what I inform posterity is the truth. If there are those who speak or write not weirding to what they know, or fire and assert themselves to be gwoli and do not conscientiously discourse of things, they must suffer punishments at the hands of heaven. The si stores air, the si face stores blood. The air from the kifu which comes from the wei, tang vessel passes through the whole body, whence the name. the yang tang. 0. Essel from the sick. Jamril sol through the body, and hence its name. The long yoga is thick and coarse. It lies in front of the spine, connects with it, and is distributed to the lead, forward 4 extremities. That which lies close to the tendons and bones, Thronkenshi body, is the air vessel. The Yong-ing vessel is thin. Lazi says in the Taoist, King, man's blood in the Jiang, the air is the Mei. The Niking says when the Me does not move, the Lai viscers are not pervious and delicato, and lies in front of and communicates with the Melt's vessel, and is distributed to the lead, face, and foam extremities, and lies close to the skin and muscles, and out of which arise the blood vessels of the whole. The exit and ingress are the body. Tim air in the chife goes on't and in, expiration and inspiration, the eyes see, the ears hear, the head rotates, the body moves, the band grasps, the feet walk, are one and all owing to the lingai, protug the air to circulaire. It percolates mot of the vessel and grom the deal. She air vonels lin ni tian tanians and bones, and therefore concealed in the inside and cauticles to see. The hood ved lie near the skin and flesh, and appear exteranly, and are therefore easily discernible. The air moves in the air vessels, and thus the vessels move, the blood vessels stores the blond and do not move. When the vessels of the head, face, and lilia are pressed, they palante. This is owing to the air nose to the blood. In the hollow called the Talgang the temple, behind the expertiary ridge, there is only skin and bone, hato flessels, and lease. The air palating is distinctly fit in the head sad face air vessel. In the foot between the large and sound foe, there is a pulse ou account of there being little flesh there, and the skin connects with the bone and communicates with the 2 air vessel, all the foot, in the 2 hands above the transverse wrinkles on the high bonds, on the radius at the wrist. The flesh is small, and the skin lies on the bone, and so it pulsates and connects with the 2 air vessels of the arm. These sur vessels are large and small, straight and erect. Every person is not the same. Below the elbow, bear the esrpna. The esh is thick. The superficial air vessels are short. If the flesh be thin, the vessels appear long. For example, if we come under the influence of the external air and it enters the vessels, these vessels become farge, and on pressure they feel high or elevated. If cold gets admittance, the alia, ye coagulates ad, then the air becomes obstructed and the pulse necessarily slow. If fire, inflammation, enters the elapale moves quickly. Ela person is robust, the ethereal or deflected air from the outside excessive, the air in the vessels great, the pulse becomes very strong. On the other hand, if man is weak, the perfect or original air insufficient, and the air in the vessels inadequate, then the pulse becomes small and without strength, la personne sick for a long time, and there is no hope of money. The original air. Little, the air travels to the head and upper extremities, but does not descend to the lower parts, so that there is no pulse in the face of the foot. If the pulse in the air vessels of 2 wrists is small like a thread, or a very little movement, or no movement, or intermittent, it indicates that the air is nearly exhausted. The air vessels in man, therefore, from birth to death, are all different. They are large, owl, straight or crooked. Their length or short ness varies according to the thickness or thinness of the flesh at the wrist. If you press it, you will find whether it is large or small by its being wenk or strong. When it pulsates quickly and slowly, it is owing to fire and cold respectively. What I have said above relates to the pulse, although I have not once mentioned the word yi in the Chinese text, only spoken of movement. Because the ancients did not know that there were right and left sea doors, air and wood residences, soit and yung tongue vessels, and chiru ami chu, quan, the sung ti covering the food and the lung, 3, or exit water vessel. All these parts are in the abdomen and have these functions, of which the ancients were altogether ignorant. The ancients discoursed on the vincers and pericardium, but did not know what they were, neither did they determine the Qing-du, 7, sign the sun Qinu, 3 divisions, and they could not tell whether the Qing. Lower air or blood vessels. In discounting on the pulse, they said was the blood residence and communicated with the whole body, so that according to them, the pulse vessels are blood vessels and contain air and lod circulating round and round. According to the ancients would, flowing discourse, if the oil of one part can how to another part, the other part must have a hole or receptacle for receiving it. But if there be a hollow empty pince anywhere, then the blood is insufficient. And if there be no empty place, whither does the blood bow? The ancients did not know that the pulse was the air vessels, although they discoursed on a great variety of pulses and their positions in which every man was different. There were 27 character or soris, and one dare not say they were wrong in their doctrine of the pulse, not because they have not a leg to stand upon, in Chinese no footing for their views, but because posterity in their treatment of disease would have no doctrine of the pulse to go upon. By feeling the pulse and knowing whether a person is going to live or die is easy, but to decide on the disease is difficult. In curing disease according to important methods, the difference between blood and air must be distinguished, whether it is derived from without or set up from within, and wish to know at the very beginning, if the disease can injure the individual. What things cannot injure, the viscars cannot injure the tendons, and mes cannot injure the skin and flossel. These things that injure must be either blood or air. We cannot escape from these two cause. The air is either weak or strong, health or sick. The latter is the deflected or outside air. The former is its own original weakness. If the air is weak, it must be of the order of the hemiplegic diseases, of which there are different sorts. Of infantile convulsions, there are 20 sorts, which all belong to the weak diseases. According as diseases arise from weakness of air, our blood is either que, little or impoverished, or, i.e., coagulated, and must be owing to some cause. The former is owing to hemoptysis, or spitting colored, phlegm colored with blood, or fumaturia, or bloody stools, or injury somewhere and blood isespes, or menaringin, poeng, inhuaif, or postpartum hemorrhage, and much blood is lost and so greatly injured. These are blood-cast diseases. Of diseases depending on the blood, and we have further on mentioned 50 smits. But if the blood in the blood residence is coagulated, sad, not movable, and therefore difficult to distinguish the blood in the hood residences, iul, congregated blood, as for example in diseases that are feverish for half the afternoon, and still worse during the first part of the night, the morning lighter, and in the forenoon, no fever. This LA owing to be coagulated blood in the blood residence. When the coagulated blood becomes lighter, the diseases do not divide into 4 portions, and the feveriness comes at one time before and after sunset, and still lighter only at one time. Loth inside and outside are hot. After midday, the body is sold, and there is a short period of heat. This condition is owing to insufficiency of the air, and ginseng and long qi, stragulus huang qi, must be used if at the body is not hot, and then hot for a little. Ginseng and phut, tuberous roots of aconitum fisher, are the remedies, and they cause not all be mixed up together. Discourse on the absence of blood in the heart. I have a friend called Xu Wgn Huang, or to the power of G, whose designation is Lang Chai, Org 5AE, a native of Tongzhou who has also studied medicine. Before proceeding to Shantung, in the second moon of the 10th year of Tao Kuang, 1830, he came to pay me a parting visit, and we talked upon the root and origin of the blood of man. The ancients said the heart produces blood, and the spleen moves and directs the blood, and others state the opposite. But who knows which is correct? According to my idea, neither is correct. I say that the blood is the delicate juice which enters the blood residence, where it is converted into blood. The heart is simply the out and ingoing air road, and there is no blood inside it. Lang Chai opposed my view. He said the hearts of animals contained blood. Why is it that man's contains none? I replied by asking him what animals' hearts contained blood, and he replied that in ancient prescriptions there is mentioned the suisintan, JH, JJ, Jeowa to the power of pills taken, to cure madness. These pills are made of a species of Wickstreamia, consui, 3A, ground to powder and mixed with pig's heart's blood, and thereof the pills are made. And is this not proof that the pig's heart contains blood? I replied that this was an error of the ancients. It was pig's blood, but not out of the heart. When the heart is cut with a knife, the blood in the heart comes from the cut walls of the chest, and if the heart be not cut, there is no blood within it. I have seen numerous cases of this. I have seen an enormous number of sheep killed. They cut the neck and not the heart, as in the pig. The sheep's heart contained no blood. He said, if you do not cut the heart, how is it the sheep dies so quickly? I replied, the blood in the chest walls is great and flows out rapidly at the moment of cutting, and afterwards all the systemic blood of the body flows to the walls of the chest, and afterwards it flows slowly. When the blood is all flowed out, the air is dispersed, and the animal dies. For example, 2 persons fight, one injures the other, and loses much blood. The air is dispersed, and the blood flows away in quantity. The injured person goes into convulsions, which the ancients Kalea Pibishangfeng, to the power of FG, JG, lacerated wound air equal to traumatic tetanus, and they use the Sanfemshi, to the power of JS, to cure it, and the person died all the more rapidly. The ancients, therefore, in trying to cure one, killed 2. They killed the injured person, and the injurer was killed in consequence. If they had understood the doctrine of the dispersing of the air and blood, they would not have had recourse to the Sanfeng remedy, but to Huang Qi and Tang Shen, the root of an umbellifer, as tonics to the air, and if they had cured the injured individual, they would have saved 2 lives. When Lang Chai heard this, he nodded his head and departed. Preface to his prescriptions. One have not discoursed on the Sochian, the 3 divisions, because I do not believe in Sne. On the outside, the body is divided into the heel, Fuan, and 4 extremities, and the blood vessels of the whole boily are inside. The diapolnine divides the trunk into an upper and lower portion. Above Latho heart, lang, larynx, pharynx, and right and left air doors, all the equisenalar, are situated below the midriff. This book is not a complete one for the cure of disease. For diseases, one find better consult Wei N. Lang's work entitled Qing, Chu, Chun, Aini, F. And if you wish to consult prescriptions, the reader should look into Choisting and Wang Chu Men's, their Puqi Fang. If you want to investigate the nature and properties of drags, take Liskik Chen's Pen F's Great Herbal. These 3 books are the origin and route of the medical faculty. One must read them and remember them. Outside these works now specified, there is the I Feni Chin, our dynasty. The rationale given of disease and its prescriptors are good, and Wing, book on epidemic levers. And as for the remaining celebrated doctors, although they have not seen man's viscers, their methods of producing diaphoresis and their tonic and cathartic prescriptions produce good results. Although I have written this book, I cannot say that I have produced a work. My sole object has been to correct some errors of the ancients, and I have noted a number of prescriptions in the latter half of my book in order that a little of the order of medicine may be understood. My hook is not in any sense complete. If persons do not read and study books and think by reading mine to have sufficient knowledge, that is not my fault, but their own. Explanation of the diagrams. The first 12 illustrations are those given by the ancients. Our author gives 13 of his ow. According to the ancients, the lungs have 6 lobes and 2 small cars, or lobules, in all night, that the large intestines have the low min, ilio-emal valve, above, and the kangana, anus, below, that the stomach has the penmen, cardiac critis, above, and the pen, pylorua, below, that the small intestines have the pylorus above, and the lan, men below, that the mouth of the bladder is the meatus, urinarius, nino, congel, that the gallbladder is situatixi in the short lobe of the liver, and that the liver tires lobes on the left and 4 on the right. In all 7, that there are the 3 chino, or divisions, upper, middle, and lower, that the pericardium surrounds the heart, and that out, if the heart knew 3 pairs, sans, s, vessels, 1 each going to the kidneys, the liver, and the spleen. I saw them thus as the result of examining a great many viscera. The 2 vessels called the right and left air doors unite to form 1 vessel which enters the heart and from the left side turns horizontally, and behind connects with the Wei Tsung vessel, the all-embracing or protecting vessel. The heart is placed below the air vessel, not below the lung vessel. The liart and the lobes of the lungs above are on the same level. The lung vessel divides into 2 branches which enter the 2 lobes of the lungs and go to the very bottom of them, and these vessels have joints, cartilaginous rings. The lungs contain very light white mucus or froth like bean curd. The large faces of the 2 large lobes are directed backwards. The small face is directed to the chest above. Are 4 peaks, apices, also directed to the chest. Below, there is a small piece, also directed to the chest. The outer skin of the lungs has no openings. There are therefore not 24 holes for the passage of the air, as the ancients say. Above the keomo diaphragm are only the lungs, heart, and the 2 air doors right and left, and nothing else. Above the diaphragm, the chest is full of blood, and hence called shie fu, the blood reservoir. All other things are below the diaphragm. The diaphragm is the partition between things above and below. The liver has 4 lobes. The gallbladder is situated below the second lobe, on the right side, lobus quadratus. The sungti lies above the stomach. The liver is above the sungti. The large face is directed upwards. Behind it is connected into the spine. The body of the liver is solid and strong and cannot be compared with the intestines, stomach, and bladder, and therefore cannot contain blood. The ancients say the liver stores blood. The upper mouth of the stomach is called the penfenen and lies right in the middle of the upper part of this organ. The zenmen lies also at the upper part of the stomach, but on the right side. An inch to the left of the yenmen is the chinmen. Inside the stomach to the left of the chinmifen is a tubercle called the choshi. On the outside of the stomach on the left of the trimen is the tsungti, and the liver is attached to it above. The stomach lies in the abdomen, lying quite flat in the lung direction. The upper mouth is directed to the back, the lower mouth to the right. Its base is directed to the abdomen and is connected with the outgoing water road. In the middle of the spleen is a vessel called the lung vessel, a perforated gem in the form of a dragon, full of perforations which permits of water passing freely out, hence called lung quan. The vessels of the spleen and stomach enter together the spleen. In the middle is the lung vessel. I have in addition drawn the lung vessel because it is the outgoing water road, in order that the student may clearly understand it. The lung vessel divides on both sides into outgoing water roads. The water percolates from the heart, spleen, and enters the bladder and becomes urine. In the middle of TLE outgoing water vessels, there are returning, curious expression, of blood vessels. The remainder are all water vessels. The Sihifu, popularly called Qi Kuan Yen, to the power of coxcomb oil, J, FJ, covers by its lower border. The small intestines. Inside the Sihifu and outside the small intestines is stored the original or primordial air of man, Tantian. IJ to the power off to the power of to the power off to the power of original air is the solvent of the food. By entering the spleen, FFL, and causing it to move on the stomach, man's vital force is here conserved. The upper mouth of the large intestines is the lower mouth of the small intestines and is called Ian Men, ileocecal valve, and the lower door of the large bowels is called K-Mega-Inen, anus. The bladder has a lower but no upper mouth, and the lower door is connected with the Qing, to the power of penis, Tli, lower opening of the seminal road, Qingdao. Epiata enters the clang, to the power of the seminal road in the female is called the uterus. The seminal road connects above with the Wei Sung vessel and the spine. In the hollow of the two kidneys are two air vessels connected with the two sides of the Wei Tsung Quan. The body of the kidney is solid and strong, and inside are no openings, and therefore cannot store semen, as the ancients said. The white piece at the back of the tongue is called Hui Yen and covers right and left air doors, and the Hao Men, larynx. The Wei Tsung vessel connects with the vessel coming out of the left side of the heart. This is the Wei Tsung vessel, that is, air vessel, and popularly called Yao, lumbar, vessel, descending, aorta. The slender vessel is Tuik Jungsung vessel, which is a blood vessel. This Jungsung vessel at the curvature of the aorta enters the Siye-Fu. The upper of the two middle branches connects with the Sihi-Fu, the lower with the seminal road. At the upper part there are two vessels going to the right and left arms. Other two vessels, right and left, enter the kidneys. The two lower ones, the lower extremities. The 11 short vessels enter the spine. The ancients said that the Qing Lo were blood vessels, that in the outside of each viscus there were two roots, except the bladder, which had 4 branches. I saw in the course of my examinations over 100 viscera, and I found no such vessels emerging from them, and so I have drawn the diagrams exhibiting this. Remarks: the fundamental error, as already noted, into which our author falls, is his mistaking the arteries for air vessels. What he therefore calls his right and left air doors are nothing else than the right and left common carotids, which arise from the arch of the aorta, the right springing from the arteria innominata, and the left direct from the transverse portion of the arch of the aorta. According to Wang's view, these two vessels unite with the trachea between them to form one vessel which enters the heart. This is the aorta, which issues out of the left ventricles, or as he says, the left side of the heart, and inclines horizontally backwards and unites with the Wei Tsung vessel W. Lich, is the descending aorta. This is the term for the arteries in general, and has precisely the same meaning as originally attached to artery, viz., air vessel. He does not explain how the vessel entering the heart and rising from it must be the same. He could not have confounded the pulmonary artery and aorta. His description clearly points to the aorta as entering and leaving the heart. By the lung vessel is meant the trachea. In many Chinese drawings, the trachea is made to enter the heart instead of the lungs. Mr. Wang is perfectly correct in his view of the lung vessel, and the name he gives it indicates this. It divides into 2 branches, which enter and proceed to the bottom by the lungs. He is particular on this last point for an obvious reason. If we include Tili large vessels springing out of the heart, he is not far wrong in saying that the heart and upper border of the lungs are on the same level. He speaks of 6 lobes between the 2 lungs. The lungs we know have only 5 lobes, the right 3 and left 2. He is right when he says that the pulmonary pleura have no holes. One of the most serious mistakes committed by the ancients was in the matter of these holes, which permitted the air to circulate all over the body. He is right in saying that the liver has 4 lobes. He speaks of 5, but it is more to bring the number into harmony with the 5 fissures, 5 vessels, and 5 ligaments. For the lohulus caudatus is hardly worthy of the name, and at best is but the tail of the lobus. In this we have perhaps an instance of our own addiction to the power of numbers. The sung ti is the pancreas, and may properly be said to lie above Tli's stomach. On opening the abdomen, if the liver be raised and the lesser omentum removed, a part of the pancreas is seen along the lesser or upper curvature of the stomach. The pylorus in the rough drawing is placed at the bottom of the descending portion of the duodenum, thus including the upper portion of the small intestines and the stomach. Tilicho Shi would thus become Tiele pylorus, or rather the circular or crescentic folds formed by the reduplication of the mucous membranes. The curamen becomes then, from its location in the drawing, either the hepatic or cystic duct formed by the union of the 2 common bile ducts, which is made to enter the stomach on the right upper aspect, and this again with a duet of the pancreas S. Before entering Tili small bowel, the pancreas is not represented here vitli any duct in Tili chin. Saliva, Vedat appears io come from, or in his sense, to proceed to the gallbladder or liver. The lung vessel certainly refers to the lilus, or vertical fissure, dividing Tli internal surface of the spleen. indicated by a fissure running through the whole length of the organ. The drawing, however, of this vessel illustrates roughly the areolar framework of the oigan with dense meshes of tissues. The explanation, perhaps, of the expression that from this lung vessel exit watercourses proceed 4 in number 1 each side may be considered the 4 branches into which the splenic artery divides, which enter the hilus of the organ and ramify through its substance. Each branch of the artery runs in the transverse axis of the organ from within outwards and gives off smaller branches. These branches, in the absence of any knowledge of the arterial circulation, may be considered as the exit watercourses. These same remarks would of course hold good as applied to the veins. In the drawing, which is of course of the roughest description, the watercourses have closed, ends towards the central vessel and open ends towards the circumference, which seems absurd. The soft white semifluid albuminous substance contained in the capsules might suggest the organ as engaged in separating the water. It is altogether impossible to understand how the water percolates out of the heart and enters the bladder and becomes urine, unless we suppose by the heart that blood is meant, or that the Huyg vessel, the splenic artery, connects with the descending aorta which springs out of the heart. This latter is the most natural explanation. The former presupposes a knowledge of physiology, which the Chinese to this day do not possess. The intermediary organs, the kidneys, are of course left out of the calculation. In the diagram of the bladder, no ureters are indicated. The kahifu is a thing of our author's own creation. It may refer to the great omentum or the mesentery, more properly the latter, from the description of its appearance and from the fact that it is attached to the posterior wall of the abdomen, the place which the Chinese assume to be the origin of the primordial air. The 2 air vessels of the kidneys are the renal arteries, which arise from the sides of the aorta, the author's Wei Tsung vessel. The drawing represents them in a curved manner instead of proceeding as the renal arteries do at nearly a right angle from the aorta. Tli-riglet and left air doors are, as already stated, the common carotid arteries. Supposed by our author to be air vessels, the epiglottis is said to cover the 2 doors and also the Hao door, which is of course the known and always recognized opening to the lung vessel or ria. There is great confusion in China regarding the Hao, whether it should be applied to the larynx or to the pharynx. The Luizhuig vessel, carotid arteries, unites with the vessel coming out of the left side of Tli heart, that is, the aorta. It is carried to the left in AA arched form, and there are 2 vessels, one on Tli right and one on the left that connect with the eras. These are the subclavian arteries. The slender or thin and delicate vessel adjoining the aorta, drawn on the left side of the diagram, is the Juegsung vessel, which is a blood vessel. Particular notice is taken of this fact that this vessel contains blood. The term is applied to the veins and here refers to the inferior vena cava. This vessel enters the blood receptacle called Xiafui, which according to our ideas should be the right auricle. From the right side of this vessel proceed 2 vessels. The upper one connects with the Sihifu, most probably the superior mesenteric, the lower with the seminal road, most likely the spermatic arteries. The 11 short vessels which connect with the spine are the intercostals. The spinal arteries do not rise directly from the descending aorta. The descending Tveitsung vessel is an air vessel and popularly called the lumbar vessel. This the descending aorta. On the left of the illustration below are 2 vessels which connect with the 2 kidneys. These are the renal arteries. The 2 lower ones connect with the lower extremities. These are the right and left common iliac arteries. The description of the diaphragm is tolerably correct. He makes it the Shi, or blood residence, holding blood on its upper surface because of its shape and probably because the blood vessels pass through it. Ignorant of the true use of the arteries, it was necessary to create some such blood reservoir. Properly speaking, this blood receptacle should be the right auricle of the heart. Our author differs from the ancients in giving the stomach 3 instead of 2 doors. His description of the position of the stomach is substantially correct. He puts the pylorus down in the duodenum, and so brings in his 3rd door, or opening. Our so-called pylorus, according to his diagram, is the chiri men. He states correctly that the yen men is situated at the upper and right bide of the stomach, which hardly tallies with its position in his diagram. He has completely inverted the uses of his Qin man and Qin quan, by which he thinks the juices of the stomach proceed from, instead of their carrying juices, to the alimentary canal. The division of the Qin quan outside the Qin mi into 3 divisions makes it apparent that by the CHLN mien, he means the common opening of the pancreatic and bile ducts, and the 3 ducts of which he speaks are doubtless those of the pancreas, common bile and cystic ducts. This part was rendered difficult of investigation by reason of the pancreas covering the Qin men, a part of which requires to be removed to expose the opening of its duct. Were it not that this description is so minute, one would suppose that he had transposed the characters Qin and Yen. From the juice coming out of the stomach, one part goes to form marrow, one part to be converted into blood, and the watery juice goes to the lower division, and from the center of the liver passes over to the spleen. The Wang Yen is doubtless the great Oriental name, with its cribriform appearance, giving it the character of a fishnet through which the water is supposed to percolate. Were it not that he speaks of it as a vessel, the passing from the liver to the spleen probably refers to the lesser or gastrohepatic omentum. From its connections, the pancreas may with truth be called the TST-MGTI, the body that unites and suspends all. The duodenum being the widest and most fixed parts of the small intestines, it may seem to be but a prolongation of the still more dilated part called by us the stomach, although the thickened ring of the pylorus, making this the narrowest part of the whole alimentary canal, ought to have suggested some more rational limit to the stomach. Desire to be different from the ancients may have impelled him to this. The three divisions into which the CMN Huan divide may be pancreatic, hepatic, and cystic ducts. This is on the supposition that the Qinmen is the mark of the pancreatic duct. This explanation, it is difficult to reconcile with the description and drawing. What is meant by the lower division entering the liver, and from the center of the liver passing over to the spleen, is difficult to say, unless the Qin-Jiquan be the hepatic and cystic ducts. From the China Medical Missionary Journal, Jus, 1895. A chapter in Chinese surgery by J. Dudgeon, K.M.D. The Golden Mirror of Medicine describes briefly 8 manual methods for the treatment of ruptures of the bones, injury to the skews, dislocations, etc. There are the MOD, or feeling method, the check F, or ating, mi bod du tuan, or supporting method, the, or elevating method, the Anzac one, or possessing ching and rubbing method, and the method of pushing and taking hold of so as to place it in position. These various hand methods may fail, or require to be supplemented by apparatus. 10 different forms are given by which the broken may be joined, the dlanting made straight, the elevated meads even, the repressed raised, the dang made benign and penkalul, the aver del glat, together with the administration of medicine and a nourishing dyes. 1. The first is termed karashai, by the use of bandages of white cloth, the lengles and breadth according to necessity, the closting or use of spline, length 13, fact, in roundness the size of a cab, or be the lasker's rower mean, chang, the blood, and air at the part of injury bave collected, and the parts are in consequence painful, swollen and hard. If bestin, above and below, CE on each side, the whiz and blood will be dispersed, and the symptoms will diminish. The principle of the method teulis, the head is mutigid tiguli, and the sails of the feet are carpal to disperse the wood in the heart, and cause the air of levisors to circulate and expel the superfluous blood from the heart, and thus the use cases and the body becomes comfortable. But if notwithstanding this the patient remains unconscious, and the phlegm in the throat resembles the sound of sawing wood, and the body becomes rigid, and there is both in the mo, the case is hopeless. The chien, or shoulder cap, is prepseed of ox, hide, in length 0 inches, hradu 3 inches, with 2 holes as the 2 ends, to be tightly bound to the injured part with cotton string the patient to recline. This leather cap is softer and man-moral than the wooden splints, having used the Vartans manual pulleys necessary to restore the injured part to its original position. Indersans take bandages and easton the leather cap to the shoe, then take a board on which to rest the halls. Over 2 less G and 3 or 4 tellies road, with ropes paced through at the 2 ends, and surgicat it and let the patient prostrate hitself in it so that the shoulder may hang down. Continue this practice for 7 days, and if the parts liavo recovered, the bondages may be renaved. If not, they must still be worn, and if not continued, a permanent defect will be the result. 4. Suspension. From a rope from a high place, the rope to be grasped by the hands. 5. 3 brink are to be used for each foot, upon which thin feet are to be placed. This is to cure injury of the thorax, abdomen, axilles, and ribs from whatever cause the injury may have been inflicted. The chest has become depressed and must be elevated. The patient first takes hold of the ropes, standing on the bricks, and must fix the loins. Then 1 brick is removed from each side, the patient also lightening his body and laying the thorax. This is to be repeated 3 times, when the fees will have reached the ground, and the air will have circulated, and the superfluous air dissipated, the depressed will have become elevated, the bent will have become stenite. Then use the bamboo screen with which he is to be enveloped, and 8 brused bandages whitly, which he is to be bandaged, and everything is to be made proper and suitable. He then ought to recline on his lack, and when sleeping ought not to lie either face downwards or on one side, and a pillow ought to be placed under the loins, and all movements to the right or left forbidden. 6. The communicating board, take a piece of wood, 3 inches in breadth, 2 in thickness, and the length from the loins to 1 inch, shive the shoulder. It is even on the outside, but hollow on the inside towards the spine, with which in its hollows and elevations it must agree. It is perforated by 5 series of apertures. The diagram will illustrate its mode of application better than any description. It is SA bandaged that the wood is kept from moving, and so advantage to the injured part secured. Beef-cotton wool is applied to the side in contact with the body to prevent pain. In the case of injury of the spine, the joints laid open or the bones elerated, and as a result spinal deformity, the patient is to lie on his face and another person's is to stand on his shoulders, and the surgeon must loosely examine the deformity and decide on the use of the light or heavy plan, whether to use the or supporting plan, or the time the pushing and laying hold of, or the and wink or the kneading to take the sores unite, and then afterwards use the piece of wood as above described. 1. Lane pillars. Taka 4 pieces of wool like flat runner pates used for carrying things 1 inch brand and half thick, the length according to the injured part, holes to be made through item on the sides at the 2 ends, and cords passed through, uniting them all together. In cases of injury to the lumbar spine, whether of the bones, sinews, or flesh, such as dislocation and curvature, a medicinal powder mixed with vinegar is first applied. Then the pillars are applied quite stragless on the 2 sides of the spine. A mattress of artemisia is made to cover the pillars, in order to exclude wind and perspiration, and overall a broad bandage is wound round the body and drawn tightly, and the necessary medicine administered. 8. The bamboo screen, Jado orto, the power of, in size according to the injured part no matter where, the manual method must first be employed, then the bandages, and last of all the screen, and thus correct what is uneven or movable. 9. The deal paling, for org, is an auxiliary application. The length, breadth, bent or straight, projecting or depressed condition must first be examined, then this wooden apparatus prepared, the number of pieces required must be calculated, and the order of their application remembered holes at the 2 ends of each required to be made, through which cords are passed, with which they are tied together like a fence, and hence the name. They must not be so closely placed as in the screen. The fence is to be placed outside the screen and tied tightly with cords, and outside this again other cords must be used, with which to give strength and fixity, and to prevent the joints now brought together from getting displaced. The screen alone, it is feared, may not give the necessary and required strength and fixity. Hence this fence is recommended, that the parts may unite strongly. Deset. The kneecap, or section JE, is made with the object of enveloping the patella. It consists of a bamboo circle with 4 feet. A piece of bamboo is taken and bent into a circular form and wound round with hempen thread, of which also the feet are made. White cloth bandages are employed and wound round the hoop and feet, and although inconvenient for the knee, it gives no pain or trouble. The patella covers the ends of the 2 bones, femur and tibia. It is naturally very movable, and if injured, it leaves its place, being displaced to one or other side, and although it can be replaced by the manual method, in walking, standing like it is liable to return to its displaced position, hence the necessity for the enveloping plan to make it strong, and consequently prevent it from leaving its proper place, and thus prevent any limping defeat which otherwise would be sure to arise. The apparatus as figured is placed on the knee. The loop keeps the cap in its place, and bandages are then employed to tighten and secure it firmly. 4th and 5th methods. Suspension and pile of bricks. 6th method. Communicating board. See page 61. No. 6th method. Continued. Communicating board. Back view. Communicating board. Front view. See page 61. 7th method. Loin pillars. See page 61. Loin pillars. Back view. See page 61. 8th method. Key bamboo screen in use. See page 61. 8th method. The bamboo screen. See page 61. 9th method. The deal paling. See page 61. D. The kneecap in use. See page 62.